Chapter 1. The golden-haired boy and the first gunshot. A sharp pain pierced through his consciousness, as if someone were using a rusty power drill in the depths of his brain, hosting a raucous party simultaneously. Jiang Feng's awareness struggled to surface from a viscous darkness, his first instinct being that he had undoubtedly consumed counterfeit liquor the previous night. He attempted to open his eyes, but his eyelids felt as heavy as if they had been welded shut. Chaotic fragments of memories surged in like a virus-infected hard drive, flooding his mind. Golden sunlight, a meticulously manicured lawn, and the elegant yet acerbic smile of a red-haired woman. Excessive drinking, parties, sports cars, and an ingrained loathing for that red-haired woman. Andrew Van de Kamp. These memories did not belong to him, yet felt achingly real, as though he had experienced them firsthand. Who am I? The thought flashed through his mind, and he suddenly opened his eyes wide. Before him lay an entirely unfamiliar ceiling. Exquisite plaster moldings, a vintage chandelier, and the air infused with a blend of lemon-scented cleaner and high-end fragrance. This was not his chaotic, dog-eared apartment. Jiang Feng struggled to sit up, the prickling pain radiating from his brain to every limb. He surveyed his surroundings, a quintessential American teenage bedroom, adorned with band posters, a desk strewn with hefty textbooks, and a high-end sound system nestled in the corner. Lavish, yet suffocatingly oppressive. His gaze ultimately fell upon the full-length mirror in the center of the room. Reflected was a boy of approximately 17 years. Golden short hair, emerald green eyes, fair skin, and exquisitely handsome features. A quintessential American sweetheart, the type who would likely become the star quarterback and date the cheerleading captain in high school. Yet this visage was not Jiang Feng's. Andrew Van de Kamp. Jiang Feng, or rather now Andrew, gazed at his reflection, murmuring the name. The conflicting memories in his mind finally melded at this moment. He, Jiang Feng, an ordinary 21st century wage slave, had traversed into a different existence following a wretched hangover. He had found himself in a television series he once watched, Desperate Housewives, and had become the most exasperating, rebellious son of the series, Andrew Van de Kamp. He recalled that just the night before, the original owner of this body had drunkenly fled to a bar after quarreling with his mother, Bree, ultimately being returned home by the police. Thus, the excruciating headache now plaguing him was an inheritance from the former occupant. Andrew rubbed his temples, forcing himself to regain composure. His immediate concern was not how to return, but rather how to survive. In this place soon to unfold countless betrayals, lies, and even murder plots in Wisteria Lane, he must first adeptly assume the role of Andrew. A 17-year-old, rebellious, sharp-tongued boy who harbored a deep-seated hatred for his mother. Sounds easy enough. He smirked at his reflection, donning a sardonic grin belonging to Andrew. The sound of clattering cutlery from downstairs signaled the arrival of breakfast. The true first trial was about to commence. The Van de Kamp dining room resembled the cover of a home decor magazine. A sleek mahogany dining table, polished to mirror-like perfection, silver cutlery devoid of fingerprints, and a hand-painted porcelain vase filled with fresh white roses at its center. Everything was impeccably flawless, yet devoid of warmth. A red-haired woman gracefully spread butter on a slice of toast, her movements textbook perfect. Bree Van de Kamp, the matriarch of this household, a woman who had engraved perfectionism into her very bones. And Andrew's mother. Andrew languidly pulled out a chair and sat down, the noise momentarily halting Bree's actions. Good morning, Andrew. Bree's voice was as refined as her demeanor, laced with an unmistakable air of authority. I hope the icy backseat of the police car last night has somewhat cleared your alcohol-damaged brain. Here it comes. Andrew rolled his eyes inwardly, activating the combative mode from the original's memories. He seized the milk and roughly gulped down a generous mouthful before responding in a nonchalant tone. Of course, Mom. The scenery there was far more interesting than listening to your lectures. Seated at the head of the table, his father, Rex Van de Kamp, a seemingly timid middle-aged man, set down his newspaper, attempting to mediate. Bree, Andrew is just... Shut up, Rex. Bree didn't even glance at him, her gaze firmly fixed on Andrew. I hope you understand that your actions not only harm yourself, but also tarnish the reputation of this family. Reputation. That word again. Andrew smirked internally, deciding to add fuel to this confrontation. He set down the milk glass, leaned forward, and locked eyes with Bree's icy green ones, a malicious smile playing on his lips. Is that so? I thought only Dad's special interests could tarnish our family name. Bang! Rex's cutlery clattered to his plate, his complexion paling instantly. Across from Andrew, his 14-year-old sister, Danielle, burst into laughter, her eyes gleaming with schadenfreude. Bree's expression finally shifted, her perfect smile cracking slightly, her gaze as frigid as ice. Andrew Van de Kamp, she enunciated slowly, it seems you need some physical labor to expend your excess hormones. After breakfast, you will trim all the roses in the garden. Delighted, Andrew shrugged, reclining back into his chair. Round one a draw, but he knew this was just the beginning. In this household, the war was never over. The afternoon sun bathed Wisteria Lane, gilding each exquisite villa with a golden hue. Andrew wielded a pair of large shears, absently trimming the white roses in the yard. These roses were Bree's pride. Each bloom must be flawless. Just like this household. He lifted his gaze, observing the seemingly tranquil street. Not far away, the clumsy Susan Mayer was attempting to retrieve a newspaper blown onto her roof, inadvertently hanging herself from the downspout. Across the street, a frazzled Lynette Scavo, overwhelmed by her 4 mischievous sons, was shouting into the phone. A red convertible zipped by, driven by the former top model, now married to a wealthy businessman, Gabrielle Solis. Her stunning face bore an expression of resentment and loneliness. Everything matched perfectly with the memories of the storyline. This sensation was peculiar, akin to watching a 4D movie where one was also a participant. Andrew felt an overwhelming sense of unreality. He was not Andrew, he was Jiang Feng. He had to find a way back, but before that, he must survive here. Utilizing his prophetic insight into the unfolding drama and the identity of Andrew, he must find a means of self-preservation amidst the impending chaos. He gazed down at the sharp scissors in his hand, his expression gradually turning frigid. Snip! A blooming rose was severed at the base, falling onto the lawn. At that moment, a crisp gunshot abruptly shattered the tranquility of Wisteria County's afternoon. The sound emanated from the Yang residence across the street. Everyone on the street froze. Susan ceased her struggles, Renette set down her phone, and even Gabriel, who had just parked his car, peeked out. Andrew's body tensed instantly. He understood. The true prologue of Desperate Housewives, that grand tale of secrets and lies, had begun. Mary Alice Young had taken her own life. Yet, unlike the shock experienced by others, Andrew's senses detected an ethereal, peculiar scent. The aroma wafted through the air from the Young home, imbued with a decayed sweetness and a chilling sense of despair that gripped the heart. This was certainly not the scent one would expect following an ordinary death. Andrew tightened his grip on the scissors, directing his gaze towards the serene white villa. His heart raced uncontrollably. The world appeared to be more intricate than he had anticipated. Chapter 2. The Funeral, Secrets, and the Stench of Decay. The gunfire pierced the warm bubble of Wisteria County's afternoon like a cold probe. The gardening scissors slipped from Andrew's fingers, landing softly on the grass. The housewives, who were otherwise engrossed in their daily routines, seemed to be paused in time. Susan, hanging from the drainpipe, halted her cries, her mouth forming an O. The furious Renette dropped her phone, her face etched with shock. Gabrielle, who had just been checking her lipstick in the rearview mirror, abruptly turned her head, her stunning visage now marred by unmasked panic. Then, the screams erupted. Not just one, but a chorus. The entire Wisteria County was thrown into chaos, as if boiling water had spilled over. People rushed out from their elegant homes, eyes wide with terror and curiosity, gazing towards the source of the gunfire, the White House belonging to Mary Alice Young. Andrew remained still, his gaze piercing through the panicked crowd, fixated on that house. The sickly sweet stench intensified tenfold at the moment the gunshot rang out. It transformed from a faint hint into a dense, invisible fog that surged from the Young residence, greedily enveloping the surrounding air. Andrew could almost taste that scent. It was reminiscent of rust and tears mingling together, laced with an agonizing despair. His heart raced, yet his mind remained unervingly calm. He knew this was no ordinary suicide. The world was truly amiss. Before long, the sound of police sirens drew near, shattering the last vestiges of tranquility in the community. The living room of the Van de Kamp residence had become an impromptu command center for the housewives of Wisteria County. Of course, the so-called command was merely a gathering over cups of lemon iced tea, exchanging a hodgepodge of information tinged with both fact and speculation. Andrew leaned against the staircase railing on the second floor, observing the scene below like a specter, surveying the tableau. Susan's eyes were red-rimmed, clutching a nearly depleted pack of tissues, still sobbing. "I can't believe it. Mary Alice. She greeted me just yesterday, complimenting my new hairstyle. Yes, she even lent me a baking tray last week." Renette crossed her arms, furrowing her brow, more concerned with the facts. What did the police say? Was it truly suicide? Gabrielle absently fiddled with the diamond ring on her finger, her tone laced with impatience. What else could it be? Paul Young hardly seems like an abusive husband. Maybe it was depression. Living here with nothing but lawn care and community parties, it can drive one mad. Bree remained silent, meticulously polishing a silver tea set with a velvet cloth, as if attempting to erase non-existent stains. Her movements were as graceful as ever. Yet Andrew noticed that her frequency of polishing the same spot had increased by 30%. She was anxious. Andrew smirked inwardly. These women lamented the loss of their friend, yet their minds were preoccupied with the potential exposure of their own secrets. He knew the ensuing narrative would reveal that they would discover the crucial blackmail letter among Mary Alice's belongings. As expected, Renette proposed assisting the Yang family in sorting through the belongings, a suggestion met with unanimous approval, save for Gabrielle. However, under Bree's moral coercion of "it's what we should do for a friend," she reluctantly acquiesced. Andrew stifled a yawn, finding the unfolding drama rather tiresome. He turned to retreat to his room, but was halted by Bree's voice. "Andrew." Bree's tone was soft but carried an unmistakable authority. "Stay home. Do not wander about." "Understood, mother." Andrew feigned compliance, his thoughts straying elsewhere. He needed to visit the crime scene personally. Of course, Andrew ignored his mother's admonition. He slipped out through the back door, stealthily traversing the neighbor's backyard, circling to the rear of the Yang residence. Yellow police tape cordoned off the area, a patrol car stationed at the entrance, with 2 officers conversing with a neighbor. Andrew concealed himself behind a dense thicket, the air thickening with that spiritual moldy scent. He could almost feel the essence pulsating, akin to a massive, rotting heart. This sent shivers down his spine. He needed an excuse to draw closer. Taking a deep breath, Andrew adjusted his attire and strode boldly out from the bushes, making his way towards the police tape. "Hey kid, this is a crime scene. Step back." A portly officer spotted him and barked an order. Andrew wore the most irritating grin, characteristic of a teenage miscreant. "A crime scene? Wow, cool. Did someone really blow their brains out here? Can I go in for a look? I promise I won't touch anything. Just snap a pic for Instagram." The officer's face flushed a deep shade of crimson, while the younger officer beside him wore an expression of amusement. "Kid, I'm warning you. Leave this area immediately." "Do not be so tense, my friend." Andrew raised both hands in a gesture of surrender, yet his words remained unyielding. "Shall I reveal to you the identity of the murderer? It is that blonde woman who jogs every morning with a baby stroller. She gazes at everyone as if they were merely mobile protein bars. Far too suspicious." This dark jest elicited a twitch at the corner of the young officer's mouth. The portly policeman could no longer contain himself. He strode over, nearly jabbing a finger into Andrew's face. "If you do not leave this instant, I shall arrest you for obstructing justice." All right. How dull." Andrew shrugged and turned to depart. Disguised as he was, no one noticed that during those few seconds of proximity, he had firmly etched the external structure of the house and the most potent points of its atmosphere into his memory. Notably, the window of the study on the second floor. There, it was nearly shrouded in darkness. Mary Alice's funeral was a social gala in Wisteria County. Everyone donned their finest black attire, faces adorned with just the right touch of sorrow. They whispered prayers inside the church, then exchanged hushed gossip about the deceased while clutching wine glasses at the post-funeral buffet. Andrew found the entire scene utterly ludicrous. Leaning against a corner, he fiddled with his phone, engrossed in a mindless puzzle game. "Andrew." Bree's voice sliced through the air like an icicle. She approached him briskly, lowering her voice, though fury was nearly bubbling over from her ice-green eyes. "Put your phone away. This is a funeral. Do you possess no fundamental sense of respect?" "Respect?" Andrew lifted his gaze, lazily surveying her. Is respect watching these people devour free sandwiches while debating whether Aunt Mary's husband will remarry soon? Spare me. Mother, this is more hypocritical than reading comic books. Bree pressed her lips into a thin line, speechless with anger. Andrew's gaze drifted past her to Paul Young in the distance. The man, Mary Alice's husband, was surrounded by a throng offering consolation. He appeared utterly devastated, yet Andrew could discern three emotions from the subtle, unexpressed nuances of his expression. Grief was genuine. A sense of relief was palpable. And beneath those emotions lurked a deeper, hidden fear of the unknown. This man knew something. After the funeral, on the way home, Bree finally erupted. I truly do not know what to do with you, Andrew. Your grades are dismal. You're constantly causing trouble, and now you cannot even maintain silence at a funeral. You and Daniel are driving me insane. Andrew stared out the window and suddenly spoke. Then find us a tutor, Bree. The strictest, most traditional one, preferably an old maid who can keep an eye on us 24 hours a day. That way, perhaps you'll find some peace. His tone was one of reckless abandon, a resigned acceptance of chaos. Bree was taken aback. She regarded her son's rebellious profile and found that this suggestion seemed worth considering. A subtle smirk tugged at Andrew's lips, unnoticed by others. He knew the bait had been cast. The girl named Esther was soon to make her entrance. In the dead of night, Andrew jolted upright in bed, his forehead slick with cold sweat. He had dreamed again. The dream was of Jiang Feng, a city awash in neon lights and indulgence, and his tiny rental apartment. Then the scene shifted to Andrew's own tumultuous life, filled with quarrels and alcohol-laden parties. The two lives intertwined like venomous serpents, gnashing at each other within his mind. At last, all images froze upon the pale visage of Mary Alice. She raised a gun to her temple. Bang! Andrew gasped, his heart racing as if it were about to leap from his throat. Frustrated, he raked his fingers through his hair and moved toward the window for some fresh air. Then he froze. He gazed across the street at the Yang residence. In the pitch black of night, the house appeared particularly sinister, and that aura of despair was no longer intangible. It coalesced at the window of the study on the second floor, slowly delineating a vague human silhouette. The outline was faint, like a wisp of smoke ready to disperse. It curled inward, as if bearing immense pain, silently weeping toward the window. Andrew's eyes widened. He could feel the sorrow and frustration emanating from that figure. He was not merely able to smell and taste. It seemed he could also see a flicker of a weak yet undeniably present clairvoyant ability. As Andrew beheld the silhouette weeping silently in the night, he felt not fear, but rather a chilling thrill, mixed with excitement, coursing up his spine to the crown of his head. At last, he had grasped the thread of this mad world. Chapter 3. The little girl who entered Andrew made a resolute decision. He would no longer attempt to discern whether he was Jiang Feng or Andrew, nor would he entangle himself in the complexities of returning to his former world. When a living, breathing specter, one that ought to exist solely upon a screen, weeps silently outside your window, grappling with philosophical dilemmas seems a luxurious preoccupation. To survive, that is the singular and paramount objective. He required strength, intelligence, and all that could enhance his chances of survival in this increasingly bizarre world. The genesis of all this lay within the confines of his perfect home. The family meeting the following morning presented him with his first opportunity. The topic of discussion was Daniel. This 14-year-old girl's recent report card was nothing short of catastrophic, with several core subjects teetering perilously near the passing mark. Such a situation was intolerable. Bree sat at the head of the table, her posture rigid and straight, resembling a general poised for battle. Before her lay Daniel's report card, a document that, in her eyes, perhaps bore a more stinging weight than a divorce decree. Daniel, your future cannot be compromised by algebra and world history, she declared. Daniel rolled her eyes, chewing gum, and mumbled indistinctly, my future will only be ruined by you. Bree's expression darkened. Their father, Rex, habitually assumed the role of peacemaker and cleared his throat. Dear, Daniel is simply going through adolescence. Adolescence is not an excuse. Bree interjected firmly. I have decided we shall hire a tutor for Daniel, an expert who can supervise her around the clock, guide her, and set her back on track. I don't want to. Daniel screamed. I don't need some old fossil trailing behind me all day. A new familial conflict was on the verge of eruption. Andrew leaned back on the sofa, observing this daily performance, and stifled a yawn. Then, he made an unexpected move that took everyone by surprise. I agree. The dining room fell silent in an instant. Bree, Rex, and Daniel all turned their incredulous gazes toward him. Andrew shrugged, adjusting to a more comfortable position. What? Is that strange? He remarked in his customary, slightly sardonic tone. If there's another boring adult in the house, perhaps you'll have less time to meddle in my affairs. I support any proposal that grants me a moment of peace. This rationale was quintessentially Andrew. The skepticism in Bree's eyes dissipated, and a hint of relief flickered across her face. She perceived this as a rare alignment of interests with her son. Very well, Bree declared decisively. Since Andrew agrees, it's settled. Daniel glared at Andrew in fury, as if he were the most despicable traitor in existence. Andrew returned her an innocent smile. Little did anyone know that beneath his seemingly indifferent facade, his heart quickened with excitement. In the fleeting moment when the proposition of a tutor was uttered last night, an intuition stirred within him, a premonition akin to that of a hunter sensing its prey. He felt as though he had cast a lure upon the surface of a seemingly tranquil lake, eager to discover what might take the bait. Bree's determination was remarkable. Merely 2 days later, a tutor was invited for an interview at their home. Andrew was commanded to remain at home and partake in this familial decision. Bored, he nestled into the solitary embrace of a living room armchair, feigning engagement with a hefty tome on philosophy, though the book was held upside down. When the doorbell chimed, he could hardly muster the energy to glance up. Bree personally attended to the door. Hello, you must be Miss Easter. Welcome to the Van de Kamp residence. There was a hint of surprise and satisfaction in Bree's voice, one she herself was unaware of. Andrew finally lifted his eyelids, casting a casual glance toward the entrance. In that instant, his pupils constricted to the size of pinpricks, unnoticed by anyone. Standing at the threshold was a girl, seemingly 9 or 10 years of age, adorned in a vintage blue dress, with delicate ribbons tied around her neck and wrists. 2 neatly braided pigtails cascaded down her chest, and her face bore a shy yet endearing smile. She appeared as though she had stepped out of a painting from the last century. In that moment, Andrew felt his blood nearly freeze. Every hair on his body stood on end as a chill surged from his tailbone to the crown of his head. Easter Coleman. It was her, damn it. Andrew's mind felt as if it had been bombarded, a flurry of images flashing before him. The character from the film. A woman of 33 afflicted with a rare pituitary dysfunction, her growth stunted, the merciless murderer who bludgeoned a nun to death, incinerated homes, and extinguished entire families. Orphan's curse. Andrew's inner turmoil roared violently, yet his expression remained unchanged. He was still that languid, indifferent rebellious youth. He even deliberately turned a page, producing an impatient rustle. He sensed the girl's gaze upon him, scrutinizing with a hint of curiosity. This is my son, Andrew, Bree introduced, her tone tinged with an apology. He is currently focused on preparing his university applications. Hello, Andrew. Easter's voice was sweet and clear, reminiscent of a lark's melody. Am I interrupting you? Andrew did not lift his head, mumbling a vague acknowledgement. The ensuing interview transformed into a personal showcase for Easter. She spoke with grace and poise, exhibiting insights into literature and art far beyond her years. She could engage Bree in discussions of classical music and horticulture, and converse with Rex about Shakespeare's sonnets. Bree and Rex gazed at her, as if she were an angel descended from the heavens. They were utterly captivated. However, Andrew felt a growing heaviness in his heart. He understood that this creature would undoubtedly take residence in their home today. What manner of world was this? Why would a deranged murderer, akin to those in horror films, audaciously appear in Wisteria County to apply for a wretched position as a governess? Andrew's nails dug deeply into the pages of his book. Easter was left behind. That evening's welcome banquet saw Bree showcasing her finest culinary skills and most exquisite tableware. At the dining table, Easter continued to play her role to perfection. With an innocent yet adoring tone, she inquired about Bree's secret to roasting chicken, casually reciting a sentence from a medical paper Rex had previously published, leaving the middle-aged man astounded. She even took the initiative to place a piece of chicken on Daniel's plate, smiling as she said, "Sister Daniel, you are so beautiful. May I be like you in the future?" For the first time, a semblance of shyness appeared on Daniel's face. Within a mere few hours, the 3 individuals in this household had all fallen under her spell, except for Andrew. He remained engrossed in his meal. The act of cutting his steak infused with a brutal sense of release. Easter, her sweet voice chimed. I heard you excel in your studies, especially in the sciences. May I ask you a few questions? Andrew lifted his head, his expression devoid of emotion as he regarded her. No. The atmosphere instantly plummeted to a freezing point. Andrew, Bree reprimanded in a hushed tone. Yet, Easter remained unfazed, instead displaying a look of innocent hurt and understanding. It's quite all right, Mrs. Van de Kamp. I must have been too forward. Brother Andrew is surely very busy. She turned her gaze to Andrew, her seemingly innocent large eyes betraying a hint of timidity. Yet, within that timidity, Andrew glimpsed a fleeting, chilling scrutiny. That was not the gaze of a child. It was the look of a serpent locking onto its prey. A cold smirk curled within Andrew's heart. Continue your performance, he thought. He set down his cutlery, wiped his mouth with a napkin, and stood up. I am full. With that, he ascended the stairs without looking back. He could sense that frigid gaze lingering on his back until he vanished around the corner of the staircase. In the dead of night, Andrew lay in bed, wide awake. He secured his door and braced it with a chair pressed firmly against the doorknob. Yet, this did little to assuage his anxiety. He knew that from this day forth, this house would no longer be a home but a treacherous hunting ground. He was no longer the detached observer. He was the prey. This is no longer merely a film. It is a living, seasoned, psychopathic murderer lying just next door, poised to wield a hammer and shatter his skull at any moment. Andrew jolted upright in bed, anxiously raking his fingers through his hair. No, he could not remain idle. Silently, he slipped out of bed, ghost-like, and creaked the door open, slipping out into the night. He did not head to Esther's room, for he knew that no clues would await him there. Instead, he made his way directly to the basement. The Van de Kamp basement was expansive, cluttered with various odds and ends, including golf clubs from Rex's youth, a sewing machine discarded by Bree, and some childhood toys he shared with Daniel. Andrew rummaged through a dust-covered canvas bag and soon unearthed what he sought, a sturdy baseball bat crafted from white ash. Rex had bought it for him in an attempt to instill a sense of masculinity, only for it to be cast aside in the basement, untouched. He hefted the bat, finding it comfortable in his grip. Standing under the dim light of the basement, his handsome visage was stripped of the confusion and rebellion characteristic of a 17-year-old boy. In their stead was a near-cruel coldness. If he could not evade, then he must confront. If this world had descended into madness, he would embrace an even greater insanity. A silent war, unfolding within this seemingly perfect family, was on the brink of commencement. Chapter 4. Who moved my sketchbook? Andrew concealed the bat, wrapped in wire. Deep beneath his bed, he understood that the time to reveal his hand had not yet arrived. When confronting a predator like Esther, who wore the guise of a child, direct physical confrontation would be a last resort. Before that, he needed to engage her in a game, a masquerade of family dynamics laden with deception and probing. In this game, the first to unveil their true intentions would be the loser. Esther, evidently, was a master of this game. The day after her arrival at the Van de Kamp residence, she commenced her work. The first to fall under her influence was Daniel. Leaning against his sister's doorframe, Andrew observed the 14-year-old rebellious girl, now resembling a docile kitten. Seated at her desk, Esther eschewed tedious formulas and rigid textbooks, instead employing a nearly narrative approach to elucidate the evolution of world history. Her voice was gentle and captivating, weaving the drab epics and names into grand dramatic tales. Daniel was entranced, even posing questions eagerly. It was nothing short of miraculous. Andrew smirked inwardly. This woman certainly had a knack for dealing with adolescent girls. She was not playing the role of a teacher, but rather that of an omniscient cool sister. Before long, Esther emerged from Daniel's room. Upon catching sight of Andrew, a signature, sweetly innocent smile instantly graced her face. Brother Andrew, are you waiting for me? No. I'm merely awaiting the moment when the water in my sister's brain is fully drained, Andrew replied languidly, turning to leave. Rather than feeling vexed, East followed him, adopting a tone laced with concern. Daniel is quite intelligent. She simply requires a tranquil environment. She mentioned that your rock music occasionally distracts her. Andrew paused in his tracks. He turned to gaze at East, who was looking at him with her innocent, wide eyes, as if merely stating a fact. What a clever tactic, flattery intertwined with subtle sabotage. Indeed, that very afternoon, Bree approached Andrew. She did not raise her voice in reprimand, but instead delivered her message in her customary, unassailable tone. Andrew, Miss East is a professional tutor, and I expect you to respect her work. Until Daniel completes her assignments, I do not wish to hear any noise in this household. With that, Bree confiscated the expensive sound system from Andrew's room. Watching his mother's retreating figure, he chose not to argue, merely shrugging. He understood that East was systematically isolating him from this family. Very well. The game was becoming increasingly intriguing. Days later, East resolved to further integrate her family plan. She proactively proposed to prepare a surprise dinner for the entire family as a gesture of gratitude for their hospitality. This suggestion delighted Bree, who saw in her a child devoted to family and gifted in the culinary arts, a veritable blessing. Not only did Bree consent, but she also personally took East to the supermarket to purchase the freshest ingredients. As Andrew observed the two of them joyfully collaborating in the kitchen, he felt as though he were watching a poorly executed family sitcom. He recognized that this was a pivotal step in East's strategy to win hearts. He certainly could not allow her to succeed. The preparations for dinner proceeded with impeccable organization. East's culinary skills were indeed commendable, or at least they appeared so. She hummed a cheerful tune while skillfully handling the ingredients, hardly resembling a mere 9-year-old child. Andrew lingered in the living room, feigning interest in the television. Yet his peripheral vision remained fixed on the kitchen, waiting for an opportunity. That opportunity soon presented itself, when Bree ascended the stairs to change. The kitchen was left solely to East, who was wholly engrossed in concocting a pot of creamy mushroom soup, tonight's main course. Andrew rose, stretched lazily, and ambled into the kitchen with an empty glass in hand. "Hey, is dinner ready?" "I'm starving," he inquired in an exasperated tone. East glanced back at him, her face adorned with a polite smile. "Almost ready, Brother Andrew. For tonight's soup, I added my mother's secret recipe. You're sure to love it." "Is that so?" Andrew approached the water dispenser, inadvertently tripping over the carpet as he passed the soup pot. He stumbled forward, the cup slipping from his grasp, and collided with the adjacent spice rack. With a resounding crash, an entire bottle of household salt traced an elegant parabola through the air, perfectly cascading into the pot of fragrant, creamy mushroom soup. "Oh, I apologize." Andrew steadied himself, an exaggerated expression of chagrin on his face. "I lost my balance." East's smile froze at that moment, her gaze fixed intently on the pot. She whirled around to face Andrew, her eyes flashing with unrestrained fury and a hint of murderous intent, only to have that malice dissipate in a mere fraction of a second, replaced by a face on the verge of tears, filled with indignation and helplessness. "It's all right, Brother Andrew." Her voice trembled. "The soup is ruined. But I'll find a way." "Oh, what a pity," Andrew shrugged, turning away from the kitchen, a cold smirk curling at the corner of his lips. He had not only perceived the cracks beneath her facade, but had also confirmed a crucial fact. As long as he portrayed himself as a reckless, bothersome, yet harmless adolescent, the shackles of her youthful identity would render any of East's anger and desire for retribution trivial, even exposing her true nature. This was his weapon. At the dinner table that evening, the other dishes meticulously prepared by East were delectable, yet all attention was fixated on the pot of soup that was overwhelmingly salty. Bree's perfectionism rendered her unable to tolerate such a failure at the table. Rex attempted to console East, while Daniel glared furiously at Andrew, unfazed by their scrutiny. Andrew took a sip of the soup and solemnly remarked, "It tastes quite good, though a tad bland." Sabotaging East's dinner was merely an appetizer. Andrew needed to uncover genuine, damning evidence. He was well aware that all of East's secrets lay concealed within the sketchbook she never parted with. Opportunity presented itself on a Saturday afternoon when East successfully persuaded Bree to take Daniel to the shopping mall for new clothes. This was another strategic move for her to integrate into the family and gain full control over Daniel. Andrew, citing a disinterest in shopping, remained at home. Once he confirmed their car had departed from Wisteria County, he sprang into action. Without a moment's hesitation, he proceeded to East's guest room, employing a paperclip to deftly pick the cheap door lock within seconds, a mundane skill he had acquired during his drudgery under Jiang Feng. East's room, as he had imagined, was pristine, orderly, imbued with a youthful essence, yet as cold and sterile as a hotel showroom. Andrew donned his gloves and commenced a swift yet professional search. He refrained from disturbing any objects, instead employing an almost superhuman memory to meticulously note the location of each item before gently inspecting them. The wardrobe, desk, and nightstand yielded nothing of significance. Ultimately, his gaze settled upon the bed, which was arranged in a curiously block-like manner. He bent down and peered beneath the bed. In the innermost corner lay a black sketchbook with a leather cover, quietly resting there. Andrew's heart skipped a beat. He reached out and retrieved the book, which indeed bore a small brass lock. He made no attempt to force it open. Rather, he observed the lock carefully, committing its model and structure to memory. He understood that crafting a key would leave far less evidence than prying the lock open. Just as he prepared to return the sketchbook to its original position, the sound of a car engine shutting off drifted up from downstairs. Andrew's body tensed instantly. Had they returned? How could it be so soon? He hurriedly shoved the sketchbook back beneath the bed, restoring it to its former place, and quickly scanned the room to ensure no traces remained. The sound of the front door opening was unmistakably clear. He had no time to exit through the front. Taking a deep breath, Andrew swiftly darted into the room's closet, gently pulling the door shut to leave only a narrow gap. Moments later, Esther's footsteps echoed at the doorway. She did not enter immediately, pausing instead as if to sense something. Holding his breath within the confines of the closet, Andrew felt the tension rise. Esther slowly stepped into the room, her gaze sweeping across the space like radar, inch by inch. Ultimately, her eyes settled beneath the bed. She bent down for a brief glance, then stood upright, her expression inscrutable. It seemed she had not detected anything amiss. Just as Andrew was about to exhale in relief, Esther unexpectedly turned and strode directly toward the closet. Andrew's heart raced, nearly choking him. However, Esther merely opened the other door of the closet, retrieved a coat, and then exited the room. Andrew remained hidden for an additional 5 minutes, waiting until he was certain she had gone downstairs before stealthily slipping out like a cat. He hastily returned to his own room, his heart still pounding. That had been perilously close. Leaning against the door, he released a long breath, only to whip around and nearly cry out. Esther, the little girl had, unbeknownst to him, appeared at his doorway, leaning casually against the frame with a glass of chilled lemonade in hand. Her angelic smile and wide, innocent eyes gazed at him unblinkingly, her voice sweet as honey. Andrew, you seem quite warm, drenched in sweat. Would you like some water? Two individuals stood a few paces apart, their gazes locked in an intense exchange. In the air, an invisible crackle of electric tension seemed to resonate. Andrew regarded her, a roguish smile gradually emerging on his face, one distinctly his own. He was acutely aware that she had discerned his presence, and she, in turn, comprehended that he recognized her awareness. This cat-and-mouse game had officially entered its next phase at that very moment. Chapter 5. The shattered Huron porcelain. Andrew understood that the glass of lemonade was a declaration of war. Esther was subtly conveying to him, I am aware that you entered my room, yet you are powerless to act. He accepted the glass, drained its contents, and returned the empty vessel to her, adorned with an infallible smirk. Thank you, it was delightful. Next time, do remember to add a bit more ice. There was no turning back in this game. Andrew had presumed that the forthcoming round of confrontation would require time to brew. However, he underestimated the vengeful spirit of a 33-year-old sociopath once her facade was pierced. Esther's next move came swiftly and ruthlessly, striking precisely at the heart of this household. Her target was the pride of Bree Van de Kamp, one of the most sacred cornerstones of her psyche, a set of expensive porcelain ordered from Hungary, hand-painted by Huron. This collection epitomized Bree's perfection. Each plate, adorned with butterflies and blossoms, symbolized her relentless control over herself and her home, allowing no hint of flaw. Esther chose a Tuesday afternoon to execute her plan. At that time, Rex was at the clinic, Bree was attending her Republican Women's Union tea, Daniel was at school for tutoring, and Andrew was confined to his room, reflecting on his misdeeds from the previous week. Naturally, locks held no power over him. He lay on the bed, contemplating where he might procure a key to unlock Esther's sketchbook. In the living room below, Esther approached the glass display cabinet. Her expression was devoid of any emotion, neither the curiosity of a child nor the greed of an adult. It was a near inorganic coldness, reminiscent of a surgeon observing a specimen destined for dissection. She gently opened the cabinet door and retrieved a plate adorned with the likeness of Queen Victoria. After admiring it for a moment, she let it slip from her grasp. The sharp crack of shattering porcelain echoed through the empty living room, a sound that resonated painfully. Esther did not glance at the fragments strewn across the floor. Instead, she crouched down and picked up a small shard, its edge remarkably sharp, roughly the size of a fingernail. She then walked over to the solitary armchair where Andrew often curled up with magazines and deftly wedged the shard into the gap of the sofa cushion. A flawless, irrefutable trap. The ire of Bree Van de Kamp surged like a silent tsunami. Upon returning home and witnessing the vacant spot in the display cabinet alongside the pile of white debris, her countenance turned paler than the shattered porcelain itself. She did not scream, nor did she question. She merely stood there, her body trembling slightly. As if all her strength had been siphoned away, Esther timely descended from the upper floor, clad in a delicate white lace dress, her face exhibiting just the right blend of panic and innocence. Mrs. Van de Kamp, I do not comprehend what has transpired. I was upstairs preparing Daniel's homework for tomorrow. Her voice, akin to a fuse, ignited Bree's suppressed fury. Bree abruptly turned her head, her gaze slicing through the living room like a blade, ultimately fixating on the solitary armchair. Andrew lounged there, headphones on, oblivious to the unfolding drama. Andrew, Bree's voice, tinged with anger, became shrill, completely shedding its former elegance. Andrew leisurely removed his headphones, raising his head with an air of indifference. What is it? You dare ask me what it is? Bree pointed at the shards on the floor, her voice quivering. Do you have any idea what this porcelain set means to me? Why do you always do this? Why do you persist in destroying everything I cherish? Following the direction of her finger, Andrew's understanding dawned instantaneously. I did not. He replied calmly. You did not? Bree scoffed, striding towards the sofa, resembling a hound on the hunt. Soon, her fingers extracted the lethal shard from the crevice of the cushion. Then what is this? She held the fragment before Andrew, her ice-green eyes brimming with disappointment and anguish. The evidence is right here. Will you still lie? Andrew regarded the shard, then glanced at Esther, whose acting could win an Oscar, and found it all rather tedious. He realized that any defense would be futile in the face of irrefutable evidence. The more he argued, the more he would cement the image of a rebellious son who showed no remorse. And this was precisely what Esther desired. Thus, he opted for the most infuriating response for Bree, one that aligned perfectly with his character. He observed the contorted face of his mother, twisted by rage, and smirked, revealing a nonchalant, even sardonic smile. Perhaps I am simply a born destroyer. Those words struck Bree's heart like a poisoned dagger. Get out, she screamed with every ounce of her strength. Go back to your room. Andrew shrugged, rising to his feet. As he passed by Esther, he leaned in to whisper in a tone audible only to the two of them, well done. For a fleeting moment, the smile on Esther's innocent face faltered. Andrew was grounded. All weekend activities were canceled. He was ordered to remain in his room and deeply reflect on his transgressions. He slammed the door in a fit of rage, the thunderous sound causing the entire house to tremble. Yet, in that brief moment of closure, all expressions vanished from his face. He leaned against the door, quietly listening to the muffled sobs of Bree and Rex's clumsy attempts at comfort from downstairs. He understood that the psychological warfare had lost its significance. Esther was pushing him to a dead end, and he was prepared to send her to hell. In the stillness of the night, Andrew stealthily slipped out of his room. He did not venture to the kitchen or the living room. Instead, he made his way directly to the basement. Under the dim light, he retrieved a white ash baseball bat from a canvas bag. Then, from Rex's discarded toolbox, he found a roll of rusty wire. Sitting on the cold concrete floor, he began to meticulously wrap the barbed wire around the top of the bat with pliers, circling it tightly. His movements were slow and deliberate, imbued with a sense of ritual. The sharp wire pierced his fingertips, blood seeping forth, yet he remained unfazed, solely focused on crafting his weapon. Again and again, it was as if he were creating a work of art. The warm light elongated his shadow, casting it against the dust-laden wall. The handsome visage no longer bore the confusion and carefree spirit of a 17-year-old boy. It was replaced by a near-cruel coldness. He understood that the next swing of this bat would surely be stained with blood. Late into the night following his confinement, thirst awoke Andrew. He twisted the doorknob, preparing to seek water in the kitchen. The house was eerily silent, save for the faint creaks of the old wooden floor beneath his feet. As he passed the study, he paused. The door was slightly ajar, a faint light seeping through the crack. Compelled by some unseen force, Andrew peered through the gap. What he beheld was a scene he had never witnessed before. Bree Van de Kamp, the woman who always carried herself with grace, her head held high like a queen, now sat alone at her desk. She was not polishing silverware, nor was she perusing a cookbook. Instead, she held a substantial, aged album in her hands. Her shoulders trembled slightly, and the suppressed sobs resonated sharply in the stillness of the night. Andrew observed as she extended a finger to gently caress an old photograph within the album. It was a yellowed black and white image of a woman he had never seen before. Her smile radiant. "I'm sorry," Bree's voice emerged, hoarse and filled with a vulnerability and regret Andrew had never heard. "I'm sorry, Lillian. I couldn't protect my home. I've ruined it, Lillian." This unfamiliar name struck Andrew like a key, unlocking a long-sealed corner of his mind. He recalled vague fragments of memories belonging to the original self. When he was very young, there seemed to have been an aunt named Lillian in the household. She always smiled at him, would sneak him candy, and carried a delightful fragrance. Yet, she subsequently vanished. No one ever mentioned her again, as if she had never existed. Andrew stood outside the door, observing his mother, who was alone in the darkness, tending to her wounds. For the first time, a complex emotion stirred within him. He realized that beneath the facade of his seemingly perfect mother, there lay a raw, unhealed wound, one that perhaps intertwined with him and their family in intricate ways. At that moment, a faint sound signaled the opening of Esther's room door from the direction of the stairs. Andrew quickly averted his gaze and slipped into the shadows nearby. He understood that tonight, the secrets he uncovered were far from singular. Chapter 6. Father's unusual hobby. Andrew recognized that Bree Van de Kamp was forging an alliance with him in her own manner. It was an unspoken pact, grounded in the necessity of keeping the new carpet clean and the backyard roses well fertilized, a starkly pragmatic alliance that offered him a twisted sense of solace. However, Esther's vengeance would clearly not linger for long. After her initial attempt to ensnare him with shattered porcelain failed, the 13-year-old girl altered her strategy. No longer fixated on expelling Andrew from their home, she resolved to dismantle the household's power structure from within. Her new target was the most vulnerable link in the family chain, Rex Van de Kamp, Andrew's father, a pitiable middle-aged man yearning for adoration, yet perpetually suppressed by his wife. Esther chose a sun-drenched Saturday afternoon to launch her assault, the setting being the impeccably manicured pool in the Van de Kamp backyard, reminiscent of a magazine cover. Andrew, donning sunglasses, reclined on a poolside chaise, feigning slumber. He sought the sun's warmth to dispel the lingering scent of blood and chill from the basement. Then, Esther made her entrance. She had donned a swimsuit, a deep blue one-piece that exuded a retro charm, yet on her still-developing frame, it emanated an unsettling peculiarity. Particularly notable were the excessively high slits and the deliberately mature pleats at the chest, reminiscent of a small adult eager to assert her maturity. She settled by the poolside with a hefty copy of War and Peace, her legs elegantly crossed, her toes gently tapping the water. Andrew rolled his eyes behind his sunglasses. A 9-year-old reading Tolstoy by the pool, the performative nature of it was glaringly evident. Sure enough, moments later, Rex emerged with a glass of iced tea. "Esther, are you reading?" His tone was imbued with the gentle warmth of an elder, praising her diligence. What a good child she was. Esther looked up, her face illuminating with a smile that could melt the hearts of any middle-aged man, a blend of innocence and admiration. "Uncle Rex, there are parts of this book I don't understand. Could you help me?" Of course, he replied. Rex, taken aback, sat down beside her. Just then, an unexpected event occurred. As Esther adjusted her posture, her body suddenly stiffened, and a pained expression crossed her face. With a short, startled gasp, she fell backward into the water, as if all the bones in her body had vanished. "My foot cramped," she cried out, thrashing helplessly in the water. "Esther." Without a moment's hesitation, Rex leapt into the pool, swimming toward her like a hero. Andrew, reclining on a lounge chair, did not even change his position. He observed the unfolding drama of heroism with indifference, even suppressing a chuckle. He witnessed Rex awkwardly grasping Esther and lifting her above the water's surface. He saw her cling to Rex's neck like a frightened kitten, her body pressed closely against him. He noted the flush of anxiety and a hint of vanity that colored Rex's face. What a pitiful performance, Andrew mused. The Oscars wouldn't even grant you a consolation prize. He recognized that Esther had successfully planted a seed in Rex's mind, one that labeled her as a special girl in need of protection, a seed that would soon bear fruit. That night, Andrew awaited the aftermath. He feigned listening to music in his room, yet remained alert like a cat, attentive to the sounds in the corridor. At midnight, he heard the soft creak of Esther's bedroom door opening. The footsteps were light, halting at the entrance to Rex's study. Silently, Andrew cracked the door open. He beheld Esther, clad in a thigh-length white silk nightgown, holding a cup of warm milk. A timid expression adorned her face as she gently knocked on the study door. "Uncle Rex, are you still awake?" Her voice, delicate as a feather in the quiet night, carried an edge of fear. "I can't sleep. I'm a bit scared." The door opened, and Rex looked at her with surprise. "Esther, what's wrong?" "I had a nightmare." Her eyes brimmed with tears, appearing utterly pitiable. Andrew recognized that the charade could not continue. He abruptly flung the door wide open, yawning loudly as he called toward the study, "Dad, the latest issue of Playboy you asked me to hide? I finished reading it. Here it is." He swaggered over, holding a comic book he had haphazardly grabbed from his room. Rex's expression shifted from astonishment to terror, then to a ghastly pallor. Esther's plan had been thwarted. She turned to Andrew, and for the first time, the sweetness on her tear-streaked face cracked. In her seemingly innocent eyes, a fleeting glimmer of cold malice emerged, unmasked. Meeting her gaze, Andrew wore a provocatively triumphant smile. The roles of prey and predator experienced a subtle transformation at that moment. "Oh, Ms. Easter is here as well." Andrew feigned surprise, saying, "So late. Are you and my father discussing literature? Or is my father providing you with a bedtime tutorial?" Each word he uttered was laced with insinuation and malice. Ms. Easter's body visibly stiffened, while Rex, resembling a cat whose tail had been stepped on, nearly roared as he shoved Andrew out of the study. "Return to your room. Stop spouting nonsense." The door was slammed shut with force. Leaning against the corridor wall, Andrew listened to the frantic explanations from Rex and Ms. Easter's plaintive sobs emanating from the study, a deeper smile curling at the corners of his mouth. He understood that after this night, Ms. Easter would realize one crucial truth. Any man wishing to disrupt this household would first have to seek his approval. Andrew resolved to press his advantage. He intended to make Ms. Easter comprehend that her pride in her manipulative prowess over adult men was utterly worthless within these walls. At the dinner the following evening, Bree prepared a flawless Wellington steak. At the dining table, Ms. Easter appeared to have recovered from the fright of the previous night, still playing the role of the perfect and understanding tutor, occasionally casting adoring glances at Rex. Rex, however, fidgeted, his conscience gnawing at him. As Andrew sliced into his steak, he suddenly spoke with an innocent and curious tone. "Ms. Easter, I recently came across a term online that I find perplexing. Could you enlighten me?" Ms. Easter set down her cutlery, smiling. "Of course, Andrew. What is the term?" Andrew lifted his head, his cerulean eyes gleaming under the light. "It's dominance and submission." "It sounds so profound." Rex, mid-sip of red wine, abruptly spewed it forth, staining Bree's pristine white tablecloth. Bree's expression darkened instantly, her face clouded with a storm of disappointment and disdain. Andrew, seemingly oblivious to the chaos, continued to gaze at Miss Easter with eager curiosity. "I also heard this is quite a unique hobby. My father seems to be an expert in this area, doesn't he, father?" At that moment, time appeared to freeze. Rex's face had transcended pallor, morphing into a ghastly gray. Bree's grip on her cutlery turned white from exertion as she glared at her husband, her eyes brimming with disappointment and loathing. Although Daniel did not fully grasp the situation, he sensed the atmosphere had soured and looked at his father with a sense of glee. As for Ms. Easter, she was utterly taken aback. Her smile froze, and her eyes filled with astonishment. Dominance and submission. This term bore the taint and filth of the adult world, something entirely absent from the innocent script of seduction she had always known. It struck her like a resounding slap, shattering the carefully cultivated atmosphere of ambiguous camaraderie between her and Rex. Andrew observed the vivid expressions on Esther's face and inwardly whistled, a trifecta of triumph. He had not only disgusted her, but also issued a warning to his father while delivering a piercing blow to his mother's heart. Perfect. Infuriated beyond measure, Esther resolved to abandon all subtlety. She decided to eliminate Andrew, the thorn in her side, in the most direct manner possible. That night, the lights in Andrew's room had long been extinguished. A shadow, stealthy as a cat, slipped silently from the guest room and made its way toward the garage. It was Esther, dressed in a form-fitting black outfit. Her earlier innocence had vanished, replaced by a chilling intent. She skillfully pried open the garage door and located Andrew's expensive mountain bike. With a sharp knife drawn from her pocket, she deftly found the brake line in the darkness. A mere cut would ensure that when Andrew barreled down the renowned steep slope of the community the following morning, he would meet a gruesome fate. A cruel smile curled at her lips as she raised the knife. At that moment, a languid voice emerged from the shadows of the garage. "Are you looking for this?" Esther froze, her body tensing as she turned abruptly. Andrew stood behind her, having appeared unnoticed. leaning against the tool wall of the garage. He tossed a glimmering object in his hand, a spare brake line clamp. A little girl shouldn't be playing with such dangerous things at this hour. Though Andrew wore a smile, his icy green eyes betrayed a chilling coldness. He had been waiting for her. Since the moment she pried open the door, he had been watching her performance from the shadows. Esther glared at him, fully aware that all her disguises had been utterly torn asunder. She remained silent, gripping the knife tightly, her body taut like a leopard poised to pounce on its prey. Andrew dropped the clamp to the ground with a sharp clatter. He slowly straightened, advancing toward her step by step, his voice laced with an almost pleasurable coldness. You have crossed a line. Therefore, the game is over. Chapter 7. The sweet bait of the basement. The silent standoff in the garage that night marked a watershed moment. Andrew knew he had completely dismantled Esther's facade and provoked her ire. This woman would no longer resort to petty tricks of shattering plates or jealousy. Next time, she would come for blood. Andrew waited patiently, like an experienced hunter in his territory, anticipating the moment when the beast, having bared its fangs, would unwittingly walk into the trap. However, Esther did not make him wait long. The point of her breakthrough was Daniel. This 14-year-old girl was the most easily manipulated and the least guarded pawn in the household. Daniel, have you noticed that Andrew has been looking at you strangely lately? After an afternoon tutoring session, Esther casually brought it up while helping Daniel organize her books. Her voice was gentle, imbued with concern. Strange? Daniel, basking in the satisfaction of solving an algebra problem, looked puzzled. Esther nodded, a hint of worry flickering in her innocent eyes. It's just a bit of jealousy. You know, ever since I arrived, Mom and Dad have been very attentive to your studies, and you've made such rapid progress. Andrew might feel that you're stealing their attention. Daniel pouted. He doesn't care. He would prefer it if Mom and Dad never bothered him. Not necessarily. Esther gently stroked Daniel's hair, resembling a nurturing psychologist. Boys in their adolescence are quite sensitive. I'm just worried he might do something irrational, like hide or ruin your most treasured possessions. Daniel's expression shifted. Her most precious possession was a complete set of signed posters from her idol band, which she had queued for 3 days to acquire. Observing the tension on Daniel's face, a glimmer of triumph flashed in Esther's eyes. How about this, she suggested. You could temporarily hide your most valuable items in a place he would never suspect, like the basement. It's dark and messy. Someone with his cleanliness obsession would certainly avoid it. The basement. This suggestion seemed reasonable. The naively trusting Daniel nodded vigorously, completely unaware that she had become a carefully wrapped sweet bait, poised to be sent to the slaughterhouse. Andrew, of course, had noticed Esther's subtle maneuvers. He did not need to eavesdrop. Observing Daniel's face, which could not conceal her inner thoughts, sufficed. When he saw his sister sneakily carrying a poster tube toward the basement, he comprehended Esther's entire scheme. To ambush Daniel in the basement and then frame himself. What a cliched and malicious plot. Rather than anger, a cold thrill of impending success coursed through Andrew. Once Daniel returned upstairs, he concocted an excuse and ventured alone into the basement. He did not turn on the lights. The basement was dim and damp, permeated with the scent of dust and forgotten objects. Andrew moved with the precision and efficiency of a beast familiar with its lair, beginning to set up his stage for punishment. First, he approached the staircase and loosened the light bulb there, ensuring that anyone descending would be plunged into a visual void during the initial moments. Then, he made his way to the center of the basement. Here lies the most probable location for East's impending assault. He uncapped a can of oil, long forgotten by Rex, and spilled it across the floor. Then carelessly wiped it with a rag, rendering it an age-old stain. Lastly, there was the weapon. From behind an antiquated washing machine in the corner, he retrieved the baseball bat he had meticulously crafted, entwined with barbed wire. Gripping the bat, he relished its cold touch and the roughness of the wire, a glimmer of almost cruel delight flickering in his eyes. He did not hold the weapon, but rather leaned it against a discarded toolbox, perfectly positioned in a visual blind spot from the staircase. Once he completed his preparations, he surveyed the surroundings, nodding in satisfaction. The trap was set. Now, all that remained was for that clever little girl to unwittingly step into the grave she had dug for herself. On Friday evening, the opportunity presented itself. Bree and Rex were to attend a charity gala hosted by the community, a significant event within the upper echelons of Wisteria County's social scene, necessitating their presence. Before departing, Bree dutifully issued her usual reminders to her 3 children. Daniel was to be in bed by 10. East, please keep an eye on her. As for Andrew, She paused, casting a glance at her son, who was slouched on the sofa, visibly impatient. Don't cause any trouble. Understood, Mom, Andrew replied dismissively. As the front door closed and the sound of the car engine faded, an eerie silence enveloped the house. Andrew sensed the tautness in the air, stretched to its limits. East was finally ready to make her move. Descending the stairs, she wore her signature sweet and innocent smile. Daniel, I just remembered your limited edition poster seems to have gotten a bit damp. The basement is quite humid. We should retrieve it now, or it will mold. Upon hearing this, Daniel immediately sprang to his feet, anxiety etched across his face. I'll go get it right away. Don't rush, East interrupted, then turned to Andrew, her voice laced with just the right amount of pleading. Andrew, will you come with us? The basement is so dark, and I'm a little scared. A pathetic act. Andrew scoffed internally. He raised his eyes, casting a look of extreme annoyance at East, as though she were a fool. Are you two 3-year-olds? Afraid to venture into the basement? However, East's eyes quickly brimmed with tears, her expression pitiful. All right, enough already, Andrew exclaimed, abruptly rising and cutting through her performance. I'll go check on the idiot, lest she gets frightened by a spider and we end up needing to call a psychologist for Mom. Grumbling, he strode towards the basement door, each of his movements and lines perfectly embodying the persona of a rebellious yet soft-hearted older brother. Easter trailed behind him, a triumphant, icy smile gracing her face. Andrew calmly approached the threshold to hell, each step akin to marching towards a preordained, bloody conclusion. He was acutely aware that the familial war, which had raged for weeks, was destined to reach its finality this night. The staircase leading to the basement was narrow and cloaked in dimness. Andrew took the lead. Daniel followed in the middle, while Easter leisurely lingered at the rear. Click. Andrew pressed the switch on the wall, but the bulb at the stairway flickered twice before extinguishing completely. Damn it, Dad forgot to change the bulb again. Andrew muttered impatiently, continuing his descent. Daniel, somewhat frightened, clutched at his shirt. The sole source of illumination in the basement was a small window at the far end, through which faint light from the neighbor's house seeped in, casting elongated and eerie shadows of everything within. Andrew's footsteps echoed in the stillness of the basement, and he could hear Easter's footsteps behind him, soft, almost feline, tinged with a predatory excitement. Reaching the center of the basement, Andrew feigned searching for Daniel's poster, all the while sensing the palpable aura of malice intensifying behind him. He knew that Easter had retrieved the fruit knife she had stealthily pilfered from the kitchen. Andrew, brother, Easter's voice suddenly chimed from behind, sweet as honey laced with poison. The moment had arrived. Andrew abruptly halted and turned around. He did not glance at Daniel but fixed his gaze directly upon Easter, who stood mere steps away. In the dim light, the innocence and sweetness of the little girl were replaced by a twisted, bloodthirsty fervor. She clutched the gleaming fruit knife tightly in her hand. Andrew regarded her, a chilling smile gradually forming on his face. In a calm, matter-of-fact tone, he slowly spoke. So you finally choose to reveal your true self, 33-year-old girl? In that instant, every expression on Easter's face froze. Her fervor, excitement, and bloodlust dissipated, replaced by an unprecedented, profound shock and disbelief. As if all her disguises had been stripped away in an instant, leaving her bare and exposed to the frigid elements. Her complexion visibly paled. Chapter 8. Farewell. Easter time seemed to freeze for a second. In that moment, Andrew witnessed every emotion flit across Easter's face. Shock, bewilderment, incredulity. Then, like retreating tides, all those feelings ebbed away, revealing the most grotesque and shadowy rocks beneath. It was pure, unadulterated, seething intent to kill. A piercing shriek, wholly uncharacteristic of a child, erupted from Esther's throat. That sound was replete with the fury of all secrets laid bare and the madness of an imminent slaughter. She shed her pretense. Like a frenzied beast, she clutched the fruit knife pilfered from the kitchen and lunged towards Andrew's heart. Andrew's pupils constricted sharply. Too swift. He had envisioned this moment. Yet under the surge of adrenaline, the woman's speed surpassed his expectations. But he did not retreat. In the instant Esther charged before him, Andrew's body responded instinctively. He did not attempt to block the knife. Instead, he summoned all his strength and kicked towards the cluttered box overflowing with old magazines and discarded toys. Crash! The box toppled over, its contents spilling forth like a torrent. The heads of Barbie dolls, rusty toy cars, and a dozen hefty volumes of National Geographic instantly carpeted Esther's path. She stumbled over this unexpected obstacle, unleashing a furious curse. It was this very moment of distraction. Without a glance back at her, Andrew turned and dashed towards the corner of the basement, where an abandoned washing machine stood. His cold hand grasped a rough wooden handle. The baseball bat, meticulously prepared and entwined with barbed wire, finally found its rightful owner. As he turned once more, Esther had already crawled out from the pile of debris. Her gaze fixed on Andrew like that of a true wolf, fixated upon him and the menacing weapon he wielded. "You little bastard," she hissed, her voice a harsh, venomous rasp of an adult woman. "Do you think that will suffice against me?" "No," Andrew exhaled, feeling the frigid weight of the bat, a bloodthirsty smile creeping upon his face. "I intended to grant you a dignified burial, but it seems you are more suited to be disposed of as refuse." The bloody struggle ignited in an instant. Esther charged again, this time more cunningly. She lowered her body like a viper, the blade aimed directly at Andrew's abdomen. Andrew swung the bat, the heavy weapon slicing through the air with a whoosh, striking down with ferocity. Yet, he was not a true warrior. The blow missed, crashing violently against the adjacent concrete wall, sending a jolt through his hands. Seizing the opportunity, Esther approached him like a specter, slicing through the air. The sharp tip of her knife grazed Andrew's left arm, drawing forth a stream of blood. Agonizing pain surged through him. With a muffled grunt, Andrew recoiled. Warm blood flowed from the wound, staining his shirt. This was his first true injury since his arrival. The pain, the scent of blood, did not instill fear. Rather, it ignited a long-suppressed ferocity deep within his soul. As Jiang Feng's rationality waned, Andrew's madness burgeoned. He gazed at the gaping wound on his arm, deep enough to reveal bone, then glanced at Esther's face, contorted with excitement, and suddenly laughed. "Is this all you are capable of?" He ceased his attempts at brute force and began to maneuver skillfully around the familiar terrain, engaging with Esther. The basement was cluttered with debris, filled with makeshift cover and obstacles. At times, he concealed himself behind a rusted boiler, and at others, he used an abandoned sofa to impede Esther's advance. The baseball bat in his hand transformed from a weapon of aggression into a staff for defense and probing. Clang, clang, clang. The blade and the wooden bat clashed continuously, sparking dangerous flashes. Esther grew increasingly impatient, resembling a beast trapped in a cage, fierce yet unable to land a fatal blow on the elusive prey. "Don't run, you coward!" she screamed, her voice laced with fury. Andrew disregarded her taunts, waiting for an opportunity. In a moment of evasion, he feigned instability, staggering towards the open space in the center of the basement. Esther, predictably, took the bait, convinced it was a once-in-a-lifetime chance. A glint of cruel delight flickered in her eyes as she lunged forward, the knife raised high, prepared to deliver the final blow to the wretched boy. Then, her foot slipped on the oil-slicked floor. What? Esther felt her footing give way, her center of gravity lost, and she was propelled uncontrollably forward. Now, a cold glint flashed in Andrew's eyes. Without hesitation, he pivoted, channeling all his strength into his arm, the baseball bat transforming into a hammer charged with force. Crashing down upon Esther's supporting leg. Crack! The sickening sound of bone fracturing resonated sharply in the silent basement. A piercing scream erupted from Esther, shrill and inhuman. Her leg twisted at a grotesque angle, blood and shattered bone protruding from her skin, a horrific sight. She collapsed to the ground, convulsing like a fish out of water, her face contorted with agony and disbelief. She had lost. She had actually been bested by this insipid boy she had always scorned. Andrew stood over her, looking down with heavy breaths. His left arm continued to bleed, his complexion pale from loss of blood, yet his gaze was terrifyingly bright. It was the look of a hunter surveying its dying prey. He approached the fallen Esther step by step, the baseball bat trailing a long mark upon the ground. "It is over," he uttered, his voice hoarse from exhaustion. Yet, in this moment, the madness in Esther's eyes reached its zenith. "And it is you who refuses to conclude." Just as Andrew approached her, poised to deliver the final blow, Esther propelled herself forward with her intact leg, her body springing towards him like a coiled spring. She forsook all defense, channeling every ounce of her strength into the fruit knife clutched in her hand. This was a strategy of mutual destruction. In that instant, Andrew's pupils constricted to the size of pinpoints. Too close. He was unable to swing the baseball bat in time. He could only watch helplessly as the glinting blade plunged into his right side. The sound of the blade piercing flesh was faint yet deafening. An indescribable agony surged from his abdomen, radiating throughout his limbs. Andrew's body stiffened abruptly. He lowered his gaze to see the knife handle, constantly oozing blood from his abdomen. Esther's face, distorted by pain and fervor, loomed before him. Die? She sneered, exerting her last strength to twist the knife. The excruciating pain rendered Andrew's mind a blank slate. All reason, all calculation, all pretense were obliterated by this primal torment. Within him, only the most fundamental instinct remained: survive or see the enemy perish. A roar, more beast than human, infused with boundless pain and fury, erupted from the depths of Andrew's throat. He relinquished all defense, unclenching his hand from the wound, allowing blood to gush forth. With the last vestige of his strength, he raised the baseball bat high. Then, with ferocity, he brought it down upon that sneering face. Bang! The first strike. Esther's grin froze. Her nose caved in, blood spraying. Bang! The second strike. Her skull emitted a sharp crack, and those malicious eyes lost all their luster. Bang! The third strike. Andrew was oblivious to how many blows he delivered. He only knew he aimed to eradicate the source of his suffering from this world entirely. Time lost its meaning, and at last, silence enveloped the scene. Andrew stood still, resembling a statue drenched in blood. The baseball bat in his grasp was unrecognizable. Its original color obscured beneath a tangle of wire and repulsive, red and white tissues. He lowered his gaze. Esther could no longer be called human. She lay in a pool of blood, her head grotesquely deformed, resembling a shattered watermelon. Dead. As Andrew gazed at the lifeless body, he felt no elation of victory, nor fear of having taken a life. Only an overwhelming, desolate tranquility pervaded his heart. It felt as though he had finally completed a task long overdue. The adrenaline ebbed away like a receding tide, leaving him submerged in an abyss of excruciating pain and fatigue. He could no longer endure. With a resounding clatter, the baseball bat slipped from his grasp. He staggered back a couple of steps, leaning against the cold wall, gasping for breath. The wound in his abdomen felt like a black hole, relentlessly siphoning away his strength. He felt as if death were imminent. At that moment, a sudden creak echoed from upstairs, the sound of a door being opened. Following that was Daniel's panicked voice, tinged with tears. "Andrew, is that you? What is that noise down there?" Andrew abruptly lifted his head, the profound silence in his gaze shattered, replaced by a chilling, newfound clarity. A question was resolved. Yet a new, far more significant dilemma emerged. Chapter 9. Entries from the Abyss. One question was resolved. Yet a new, far more significant dilemma emerged. Daniel's cries pierced through the thick, cloying stench of blood in the basement like a sharp, pointed needle. Andrew leaned against the frigid wall, the wound in his abdomen resembling a voracious whirlpool, ravenously consuming his warmth and vitality. He needed to devise an explanation before Daniel descended, a seamless lie capable of elucidating the chaos. "Esther has gone mad. She attempted to kill me, and I acted in self-defense." No, that would not suffice. The authorities would intervene, the body would be discovered, and he would be subjected to interrogation. His injuries, everything about him, would be scrutinized under the microscope. He struggled to weave a path through his tumultuous thoughts when suddenly, an unforeseen transformation occurred. He beheld an ethereal blue light emanating from Esther's lifeless form, no longer recognizable as human. The light resembled a digital flame, akin to countless minuscule fireflies composed of intricate code. It ascended from Esther's shattered flesh, coalescing in the air, and then, like a bullet drawn by a magnet, it silently shot straight into the center of Andrew's forehead. Ugh! Andrew's body jolted violently. In that fleeting moment, the agonizing pain in his abdomen seemed to vanish, replaced by an even more bizarre, frigid sensation of his soul being forcibly invaded. Darkness enveloped him, and the entire world faded away. When he regained consciousness, he found himself floating in an infinite void of darkness. There was no sound, no light, no gravity, only himself and lines of cold, white, mechanical text that materialized before him. Detection of extraordinary biological death meets plunder conditions. Concept Plunder System has been activated. Andrew's mind was a blank slate. A system? The quintessential golden finger of a transcender? Only now did it arrive. He had yet to voice his complaints when a torrent of text cascaded before him like a waterfall. Analyzing target analysis complete. Target eliminated, East Coleman, elite humanoid monster, fraud variant. Concept entry looted successfully. Acquired entry, White mastery of painting inherits part of the target's artistic talent. Your hand will become steadier while depicting objects. Acquired entry, blue fraudulent aura. Your harmless disguise will be more readily believed. With diminished effects on those of resolute minds, Andrew gazed at these two pieces of information, his heart surging with tumultuous waves. It appeared that this world was far more complex than merely a backdrop for a mundane television drama. There were monsters, extraordinary powers, and a tangible system of strength that could be plundered. His transmigration seemed to be no mere accident. As he endeavored to digest this astonishing reality, the cold, mechanical voice echoed once more. This time the target had shifted to himself. Detected abnormal soul frequency of host. Initiating deep binding process. Binding successful. Analyzing host's intrinsic characteristics. Congratulations, host. Awakened talent entry, mythical level fatal attraction, male exclusive, mythical level? Andrew's heart skipped a beat. It sounded incredibly formidable. Was this his destined role as the protagonist? A regal aura? Filled with anticipation, he turned his gaze to the resplendent golden entry explanation. Entry effect, passive activation. You will exert an irresistible attraction on all male non-human high-threat entities, manifesting as extreme appetites, the desire to consume you, extreme possessiveness, the desire to possess you, or extreme destruction, the desire to kill you. Your priority for hate and allure will be forcibly elevated to the highest level. The expectation on Andrew's face froze. He read it again, word by word. Male exclusive, non-human, high threat, mental anomaly, attraction, appetite, possessiveness, destruction. Andrew fell silent. In that moment, he felt as though his soul had been doused with a bucket of ice water from Siberia, laced with dry ice. He envisioned it, the chainsaw-wielding figure from the Texas Chainsaw Massacre, no longer chasing the female protagonist, but rather shyly approaching him with a chainsaw in hand, inviting him home for a specially prepared family dinner. Jason from Friday the 13th, upon seeing him by the Crystal Lake, discarding his weapon and opening his arms for a maternal embrace. Freddy from A Nightmare on Elm Street, finding him in dreams, no longer tearing him apart with claws, but serenading him with a charred face, singing the lyrics, "Baby, come into my dreams tonight." A tumult rose in Andrew's stomach. He would rather engage in a boxing match with the 7 demon kings of hell than confront such a scene. Is this truly a mythic level of talent? Is this a supreme aura of mockery, or one that indiscriminately radiates for 24 hours? He finally comprehended why he struggled so against Esther, the female elite monster. She was entirely unaffected by this peculiar gift. In the depths of an endless void, Andrew unleashed a primal roar, filled with profound despair and fury. The first of its kind since his arrival. Damn it! The voice of the system vanished. The darkness before him receded like a tide, enveloping him once more in the thick scent of blood and the chill of the air within the basement. Andrew's consciousness returned to reality, leaning against the wall. His abdominal wound continued to bleed, yet his gaze had irrevocably transformed. If he had previously been a mere interloper struggling for survival, he was now a demon hunter burdened with the most loathsome of curses, compelled to sprint down a path fraught with perverse and grotesque creatures. He had to grow stronger, expeditiously stronger, lest the challenges he faced in the future be far graver than mere death. He glanced at the corpse on the ground, now growing cold, and touched his abdominal wound. For the first time, a clear yet mad scheme formed in his mind. He needed to dispose of the body, tend to his injury, and deal with Daniel. He required funds, weapons, and additional enhancements. Just as he struggled to rise and take the first step towards his plan, a faint yet jarring creak of a door echoed from the stairwell. Andrew abruptly lifted his gaze. It was not Daniel. The footsteps were all wrong. They lacked the chaotic urgency of a frightened girl. Instead, they carried an unhurried rhythm, the sound of high heels striking the wooden stairs. Tap, tap, tap. Each sound felt as though it was pressing down upon his heart. An elegant and poised figure emerged at the top of the stairs, silhouetted against the light. Andrew could not discern her expression, but he could see her iconic, queen-like silhouette. Bree Van de Kamp had returned. She did not scream, question, or even utter a hint of panic. She merely stood there, like a flawless statue, her gaze sweeping across the bloody scene reminiscent of a slaughterhouse, finally resting upon her bloodied, near-death son. In that moment, the air became palpable. Chapter 10. A Mother's Guide to Cleanliness. The atmosphere was thick with tension. The mingled scents of rust, dust, and warm blood seemed to coalesce into a tangible entity within the stifling air. Andrew leaned against the wall, his abdominal wound resembling a ravenous mouth, each breath eliciting a tearing agony. Yet, he felt nothing. All his senses were fixated upon the silhouette at the staircase, backlit and imposing, Bree Van de Kamp, his mother. She stood there quietly, akin to a tardy patron at a theater, scrutinizing the bloody tableau that had just concluded. Andrew's mind raced. What to do? He had prepared 100 justifications, from self-defense to insanity, even crafting a strategy to exploit his newly acquired deceptive aura to elicit sympathy. However, upon encountering his mother's icy green eyes, he realized that all his fabrications would be in vain. This woman could discern the minutest difference in vintages of Lafite and Latour, and she would undoubtedly detect the slightest insincerity in his words. Fear, like a belated tide, gradually engulfed the barren landscape left in the wake of his adrenaline's retreat. Then, Bree moved. Tap, tap, tap. Adorned in her exquisite Jimmy Choo high heels, she descended the stairs with a composed grace, her steps steady and elegant, as if she were not approaching a murder scene, but rather strolling towards the rose bushes in her backyard. Her gaze swept over the bloodied baseball bat, her brow furrowing slightly, as though disapproving of a misplaced ornament. Next, her eyes traversed the indistinguishable form of the body on the ground, her expression unwavering, though her disgust seemed to deepen. Finally, her gaze settled upon Andrew, from his pallid face to his blood-soaked shirt, and to the grotesque wound in his abdomen, where the knife's hilt protruded. Her brow furrowed tightly. Andrew's heart plummeted. He anticipated a cacophony of screams, accusations, despair, and calls to the authorities. Yet, the first words that escaped Bree's lips left him questioning his hearing, even his sanity. Andrew. Her voice remained as serene as ever, tinged with a habitual reproach characteristic of the perfect housewife. How many times have I told you not to get ketchup on Mommy's new Persian rug? She extended a finger towards the staircase, pointing at the costly carpet where a few glaring, congealed crimson droplets marred the intricate patterns. Andrew was taken aback. He stared at his mother's stern visage, marked by dissatisfaction, momentarily at a loss for how to respond. Ketchup? He glanced down at the knife wound on his abdomen, then at the mosaic-like pool on the floor, before lifting his gaze to his mother, who was lamenting over a piece of carpet. An unprecedented, absurd sensation engulfed him entirely. He suddenly realized that his mother, a woman who pursued perfection to the utmost degree, possessed a mental constitution that might be more deranged than any monster he would ever encounter in this world. Briar refrained from inquiring further about the process. For her, the method seemed inconsequential. What truly mattered was the outcome and how to manage the troubles that ensued. She bypassed Andrew and directly approached the storage room at the end of the basement. Soon, she returned with a complete set of cleaning tools, latex gloves, industrial-strength stain removers, 2 large rolls of extra-thick garbage bags, and a hefty stack of last quarter's Architectural Digest. Donning her gloves, she tossed Andrew a pair while deftly putting on another for herself. Her voice was as composed as that of a surgeon instructing an intern. The key to dealing with blood stains lies in timeliness and temperature. Although it was somewhat late, there was still a chance for remediation. As she spoke, she laid the thick magazines around the body to prevent further contamination. Remember, Andrew, always use cold water. Hot water will cause the proteins in the blood to coagulate, making it impossible to wash away, much like that foolish band t-shirt from last year. Andrew silently donned the gloves, observing his mother as she approached the chaos with a nearly reverent demeanor. Though his abdominal wound throbbed with pain, a peculiar emotion, more unsettling than the pain itself, began to rise within him, a sense of reassurance. In this mad world teeming with murderers and malevolent spirits, his equally deranged mother surprisingly provided him with an unprecedented sense of safety. As Miss Briar efficiently placed the dismembered remains and the baseball bat into a double-layered garbage bag, tightly securing its opening, one could imagine the rose bushes in the backyard would be grateful for this new organic fertilizer. She stood up, wiped away non-existent beads of sweat from her forehead, and surveyed the surroundings with her characteristic scrutinizing gaze. The Van de Kamp family never left a mess for others to clean up. She looked at Andrew and stated emphatically, even if this mess was of our own making. Under Briar's expert guidance, the mother and son duo meticulously transformed the entire basement into a spotless sanctuary, as if crafting a delicate work of art. The pungent scent of blood was replaced by the more potent aroma of lemon-scented cleaners and disinfectants. The floor gleamed as if it could reflect silhouettes, The bloodstains on the walls vanished, and the expensive Persian rug was restored to its original vibrancy through Briar's secret cleaning concoction. It was as if nothing had ever transpired. Had it not been for Andrew's tattered clothing and abdominal wound, he might have believed that the recent bloody skirmish was merely a hallucination brought on by excessive blood loss. Once everything was in order, Briar finally turned her attention to Andrew's wound. She had him sit on the sofa and fetch the first aid kit. Her movements were gentle and steady. She delicately gripped a cotton ball soaked in alcohol with tweezers, meticulously cleaning the blood around the wound. The intensity of her focus mirrored that which she displayed while preparing a prime filet mignon. As the alcohol made contact with the open flesh, Andrew gasped in pain. "Just bear with it," Bree said, not lifting her gaze. "This is merely a routine cleaning and dressing. Tomorrow, I will have your father take you to his private clinic to find a reliable doctor for stitches. We'll tell everyone you fell while fixing your bicycle." After skillfully bandaging Andrew's wound, she tied a perfect bow, reminiscent of wrapping a Christmas gift. "All done," she declared, tidying the medical kit as if she had merely completed a trivial household chore. From her pocket, she produced a small, brass-glinting key and handed it to Andrew. "This is the key to the tool room at the back of the basement," her voice steady and unflinching. "Next time you need to handle something messy, go there. The floor is concrete, uncarpeted, making cleanup easier." Andrew gazed at the key, which reflected a cold glimmer under the light. He slowly extended his hand to accept it. The key felt cool to the touch, yet held a searing warmth in his palm. He looked up at his mother. Bree was watching him, her icy green eyes devoid of reproach or fear, only a complex recognition that was difficult to articulate. Andrew suddenly smiled, not the cold, knowing smirk of Jiang Feng, nor the rebellious, mocking grin of his own. It was a genuine smile, carefree yet tinged with a hint of madness. In that moment, he realized he had found his first and most trustworthy accomplice in this perilous, twisted world rife with insanity. The hunting and cleanup modus operandi of the Van de Kamp family had officially commenced. His gaze involuntarily drifted to the window. The night in Wisteria County remained tranquil and serene. Across the street, the Jiang family's vacant house loomed in darkness, like a slumbering behemoth. Yet Andrew knew it would not be long before new tenants arrived. A new storm was already revealing its grotesque silhouette on the horizon. Chapter 11. Friend, do you want to play? A week had passed since Easter had transformed into fertilizer for the rosebush in the backyard. Under Bree's care, comparable to that of a skilled surgeon, the wound on Andrew's abdomen was healing at an astonishing pace. The gruesome scar resembled an ugly centipede, coiling across his lower abdomen. A constant reminder that the bloody battle of that night was no mere nightmare. An uncanny, unspoken understanding had formed between Bree and Andrew. On Monday, she would instruct him to turn over the soil where Easter lay buried, under the pretense of needing to adjust the pH levels of the backyard soil. On Wednesday, Bree would lament the dullness of the shovel in the garage, casually leaving a brand new, gleaming silver gardening spade at her doorstep. By Friday, as Bree polished the silver cutlery, she would nonchalantly mention to Andrew, "Next time you encounter tough game meat, remember to marinate it with baking soda and meat tenderizer beforehand. It will make the process much easier." Andrew listened intently, committing his mother's culinary wisdom to memory. He understood that his mother was, in her own way, instructing him on how to become a more refined hunter, a Van de Kamp who left no trace and knew how to maximize the use of his ingredients. In addition to familiarizing himself with his mother-esque domestic lessons, Andrew was also eager to adapt to his newly acquired abilities, particularly that seemingly unremarkable blue trait, deceptive aura. He discovered that this trait was tailor-made for a place like Wisteria County. When he activated this aura, his perfectly poised, slightly aloof smile became remarkably persuasive. He could easily convince Susan that his presence at her doorstep that morning was solely to retrieve the newspaper she had dropped, rather than to spy on her dubious new boyfriend. He could just as effortlessly persuade Gabrielle that his compliment about her newly purchased diamond bracelet shining as brightly as the crystal chandelier in his mother-esque kitchen was an unparalleled form of praise. This ethereal, subtle manipulation filled him with a morbid delight. He felt like a puppeteer wearing a flawless mask, with the neighbors of Wisteria County as his unsuspecting marionettes. However, he soon realized that new players had entered the scene. That afternoon, as Andrew passed by the Skaggs' residence, he witnessed Renette Skaggs teetering on the brink of a breakdown. Her 4 children, akin to monkeys unleashed in a porcelain shop, had transformed her front yard into a battlefield. The twins, Porter and Preston were hurling mud at each other over a toy truck. The eldest daughter, Penny, was sobbing as she searched for her lost hairpin, while the youngest infant screamed at the top of their lungs from the stroller. "Enough! All of you, be quiet!" Renette bellowed in desperation, her voice rising above the roar of the lawnmower. In a moment of regret that would haunt her, she made a fateful decision. She retrieved a gigantic, colorful box from the car, emblazoned with a cheerfully grinning red-haired doll. "Look, the good behavior doll." She held the box aloft, as if presenting a sacred artifact, proclaiming it to be the hottest toy of the season. "Whoever behaves well gets it." Instantly, the children fell silent. Meanwhile, Andrew, standing across the street, felt his DNA being violently stirred once more at the sight of that red-haired doll in blue overalls. The good behavior doll, Chucky. Within the body of a doll possessed by the notorious serial killer Charles Lee Ray, a tempest of sarcasm brewed within Andrew's heart. Goodness, hasn't East's bones even cooled yet? And now a new one has arrived? Is this community a wholesale market for horror film villains? Buy one, get one free, and shipping included? His mind raced wildly. Yet outwardly, he strolled over with a flawless, sun-kissed smile enhanced by a veneer of deceptive charm. "Mrs. Skaggs," he spoke with a gentle and sincere tone. "This doll is simply delightful. I wager the children will adore it immensely." Renette, gazing at the courteous blonde youth before her, felt her irritation ease considerably. "Thank you, Andrew." She replied, "I hope so." What she failed to notice was the fleeting glimmer of icy excitement in his emerald eyes, belonging to a hunter, as he turned away. The game had begun anew. Chucky's arrival soon brought a series of unsettling surprises to this seemingly tranquil neighborhood. The first victim was Gabrielle's prized Persian cat. "My Alexander is missing," Gabrielle lamented at the community tea gathering. "He never strays. He must have been stolen." The second victim was Susan. Her freshly serviced red convertible found all 4 tires slashed overnight. "It must be that bastard Mike," Susan seethed. "He's trying to prevent me from meeting my new boyfriend." Everyone attributed these mishaps to the Skaggs' unruly twin children. Renette found herself compelled to apologize at every door, tormented by the disdainful glares and accusations of her neighbors. Only Andrew knew that the true culprit sat in the Skaggs' living room, coldly observing it all with its innocent glass eyes. It was acclimatizing to its surroundings, relishing the thrill of the hunt, and selecting its next, more significant target. Andrew remained discreet, a patient observer documenting every minor event within the community, analyzing Chucky's behavioral patterns and psychological state. He understood that this little entity's ultimate aim was to find a suitable vessel to complete the voodoo ritual of soul transfer. The Skaggs twins were undoubtedly its ideal targets. However, what he did not anticipate was that Chucky's ambitions extended far beyond his initial assumptions. On that fateful night, Andrew's room was illuminated solely by a desk lamp as he feverishly penned everything he knew about the Lakeside Strangler, Charles Lee Ray, his life story, his modus operandi, and the incantation that unleashed all manner of evil. Ad to Dambala, grant me strength. He needed to devise an infallible plan to confront this adversary, barely 3 feet tall, yet far more cunning and lethal than Easter. Just then, a faint sound, reminiscent of a child's melodic laughter, wafted in from outside the window. Andrew's movements halted. He extinguished the bedside lamp, plunging the room into darkness. Like a ghost, he silently glided to the window and parted the blinds slightly. What he beheld was unsettling. In the backyard of the Skagau residence, that innocuous doll sat alone on a swing, swaying gently and rhythmically in the stillness of the night. Its glassy eyes, which should have radiated innocence, now fixated unblinkingly through the darkness, landing squarely on the window where Andrew stood. A peculiar, almost human smile seemed to linger at the corners of its mouth. Andrew's heart plummeted. He had been discovered. No, more accurately, he had been targeted. This diminutive creature appeared to have sensed his presence instantaneously, a development that transcended the original narrative. In an instant, the cursed mythical phrase flashed through Andrew's mind. Deadly attraction, male only. His lips twitched involuntarily. Damn it, he muttered a quiet curse. It seemed he not only had to prevent this murderous doll from inflicting harm upon others, but also had to devise a means to avoid becoming its new friend. Chapter 12. The Neighbor's Dog. The neighbor's secrets being fixated upon by a plastic doll less than 3 feet tall was hardly a commendable experience. Andrew resolved to take the initiative. The following morning, he donned his athletic attire, equipped himself with headphones, and feigned a reluctant demeanor as if compelled by his mother to partake in a morning jog, sauntering out of the house at a leisurely pace. His route circled around the Skagao residence, again and again. His deceptive aura was set to maximum, rendering him akin to any ordinary high school student whose mood had been soured by an early rise, with the energetic music in his ears serving as a shield from the world. Yet, in truth, he played nothing. His senses were attuned like radar, scanning everything around him. Before long, he discovered what he sought by the fence in the Skagao backyard. There were several inconspicuous depressions in the lawn, not footprints left by adults or children, but smaller in size, yet remarkably deep, as if something heavy had leapt from a height. Next to the wooden fence, there were fresh, parallel scratches, as though made by an exceptionally sharp, diminutive blade. Andrew crouched down, retrieving his sketchbook. The entry on artistic mastery, which he had appropriated from Easter, proved invaluable at that moment. His hands were as steady as a finely tuned instrument, and in less than 30 seconds, he perfectly replicated the shape, depth, and angle of the footprints onto the paper. Through these markings, he could surmise Chucky's height, weight, and even its preferred weapon and attack angle. It felt akin to a forensic scientist analyzing a crime scene. However, his perpetrator was a walking doll. "Andrew, dear, what are you doing?" A familiar voice interrupted his analysis. Andrew looked up to see Susan Meyer, clad in a pink tracksuit, her face adorned with that signature, somewhat neurotic curiosity. "Good morning, Mrs. Meyer." Andrew closed his sketchbook, donning a professional smile. "I am conducting my summer biological research project." "Research?" Susan leaned closer, attempting to sneak a glance at his notebook. "What are you drawing?" "It looks quite professional. A rare migratory route map of a knife-wielding rodent." Andrew fabricated the response without batting an eye. "Their social structure is quite fascinating. I intend to submit it to National Geographic." Susan nodded, her understanding vague, and soon redirected her focus to her own troubles. "Honestly, Andrew, have you seen Mike? I suspect he is stalking me again." Men can be such. While Andrew half-heartedly listened to her grievances about her ex-husband, he silently calculated. With Mrs. Meyer's propensity for attracting calamity, one could only wonder what extraordinary chemical reaction might unfold if she were to cross paths with Chucky. Perhaps he could find an opportunity to test this theory. Once Susan took her leave, Andrew resumed his morning jog. As he passed by the most detestable neighbor, Mrs. Haber's house, a ferocious growl halted him in his tracks. In the yard, a newly arrived Doberman was fixated on him. The dog's muscles rippled. Its black fur glistened like satin in the morning light, yet its gaze was filled with a frenzied malice that belied its striking appearance. It was not merely barking. It was emitting a low, menacing growl that seemed to emanate from the depths of its throat. Drool dripped from its sharp teeth, as if it were poised to break free from the iron chain around its neck and tear him to shreds. Andrew remained motionless. He sensed a cold, supernatural essence of malevolence radiating from this dog, akin to that of Easter and Chucky. This was no ordinary canine. The beast instinct he had recently acquired screamed alarmingly in his mind. It was a blend of murderous intent and hunger, akin to countless icy needles piercing his nerves. "Shut up, Buster." Mrs. Haber's shrill, acerbic voice echoed from the house. "Bark again, and I'll turn you into the Doberman named Buster." Upon hearing his owner's reprimand, slightly diminished his barking, yet his eyes, glowing with a fierce crimson light, remained fixated on Andrew. Andrew slowly retreated, adding this vicious canine to his list of concerns. It seemed that the surprises of Wisteria County surpassed his expectations. During dinner, the Van de Kamp's home, as per usual, unfolded a theatrical performance of the perfect family. Rex lamented about his poor luck on the golf course that day. Daniel boasted about her newly acquired band poster, while Bree, like an elegant queen, ensured that every dish was impeccably presented. Andrew silently sliced his steak, listening to his family's chatter while mentally revisiting the discoveries of the day. The living room television broadcasted the local evening news, which was interrupted by an urgent missing person report. The anchor's serious tone subdued the conversations in the dining room. In the nearby community of Oak Creek, a third case of a missing boy had occurred the previous afternoon. The missing child, named Finnegan Blake, was 13 years old. The screen displayed a photograph of the boy along with a sketch of the suspect, described by witnesses. It depicted a man wearing a top hat and a peculiar mask, one half grinning with a sinister smile, the other half sorrowful with a crying face. Beneath the sketch lay the police code, the grabber. Goodness, the world has become exceedingly chaotic. Bree set down her cutlery, her brow furrowed. "Rex, I am upgrading our security system tomorrow. We must ensure that Wisteria County is absolutely safe. Andrew gazed at the eerie mask on the television, his pupils narrowing slightly. The grabber. Another one. He discreetly committed the name and the mask's features to memory. This world resembles a Pandora's box. Just when you think you have seen the bottom, it surprises you with something new. As night deepened, Andrew remained awake. He climbed to the roof of his home, the best vantage point in the entire neighborhood. Like an owl that prowls by night, he coldly surveyed the suburban tranquility beneath the cloak of darkness. Tonight, the Ska family was hosting a small barbecue in their backyard, seemingly to celebrate Tom's promotion. Tom Ska, donned in an apron, busily tended to the grill, a blissful smile illuminating his face. Renette and the children frolicked nearby, the scene radiating joy. Andrew yawned, feeling somewhat bored. It appeared that the little red-haired creature was not inclined to emerge tonight. Just as he was preparing to descend for sleep, an unexpected incident transpired. Bang! A dull explosion suddenly erupted from the Ska's backyard. A gas leak near the grill had ignited in an instant. Flames and waves of heat hurled Thomas Gallo to the ground. His arms and face instantly scorched to a brilliant crimson. The party transformed in an instant into a cacophony of screams and wails, descending into a chaotic hell. Everyone presumed it was a cursed accident. Yet Andrew perceived the truth with clarity. In the fleeting second before the explosion, he glimpsed a diminutive, red-haired figure emerge from beneath the grill. Clutched in its hand was a barbecue knife, longer than its own arm, glistening with grease. Amidst the fray, that figure scurried away with its comically short legs, dragging the knife and vanishing into the thicket of the yard. Andrew's expression bore no trace of surprise. He merely observed the turmoil with a quiet demeanor, the corners of his mouth curling into a cold, sinister arc. The game had escalated. This little creature was no longer satisfied with mere mischief. It had begun to directly assault adults. This was rather delightful, as Andrew himself was beginning to feel a tinge of impatience. Chapter 13. Cooking class with Bree. Thomas Gallo's barbecue soiree concluded in a farcical explosion, accompanied by the wailing of ambulances. The night air in Wisteria County was thick with the acrid scent of charred flesh and a cheap atmosphere of panic. Andrew perched upon his rooftop, coldly surveying the chaos below. He understood that Chucky's actions had intensified. A walking, murderous doll, a suspected hellhound, and a perverse magician abducting children from the neighboring town. All threats were proliferating. He needed to commence clearing his to-do list. Otherwise, these troubles would inevitably intertwine, transforming into a mess he could not manage. The first name to be crossed off was that of Mrs. Huber's dog, a Doberman named Buster. The following morning, Andrew strolled into the kitchen. Bree Van de Kamp, as always, donned her immaculate white apron, meticulously cleaning the interior of a DeLonghi coffee machine with a small brush. Each of her movements resembled a precisely choreographed ballet. Andrew pulled out a chair and sat down, wearing the perfect expression of a teenager troubled by community safety issues. "Mom," he began, his voice laced with a subtle, well-masked unease. "I'm a bit worried about Mrs. Huber's dog." Bree's hands continued their task, merely producing a graceful hum from her nose. "It seems off," Andrew persisted, enhancing his performance. "Yesterday, as I passed by, it attempted to attack me again. Its eyes were red, and I suspect it might have rabies. What if it harms a child in the community?" He skillfully wrapped his personal vendetta in the guise of a noble public safety concern. Finally, Bree paused her activity. She picked up a pristine silk cloth, wiped her hands, and turned to Andrew, her icy green eyes locking onto his. She remained silent, simply gazing at him. Andrew activated his deceptive aura, striving to render his gaze more sincere and innocent. A few moments later, Bree appeared to accept his explanation. She moved closer to Andrew, gently patting his shoulder with a tone imbued with reassurance. "You are a good boy, Andrew, one who cares for the neighborhood." Then, she shifted the subject, her tone resembling that of a discussion about tonight's menu. "However, my dear, sometimes, minor troubles require our own intervention. One cannot always rely on those inefficient community patrols to handle an aggressive stray, can one?" She paused, approaching the shelf adorned with gleaming copper pots, seemingly contemplating something. Andrew held his breath, aware that the true performance was about to commence. Thus, he inquired with an innocent, curious tone, "Mom, is there something that can render an animal completely silent while appearing accidental?" Bree retrieved a set of knives from the silver cutlery cabinet. Without turning around, her back to Andrew, her voice was as calm as if reciting a poem. "Andrew, you must understand, quality ingredients require the appropriate tools. For instance, when dealing with tough, sinewy raw meat, one needs a blade that is sufficiently sharp, resilient, and has undergone high-temperature sterilization. She selected the longest, slenderest silver knife, inspecting it under the light. After all, silver conducts heat remarkably well, does it not? This was a cooking lesson that Andrew would never forget. Bree no longer mentioned the dog. All her attention was directed towards the silver knife in her hand. Look here, Andrew. She produced a honing stone, commencing to sharpen the blade at an elegant and precise angle. The art of sharpening lies in maintaining a consistent angle, ensuring minimal resistance when the blade penetrates. You must think like a surgeon, not a lumberjack. Her voice was gentle, yet every word was as precise as a scalpel. Next came the placement of the cut. She took a filet mignon prepared for dinner from the refrigerator, placing it on the cutting board. You see, every creature's body has its grain and vulnerabilities. If you cut along the grain, the meat becomes tougher and more difficult to manage. She lightly traced the tip of the knife across the steak. However, if you cut against the grain, identifying the weakest points of connection, such as here, she indicated a sinew on the side of the steak, you can achieve complete separation with minimal effort. Andrew stood beside her, utterly transfixed. He perceived not merely a steak, but a living structure of bones and muscles in motion. What his mother pointed out were the neck, the joints, all the critical vulnerabilities. Finally, there was the matter of cleanup. Bree set aside the impeccably sliced steak and retrieved a lemon. Certain ingredients tend to harbor stubborn fishy odors, particularly after prolonged storage. She alluded to the fact that, at such times, ordinary cleaning agents prove ineffective. Yet, lemon juice and coarse salt are a divine gift. She squeezed the lemon juice onto the cutting board, sprinkled salt upon it, and gently scrubbed with a sponge, causing the faint metallic scent to vanish without a trace. Remember this, Andrew, Bree said, handing him a silver knife, honed to a mirror-like sharpness and gleaming with a cold light. A gentleman never leaves a trace, whether in cooking or gardening. Andrew grasped the weighty silver knife and retreated to his room. He felt as though he had not just attended a cooking lesson, but had participated in a master assassin's training session. Sitting at his desk, he retrieved his Zippo lighter, bringing the blue flame close to the icy blade. Silver is an excellent conductor. The tip quickly turned a fiery red, emanating a searing heat. He recalled from those B-grade horror films he'd seen in a past life that silver and fire were typically the standard arsenal against creatures from the abyss. He remained uncertain about the nature of Mrs. Hobber's dog, but he believed in the wisdom of being overprepared. He changed into a dark athletic outfit, donned a hood, wrapped the scalding silver knife in cloth, and tucked it at his waist. Then, he took a piece of blood-streaked raw beef that Bree had prepared from the refrigerator and placed it into a plastic bag. Bait, ready. The weapon was primed. Like an actor on the verge of a performance, he rapidly rehearsed his plan in his mind, the route of action, the timing of the strike, and most importantly, the escape strategy. Everything must unfold as his mother had taught him, flawlessly and without a trace. Twilight marked the hour of the hunt. Purple County was shrouded in an orange-red, ambiguous glow. The shadows of the trees stretched long, resembling lurking monsters hidden in the gloom. Andrew slipped into Mrs. Hobber's backyard like a ghost, soundless and stealthy. At this hour, the cantankerous old woman typically sat in her living room, engrossed in her favorite soap opera, the volume blaring. He tossed the bloodied raw meat into the darkest corner of the yard, a visual dead zone obscured by shrubs. Then, he concealed himself behind a large oak barrel, holding his breath. Within 10 seconds, a low, guttural growl, as if from the depths of hell, erupted. The Doberman named Buster burst forth from its doghouse. In the dim light, its size appeared larger than during the day, its black fur cloaking bulging muscles that resembled undulating rocks. Most disconcerting were its eyes. Those were not the eyes of an animal. Before him lay a pair of eyes, glowing with a molten red hue, brimming with pure malice and insatiable hunger. It inhaled the air deeply and lunged straight for the piece of raw meat, swallowing it whole. Then, it abruptly turned its head. Those crimson eyes fixated intently on the oak barrel where Andrew was concealed. He had been outsmarted. A deafening roar erupted as Buster's limbs surged with power, hurtling towards Andrew like a black cannonball. Its speed was astonishing, its gaping maw revealing razor-sharp teeth glimmering ominously. The battle commenced. Chapter 14. It is not a dog. The black projectile collided with the massive oak barrel that Andrew had taken as cover. A thunderous boom resonated as the solid wooden planks splintered into countless fragments. Wood shavings and dirt erupted. the overwhelming force of the impact defying the capabilities of any mere dog. In the split second before the barrel shattered, Andrew had already rolled to the side, his posture awkward but just enough to evade that lethal lunge. Before he could catch his breath, the monstrous creature had readied itself and lunged again. It was impossibly swift, its velocity defying the laws of biomechanics. This was not a speed achievable by mere muscle. It felt as though an invisible force propelled it forward. Andrew had no time to steady himself. He could only fall backward, using his legs to fiercely kick at the beast's jaw. The impact resonated like striking a speeding tire. The immense recoil sent him sliding several meters back, pain searing through his back. Meanwhile, the creature merely paused momentarily midair, shook its head, and relocked its gaze upon him. Its jaw bore no trace of injury. A sense of despair washed over Andrew. Confronting it head-on would lead to certain death. He sprang to his feet, resolute. There was no time for hesitation. He fled, not toward the open ground, but toward a cluttered corner of the yard, piled high with debris. There lay rusted iron railings, discarded flower pots, and a plethora of chaotic gardening tools. He needed obstacles, a space to catch his breath, and an opportunity to strike decisively. The roar behind him, infused with a sulphurous heat, pursued relentlessly. Andrew leaped over a half-man-high terracotta pot, pushing it back as he passed. The pot crashed to the ground, shattering upon impact. The creature paid it no heed, charging straight through the debris, its sharp claws scraping against the clay shards with a piercing sound. Andrew, the searing knife, still radiating an astonishing heat through the fabric, was gripped tightly in his hand. As he passed beneath a row of low iron bars, he suddenly crouched, slipping effortlessly beneath them. The creature, however, opted for a more direct approach, leaping effortlessly over the barrier. In that fleeting moment of its landing, Andrew sprang into action, having awaited this precise opportunity. He propelled himself off the ground, the heated blade slicing through the air in a silvery arc, striking fiercely at the creature's hind leg, which had just touched down. The sound that followed was akin to meat sizzling on a hot grill, accompanied by a pungent stench of burnt feathers and rubber that permeated the air. The scorching silver blade effortlessly cleaved through the creature's resilient hide and flesh, leaving a deep, charred wound, exposing bone. A chilling howl erupted from the creature, the first to carry notes of pain and terror. It stumbled, turning to fix Andrew with its fiery red gaze, ablaze with fury. The effectiveness of silver and heat invigorated Andrew's spirit. He offered no respite, surging forward once more. Yet, a wounded beast is often the most perilous. The creature roared, disregarding its injury, and lunged at Andrew's arm with its jagged teeth. Andrew hastily retreated, but was a fraction too late. Though the beast's teeth did not fully sink in, its sharp fangs still carved several deep gashes into his left arm, exposing flesh and eliciting an instant surge of agony throughout his body. In that critical moment, Andrew made a reckless decision. Rather than retreating in pain, a transformation flickered in his gaze. The deceptive aura activated. Within a mere tenth of a second, the calm, ruthless demeanor on his face vanished, replaced by a raw, primal fear born from excruciating pain and blood loss. The creature's grotesque visage was mirrored in his eyes, his pupils constricting sharply in terror. It was the quintessential expression of a prey on the brink of death, a delectable sight for the monster. Drawn to this sudden feast of despair, the creature, driven by primal malice, instinctively halted for half a second, intent on savoring the moment. A fatal half-second. Now, the terror in Andrew's eyes dissipated, supplanted by a chilling intent to kill. Ignoring the searing pain in his left arm, he summoned every ounce of strength to thrust the scorching silver blade upward into the creature's soft neck. His mother's voice echoed in his mind, guiding him to find the weakest point against the grain. This time, the blade met no resistance. With a muffled thud, the entire knife plunged deep into the beast's body. Time seemed to stand still in that moment. The creature remained frozen in place, its crimson eyes filled with disbelief. It did not bleed. From the wound pierced by the silver blade, instead of blood, billowed wisps of black smoke, carrying the acrid scent of sulfur and decay. A sound that was not canine, but rather a piercing wail steeped in agony and despair, erupted from its throat, and its body began to tremble violently. Then, to Andrew's astonished gaze, its massive form commenced a visible desiccation, shrinking rapidly, akin to a punctured balloon. The engorged muscles collapsed swiftly, its glossy coat losing its luster, turning ashen. Within mere seconds, The once fiercely warm body crumbled into a heap that resembled a skeleton aged for centuries. Soon after, even the skeleton began to decompose, transforming into a bubbling, foul-smelling black viscous liquid that corroded a large hole in Mrs. Haber's meticulously trimmed lawn. Andrew stood rooted in place, gasping for breath, blood dripping from his left arm. He gazed at the pool of black liquid, finally confirming a singular truth. This creature was unequivocally not a dog. At that moment, the long-awaited voice resonated within his mind. Target eliminated. Degraded Hellhound bloodline. Ordinary level beast. Fire variant. Concept entry successfully plundered. Acquired entry. White beast intuition. Faintly perceives direct malice and murderous intent directed at you. Acquired item. Corrupted canine Feng. Can be used as low-level spellcasting material. As the system notification concluded, the pool of black liquid evaporated, leaving behind at the center of the scorched earth a single, ominous, curved Feng, entirely black and exuding a sinister aura. Andrew bent down and, using his uninjured right hand, retrieved the tooth. It felt icy to the touch, imbued with an eerie quality. Simultaneously, a novel sensation took root in his mind, a chilling sixth sense, a premonitory mechanism. He could perceive the intangible emotions in the air directed at him. This feeling was faint, but undeniably real. This was the power of advancement. Clutching the Feng tightly, a smile involuntarily crept upon his lips. Hunting was indeed an addictive pursuit. Andrew did not forget his mother's teachings. A gentleman never leaves a trace. Enduring the pain, he expeditiously cleaned the scene. He scooped some fresh soil from Mrs. Haber's garden to fill the pit, and deftly inserted several branches from the nearby rose bushes, ensuring everything appeared seamless. As for the wound on his arm and the bloodstains left on the fence and ground, he performed a simple treatment and bandaging with a small bottle of hydrogen peroxide and cloth strips he carried with him. Having completed these tasks, he vanished into the night of Wisteria County like a true specter. When he returned home, the living room lights were still illuminated. He observed Bree seated on the sofa, while their acerbic neighbor, Martha Haber, feigned sorrow, dabbing her eyes with a handkerchief. "Oh, Bree, my poor Buster is missing." Mrs. Haber's voice dripped with insincere lamentation. "He was always so well-behaved, never strayed far. He must have been stolen. This neighborhood is becoming increasingly unsafe." Bree elegantly offered her a cup of hot tea, softly reassuring. "Do not worry, Martha. Perhaps he merely ventured out for a stroll and will return shortly." Andrew, with an impassive expression, walked past them, intending to ascend the stairs. As he passed behind Mrs. Haber, an unsettling chill prickled the hairs on the nape of his neck. An icy, malicious intent radiated suddenly from the weeping old woman, devoid of any forewarning. It was not mere disdain or jealousy. It was a pure malevolence, interlaced with resentment, fury, and a hint of murderous intent. His newly acquired instincts screamed in alarm in his mind. Andrew paused momentarily, slowly turning back to glance at the old woman, who was still playing her part. A mask of sorrow adorned Mrs. Haber's countenance, yet Andrew discerned that beneath that facade lay something far more corrupt and perilous than a hellhound. The dog was hers, what? Then was she? Chapter 15. Gabby's antique doll. 3 days had elapsed since the hellhound had transformed into a puddle of black water in the backyard. The scratches on Andrew's left arm, tended to with Bree's inexplicably luxurious ointments, had formed a thin scab. The wound was not deep, yet the sensation of being torn asunder by pure malice lingered at his nerve endings. More striking than the wound, however, was the chilling, stinging malevolence that emanated from Mrs. Haber. Since the disappearance of her beloved Buster, the cantankerous old woman had entered a state of neurotic mourning. She would weep openly to anyone within earshot, simultaneously casting her venomous gaze upon every living creature that passed her door. Andrew recognized that her malice had, on several occasions, fixated upon him without pretense. Yet, he remained unperturbed. Hunting requires patience, especially when the prey is a cunning old fox cloaked in human skin. Now, he had more pressing and intriguing matters to attend to. Wednesday afternoons marked the unwavering tradition of the community tea gathering in Wisteria County. This particular meeting was set to take place in the impeccably manicured garden of the Van de Kamps, a space shaped with mathematical precision. Bree donned an ivory Chanel ensemble, presenting her newly baked blueberry muffin cake, reportedly a refined adaptation of a secret recipe from the French court. The placement of each blueberry atop the cake has been meticulously calculated, exhibiting a flawless golden ratio. Susan laments the blunders of her ex-husband, the plumber, who has once again sabotaged her date, while Renette sighs over her 4 children, who have a talent for dismantling the house. It is a harmonious tableau, a slice of life belonging to the middle-class housewives. Until Gabrielle Solis arrives fashionably late in her Maserati. Apologies, darlings, I am late. Gabrielle strides in, clad in a striking red Versace dress and adorned with dazzling diamond earrings, sweeping through like a tropical storm. In her arms, she cradles a massive object wrapped in purple silk. I just returned from a private auction in the city. Guess what I acquired? Without waiting for a response, she dramatically unveils the silk. It is a life-sized antique doll, dressed in an intricate white lace gown. Its ceramic face sporting unnaturally rosy cheeks and a peculiar smile. The doll boasts 2 braided pigtails of chestnut hair and a pair of hollow glass eyes that seem to draw in one's very soul. A relic of an 18th century countess, Gabrielle announces with a boastful, aria-like tone, one of a kind in the entire world. Bree, darling, it perfectly matches the color of your tablecloth today. All eyes shift from Bree's flawless muffin cake to the eerie doll. A faint twitch appears at the corner of Bree's mouth. Andrew, carrying a tray of chilled lemonade, approaches. The moment he lays eyes on the doll, his tray wobbles imperceptibly. Annabelle, the infamous beacon of malevolent spirits sealed away by the Warrens in their museum. He watches Gabrielle hold the doll as if it were a priceless treasure, then observes the housewives around him, their mixed gasps of admiration evoking a sense of absurdity. He steps forward, wearing a benign smile imbued with an air of deceit. Mrs. Solis, he says, this doll is truly remarkable. Its eyes seem filled with stories. Gabrielle, flattered by his words, puffs out her chest proudly. Indeed, this is an artwork steeped in history. She fails to grasp the true meaning behind Andrew's statement. Those stories are often penned in blood. Andrew feels compelled to verify. The following day, he uses the impeccable excuse of delivering mail to the elderly in the community to arrive at the Solis residence. The Annabelle doll, treated as a trophy by Gabrielle, sits prominently by the living room window, facing the street like a sinister guardian. Andrew slips an advertisement into the mailbox, then casually glances up at the window. His instincts yield no response. This indicates that the doll itself does not possess any immediate aggressive intent or murderous intent. It is an entirely different entity from the possessed killers like Chucky or the bloodthirsty creatures like hellhounds. Yet, a chilling, decaying aura, infused with despair and resentment, emanates from that doll in delicate wisps. This essence, though faint, bears an uncanny resemblance to what he experienced in the vacant house where Mary Alice took her own life. It is a spirit, or rather, a beacon for attracting spirits, an insidious router of malevolence. Andrew swiftly categorized this newfound guest in his mind. Physics, sorcery, and now, a summoning entity. The array of monsters in Wisteria County is indeed comprehensive. Trouble was soon to befall the Solis household. That evening, Gabrielle and her husband, Carlos, erupted into a fierce argument over financial matters once more. What useless junk have you purchased now? Carlos exclaimed, brandishing a credit card bill, his voice laced with exasperation. $5,000 for a wretched doll? Have you lost your mind? It is an investment, a work of art. Gabrielle retorted, her voice rising in defiance. What do you know? You only understand your filthy business and that underage gardener. As their quarrel reached its zenith, the old gramophone in the living room suddenly began to turn on its own. A raspy, off-key nursery rhyme floated hauntingly through the air. Instantly, the couple fell silent. Then, with a sharp crack, the Annabelle doll, perched atop a cabinet, toppled to the floor. Strangely, it did not fall, but instead stood upright in the center of the room, its glassy eyes fixed intently upon them. It's you who is behind this, Carlos accused Gabrielle, his complexion drained of color. No, it's you. You're trying to scare me. Gabrielle's voice trembled with a hint of tears. Neither of them noticed a young figure slipping out through the window of the backyard during their altercation, the gardener, John Rowland. He had just witnessed the entire scene in Gabrielle's dressing room. Now, he fled from the mansion he once admired, his spirit in disarray. The following day, while trimming the lawn in his front yard, Andrew spotted the disheveled gardener. John's face was as pale as a sheet, dark circles under his eyes, and his hands trembled as he pruned the flowers. Andrew shut off the lawnmower and approached, wearing his signature warm smile. Hey, John, you don't look well. Did you not sleep last night? John seemed to find an outlet for his distress. He glanced around and lowered his voice, speaking in a conspiratorial tone. Andrew, I must tell you, don't let anyone know. The Solis house is not clean. Oh, Andrew feigned curiosity to perfection. Indeed, John's voice quivered. I saw it with my own eyes yesterday. The new doll moved on its own. It even played music. It was utterly terrifying. Andrew listened patiently to his lamentations, nodding while rapidly calculating in his mind. A spirit bound to the earth, immune to physical attacks, yet capable of orchestrating supernatural phenomena. A fragile body possessed by a soul that relished in carnage and was fervently inclined towards physical aggression. What might transpire if these two entities were confined within the same chamber? A vivid tableau unfolded in Andrew's imagination. Chucky brandishing a knife, maniacally thrusting it towards Annabelle, only for the blade to pass through a veil of ethereal energy. Meanwhile, Annabelle levitated the furniture in the room, hurling it towards Chucky's diminutive plastic form. It was nothing short of a perfect B-movie scenario. A madcap and audacious scheme began to take shape in his mind. He patted John's shoulder, adopting a tone imbued with sympathy, and remarked, "That sounds truly dreadful. However, John, you must understand that sometimes fear arises from a lack of understanding. Perhaps that doll merely seeks a new companion?" A knowing smile graced Andrew's face. He was resolute. He would introduce Annabelle to a new friend, a fellow inhabitant of the toy realm who equally enjoyed play. Chapter 16. Hello, handsome boy. To introduce a malevolent spirit's beacon to a possessed killer as a companion. This plan swirled in Andrew's mind throughout the day, rendering even Bree's French escargot rather mundane in comparison. It was not merely an exquisite experiment of combating poison with poison, but a horror film he could personally direct and profit from. The sole predicament was the necessity of a reliable method to guide actor A, Chucky, accurately to actor B, Annabelle, on stage. This entailed locating the elusive, red-haired maniac first. Andrew resolved to lie in wait. He had analyzed that, although Chucky was an impatient killer, he still adhered to some primal predatory instincts. Following a successful hunt, such as the incineration of Thomas Gaver, he would lie dormant for a day or two, relishing his victory while plotting his next move. His subsequent target was likely to escalate, not merely petty destruction, but rather a true, lethal assault. In the dead of night, the town of Wisteria County lay ensconced in a deceptive tranquility. The lights in every household had dimmed, leaving only the streetlights to cast a lonely, amber glow upon the deserted avenues. Andrew remained awake. He perched on the windowsill of his room like a sentinel raven, employing his extraordinary vision to surveil every corner of the community. Time ticked by slowly, just as he was on the verge of losing patience. Convinced that this night would yield no results, his primal instinct was suddenly pricked by an invisible needle. A wave of cold, unmasked murderous intent surged forth from the end of the street, spreading inexorably in one direction. In the abode of Susan Meyer, a cold smirk curled at the corners of Andrew's mouth. It appeared he had surmised correctly. This little creature, weary of ruining parties, yearned for a genuine, living, screaming toy. For a diminutive figure standing less than 3 feet tall, a solitary single mother and her underage daughter undoubtedly constituted the most ideal prey it could conceive. Andrew did not act immediately. He observed a short silhouette, nearly imperceptible in the night, scampering with comical little legs, deftly evading the illumination of all street lamps. Akin to a seasoned wildcat, stealthily infiltrating Susan's backyard. He waited for approximately 5 minutes, until that figure had pried open the window leading to the kitchen and slipped inside. Only then did Andrew leisurely descend the stairs. From the refrigerator, he retrieved 2 slices of lemon pound cake, freshly baked the previous night and meticulously wrapped in cling film. He approached the entrance, changed his shoes, and donned his signature, disarming smile, the kind that could put anyone at ease. He rang the doorbell of Susan's home. The crisp chime resonated sharply in the stillness of the night. Moments later, a flurry of hurried footsteps echoed from within. Susan, clad in a pink silk nightgown and still drowsy, opened the door. Andrew? She regarded the young boy outside with surprise. What brings you here at this hour? Good evening, Mrs. Meyer, Andrew replied, raising the cake in his hand, his smile impeccable. My mother is concerned that you and Julie may not have had a proper dinner, so she asked me to bring over some dessert. Her freshly baked lemon pound cake is quite beneficial for sleep. This rationale was as flawless as any dish crafted by Bree. A look of gratitude spread across Susan's face, and she harbored no suspicion regarding the normalcy of a neighbor delivering cake at midnight. "Oh, Bree is so thoughtful. Please, come in, Andrew." "Not tonight, Mrs. Meyer," Andrew said, extending the cake to her. "I must return shortly, otherwise my mother will worry. Good night." He smiled as he watched Susan accept the cake and close the door. Then, he turned and strolled back leisurely. In that fleeting moment of his turn, he sensed an almost boiling, malevolent intent, rife with brutality and rage, locking onto him from a window on the second floor of Susan's house. Andrew understood that his late-night delivery had successfully interrupted a murder in the making. However, what he did not anticipate was that this interruption would yield some unforeseen repercussions. As he retraced his steps, the murderous intent he had disrupted did not dissipate. Instead, it lingered like an inescapable mire, hauntingly trailing behind him. Andrew's primal instincts warned him that the little creature was lurking in some shadowy corner, fixated upon him. The gaze had transformed, no longer embodying the sheer predatory intent of before. It now intertwined with new, more intricate elements, a simmering anger born of mockery, a piqued curiosity at the disruption of his plans, and a morbid exhilaration akin to discovering a new toy. Andrew furrowed his brow. His entry for Fatal Attraction, male exclusive, seemed to be manifesting in an inscrutable manner. This sensation was decidedly unsettling. He quickened his pace, returning home. That night, he was plagued by insomnia, the feeling of being watched lingering like a chilling hand resting on the nape of his neck. The next day, Andrew tended to his hunting tools in the garage. The baseball bat, wrapped in wire, had become somewhat deformed from his previous encounter with Easter. He was employing a pair of pliers to straighten it out. Meanwhile, the silver dinner knife inherited from his mother was being sharpened further with sandpaper. As he immersed himself in his task, the sensation of being observed returned, closer and bolder this time. Andrew halted momentarily, abruptly lifting his head, his gaze piercing like a sword towards the partially open garage door. The bushes outside rustled slightly, and a diminutive shadow flitted past. He immediately dashed outside, but found nothing. Upon returning to the garage, he discovered something new on the cement wall, a grotesque heart, painted in black motor oil, its shape crooked and eerie. Andrew stared at the greasy heart in silence, a tumultuous wave surging within his stomach. A cocktail of nausea, absurdity, and extreme discomfort flooded his mind. He would have preferred a bloodied animal carcass or a death threat left in its stead, but a heart? Damn it! He muttered a curse under his breath. Retrieving a rag and a bottle of powerful cleaner, beginning to scrub the wall furiously, he vowed to dismantle this wretched, tasteless killer's toy into a pile of unrecyclable plastic refuse. Andrew's plans for revenge had yet to be executed when Chucky's advances escalated once more. That night, he was roused by a faint scratching sound, reminiscent of a mouse sharpening its claws, emanating from his bedroom door. He sprang from his bed, eschewing the light, and stealthily approached the door. The scratching ceased. A deeply suppressed, sinister giggle echoed from outside. Then came the sound of hurried footsteps descending the stairs. Andrew's expression darkened, as if it could spill water. He slowly opened the door, and by the moonlight filtering through the window, he beheld a line of words deeply etched into the white-painted wooden door, inscribed with a knife. A line of crooked, provocative letters beckoned. "We should have a proper conversation. Little handsome." At the end of the sentence, a small signature was etched with the tip of a knife. "Your friend, Chucky." Andrew gazed at the inscription, sensing the malevolence laced with madness and mockery emanating from the knife marks. A string within him, named Reason, finally snapped. He felt no fear, only a profound anger, as if he had been offended by a filthy, inconsequential piece of trash. He laughed, a cold, murderous laughter. "Very well," he murmured into the empty corridor. "If you wish to talk, then let us converse properly. It is time for this new acquaintance to meet another friend." Chapter 17. It's game time. Andrew stared at the words on the door, remaining motionless for several seconds, his expression blank. Yet, if anyone could delve into his heart, they would discover not a tranquil lake, but a cold volcano erupting in geometric proportions. Little handsome. The term scraped against his nerves like a dull, oil-stained, rusty knife. This was not fear. It was a potent blend of visceral revulsion and the insult to his intelligence, a profound rage. He could accept being pursued by an 8-foot monster or engage in a brawl with a burly man wearing a hockey mask. But he could not tolerate being flirted with in such a manner by a piece of plastic trash barely 3 feet tall. "All right," Andrew softly addressed the inscription. "If you wish to talk, then let us converse properly." His voice remained calm, yet beneath it swirled a murderous intent capable of freezing the entire county of Wisteria. Game time was over. The following day, the Van de Kamp garage transformed into Andrew's private laboratory. He decided to play along, choosing this location for their conversation, a perfect, enclosed, soundproof hunting ground. He unearthed his father Rex's set of tools, which were seldom used except to impress the neighbors, a complete German toolbox, brimming with wrenches, pliers, and drills. From the storage room, he retrieved various bottles and jars, all bearing danger labels, powerful drain cleaner, ammonia-based cleaning solution, and a bucket of industrial-grade degreaser meant for scrubbing stubborn grease off barbecues. An R-rated Home Alone was about to unfold. He first secured a bucket of the most detested beige paint above the garage entrance with a fine fishing line. Should the door swing open more than 30 degrees, the line would snap. Next, he scattered glistening glass nails across the central floor, emptied from Rex's golf bag. These objects, when stepped upon, evoke a thrill 100 times more intense than stepping on Lego bricks. He has also modified that old microwave. He removed the safety door lock, placing a roll of aluminum foil and several metal bearings inside. Then, with an extension cord, he connected the switch to a pressure pad. As soon as an object of a certain weight steps on it, a miniature tempest of metal will unfold within the confines of the microwave. Perhaps its lethality is minimal, yet it will undoubtedly deliver a surprising jolt to any intruder. Bree entered midway, finding Andrew calibrating a makeshift jet device crafted from garden hoses and strong acid cleaners. She surveyed the chaotic array of tools and chemicals without inquiring about his endeavors. Instead, she elegantly furrowed her brow and, in a tone that brooked no dissent, declared, "Andrew, I do not care what chemical experiment you are conducting. If a single drop of grease or acid tarnishes my newly laid epoxy floor, I swear to God, you will be cleaning it with a toothbrush." "Understood, Mother," Andrew replied, not lifting his gaze. Bree nodded in satisfaction, but added before turning to leave, "And remember to return the tools to their rightful places after use. Your father may confuse a wrench with a hammer, but he can certainly discern quantities." As night descended once more, Andrew donned a dark, athletic outfit conducive to movement, pulling up his hood like an ordinary youth set for a nighttime jog, and stepped outside. The bait was now in position. He deliberately slowed his pace, meandering through the neighborhood. He did not venture to the convenience store, but instead wandered aimlessly down the dimly lit streets where the streetlights failed to reach. His primal instincts, akin to a finely tuned radar, scanned every inch of shadow around him. Here it comes. A familiar malice, tinged with murderous intent and morbid excitement, emanated from the bushes at the street corner. This malevolence no longer sought concealment, but rather exuded an impatient delight, as though the prey were about to fall into the trap. A cold smile crept across Andrew's lips. Affectedly oblivious, he began to walk in the direction of home. He sensed that diminutive figure, believing itself to be stealthy and unseen, closely trailing behind him. Upon reaching the garage door, he intentionally paused, feigning a search for his keys in his pocket, leaving the garage door ajar just enough for a single person to slip through. He then entered the house through the main door on the opposite side. Now, the stage was set, and the actors were in place, awaiting the protagonist's entrance. Andrew returned to his room, standing by the window, coldly observing the garage below. In under 3 minutes, a small figure stealthily emerged from the shadows of the street corner. "Chucky." It glanced at the slightly ajar door, its face contorting into a sinister and triumphant grin, believing it was an invitation left by the handsome young man. It gripped the gleaming dagger tightly, without an ounce of hesitation, and plunged headlong into the darkness prepared for it. With a crash, the first tragedy arrived as anticipated. A whole bucket of pale yellow paint cascaded down upon the killer, drenching it to the core. The viscous liquid obscured its vision, eliciting an anguished scream. It hastily wiped its face, only to find its feet slipping violently beneath it. The sound of glass shards piercing the plastic soles echoed ominously. The excruciating pain caused it to lose balance instantly, its body uncontrollably pitching forward, landing squarely upon an inconspicuous pressure mat. With a resounding boom, the microwave beside it transformed into a miniature bomb. The metal bearings collided at high speed within the confined space, sparks flying, culminating in a deafening explosion that blew open the oven door. Scalding metallic fragments sprayed Chucky like shrapnel. "Ah, you bastard." Chucky was utterly enraged, rising from the ground, adorned in paint, stepping on shards of glass, with searing metal pieces embedded in its plastic skin. It resembled a wretched creature that had just crawled out of a recycling bin. Its crimson eyes frantically searched the darkness for Andrew's silhouette. "Come out, you damned little liar. Come play with me." With a crack, the light in the storage room on the second floor of the garage flickered to life. Andrew sat atop a wooden crate, toying with a silver knife that glinted coldly. He looked down at the disheveled figure below with a hint of a playful, almost cruel smile. "Hello, friend." His voice was soft, yet in the stillness of the garage, it resonated like a devil's whisper. "It seems you're not quite acclimated to modern domestic life. Would you like me to call a cleaning service for you? The first visit is complimentary." Upon seeing Andrew, all of Chucky's pain and disarray transformed into a raging inferno. "I will kill you," it bellowed, brandishing the similarly paint-smeared dagger, recklessly charging towards the wooden stairs leading to the second floor. Andrew slowly rose, aiming the tip of the silver knife at the frenzied red figure rushing upward. The trap was merely an appetizer. Now, the real conversation is just beginning. Chapter 18. Damballa. Above, Chucky ascended the narrow wooden stairs like an enraged bull, its overalls splattered with pale yellow paint resembling a moving, moldy cheese in the darkness. Andrew stood calmly on the platform of the second floor, observing the murderous plastic creature charging towards him. He did not retreat, just as Chucky was a mere step away. Wielding the greasy dagger and ready to stab at his calf, Andrew made his move. He lifted his foot, not to kick, but with precision. He brought the sole of his shoe down squarely upon Chucky's face, twisted in fury. Bang! With all his might, he delivered a kick. Chucky emitted a sharp, piercing shriek, reminiscent of a cat caught underfoot. Its diminutive form tumbled down like a bowling ball hurled from a staircase, crashing heavily onto the floor below, which was strewn with shards of glass. More glass shards penetrated its cheap plastic skin. "You filthy wretch." Chucky spat venomous curses, its imaginative profanity putting pressure even on Andrew's extensive vocabulary of expletives. Andrew offered no respite. He turned and dragged something from the corner of the storage room, a hefty nylon cargo net, adorned with metal clasps, intended for securing loads in a pickup truck. A relic bought by his father, Rex, yet never once utilized, it lay gathering dust among the garage's decor. Grasping a corner of the net like a seasoned Roman gladiator, he hurled it down towards the struggling figure attempting to rise from the floor. The heavy net cascaded down with a rush of wind. Just as Chucky had managed to regain its footing, it found itself ensnared beneath the vast expanse of the net. It thrashed wildly, brandishing a knife. But the nylon strands proved remarkably resilient. The blade merely left white scratches across the surface without severing it. Descending the stairs, Andrew resembled a hunter surveying his trophy. He pressed his foot against the edge of the net and leaned down, positioning a searing silver knife towards Chucky's head, now smeared with paint and glass fragments. "All right, my friend," Andrew's voice dripped with a chilling mockery. "Now we can have a proper conversation. Tell me, who sent you? Mattel? Or Hasbro?" Chucky ceased its struggles, lifting its head, its glassy eyes shimmering with an unprecedented blend of malice and madness beneath the paint. "Curse you, Mattel," it roared. "I will stuff your soul into an electrified toilet." Quite the creative notion, Andrew quipped, lightly scraping the knife's tip across his forehead, "but unfortunately, you have run out of chances." He raised the knife, preparing to perform a definitive lobotomy on the loquacious toy. At that moment, a peculiar and fervent expression crossed Chucky's face. It closed its eyes and began to chant in a strange, unfamiliar tongue, words Andrew had never before encountered. "Ade du Damballa. Ade du Damballa." As it chanted, the air in the garage thickened, turning frigid. An indescribable energy, imbued with primal malevolence and the stench of blood, began to coalesce around Chucky's form. Andrew's instincts blared within his mind, triggering the highest level of alarm. This was not a physical assault. This is something deeper. A force that directly impacts the soul. In the great name of Damballa, Chucky's eyes abruptly opened, revealing not merely glassy orbs, but a chasm ablaze with the fires of hell. "Grant me your power. Allow me to sacrifice the soul of this little scoundrel before me to you. In exchange, I wish to trade places with him." Andrew felt as if his brain were being pierced by an invisible, icy iron rod. A formidable, irresistible force was attempting to strip his consciousness from his body. His vision began to blur. He beheld Chucky's grotesque visage, magnifying and contorting before him. Soul exchange. This thought flashed like lightning across his chaotic mind. "Damn it. This thing seeks to possess me." Andrew clenched his teeth, the sharp pain from his tongue restoring a semblance of clarity to his muddled thoughts. He abandoned the notion of plunging a knife into Chucky's skull. Stepping back with sudden vigor, he unleashed all his strength and kicked the nearby iron rack filled with Rex's assortment of rusty gardening tools. Crash! The iron rack collapsed with a thunderous roar, and the shovels, hose, and several bags of unused fertilizer tumbled down, landing squarely atop the ensnared Chucky. Chucky's incantation was interrupted by this unforeseen physical assault. The force attempting to sever Andrew's soul also ceased. Gasping for breath, Andrew felt his back drenched in cold sweat. For the first time, he vividly sensed the threat of death. This soul attack, which disregarded physical defenses, represented his greatest vulnerability. Just then, bang, bang, bang. Someone was forcefully pounding on the garage door from the outside. Andrew, is that you? What is happening in there? It was the voice of Mrs. McCluskey, the meddlesome neighbor from next door. This sudden inquiry felt like a bucket of cold water splashed onto the chaotic battlefield. Both Andrew and the pinned Chucky fell silent. That damned old woman. Seizing the opportunity, Chucky waved its knife with the hand trapped beneath the debris, frantically slicing at the net. This time, it targeted the previously created weak points. Andrew, if you don't respond, I'll call the police. Mrs. McCluskey's voice now carried a hint of impatience. I'm fine. Mrs. McCluskey, Andrew replied in the calmest tone he could muster, tinged with the raspiness of someone just awakened, claiming that a wildcat had knocked over the rack and startled him. A wildcat? Well, are you sure you're all right? I'm certain. Thank you for your concern. Outside, silence fell again, but Andrew understood that he had lost his best chance. With a soft rustle, Chucky finally severed the cargo net. It slithered out from beneath the heap of debris like an eel, appearing even more disheveled, one of its legs seemingly broken and twisted at an unnatural angle. With eyes ablaze with fury, it glared intently at Andrew. We are not finished yet, handsome, it rasped, then limped away, dragging its broken leg, disappearing into the night through a vent it had pried open itself at the back of the garage. Andrew made no attempt to pursue. He stood still, gazing at the gaping hole, then at the chaos strewn about. Slowly, he approached the pile of junk, bent down, and picked up a small piece of blue fabric adorned with a red button from among the rusted iron. It had been scraped off Chucky's overalls by the edge of a shovel. He clenched the fabric tightly, feeling the lingering, malevolent chill it radiated. The peculiar, sinister syllable echoed in his mind. Damballa. So that was it, he murmured. Your power derives from prayer. He regarded the fabric in his hand and surveyed the disarray in the garage, a cold, predatory smile gracing his face. What if the deity you worship cannot hear your prayers? Chapter 19. The phone rings. Do not answer in Andrew's room. A faint scent of lemon mingled with the metallic tang of friction. He sat at his desk, methodically polishing a silver dinner knife with a piece of suede. The teachings from the fabric had seeped into his very marrow. A gentleman's tools must remain pristine, even if they had just narrowly avoided being wielded for a craniotomy on a plastic doll. To his left lay the piece of blue fabric, scraped from Chucky's overalls. It appeared unremarkable, yet Andrew sensed a faint, icy energy emanating from it, akin to a severed network cable still tinged with a weak signal. Damballa. Andrew powered on his antiquated laptop and typed the word into the search bar. The screen filled with a plethora of information regarding Haitian voodoo. Damballa Weto, the serpent god, creator of life and wisdom, one of the supreme beings in the voodoo pantheon. A significant figure indeed. Andrew's heart remained unperturbed, even tinged with amusement. He perused the descriptions of spirit possession and summoning rituals, particularly the classic incantation, Ade du Damballa, give me the power I beg of you. He finally grasped that Chucky's power stemmed from a primal sorcery rooted in prayer and sacrifice. Every assault from that little entity, every attempt to exchange souls, constitutes a request for remote connection to its deity. Last night, Andrew executed a decisive maneuver, toppling its router just as it was on the verge of establishing a link to the server. In essence, as long as he could obstruct the signal or compel the server to deny connection, that creature would merely be a profane piece of plastic debris. Closing the web page, Andrew gazed at the fabric in his hands. A more lucid scheme began to crystallize in his mind. He required a more efficient signal jammer or a means to convince Damballa that the transaction was not worth the trouble. The following day, the air in the entire Wisteria County felt as if it were weighed down by an invisible shroud of lead. Overnight, the telephone lines, typically used for gossip and flaunting, had transformed into conduits of panic. The grabber had struck again. A boy named Finney from the neighboring town vanished on his way home from school. This marked the third incident in half a month. News channels on television incessantly broadcasted images of a magician wearing a bizarre mask and a black van, reportedly utilized by the abductor. The housewives of the community banded together as never before. Susan kept a watchful eye on her daughter Julie, even following her to the trash bin, her face alight with a readiness to scream at any moment. Renette, for the first time, expressed gratitude to God for her 4 energetic sons, as she now had ample justification to keep them confined at home 24 hours a day. Gabrielle complained about Carlos canceling their vacation plans to Milan, citing the current perilous circumstances as a reason to refrain from venturing out. Bree Van de Kamp, in her own unique manner, conveyed a mother-esque concern. She spent an entire morning replacing all the locks on the doors and windows of her home with Swiss-imported, military-grade products purported to withstand explosive impact. Subsequently, she summoned Andrew to the kitchen. Andrew, Bree remarked, measuring the thickness of a steak with calipers without lifting her gaze. The community watch requires volunteers for night patrols. I have already signed you up. Me? Andrew raised an eyebrow. Yes, Bree asserted matter-of-factly, as the man of the Van de Kamp household. It is your duty to safeguard the tranquility of this community. Moreover, it will add a noteworthy touch to your application for Yale. Andrew regarded his mother-esque expression of flawless benevolence, refraining from rebuttal. He understood that Bree merely sought the perfect pretext to allow him to venture out at night, to address those gardening issues she feigned ignorance of, but which were all too real. Before you attend that ridiculous mobilization meeting. Bree put down the calipers and retrieved a pair of silver cufflinks from a velvet box. While you're at it, please stop by the antique shop in town and have them polished. I require them to use a specified brand of silver polishing cream, infused with natural olive oil. Andrew grasped the cufflinks, aware that they represented his passport for the day. The streets of Wisteria County were enveloped in a palpable tension, akin to the foreboding atmosphere preceding a storm. Every household kept their doors and windows tightly shut, and not a single child could be seen playing upon the lawns. Only a few police cars patrolled the community at a slow pace, their flashing lights resembling anxious eyes surveying the scene. As Andrew traversed the desolate sidewalk, he felt as though he had stepped into the prelude of a low-budget disaster film. He detested this sensation. Such widespread, overt fear attracted unwarranted attention, whether from fellow humans or something far more sinister. He rounded a corner, passing a park where an antiquated, peeling red telephone booth stood at the far end. A relic of the previous century, it had long since lost its connection, now entwined with vines, resembling a forgotten sentinel. Just as Andrew walked past it, a piercing ring, sharp enough to rend the eardrum, erupted in his mind without warning. The sound did not seem to travel through the air. Rather, it resonated as a high-pitched shriek, directly assaulting his nerves. Andrew's steps abruptly halted, his instincts heightened to an extreme alertness. Slowly, he turned to gaze at the silent telephone booth bathed in the sunset. It was empty, yet the jarring ringing persisted, echoing with desperation and urgency. Furrowing his brow, Andrew approached. He pushed open the creaking glass door, and a wave of stale air, mingled with rust and the scent of decay, engulfed him. The telephone receiver hung silently in its cradle, coated with a thick layer of dust. The black telephone line had been severed cleanly in the middle, its copper core exposed to the air, now oxidized and darkened. It should not be ringing, yet the sound grew louder and sharper, as if it were resonating directly within his ear. Andrew's gaze fell upon the dust-laden floor, where several dried, nearly indistinguishable dark brown stains marred the surface. Just as he crouched down to scrutinize them, the scene within the telephone booth distorted abruptly, akin to a malfunctioning old television. A blurry, bloodied apparition of a boy materialized in the corner of the booth. He appeared to be no older than 13 or 14, his face awash with fear and tears. He reached out, seemingly attempting to grasp Andrew, his lips moving soundlessly. Yet Andrew could discern his words, "Don't answer." In the next instant, the apparition vanished, and the shrill ringing ceased abruptly. The telephone booth returned to a profound silence once more. Only the lingering glow of the setting sun filtered through the grime-covered glass, casting elongated beams of light amidst the dust. Andrew rose slowly, his expression inscrutable. This was not his first encounter with spirits, yet it was the first time he had received a message from the deceased with such clarity. His abilities had evolved unbeknownst to him. He was no longer merely a hunter, but had transformed into a receiver of signals. He gazed at the bloodstains on the ground and recalled the boy named Finney from the news, along with the masked figure known as the Grasper. all clues intertwined in his mind like a string of cursed beads. The phone rang, a voice urging him not to answer. This boy was not warning him. He was revealing the grasper's modus operandi, a kidnapper using spectral calls to lure his prey. Andrew stepped out of the phone booth, glancing back at the crimson coffin that stood against the twilight. A mixture of annoyance and cold curiosity crossed his face. What a lively scene, he murmured. A plastic doll that delighted in etching messages on his door, a serial killer wielding supernatural powers to make calls, and his own accursed, as if adorned with a VIP membership badge in the realm of monsters, fatal attraction. A premonition stirred within him. The grasper's next target was likely to be himself. Very well. He adjusted his collar and strode towards the antique shop. One by one, they would come. Chapter 20. More than one doll. Gabrielle Solis possessed a sacred and inviolable sanctuary. It was neither a church nor the embrace of her husband, Carlos, but rather her walk-in closet that occupied half of their master bedroom, a space capable of eliciting gasps from any woman. There, she housed her arsenal, her throne room, her spiritual sanctuary. Each Chanel coat, every pair of Manolo Blahnik red-soled heels, and each Hermes Birkin bag stood as a trophy in the war of marriage she had fought. Yet today, her sanctuary faced desecration. A scream, potent enough to shatter glass, pierced the afternoon tranquility of the Solis household. Gabrielle knelt upon the floor adorned with white woolen carpet, trembling like a shattered statue of the Virgin Mary. Surrounding her was a scene of utter devastation. Her latest Lady Dior bag lay slashed open by a sharp knife, exposing the innocent cotton within. Her limited edition Fendi baguette bag was torn asunder, resembling a genuine loaf ravaged by hunger. All her prized possessions met the same fate. Each scratch felt like a precise incision upon her heart. To compound her terror, the closet door had been locked from the outside. She could hear the old gramophone outside playing that off-key, eerie nursery rhyme once more, over and over again. It felt like a silent mockery directed at her. It was that doll, the damned antique doll she had purchased for $5,000, merely to provoke Bree Van de Kamp. The thought flickered in Gabrielle's mind for the first time, but was swiftly overshadowed by a more pragmatic explanation that aligned with her worldview. It must be Carlos, she seethed. Clenching her teeth, he discovered the credit card statement I had hidden. That bastard. Did he think this would intimidate me? Anger temporarily eclipsed her fear. She began to pound relentlessly on the unyielding door. The atmosphere at the community tea gathering that afternoon was somewhat tense. The venue was Susan's home. She served several trays of decidedly overbaked cookies and a pot of lukewarm tea bags. Gabrielle, with eyes swollen from weeping, resembled a lioness who had just endured domestic violence as she recounted her husband's transgressions to her neighbors. He ruined them. He destroyed them all. She waved her phone, displaying the images of the casualties, her voice trembling. My Birkin, my Kelly, they are all dead. Susan, with a sympathetic expression, patted her back, murmuring, "Oh dear. This is dreadful." Renee, however, was far more pragmatic. After glancing at the photographs, she frowned and said, "Gabby, you should report this. This constitutes malicious damage to property. And he locked you up. That's illegal confinement." "Report it?" Gabrielle scoffed. "Would I let all of Wisteria Lane know that my husband is punishing me for spending money? I cannot afford that humiliation." At that moment, a sleek silver Mercedes glided to a stop in front of Susan's house. Bree Van de Kamp arrived, accompanied by her son Andrew, as if she were royalty. Dressed impeccably in a light gray suit, Bree held a tray covered with a cloth. Andrew followed closely behind, carrying a toolbox. "I hear the Solis household is experiencing some electrical issues," Bree announced as she entered, placing a strawberry tart that appeared fit for a culinary magazine on the table. Her gaze swept over the sobbing Gabrielle, revealing just the right amount of concern. "Andrew is quite skilled with these matters. Perhaps he can assist." Gabrielle glanced at the professional toolbox in Andrew's hands, then at Bree's perfectly crafted expression of benign assistance, hesitating. She did not wish to appear foolish in Bree's eyes. Yet, thinking of the locked door and the ruined bags, she eventually nodded. "All right, thank you, Bree. Andrew, I appreciate your help." Andrew responded with a gentle, reassuring smile, imbued with an aura of trustworthiness. "At your service, Mrs. Solis." The Solis home was suffused with the scent of expensive perfume and a stifling, ominous atmosphere. Andrew followed Gabrielle into the ransacked sanctuary. "It is this door." Gabrielle pointed at the closet door, still simmering with anger, which locked itself. "Carlos must have installed some remote lock outside." Andrew crouched down, meticulously examining the brass lock. The lock cylinder was antiquated, showing no signs of having been tampered with. He extended his hand, gently touching the doorknob. A chilling energy, imbued with resentment and envy, coursed through his fingertips. This energy was far more potent than what he had sensed previously. He rose to his feet, his gaze sweeping across the entire master bedroom. The Annabelle doll sat poised on the vanity chair, its face adorned with that eerie smile, its glassy eyes staring vacantly out the window. Yet Andrew understood that it was not mere vacancy. His beast instinct did not react to the doll, but his enhanced ability to perceive spirits painted an entirely different picture in his mind. The doll resembled a signal tower, an insidious one, designed to receive and amplify negative emotions. Gabrielle's greed for material possessions, her quarrel with Carlos, the gardener John's desires and fears, these all served as sustenance for its growing power. It was becoming increasingly formidable. Now, it was no longer just a Wi-Fi router. It had evolved into a 5G base station, actively broadcasting malevolent signals. "How is it, Andrew? Is the lock broken?" Gabrielle inquired anxiously. "No, Mrs. Solis." Andrew turned around, retrieving a screwdriver and a can of lubricant from his toolbox. "It's just a bit damp, causing the latch to jam. Allow me to clean it and apply some oil." As he spoke, he skillfully dismantled the lock, his mind racing with thoughts. This place was even more perfect than he had imagined. A beacon for an increasingly powerful spirit, a closed arena brimming with negative emotions. Now, he merely needed to invite another actor to the scene. He reassembled the lock, opening and closing it several times until it emitted a crisp and smooth sound. "All done, Mrs. Solis." He stood up, wearing a smile that was irresistibly reliable and professional, one that all housewives would find appealing. "However, I recommend you check the main circuit breaker in your home. The wiring here is somewhat aged and may lead to unexpected short circuits." He deliberately emphasized the word unexpected. He knew that the seed of doubt had already been sown. Now, he only required a small catalyst to pique Chucky's interest. That mischievous friend who also delighted in playing with electricity. Chapter 21. Come join the party, Chucky. Upon returning home, Andrew found Bree busy vacuuming the Persian rug in the living room. The German imported vacuum cleaner emitted a noise so subtle that it was quieter than a passing sedan. When Bree saw her son return, she merely nodded gracefully, reminding him, "Andrew, the soles of your shoes are muddied from the neighbor's lawn. Please clean them at the door." "Understood, Mom," Andrew replied with a smile, diligently wiping away every speck of dirt from the soles on the doormat. Rather than retreating to his room, he proceeded directly into the garage. Bree observed his retreating figure as she switched off the vacuum. Approaching the window, she gazed at the closed garage door, a flicker of complexity crossing her expression, but soon her demeanor returned to its usual tranquility. She picked up a silk cloth and began to polish the immaculate vacuum cleaner. Inside the garage, Andrew lowered the roller door and flicked on a dim work light. This was his laboratory, his alchemical chamber, his slaughterhouse. From a locked iron box, he retrieved his magical components. A piece of coarse blue fabric torn from Chucky's overalls, a blackened canine tooth, exuding a faint sulfurous odor, pried from the jaws of a mutated dog, and himself. He needed a medium, a scarecrow to carry his invitation. After rummaging through the clutter in the garage, he found a broken mop handle and a bundle of twine that Rex had used to secure a golf bag. With the twine, he awkwardly attached the blue fabric to one end of the mop handle, creating a rudimentary doll that barely resembled a human form. It appeared more like a tasteless piece of modern art than a mystical voodoo artifact. Yet Andrew understood that form was inconsequential. What mattered was intention and connection. He grasped the black canine tooth and, using its sharp tip, painstakingly etched a vev, an emblem of provocation and challenge, onto the blue fabric. The design crooked and resembling the drunken scrawl of a tipsy artist. With the foundational work complete, Andrew felt no tremor of emotion within. It was time to connect this medium to the signal. He seized a consecrated silver dinner knife and, without hesitation, made a small incision on his fingertip. A drop of blood oozed forth, landing on the makeshift scarecrow. The energy of fatal attraction, male exclusive, surged into the medium like a directive of supreme authority. Andrew closed his eyes. He recited no ancient incantations, nor did he beseech any divine assistance. Instead, with a cold, mocking intent, he began to send a message to the scarecrow. "Hey there, little lunatic. Do you remember me? You ran so fast that night in the garage. I have yet to offer you a taste of my mother's newly baked lemon pie, the signature dessert of Wisteria County. However, fret not. for I have prepared a gathering for you at the Solis residence next door. There, a new toy awaits, a doll clad in a white dress. She is quite serene, perhaps a tad shy. I believe you two shall become fast friends. The celebration has commenced, and the atmosphere is vibrant. You would do well to arrive swiftly, otherwise. All the merriment shall belong solely to me. He channeled his derision for Chucky, his contempt for its absurd pride, and the unmistakable focus on the Solis party into a singular mental force, which he forcefully infused into the Scarecrow. Having completed this act, he opened his eyes, seized the Scarecrow exuding a faint malice and the tang of blood, and, akin to discarding refuse, stuffed it into a black plastic bag. It was time to deliver the invitations. In the stillness of Wisteria County at midnight, which resembled a forsaken city, Andrew, clad in black athletic wear, glided silently across the meticulously manicured lawns like a specter. He arrived at the Solis backyard, where the grand mansion loomed in darkness. Gabrielle and Carlos were likely engaged in negotiations at some upscale restaurant, deliberating over their ruined luxuries. Andrew retrieved the rudimentary Scarecrow from the plastic bag, weighed it in his hand, and with the finesse of a baseball throw, launched it with force. The Scarecrow arced gracefully through the air, landing precisely beneath the master bedroom balcony, directly facing the window where the Annabelle doll was placed. Having accomplished this, Andrew did not linger. He turned and vanished into the shadows of the night. The prey had been lured, and the trap was set. Now, he merely needed to find the optimal vantage point to await the spectacle. Meanwhile, in the dark recesses of a sewer in Wisteria County, Chucky sat atop a rusty pipe, stitching the wounds on its leg with a needle scavenged from a refuse pile. The game in the garage had inflicted upon it an unprecedented humiliation. Its fury, intertwined with a morbid obsession for that golden-haired boy, fermented into a far more perilous emotion. It vowed that next time, it would ensnare the young lad's soul within its own body, using that exquisite guise to engage in truly fascinating pursuits. At that moment, a powerful, irresistible notion seared into its soul like a red-hot iron. This was not Dambala's summoning. It was the scent of that boy, intertwined with his blood, his breath, and a raw, mocking derision that treated it as a mere jest. The message of the new toy party echoed clearly in its mind. Chucky emitted a furious shriek. No one could seize its toy. Even more intolerable was the audacity of those who, after taunting it, dared to host a party without its presence. It discarded the needle in its grasp, and within its glassy eyes burned the flames of jealousy and madness. It could acutely sense the source of provocation not far away. Dragging its partially sewn leg, like a released arrow, it surged through the sewer towards the intoxicating yet loathsome scent that beckoned it. The Solis residence. It was on its way. Chapter 22. Who is the true toy? The backyard of the Solis home was so silent that one could hear the dew condensing upon the blades of grass. Andrew's rudimentary Scarecrow lay forgotten in the flower bed beneath the main bedroom balcony, resembling a poorly executed prank prop abandoned by its creator. Suddenly, a rustling sound emanated from the nearby bushes. A diminutive figure with red hair emerged from the shadows. It was Chucky, dragging its unevenly stitched leg. Its body still smeared with the filth and stench of the sewer, it remained undeterred by the madness that blazed within its glassy eyes. Its gaze immediately fixed upon the Scarecrow lying on the ground. It could detect the intoxicatingly familiar scent of blood, one that evoked both love and hatred, belonging to that golden-haired boy. Furthermore, it sensed the blatant provocation that toyed with it like a mere monkey. A party? Chucky growled in a hoarse voice, as if rasped by sandpaper. It approached, planting a foot upon the Scarecrow's face, grinding it down with force. Is this your party? A heap of rags and a rotten stick? It lifted its gaze, following the trajectory from the Scarecrow to the balcony above, through the expansive floor-to-ceiling windows. It beheld a massive antique doll, clad in a white lace dress, sitting quietly at a vanity chair, appearing eerily ethereal under the moonlight. New toy. Andrew's mental message echoed in Chucky's mind. Jealousy and the fury of being belittled instantly overwhelmed its small, malevolent plastic heart. It dawned upon Chucky that the boy was not inviting it. Rather, he was parading his new favorite. No one's toy could ever be more entertaining than mine. Chucky emitted a wounded beast-like roar. It discarded the Scarecrow and, withdrawing a gleaming dagger from its overalls, ascended the drainage pipe with the agility of an enraged monkey. Swiftly making its way to the second-floor balcony. 2 streets away, atop a villa under construction, Andrew lay prone, wielding a high-powered military telescope equipped with night vision. This is yet another collectible from his father, Rex, reportedly purchased at a high price from a retired Navy SEAL. Often used to boast about his valorous exploits in his youth before the neighbors. Now, it has become Andrew's optimal tool for observing the monstrous circus performance. He witnessed the entire process of Chucky scaling the balcony with remarkable clarity. To his surprise, its climbing ability was quite impressive. Andrew evaluated it with an indifferent demeanor, estimating its agility attribute to be at least 12 points. However, the overalls it wore significantly hindered its performance. A tighter athletic outfit would be advisable. He adjusted the focus and directed the lens towards the floor-to-ceiling window of the master bedroom. The spectacle was about to commence. Chucky effortlessly pried open the balcony door lock with the tip of a knife. It stealthily slipped into Gabrielle's bedroom, which was suffused with the scent of expensive perfumes. Instantly, it spotted Annabelle seated before the vanity. In the darkness, the doll's smile appeared strikingly vivid. "So it's you who has usurped my place?" Chucky advanced step by step, the knife tip leaving a faint scratch on the lavish wooden floor. Annabelle remained perfectly still, seemingly an ordinary, lifeless doll. Yet Chucky could sense something. It felt an icy energy, imbued with resentment and possessiveness, pervading the room, emanating from the doll in the white dress. This was a connection among kindred spirits. "Do you think playing dead will save you?" Chucky scoffed coldly, suddenly leaping, the sharp knife aimed viciously at Annabelle's porcelain face. Just as the blade was about to make contact with that ceramic grin, a loud bang echoed. All the doors in the bedroom, including those of the closet, the bathroom, and the grand entrance to the hallway, slammed shut simultaneously. Following this, every bottle and jar on the vanity began to tremble violently. Gabrielle's expensive perfumes, creams, and serums seemed to be manipulated by an invisible hand, one after another soaring into the air towards Chucky. Smash, smash, smash. The perfume bottles exploded upon contact with Chucky, showering it with luxurious liquid and shards of glass. This sudden onslaught caused Chucky to lose its balance in midair, crashing heavily to the ground. "Well done," Andrew exclaimed from above, genuinely impressed. It was a classic poltergeist phenomenon attack, wide-ranging and grand in scale. Annabelle's performance had already surprised us at the outset. However, it seemed a bit wasteful. The combined value of those perfumes could have purchased 100 good dolls. Chucky emerged from the wreckage of glass and perfume, thoroughly enraged. "You wretched creature, merely adept at playing tricks," it cursed vehemently. "Come out and face me." The response came from an old phonograph, which once again played an eerie nursery rhyme. The sound emanated as if from the depths of hell, imbued with mockery and malice. Annabelle's head slowly turned a full 180 degrees without any external force. Her hollow glassy eyes fixated intensely on Chucky in the darkness. "Oh." The deadly gaze accompanied by a psychic assault. Andrew observed like a seasoned commentator, noting the classic combination of attacks. Yet, one could only ponder the efficacy against a soul that had been deceased for 30 years. Surprisingly, the effect was remarkably potent. The formidable resentment pierced Chucky's soul like countless icy needles. Any ordinary mortal would likely succumb to madness at this moment. Yet, Chucky was no ordinary being. His essence was that of a serial killer steeped in violence and insanity for decades. "Damn it," Chucky roared, enduring the soul-wrenching pain, and charged once more. He ceased his direct assault on Annabelle's corporeal form and, wielding his knife, began to wreak havoc upon everything in the room. He slashed through Gabrielle's expensive silk sheets, overturned Carlos's cigar box, and marred the ludicrous wedding photo on the wall beyond recognition. This was his method of combat, pure, savage, cathartic violence. "If I must suffer, then no one shall find solace." The strategy shifted. Andrew watched intently through his binoculars as Chucky opted to abandon direct confrontation with the opposing entity and instead began to assault the opponent's crystal. A remarkably shrewd tactic. Annabelle's energy was derived from this very room. Destroying it equated to depleting her magical essence. The spirit that Annabelle embodied was evidently incensed by this rogue approach. The supernatural phenomena within the room spiraled into chaos. The crystal chandelier on the ceiling swayed violently before crashing down. Chucky barely evaded it with a swift roll, the chandelier shattering where he had just stood. Immediately thereafter, the massive four-poster bed was lifted by an invisible force and violently hurled against the wall, splintering into pieces. Two malevolent entities descended into madness in a battle for dominion over this space, one wreaking havoc on a physical level, the other unleashing chaos on a supernatural plane. The master bedroom of the Solis family, a sanctuary of Gabrielle's vanity and dreams, transformed into a wasteland ravaged by a tornado within mere minutes. At last, amidst the devastation, the two sovereigns faced their ultimate confrontation. Seizing an opportunity, Chucky leaped onto the vanity as the spirit maneuvered a wardrobe to strike him. He raised his knife, summoning all his strength and pent-up fury, and plunged it fiercely into Annabelle's eerily smiling visage. Crack! A sharp sound of shattering resonated. A fissure stretched from the center of Annabelle's forehead to the corner of her mouth. Simultaneously, all the violent supernatural phenomena in the room ceased abruptly. The potent resentment, akin to a punctured balloon, rapidly diminished. Yet, before its complete annihilation, it launched a final assault. The enormous dressing mirror, which had been slashed by Chucky, suddenly shattered without warning. Countless sharp shards of glass erupted forth like a barrage of pellets, hurtling toward the nearby Chucky. He had no time to evade. His diminutive form was mercilessly pinned to the wall by dozens of mirror fragments, resembling a poorly crafted and grotesque specimen. A mutual demise? Andrew lowered the telescope, rubbing his weary eyes. No, it resembled more the simultaneous disconnection of a server and client. He beheld the Annabelle doll, its visage shattered, utterly devoid of spirit, reduced to an ordinary, damaged toy. Meanwhile, Chucky, though impaled against the wall and pierced in multiple places, retained his tenacious soul within that tattered plastic shell. His fingers still twitched faintly. At that moment, the distant sound of an engine echoed. Gabrielle and Carlos had returned. Andrew rose, brushing off the dust from his clothes. The party had concluded. Now, it was time for the cleaners to take the stage. Chapter 23. Cleanup time on the driveway of the Solis residence. A brand new Cadillac announced its owner's return with a sharp and jarring screech of brakes. Gabrielle Solis and Carlos Solis had just concluded a charity gala filled with false smiles and expensive red wine. I told you, Carlos. That woman's dress is last year's style. Gabrielle complained as he kicked off the red-soled heels that had tormented him all evening. At least she didn't drape half her fortune over herself, Carlos replied, loosening his tie with a hint of weary sarcasm. The two pushed open the door and entered the foyer. Everything appeared as usual until they ascended to the second floor and opened the door to the master bedroom. Time seemed to freeze. Then came two screams, belonging to different registers, yet equally filled with horror and rage, that could send every dog in Wisteria County into a frenzy. Ah, my God. Across the street, on the rooftop, Andrew set down his telescope. The background music was now in place. He stowed the telescope away in his bag, moving with unhurried grace, akin to a musician concluding a rooftop concert. The Solis couple's screams and curses provided the perfect cover for his actions. Like a stealthy feline, he silently descended from the roof, traversing the shadows until he reached the Solis backyard. The floor-to-ceiling window, shattered in the battle, resembled a gaping black mouth, silently beckoning him. Andrew inhaled deeply. The air was infused with a peculiar amalgamation of scents. The air was infused with the essence of Gabrielle's cherished Dior J'adore perfume, the rich aroma of Carlos's treasured Cuban cigars, and a faint, ozone-like energy lingering amidst the chaos, accompanied by the scent of blood. Though not of human origin, the metallic tang reminiscent of rust was unmistakably present. He donned a pair of rubber gloves, pilfered from the garage, which Rex had used for handling fertilizers, and stepped into this disheveled battlefield. The entire room could no longer be aptly termed a room. It resembled a disaster site violently and maliciously redecorated by an abstract artist. Andrew's gaze calmly traversed the scene before him, his obsessive tendencies stirring a mild discomfort, not due to the gore, but rather the disorder. The shards of glass scattered across the carpet lay unclassified, the scratches on the walls were devoid of any pattern, and the tattered bed linens and overturned furniture were arranged with utter lack of aesthetic appeal. Amateurish, he deemed it succinctly. His attention ultimately settled upon the two protagonists of the night. The Annabelle doll lay amidst the ruins of the vanity, its ceramic face marred by cracks, the eerie smile now resembling a grimace of agony. The bound spirit energy within it had dwindled to a flicker, akin to a candle's last gasp in the wind. On the other side, Chucky was pinned against the wall in a pose evocative of postmodern art, held in place by a multitude of sharp mirror shards. Its plastic body bore countless gashes and scrapes, an arm conspicuously missing, while its crimson hair was matted with dried perfume and an unidentifiable substance. Yet, It was not entirely lifeless. Its glassy eyes flickered with a disturbing blend of ecstasy and malice as they met Andrew's gaze, igniting a grotesque glimmer. Its lips moved silently, as if uttering curses. "Hello, friend," Andrew addressed it as he crouched before the doll, wearing a gentle smile that instilled despair in all prey. "It seems your little soiree did not go as planned. I had warned you that the toys here possess rather unpleasant dispositions." He reached out with his gloved hand, gently flicking Chucky's forehead. "But fret not, the game is over. It is time for cleanup." He rose without immediately attending to Chucky. As a professional cleaner, his priority was to eliminate potential sources of contamination. From his backpack, he procured 2 items: a canister of high-quality sea salt borrowed from Bree's kitchen, used for marinating olives, and a bottle of mineral water labeled as Bree's mother's miracle rose water. Andrew knew that Bree recited passages from the Bible regarding cleanliness and order over this water each morning in the garden. It was perhaps the closest thing to holy water one could find in Wisteria County. He unscrewed the cap, blending the holy water with the sea salt, shaking it into a uniform mixture. Then, he approached the remnants of Annabelle, cautiously sprinkling the concoction around her in a crooked seal learned from Constantine's comics. Having completed all of this, he returned to the wall, confronting the diminutive killer affixed to it. From the sheath at his ankle, he withdrew the gleaming silver knife polished by Bree's touch. "Well then, Chucky," he mused, gently tracing the blade along Chucky's cheek. "I am quite curious. Where does a soul blessed by Damballa truly reside? Is it within this head, or perhaps within this heart fashioned from plastic?" Chucky's body began to tremble violently, as if sensing an impending doom. For the first time, a flicker of fear emerged within his glassy eyes. "Let us engage in a game." Andrew's tone was buoyant, as if inviting a friend to savor a dessert. "Let us call it guess where the soul is." He raised the knife, unwavering and resolute. In a swift flash, the blade severed the fragile plastic neck connecting Chucky's head to his body. The dirted, crimson visage tumbled to the ground, emitting a dull thud, its expression forever frozen in that moment of terror. Andrew gazed at the headless form still twitching against the wall and shook his head. It seemed he had miscalculated. Without pausing, he meticulously dismembered Chucky's limbs, ensuring that this cursed vessel would harbor no remaining possibility for the soul to reattach or exert control. Just as he completed this gruesome task, a distant wail of sirens echoed ominously. It appeared that the party's security had arrived. Andrew hastened his actions. From his backpack, he retrieved a small canister of gasoline, the very substance Rex used to fuel his lawnmower. He evenly doused Annabelle's remains in the salt circle he had drawn. Then, he approached Carlos's cigar box, extracting the thickest and seemingly most expensive cigar, igniting it with his lighter. He took a puff, grimacing at the lackluster flavor. Then, he delicately flicked the burning cigar into the gasoline-soaked debris. Boom! A surge of orange-red flames erupted skyward. The searing inferno instantly consumed Annabelle's remains, as well as Chucky's severed head. In the purifying blaze, 2 intertwined strands of malevolent, frigid energy emitted a silent wail, ultimately dissipating into the air. Andrew stood before the flames, their flickering light casting dancing shadows upon his face. He turned and, before the sirens grew clearer, quietly leapt through the shattered window, merging once more into the seemingly tranquil night of Wisteria County. Behind him echoed the piercing screams of the Solis couple and the billowing, vain black smoke that heralded the end of an era. Chapter 24. Mastery of Profanity and Introduction to Voodoo. The night breeze, carrying a peculiar blend of charred aroma and the strange sweetness of expensive perfume singed by flames, swept across the skies of Wisteria County. Andrew crouched atop a villa, positioned far enough from the Solis residence to evade prying eyes, yet close enough to witness the grand chaos unfold. The alternating red and blue of police lights flickered like countless restless eyes, casting the Solis mansion in the garish glow of a cheap disco hall. Firefighters struggled futilely, their high-pressure hoses directing torrents of water toward the inferno that had already consumed the roof. Amidst the cacophony, he could discern Gabrielle's piercing wails, lamenting not the house, but her collection of limited-edition bags and shoes, which she had failed to rescue from the closet. Carlos was vociferously berating several officers, likely discussing insurance claims and property losses. Susan and Renette had also arrived. One stood awkwardly offering consolation, while the other calmly calculated the likelihood of the flames encroaching upon her own home. The entire community resembled a pot of boiling water, brimming with noise, panic, and a hint of schadenfreude. Truly, it was a lively evening. Andrew retrieved a bottle of water from his backpack, uncapped it, and took a sip. He methodically replayed the battle in his mind. Annabelle's spirit was formidable yet foolish. Its method of attack relied on manipulating the environment, lacking the precision for targeted strikes, akin to a mage capable only of area spells without the discernment to lock onto a target. In stark contrast, Chucky exhibited an intense desire to attack, displaying agility and an instinct for combat honed through a career of serial killings. However, the source of its power, the voodoo deity Damballa, appeared to have bestowed little in the way of defense. When two adversaries, each with complementary weaknesses, clashed in a confined space, the inevitable outcome could only be mutual destruction, an exquisite self-inflicted wound. Andrew concluded that, were he to face both of these entities simultaneously, he would likely find himself in a formidable struggle. Instead, he had merely provided a stage and a slight catalyst, effortlessly resolving two significant troubles. He relished this sensation, strategizing from the shadows and reaping the rewards. As he savored this delight, the cold, familiar sound of the system notification echoed in his mind. Arriving punctually as ever, reminiscent of a post-game summary screen. Detected that the host has completed a composite hunt, calculating results. Eliminated target, Chucky, elite level malevolent spirit. Determination, target core, soul container, utterly destroyed. Attached spirit has lost its tether and dissipated. Successfully plundering conceptual attributes. Andrew felt as though his mind had been forcefully inundated with two streams of vast and bizarre information, one filled with primal, sanguinary, and arcane knowledge concerning the art of cursing adversaries with blood and hair, forcibly transferring souls from one vessel to another, and offering sacrifices to ancient entities lurking behind the veil of reality in exchange for power. Although this knowledge is rudimentary and fragmented, it has opened a new realm for Andrew. Acquired entry, Blue Voodoo Sorcery, Beginner. You have grasped the fundamental concepts of soul transfer and curses. Now you may attempt to demand, "Give me your soul," though it is likely to be dismissed as madness. A slight twitch appeared at the corner of Andrew's mouth. The potential of this entry is immense. It signifies that his future methods of attack are no longer confined to the physical realm. He could conjure curses, assault souls, and even, like Chucky, seek a new vessel for himself. This prospect bolstered his chances of survival. Then, a second stream of information surged forth. This influx was decidedly less serious. Thousands of phrases, brimming with creativity and insult, akin to masterpieces of profanity from around the globe, flooded his mind like a breached dam. From the classic greetings of dockworkers to the improvisations of street thugs and the heartfelt creations of internet trolls, it encompassed an extensive and profound array of expressions. Acquired entry, White Mastery of Profanity. Your insults will become more creative and offensive, potentially delivering unexpected psychological blows to certain mentally unstable foes. Andrew fell into silence. With an expressionless gaze fixed on the distant flames, his mind raced. This entry, seemingly trivial, sparked a flicker of inspiration. Psychological warfare. He recalled the moment he provoked that stepfather killer with words, and the furious countenance of Chucky after being taunted. At times, the lethality of language can rival that of a blade. He could even combine voodoo sorcery with mastery of profanity, cursing his enemies with the most venomous language while subtly embedding a faint curse within his words. Intriguing. Rising to his feet, Andrew had scarcely begun to digest Chucky's legacy when the system dispatched a second report. Exorcism target. Annabelle, low-level bound spirit. Verdict. Target's core, attachment, has been thoroughly purified by flames. The energy of the bound spirit has dissipated. Concept entry plundered successfully. Acquired entry, White Item Attachment, weak. You can attach faint emotions or energies to small objects. Perhaps you could create a coin that brings bad luck or a button that induces a slight chill. If voodoo sorcery is the software, then item attachment represents the hardware. It provides Andrew's curses with a tangible medium to inhabit. He possesses the ability to infuse his malice, murderous intent, and even a faint trace of spiritual energy into an object, allowing it to accomplish tasks he prefers not to undertake himself. In an instant, Andrew's mind conjured numerous applications. A pen imbued with exhaustion could be gifted to a teacher he despised. Cufflinks charged with suspicion could be bestowed upon seemingly harmonious couples. A chip laden with a curse of misfortune could be cast upon the gambling table of someone he found disagreeable. Though the effects may be subtle, their stealth renders them nearly imperceptible. This is the insidious yet graceful artistry of a hunter. The harvest proved satisfactory. Andrew contentedly added 2 new entries to his repertoire of abilities. As he gazed at the distant flames, now gradually extinguished, he knew it was time to return home. Silently, he departed from the rooftop, blending into the night of Wisteria County like a true specter. Upon arriving home and unlocking the door, he found the living room's wall lamp aglow. Bree Van de Kamp, donned in her immaculate silk robe, sat on the sofa, engrossed in a tome titled The Art of French Cooking. Without lifting her gaze, she spoke in a tone devoid of any tremor. "Andrew, I detect the scent of smoke, cheap gasoline, and Dior's Savage. I trust you haven't attended some vulgar bonfire gathering." Andrew closed the door and approached her, wearing a submissive smile enhanced by an aura of deception. "I merely assisted the Solis family with some pests in their garden. Their nests proved more stubborn than I anticipated." Bree Van slowly closed her book, raising her eyes to scrutinize Andrew's attire, where a nearly invisible mark from a spark lingered. Her brow furrowed ever so slightly. "Go take a shower," she instructed. "I have prepared fresh bath salts for you, infused with lavender and rosemary to aid your relaxation and purification. I do not wish for the stains of the outside world to intrude upon my home." "Very well, Mother," Andrew replied with a smile, turning to ascend the stairs. The moment he turned away, his smile vanished without a trace. He understood that Bree Van had discerned everything, yet she refrained from voicing her thoughts. This unspoken understanding formed a dark pact unique to the Van de Kamp family. Chapter 25. The first cursed artifact in the bathroom. Steam enveloped the air. Andrew reclined in the expansive massage bathtub, allowing the warm water to wash away his fatigue and the scent of blood. The air was filled with a rich aroma of lavender and rosemary. These were the bath salts meticulously crafted by Bree Van, who claimed the recipe originated from an ancient French family, capable of cleansing the dust of the soul. Andrew recognized this as yet another purification ritual conducted by Bree Van, adorned with her hallmark of perfectionism. She employed this method to erase the stains of this household that she was reluctant to acknowledge. He closed his eyes, surrendering himself to the depths of the water, until the pressure forced against his eardrums rendered the cacophony of the outside world utterly non-existent. The flickering flames of the Solis household, Gabrielle's piercing screams, the silent curse accompanying Chucky's dismemberment, and the vengeful thoughts of Annabelle dissipating into flames, all were temporarily sequestered in this artificially crafted tranquility. He craved this absolute calm, for the true experiment was only just beginning. Half an hour later, Andrew re-entered his room clad in pristine cotton pajamas. He locked the door behind him, for this was his sole dominion of absolute privacy within the home, a throne room, a command center, and, indeed, a secret laboratory. He refrained from illuminating the overhead lights, opting instead for a modest desk lamp that cast a warm yellow glow, illuminating a small sanctuary. From the bookshelf, he extracted a beautifully bound edition of Shakespeare's sonnet collection. Then, from the book's hidden compartment, he carefully retrieved the spoils of the evening. A piece of blue fabric, torn from Chucky's overalls and stained with dried blood and mud. A blackened, decayed canine tooth, struck from the jaws of a mutated hound, and a quarter, inadvertently tainted with Chucky's energy during the fray. He arranged these 3 items side by side on the table, akin to a surgeon poised to commence a meticulous operation. Tonight's reckoning endowed him with 3 entirely new, non-physical abilities: voodoo sorcery, beginner; profanity mastery; and item attachment, weak. He could already sense that his mind now housed an extensive repository of derogatory vocabulary potent enough to astound any psychologist. The other 2, however, required practical application for validation. He resolved to commence by crafting his first creation. From the drawer of his desk, he retrieved a sheet of ivory-colored cardstock adorned with a delicate watermark, intended for writing invitations. He also procured a professional drafting pen. Taking a deep breath, he recalled the fragmented knowledge gleaned from voodoo sorcery, beginner. What he intended to draw was a simplified Vev symbol, embodying malice and entanglement. At this moment, the entry for drawing mastery came into play. His hand steadied like a rock. The pen glided smoothly across the luxurious cardstock. Those twisted, spiraling lines, imbued with primal beauty, were flawlessly replicated under his deft touch. This was not a mystical ritual. It resembled the completion of a cold, precise engineering blueprint. Minutes later, an ominous symbol materialized upon the cardstock. The first step was complete. Next came the core phase, the infusion of energy. He gently placed the 25-cent coin at the center of the symbol and closed his eyes. This time, he refrained from recalling the intricate theories. Instead, he immersed his spirit in the memories of tonight's battle. He thought of Chucky, remembering the unquenchable, frenzied malice reflected in its glassy eyes, along with its hoarse, profanity-laden curses. He recalled the way it brandished its knife, embodying pure, viscous malevolence existing solely for the sake of destruction and slaughter. Andrew employed the rudimentary principles of voodoo to extract and purify this malevolence from his memory. Then, like guiding an electric current, he slowly infused it into the coin resting on the table. Next, he remembered Annabelle, recalling the pervasive, icy resentment that enveloped him upon entering the Solis household, the chilling sensation of being scrutinized by unseen eyes, penetrating to his very marrow. He too detached this chill from his memory. Finally, he initiated the item attachment, weak. This was the final and most crucial step in preservation. If the preceding actions were akin to editing a document, now he pressed Ctrl+S. A barely perceptible hum resonated within his mental realm. The coin on the table suddenly resembled something plunged into liquid nitrogen, its surface swiftly encrusted with a layer of frost. The temperature in the room seemed to plummet several degrees in that instant. The card adorned with the symbol visibly withered, curling up, and ultimately ignited without flame, transforming into a small pile of black ash. Andrew opened his eyes and beheld the coin lying quietly on the table. It appeared unchanged, still bearing George Washington's resolute profile and the bald eagle on its reverse. However, Andrew knew it was different now. He extended a finger and gently touched it. A chilling, subtly prickling malevolence coursed through his fingertips. Cursed item coin generated. Quality, white, common. Effect, the bearer will encounter a series of minor, irksome misfortunes over the next 24 hours. Effects do not stack. Note, may cause coffee to cool or shoelaces to break at the least opportune moments. A satisfied, almost cruel smile spread across Andrew's face. This object could not kill, but it could elegantly and precisely create a minor, yet potentially fatal chaos at the most critical moments for an individual, causing a surgeon's hand to tremble slightly while stitching the final suture or distracting a race car driver with an annoying moth as they approached a turn. A police officer, engaged in the delicate task of defusing a bomb, unexpectedly lets out a resounding sneeze. This, indeed, is a form of art, insidious art that belongs to the hunter. He carefully stows the frigid coin of misfortune into an empty matchbox. The first extraordinary weapon he has crafted with his own hands. A brand new world unfolds before him. Approaching the window, he draws back the curtains and gazes into the deep night of Wisteria County. His eyes drift over to the vacant house of Mary Alice, which continues to exude whispers of despair. Then, his gaze shifts to another direction, the edge of the town. His primal instincts whisper to him of a persistent, faint, yet steady malevolence that lingers in Wisteria County and the neighboring towns. Unlike Chucky, who is ostentatious, or Annabelle, who remains fixed in place, this malevolence flows, hunting, grasping. The masked magician who abducts children. Andrew clenches his fist. He finds himself more inclined to seek out a living target to test his newly invented lucky coin than to deal with those elusive phantoms. Additionally, he harbors a nagging sensation that the cries emanating from that eerie black phone booth are akin to an unanswered plea for help. Perhaps it is time to take the initiative and answer that call from the depths of hell. Chapter 26. The perfect stepfather. Several weeks have elapsed since the devastating fire at the Solis residence. Wisteria County has resumed its idyllic, almost nauseating tranquility. The charred mansion is concealed beneath green tarps, while Gabrielle and Carlos have temporarily relocated to a hotel, only zooming past in their newly rented sports car when necessary for meetings with their insurance lawyer. The townsfolk have shifted their conversations from the peculiar fire to the eternal topics of whose lawn requires mowing and the flirtations exchanged with the mailman. It is as if a reset button has been pressed. Andrew relishes this rare tranquility. His daily life is as orderly as a finely tuned Swiss watch. By day, he is the exemplary student at Hodge High School, viewed by Bree as the rebellious son who is gradually improving. By night, he locks himself in his room, honing his newfound abilities. For instance, he employs the technique of item attachment, feint, to imbue a wisp of damp emotion onto his father Rex's prized Cuban cigar. Observing Rex's futile attempts to light the expensive cigar, ultimately resulting in his frustration as he snaps it in half, Andrew casts an approving glance from his window. Harmless, yet effectively aggravating, it is a sophisticated pastime belonging to the hunter. That afternoon, Andrew jogs through the community park, maintaining an image of a cheerful, healthy individual. Then, he spots Susan Meyer. The foremost harbinger of calamity in Wisteria County sat on a bench beside a man, laughing heartily. This man, seemingly perfect, appeared to be in his 40s, clad in a meticulously tailored casual suit, his golden brown hair impeccably styled, and a gentle, charming smile gracing his face. He exhibited not only profound consideration for Susan, but also displayed patience and care when conversing with Susan's daughter, Julie. Goodness, Susan had finally landed a remarkable catch. Not far off, Renette and Gabrielle, out for a stroll. Gabrielle had returned today to handle some paperwork, paused, uttering envious remarks. His name was Jerry. Gabrielle was always well informed. And he was a successful real estate mogul, recently divorced and childless. Given that suit, it must be Armani at the very least. Susan had truly struck gold. Andrew slowed his pace, his gaze sweeping across the face of the man named Jerry. His primal instincts did not sound an alarm. Yet his mind, a repository of countless horror film plots, flickered with a faint red dot. That face, he felt he had encountered it before. Upon returning home, Andrew dashed into his room, locking the door behind him. He did not resort to perusing crime databases. That would take too long. Instead, he unfurled a sheet of drawing paper and seized his sketching pen. The entry for artistic mastery was activated. Closing his eyes, the image of Jerry's flawless face materialized in his mind. Every detail, every fine line that appeared at the corners of his eyes when he smiled was captured with precision. Moments later, a lifelike portrait emerged on the paper. He photographed the sketch, uploaded it to his computer, and then initiated a deep network search engine he had programmed himself. Based on image recognition, countless images and information flashed across the screen. After a few minutes, the search concluded. The screen displayed several articles from different states, dusty with age. A family of 4 mysteriously vanished in Ohio, with police suspecting a connection to a new family member. In Colorado, a seemingly happy family was brutally wiped out, with the only survivor, the newly arrived stepfather, vanishing without a trace. Each article featured a smiling man, appearing utterly trustworthy and reliable. Though the images were blurred, they were unmistakably Jerry after computer enhancement and comparison. Stepfather, so it was you. Andrew leaned back in his chair, letting out a faint sigh tinged with annoyance and curiosity. This serial killer targeted families with single mothers, assimilating into the household, only to annihilate them when faced with any imperfections. Another one? A sense of numbness washed over him. Wisteria County resembled a vast flytrap, attracting all manner of malevolence. Yet, a flicker of excitement belonging to a hunter supplanted his numbness. This individual, unlike the unadulterated lunacy of Chucky, is a master of disguise. One wonders what new phrases he might conjure. As dusk descended, outside the Van de Kamp residence, an elegant Mercedes came to a halt. Jerry gallantly opened the car door for Susan and Julie, presenting the image of a genuinely content family. At that moment, Andrew emerged from his home, preparing to dispose of the garbage. "Hello, Andrew," Susan greeted warmly. "This is Jerry." "Jerry, this is Burley's son, Andrew." "Greetings, Andrew," Jerry said, extending his hand, his smile impeccable. His hand was warm and firm, evoking an instinctive sense of trust. "Your mother must be immensely proud of you. I was just telling Susan that the garden at the Van de Kamp residence is the most exquisite masterpiece in all of Wisteria County." Andrew grasped his hand, returning the smile. "Thank you for the compliment, Uncle Jerry. My mother often says that perfection requires tremendous effort to maintain." At the moment their hands clasped, Andrew's ever-present, infernal allure subtly activated. Jerry's pupils contracted imperceptibly as he regarded Andrew, his gaze still gentle but now imbued with a chilling undertone, as if appraising an object. In the eyes of this perfection-seeking predator, Andrew, a boy of similar age and close to Julie, represented a potential discordant element, an imperfection needing correction or elimination. That evening, after completing his nocturnal workout, Andrew returned to his doorstep. He intended to drive into town for some supplies while experimenting with his fateful coin. Approaching his second-hand Ford Mustang, he halted abruptly. The right front tire was utterly deflated, a clear puncture mark visible on its side. Bending down, Andrew touched the small hole with his fingers, then looked up towards the direction of Susan's house across the street. The curtains on the second floor seemed to flutter slightly. He understood this as Jerry's warning, a caution to keep his distance from Julie and from the notion of a perfect future family. Rising to his feet, Andrew displayed no trace of anger or fear. Instead, he smiled, a cold smile, laced with a hint of pleasure. "It seems I've been deemed a defect in need of correction," he murmured to himself. How intriguing. The invisible string between hunter and prey had been plucked, and this time, the one cast as prey remained blissfully unaware. Chapter 27. The threat beneath the table. Andrew replaced the punctured tire in just half an hour. In Rex's garage, the tools were as comprehensive as those found in a professional auto repair shop. This was a result of his brief endeavor to become a hands-on tough guy, a pursuit that came to an abrupt end after his golf shorts were soiled by motor oil. In the following days, Violet County remained remarkably tranquil. Jerry refrained from any antics, embodying the essence of a perfect boyfriend as he accompanied Susan on walks, assisted Julie with her homework, and even volunteered to help Mrs. McCluskey drag her heavy trash bin on community recycling day. The more impeccable his demeanor, the more amusing Andrew found the situation. It was a suffocating calm, reminiscent of the stillness before a storm. Indeed, on Wednesday evening, Bree received a call from Susan. "Yes, Susan, we will be there." "What?" "No, Andrew will be joining us. He has been quite well behaved lately, very stable." Bree hung up, wearing her characteristic polite, yet distant smile. "Andrew," she turned to her son, who was engrossed in a book. "Susan has invited us to dinner at her home on Friday evening. She mentioned that Jerry wishes to deepen his connection with all the significant family members." She deliberately emphasized the phrase significant family members. Andrew lifted his gaze from the pages, returning her smile. "Of course, Mom. I absolutely adore Aunt Susan's cooking." He referred to her specialty, takeout pizza. On Friday evening, the Van de Kamp family arrived punctually at the doorstep of Susan Meyer's residence. At the dining table, Jerry once again showcased his impeccable social skills. He effortlessly transitioned from discussing the stock market with Rex to conversing with Bree about the selection of butter for escargot and the pruning techniques for roses in gardening. He was like a perfect puzzle piece, seamlessly fitting into any topic and leaving others feeling refreshed and invigorated. Initially, the atmosphere during dinner was harmonious, until Jerry shifted his focus toward Andrew. "Andrew," he said in a tone filled with the concern of an elder, "I have heard Susan mention some of your past. I must say, you are quite a character." "Bree," he continued, "you must have invested considerable effort in guiding such a spirited child back on track." His words were impeccably crafted. On the surface, he praised Bree's parenting, while subtly reminding everyone at the table that Andrew was a troubled youth, an unstable element. Rex snorted, evidently resonating with the term troubled youth. Bree's smile remained unchanged, yet the knuckles of her hand gripping the knife and fork turned slightly pale. "Jerry." Andrew set down his utensils, elegantly dabbed his mouth with the napkin in a manner reminiscent of Bree. "Character indeed requires guidance. Just as some individuals need a new personality upon entering a new environment, I believe that requires considerable effort." The air instantly thickened. Rex failed to grasp the underlying nuance, but Bree understood all too well. She cast a fleeting glance at Andrew, her eyes imbued with a subtle warning. Jerry's smile faltered for a moment before returning to its usual demeanor. Indeed, adapting to a new environment is an art form. After dinner, Andrew took the initiative to offer assistance in tidying the kitchen. Jerry smiled and followed him inside. In the kitchen, only the two of them remained. The faucet gushed with water, drowning out all other sounds. As Jerry wiped the plates, he spoke in an exceedingly calm tone. "Susan and Julie are the most wonderful family I have ever encountered. I aspire to provide them with a brand new, perfect life." He picked up a glass, gazing at his reflection in its surface. Any unstable factors that might introduce flaws must be eradicated. The moment his words settled, the glass in his hand emitted a sharp crack as he forcefully created a fissure in it. Unfazed, he placed the nearly shattered cup back on the counter. This was a blatant threat, imbued with a violent aesthetic. Andrew turned off the faucet and leaned against the sink, his face still adorned with that innocuous smile. "Is that so? Yet I have heard that glass objects become particularly fragile after experiencing drastic temperature changes, much like certain emotions that find it difficult to remain perfect." He flicked the cracked cup lightly, and it shattered in response. The two locked eyes, each seeing the cold, unmasked intent to kill reflected in the other's gaze. The undercurrents of this tense dinner ultimately concluded on a note of peace. However, Jerry clearly was not inclined to let matters rest. A few days later, he began personally escorting Julie to and from school. One afternoon, he noticed Julie and Andrew engaged in a discussion over a textbook at the cafe by the school entrance, their laughter suggesting a close rapport. That damned fatal attraction once more unleashed its insidious magic in Jerry's paranoid and twisted mind. This utterly normal scene of classmates interacting was automatically interpreted as Andrew attempting to seduce his future perfect daughter, corrupting the ideal family he was poised to possess. He strode over with a fatherly smile plastered on his face. "Julie, darling, it's time to head home." He abruptly interrupted their conversation and turned to Andrew. His smile intact, but his gaze had turned frigid. "Andrew, I believe Julie needs to focus more on her studies. As a friend, you should understand and maintain an appropriate distance, shouldn't you?" This was the following day. Andrew returned to school. As was his routine, he approached his locker. Upon opening the door, a faint metallic scent of blood assaulted his senses. A crow, its neck grotesquely twisted, lay motionless upon his history textbook. Its ebony feathers and dulled eyes formed an eerie contrast. Beside the crow's lifeless body rested a small scrap of paper, torn from a children's magazine. In crooked letters, it proclaimed, "Some things do not belong here." The warning had escalated into a blatant death threat. Andrew gazed at the deceased bird, his expression devoid of emotion. Calmly, he donned a pair of gloves, always kept in his backpack, and carefully placed the crow and the note into a plastic bag, discarding it in the trash bin at the end of the corridor. He then retrieved his history textbook, dusting off the non-existent particles, and closed the locker. The entire process flowed seamlessly, akin to completing a mundane task. Within him resided neither anger nor fear, but rather a chilling calm, the kind that heralds the onset of a hunt. "Well," he murmured softly, "it seems you have chosen your own demise." This Saturday marked the community's annual summer barbecue, a perfect public venue for disposing of refuse. Chapter 28. Sausages and Lies. The summer barbecue in Wisteria County stands as the community's most significant social ritual of the year. Its purpose is not merely to savor secret recipes, but to serve as an arena where homemakers subtly flaunt their latest jewelry, their most obedient children, and their most successful spouses. This year's champion was undoubtedly Susan Meyer, or rather, the man beside her, Jerry, who seemed crafted for such occasions. He wore a finely tailored white linen shirt, sleeves elegantly rolled to the elbows, revealing a sun-kissed forearm adorned with an exquisite watch. Positioned behind the smoky grill, he orchestrated the sizzling steaks and sausages like a maestro leading a symphony. His smile radiated warmth, more inviting than the midday sun. "Gabrielle, try this," he called. "I grilled it to perfection, just right to compliment your lipstick today. Renee, fret not. I prepared the children's without black pepper. They will adore it. Bree." He even dared to challenge the queen here. "Your garden looks absolutely splendid. The fragrance of those roses reminds me of a friend in Napa Valley, another horticultural maestro." He was perfection incarnate. Susan, like a proud peacock, stood beside him, basking in the envious and admiring praises that surrounded her. Andrew, holding a glass of lemonade, lingered at the periphery of the crowd, observing the spectacle with a detached gaze. He resembled a magician poised to take the stage, meticulously verifying his props and mechanisms for the final time. He spotted Jerry amidst a throng of admirers, reveling in the authentic enjoyment of his role as the flawless focal point. As he gazed at Susan and Julie, Andrew discerned a palpable possessiveness in Jerry's eyes, akin to a man surveying his own treasures. The moment was nearly at hand, Andrew murmured to himself, drawing a deep breath. He adorned his face with a feigned aura of charm, accompanied by a hint of bashful youthfulness, and stepped into this realm of insincerity. Rather than approaching Jerry directly, he first circled around to Julie's side. "Hey, Julie, have you finished your math assignment? The upcoming chapter on functions is quite a conundrum." "Oh my goodness. Don't even mention it," Julie lamented. "I feel as though my brain is about to unravel." The two commenced a familiar exchange of grievances regarding their academic burdens, punctuated by occasional light laughter. This scene was precisely observed by Jerry, who paused momentarily in his task of flipping the barbecue. His smile remained intact, yet the temperature in his blue eyes plummeted. Andrew sensed a cold, scrutinizing gaze, laced with disdain, locking onto him like a spotlight. That damned entry of deadly attraction, male exclusive, was dutifully fulfilling its role. With the groundwork laid, Andrew bid farewell to Julie, balancing an empty plate, and sauntered toward the grill. "Hello, "Uncle Jerry," he said, projecting politeness and humility. "May I have one of those sausages you're grilling? They smell divine." "Of course, kid," Jerry replied, his smile returning to perfection. He deftly grasped the sausage, crisp and glistening, with tongs, and placed it on Andrew's plate. "Give it a try." "It's my secret recipe," he proclaimed. Andrew lifted his fork, sliced a small piece, and savored it thoughtfully. The neighbors nearby observed with keen interest. Well aware of the Van de Kamp family's discerning palate, particularly that of Bree's son. "So what do you think?" Jerry's tone bore an imperceptible hint of arrogant control. Andrew swallowed the morsel, elegantly dabbed his mouth with a napkin, his movements impeccably refined. "It's quite good," he offered, eliciting an even brighter smile from Jerry. Then, with a subtle shift in his tone, just loud enough for those nearby to hear, he added, "However, compared to what I had last year in Ohio, it falls slightly short." The mention of Ohio struck Jerry like an invisible needle, causing a fissure in his smile. Apparently oblivious, Andrew continued in an innocent, nostalgic tone, "Yes. The stepfather there truly mastered the art of sausage making. He revealed to me that the secret lies in using two distinct types of wood for smoking, applewood and walnut. He claimed that this combination imparts a more intricate depth of flavor. It resembles your method, yet surpasses it." He gazed at Jerry, his eyes pure as a crystalline spring. "Uncle Jerry, what kind of wood do you use?" Jerry, gripping the barbecue tongs tightly, felt the metallic clamps groan under the strain. He remained silent. How could he respond? The secret of the two woods was the proud technique of the man from the Ohio family he had murdered. "What is wrong, Uncle Jerry? You don't look well," Andrew remarked, a perfectly timed expression of concern gracing his face. The neighbors began to sense the unsettling atmosphere. Bree subtly shifted closer to Andrew. "Oh, right." Andrew seemed to recall something suddenly, slapping his forehead. "It's strange, but I haven't seen that Ohio family since. I heard they just vanished overnight." He tilted his head, observing Jerry, whose complexion was now turning pale. "Maybe they moved away, just like you did before, hopping from state to state. Adjusting to a new environment must be quite the challenge, right?" This statement was the final straw. It was no longer a mere suggestion, but a blatant accusation. Each of Andrew's words sliced through Jerry's facade like a precise scalpel, layer by layer exposing the perfect exterior he had so carefully crafted. "You little," a beastly growl erupted from Jerry's throat. His genteel face contorted, muscles twitching uncontrollably. All his disguises, his pride and self-control, and the meticulously constructed image of the perfect gentleman were obliterated in an instant by the taunts of a person he deemed insignificant. A primal roar erupted from Jerry's chest. He crashed the barbecue tongs to the ground, his eyes blazing with fury. "You damned little brat. I will kill you." Amidst the terrified screams of the neighbors and the sudden pallor of Susan's face, the immaculate Mr. Jerry vanished, replaced by a grotesque, unhinged killer who had finally broken free from his cage. He charged at Andrew like an enraged bull. Chapter 29. The taste of Van de Kamp. Jerry's roar detonated like a bomb, shattering the facade of hypocrisy and tranquility that had enveloped the barbecue party. Just moments ago, neighbors had been exchanging flattery and gossip. Now their faces were etched with terror and bewilderment. The women's screams rose and fell, piercing the air like a car alarm. Susan Meyer's face drained of color in an instant, paling to the same hue as the paper plate in her hands. She instinctively rushed forward, yearning to grasp the hand of the perfect man she idolized. "Jerry, have you lost your mind? Stop this at once." Yet, at that moment, Jerry was deaf to her pleas. Andrew's precise words had stripped away the veneer of humanity, revealing the primal, savage nature of a killer within him. With a forceful shove, he sent Susan sprawling to the ground, her body smeared with cream and barbecue sauce. The scene had spiraled into utter chaos. Jerry's eyes were bloodshot as he scanned his surroundings in search of a weapon, his gaze ultimately fixed upon the long table used for carving the roasted pig. There lay a gleaming, long-bladed knife designed for deboning. In a swift motion, he dashed toward the knife and seized it. The crowd erupted into louder screams, scattering in all directions like chickens pursued by wild dogs. The once orderly arrangement of tables and chairs was left in disarray, food and drinks spilled everywhere, leaving the lawn in a state of devastation. Andrew stood at the eye of the storm, his face devoid of emotion. He had anticipated this moment long before, even relishing the impending chaos. Jerry, clutching the knife, resembled a beast thoroughly enraged, charging toward Andrew with singular intent to reduce this wretched creature. the one who had shattered his flawless facade into mere fragments. Andrew did not retreat. Calmly, much like an experienced matador, he sidestepped with agility. Simultaneously, his foot struck the leg of a folding table with precision. The table, along with its vibrant cocktails and fruit salads, toppled over onto Jerry. Sticky liquids and food drenched him, yet this only fueled his fury further. He shook off the chunks of pineapple from his head and roared on, relentless in his pursuit. Andrew turned and fled, his escape not born of desperation but rather calculated precision. Each step he took, every turn he made, was imbued with purpose. He did not run toward the crowd, which would invite unnecessary complications, nor did he dart into open space, risking exposure. Instead, he led Jerry deliberately toward a singular destination, the large barbecue grill, shrouded in smoke, its coals still glowing red. "Stop, you coward!" Jerry bellowed from behind, the knife blade narrowly grazing his back several times. Andrew remained unfazed, acutely aware of Jerry's increasingly labored breaths and disordered steps. Anger was consuming the last vestiges of this killer's sanity while Andrew's heartbeat remained steady, akin to a metronome. He even found a moment to glance at his mother. Bree Van de Kamp did not scream or cower like the other women. Instead, she stood quietly at a distance, her hands folded before her, resembling a flawless statue. Her gaze was chillingly calm, as if she were observing a poorly executed play whose conclusion she already knew. Andrew smiled. The most important audience has taken their seats. He finally arrived at the barbecue grill, where the scorching air enveloped him. The meat on the grill sizzled, releasing an enticing aroma. Jerry, too, had caught up, panting heavily. A sinister grin on his face as he cornered Andrew between the grill and himself. "Why aren't you running?" he taunted, advancing step by step, the knife in his hand glinting menacingly in the sunlight. "I'll cut out your tongue right now and see how you babble then." With a sudden, ferocious thrust, he lunged forward with his knife. Now was the moment. Andrew's body twisted at an astonishing angle, narrowly avoiding the deadly strike by skimming along the searing edge of the grill. His hands moved with lightning speed. He did not reach for anything that appeared deadly. Instead, he seized the long, two-pronged metal meat fork that Jerry had used to test the doneness of the barbecue. The fork, freshly withdrawn from a medium-rare steak, glowed faintly red at the tip, exuding intense heat. Jerry's knife missed its target, causing him to stumble forward in a moment of inertia. Before he could regain his balance or adjust his stance, Andrew had turned to face him. There was no fear or anger on Andrew's face, only an expression of near-reverent focus. Gripping the scorching fork with both hands, he resembled a priest poised to sanctify a sacrificial offering. Then, he plunged the fork deep into Jerry's abdomen. A horrifying, sizzling sound pierced the air, accompanied by the nauseating scent of charred protein. Jerry's body froze abruptly, his gaze descending in disbelief to the fork that had nearly fully penetrated his belly, its tip still carrying a hint of the steak's aroma. A strangled, discordant sound escaped his lips, and the knife slipped from his grasp, clattering to the ground. His knees buckled, collapsing onto the grass as he futilely attempted to extract the instrument of his demise. Ultimately, he fell heavily to the ground like a bag emptied of air, his body convulsing while the light in his eyes rapidly faded. The party descended into a profound silence, as if time itself had been halted, all onlookers frozen in shock at the scene before them. Andrew stood beside Jerry's lifeless form, still clutching the steaming fork, now stained with blood and fat. Moments later, the piercing wail of police sirens drew near. The first two officers arrived to witness this hellish tableau. They drew their weapons, nervously aiming at Andrew. "Don't move. Drop what you have." Andrew lifted his gaze to meet theirs, his expression devoid of emotion as he released his grip, allowing the fork to clatter to the ground. Then, under the watchful gaze of all present, he spoke in a tone so eerily calm that it sent shivers down the spine. He sought to compel me to concede that his sausages were indeed the finest of the gathering. He paused, surveying the chaotic scene of the party, and finally, his gaze settled upon Mother Bree's figure. "You see, for a Van de Kamp, such an affront is utterly intolerable." Chapter 30. The perfect disguise. In the interrogation room of the Fairview Police Department, the air was as stagnant as congealed lard. The clock on the wall ticked with an exasperating loudness, each sound grating on the nerves. The harsh, pallid light overhead cast a ghastly glow upon the cup of coffee that had long since gone cold, rendering it akin to a toxic elixir. Andrew sat on the cold iron chair, still clad in the shirt stained with grass and sauce from the party. Opposite him was a weary-looking middle-aged detective named Hansen, who was sifting through a thick stack of statements, his brow furrowed in a deep knot. "Let me confirm this once more, Andrew," Detective Hansen said, rubbing his temples, his tone laced with incredulity. "Mr. Jerry Black, in response to your criticism of his sausages, suddenly lost his mind and brandished a carving knife to kill you. Then, in the course of your self-defense, you accidentally impaled him in the abdomen with a barbecue fork?" "Yes, sir," Andrew replied, his voice tinged with a perfectly measured rasp and tremor of someone who had narrowly escaped disaster. His gaze was cast downward, hands resting on the table, fingers slightly clenched, much like a frightened child striving to maintain composure. The fraudulent aura of his demeanor was working exceptionally well. It rendered Andrew seemingly harmless, vulnerable, and deserving of sympathy. Detective Hansen scrutinized the youth before him. His tousled golden hair and pale face bore the unmistakable marks of shock. He hailed from one of the town's most respectable and affluent families, excelling academically and comporting himself with decorum. In every respect, he appeared more a victim than anything else. All the eyewitness accounts were muddled. Detective Hansen continued, flipping to another page, yet one detail remained consistent. Everyone asserted that it was Mr. Jerry who had first lost control. Mrs. Meyer claimed he had transformed into a different person, while Mrs. Scavro remarked she had never witnessed such a terrifying expression. Mrs. Solis's testimony largely revolved around her lamenting the destruction of her newly purchased Valentino dress, yet she too emphasized that Jerry had initiated the conflict. He was truly frightening. Andrew interjected at an opportune moment, fear evident in his voice. Just then, the door to the interrogation room swung open, and light from the corridor flooded in, outlining several elegant and formidable figures. Leading them was Bree Van de Kamp, impeccably attired in a flawlessly tailored Chanel suit, her hair meticulously arranged, and her face an epitome of unyielding composure. She did not glance at her son, but directed her gaze squarely at Detective Hansen. Behind her stood 3 men clad in dark suits, their expressions grave and imposing. Each of them held an expensive leather briefcase, their gazes sharp as surgical blades. The atmosphere in the interrogation room shifted dramatically the moment they entered. Detective Hansen's voice, calm and clear, resonated with an undeniable authority as he stated, "I am the mother of Andrew Van de Kamp. From this moment forth, my son shall not respond to any further inquiries. All communication must be conducted through my legal team." Detective Hansen opened his mouth, gazing at the 3 formidable lawyers whose presence rendered him somewhat breathless, ultimately conceding with a reluctant nod. Only then did she slowly approach Andrew's side. She offered no embrace, no words of comfort, nor even a simple inquiry. Instead, she extended her hand, delicately smoothing a wayward strand of hair from Andrew's forehead with her silk-gloved fingers. "Your shirt," she murmured, a hint of familiar disdain for imperfection lacing her tone, "is entirely wrinkled." A smile tugged at the corners of Andrew's mouth. Indeed, this was his mother. In the ensuing hours, Andrew was escorted to a lounge. He could hear outside Bree's legal team engaging in friendly negotiations with the police chief, employing various incomprehensible yet evidently expensive legal terminologies. Leaning back against the sofa, he closed his eyes. It was time to assess the spoils of this encounter. Target elimination, Jerry Black, elite class humanoid monster, disguised variant. Commencing concept extraction, core concept of disguise and assimilation, priority extraction underway. Extraction successful. Acquired entry, blue perfect disguise. Perfect disguise. You can more readily assume a role that is incongruent with your true nature and mimic the behavioral patterns of others. When confronted with psychic perception abilities, it possesses a slight deceptive effect. Note: Oscar owes you a small statuette. A satisfied smile curved Andrew's lips. This was indeed a remarkable asset. While the deceptive aura merely rendered him harmless in appearance, perfect disguise empowered him to actively become anyone he desired: a sorrowful father, an enraged husband, a loyal friend. With this mask, he could breach more hearts, unearth deeper secrets, and craft more exquisite traps. This was a skill belonging to the apex of hunters, an art form. When Andrew beheld the sunlight once more, it was already dusk. He was exonerated. The incident was classified as a clear case of justifiable self-defense by a minor. The true identity of Jerry Black was discreetly relayed to the police by the lawyers through certain channels. A nationally wanted serial killer had met his end in Wisteria County. For the Fairview Police Department, this was, indeed, a commendable achievement. No one would question whether the angle at which the barbecue fork was thrust was excessively justifiable. Returning to the Van de Kamp residence, Andrew was enveloped by a familiar sense of lemon and the warmth of a preheated oven, instilling in him a sense of relaxation. His father, Rex, and sister, Danielle, regarded him with expressions mingled with fear and reverence before silently retreating to their rooms. At the dining table, Bree had already prepared an exquisite dinner for him, succulent herb-roasted lamb chops from Provence, accompanied by rosemary-infused baked potatoes and a delicate asparagus salad, all arranged as if they were works of art. In silence, mother and son elegantly sliced their food, the clinking of cutlery ringing out like melodious chimes. It was not until Andrew finished the last bite of lamb and dabbed his mouth with a napkin that Bree set down her utensils, lifted her glass of red wine, and gently swirled it. "Andrew," she began, her voice as calm as if discussing the weather, "next time we encounter individuals whose tastes differ from ours, we may choose not to dine with them." She paused, gazing into her son's eyes, where her blue irises revealed no reproach, only a steadfast adherence to decorum as a perfect housewife, rather than a desire to thrust the dinner utensils into his body. Such an act would lack grace. Andrew nodded, a compliant smile gracing his face. "All right, Mom." He understood that the crisis surrounding matters of taste had reached its conclusion. After dinner, Andrew returned to his room. Instinctively glancing out the window, he noticed that a new family had moved into the neighborhood, right next door to the Renettes. A pristine station wagon was unloading luggage, and a seemingly courteous couple was disembarking from the vehicle. Moments later, the car door swung open again. A little girl, clad in a pink princess dress and sporting a golden ponytail, bounded out with exuberance. She appeared to be around 8 or 9 years old, resembling a doll, her face adorned with an angelic, unblemished smile. However, Andrew's instinctive caution whispered a faint, icy alarm at that very moment. Chapter 31. A fatal accident. The arrival of new neighbors breathed a long-awaited, vibrant gossip into the otherwise lifeless Wisteria County. The Panmark family seemed to have stepped straight out of a 1950s family magazine. The father, Henry, was a genteel university professor, while the mother, Christine, was gentle and gracious, renowned for her delectable lemon meringue pie. Yet, the most captivating aspect of their household was their 8-year-old daughter, Rhoda Panmark. This girl was as perfect as a fabrication. With a radiant golden ponytail and eyes as blue as the sky, when she smiled, 2 sweet dimples would emerge on her cheeks. She was always attired in crisply ironed princess dresses, and upon encountering any neighbor, she would lift the hem of her skirt and perform an impeccable curtsy. She plays Chopin's nocturnes, can recite Shakespeare's sonnets, and even when Gabrielle laments that his new car has been sullied by bird droppings, she comforts him with the sweetest voice. "Mrs. Solis, do not be disheartened. Perhaps the little birds in the sky simply wish to kiss your beautiful car." The housewives of Wisteria Lane were almost instantly enchanted by this little angel. Bree Van de Kamp could not stop praising Rhoda. "Look at her, Andrew," she said during a family dinner, dabbing her mouth with a napkin, her face adorned with rare and genuine admiration. "She is the daughter every mother dreams of, elegant, poised, and never staining a white tablecloth with ketchup." Andrew, slicing his steak in silence, pondered in his heart that, yes, she was as perfect as a Venus flytrap, luring her prey with the most exquisite nectar. Since that day they exchanged glances through the window. His instincts had remained restless. This little girl exuded a cold and untainted malevolence, starkly different from the likes of Easter and Jerry. It was not a twisted madness acquired over time, but rather an innate, pure predatory nature. This foreboding was soon validated. The annual awards day at the community school was a grand affair, showcasing the children's achievements over the year. Parents arrived in their fineries, the atmosphere as ceremonious as the Oscars. The final and most prestigious award was the championship gold medal for the spelling bee. Everyone believed that the gold medal belonged to Rhoda Panic. She had demonstrated a vocabulary far surpassing her peers, coupled with remarkable composure in previous competitions. Rhoda herself evidently shared this conviction. Dressed in a pristine lace gown, she sat in the front row, her face graced with a confident yet modest smile, resembling a queen awaiting her coronation. However, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. In the final round, a shy and frail boy named Claude stammered his way through an exceedingly obscure word. Rhoda lost. As the principal draped the shiny gold medal around Claude's neck, the audience erupted in applause, offering encouragement. Rhoda stood and graciously approached Claude. embracing him with a flawless smile tinged with a hint of regret. Her demeanor earned her the admiration of many parents. What a wonderful child, gracious even in defeat. Yet, only Andrew, seated in the back row, keenly noticed that in the moment they embraced, obscured from the view of the crowd, the angelic smile vanished from Rhoda's face. Her lips turned downwards, and her blue eyes flickered with a chilling light, laced with resentment and disgust. That glimmer was fleeting. As she turned away, her sweet, harmless facade re-emerged. That very afternoon, tragic news arrived. Claude had fallen into the water while playing at the town's dock, and by the time he was discovered, he had already ceased to breathe. A lively existence, thus transformed into a lamentable misfortune. Andrew held skepticism towards accidents, particularly when a flawless predator had just lost her prey. Alone in the evening, he ventured to the dock, now surrounded by police tape. The officers had recently departed, deeming the scene a tragic incident. After all, every summer, a wayward child or two found trouble in this very spot. Andrew leapt over the caution line and crouched at the location where Claude had fallen. He meticulously inspected the weathered wooden planks, worn by time and tide. Soon, he discerned something unusual. At the edge of the boards, near the water's surface, lay several parallel, crescent-shaped scratches. The marks were fresh, as if something hard had been repeatedly trampled upon. They bore no resemblance to the tread of ordinary sneakers, but rather suggested the heel of a certain type of women's footwear. Instantly, the image of the white patent leather shoes Rhoda had worn at the award ceremony that day sprang to Andrew's mind. To complement her princess gown, those shoes were adorned with small crescent-shaped metallic pieces on the heels. He could almost envision the scene. Rhoda, with her sweet voice, lured Claude to the edge of the dock. Then, as the frail boy boasted of his newly earned gold medal, she extended her beautifully shod foot, mercilessly pushing him into the frigid lake water, again and again. Rising to his feet, Andrew gazed at the placid lake's surface, feeling an inexplicable chill. This sensation was far more unsettling than confronting Chucky's chainsaw or Jerry's butcher knife. The following day, Bree baked a batch of her signature blueberry muffins, artfully arranged in a delicate wicker basket. "Andrew, dear," she said, handing the basket to her son, "please take this to the Panmarks. I heard Rhoda has been heartbroken and hasn't he eaten all day over Claude's incident." Poor child. Andrew accepted the basket, donning a compliant smile. "All right, Mom." It was indeed a perfect excuse. Inside the Panmark living room, a somber and oppressive atmosphere enveloped the space. Christine Panmark graciously accepted the muffins, expressing her gratitude. Rhoda sat on the sofa, clutching a doll, her eyes swollen with tears, appearing utterly despondent. Andrew approached her, crouching down and speaking in a gentle, elder brotherly tone. "Hey, Rhoda, don't be too sad. Claude has gone to heaven, where there are no spelling bees. He will be quite happy there." Rhoda lifted her gaze, her tear-filled blue eyes meeting Andrew's. "Thank you, Andrew," she replied, "but I still miss him. He was a good person. He didn't deserve that gold medal. It should have been mine." Her words came out haltingly, filled with childlike, naive logic and sorrow. Her performance was impeccable. At that very moment, Andrew discreetly activated the faint perception abilities that accompanied his rarely employed beginner's voodoo sorcery. He resembled a tuner, endeavoring to capture the genuine notes resonating from the depths of another's soul. And then he heard it. Beneath that flawless disguise woven from tears and sorrow, he sensed neither grief nor compassion, not even a hint of guilt. There lay only a cold, desolate void. At the center of this emptiness was a remarkably clear sentiment infused with profound impatience. How tiresome. Why did everyone weep for that fool? Moreover, where on earth had that gold medal vanished to? Andrew rose, his smile unwavering. He gazed at the fragile and innocent-looking little girl cradling a doll, akin to a wolf clad in rabbit fur, licking its paws after a meal. He was 100% certain. This 8-year-old girl was a monster. Now, the dilemma arose. He could not address a child like he would deal with Easter or Jerry, employing a baseball bat or a barbecue fork. Such methods would lack elegance and lead to endless complications. So, how does one handle a malignant seed that cannot be punished by law nor physically obliterated? A glint of cold, exhilarating hunter's light flickered in Andrew's eyes. Chapter 32. The doll with bloodied tears. Silence enveloped Andrew's room. He sat at his desk, his fingers unconsciously twirling an expensive fountain pen. The moonlight outside cast a cold silver hue upon the floor. Within his mind, a rapid, ruthlessly calm analysis unfolded. Target, Rhoda Panmark, aged 8, a variant of an elite humanoid monster. Weakness: enjoys all legal exemptions afforded to children and is shielded by a flawless facade. This was a challenging prey, more intricate than any he had encountered before. He could not resort to a baseball bat, too crude and too noisy. He could not employ a barbecue fork, too messy and difficult to justify. To kill an 8-year-old child, even one who was a monster, would invite an unending cascade of troubles that did not align with his aesthetic sensibilities. The police, social workers, psychologists, and that expression of disappointment on Bree's face. No. Physical elimination was the least effective and least graceful approach. That was the butcher's trade, not the artistry of a hunter. A cold smile curled at the corners of Andrew's lips. This little monster presented him with an entirely new challenge. Since her body could not be destroyed, he would aim to shatter her spirit. A naturally born sociopath's greatest weapon was her impenetrable, self-righteous mental barrier. She did not comprehend emotions, feared not death, and believed only in her ability to manipulate everything. Thus, it suffices to instill in her the belief that there exists a power within this world that she cannot comprehend, nor manipulate, one that can, in fact, turn against her. Andrew's objective is not to extinguish Rhoda's life, but to shatter her perception, compelling her to firmly believe that she is ensnared by malevolent spirits. He intends for her to personally rend the veil of her perfect facade. Rising to his feet, he entered the studio that belonged to him, a space entrusted to him by Bree. Clutching the key, he required an impeccable medium for his enchantments. His mind wandered to the doll, adorned in a princess gown, that Rhoda held tightly in her embrace on the sofa. "Let us commence with you," Andrew murmured. In the dead of night, Wisteria County succumbed to slumber. A shadow, akin to a cat blending into the night, silently traversed the fence of the Panmark residence. Andrew moved with both grace and precision. Rather than attempting to pick the lock, he deftly employed a credit card to unfasten a slightly ajar kitchen window. The Panmark home was so tranquil that one could hear the hum of the refrigerator. He ascended the staircase directly, turning the doorknob to Rhoda's room. The air was thick with a saccharine aroma. Pink walls, pink bed linens, and a pink desk adorned the space. The doll, serving as the medium, was cradled in Rhoda's arms, its plastic visage bearing a faint, eternal smile. From his pocket, Andrew extracted his tools of the trade, an almost invisible, exceedingly fine fishing line and a miniature syringe needle attached to it, containing several drops of diluted, non-toxic red food coloring. Like a skilled surgeon, he performed a delicate, minimally invasive procedure. He carefully inserted the needle into the hollow plastic cranium of the doll, piercing the corner of its eye. Then, he cleverly secured the other end of the fishing line to the curtain track. Thus, as the first rays of morning light streamed in, the curtains would contract due to the slight temperature change, pulling the fishing line and precisely expelling the drops of blood-like tears. Upon completing this intricate task, he extended a finger and gently tapped the doll's forehead. Item attachment: weak. Voodoo spell: novice. A frigid breath, imbued with a faint curse, swiftly coursed through the doll's form. He established a simple triggering condition. When the tears flowed, it would activate a segment of pre-recorded audio he had meticulously processed. It was a murky whisper, laced with the sound of water. "Return the gold medal to me." All was set. Andrew exited the room, leaving no trace of his presence, just as he had arrived. Rhoda awoke to an inexplicable chill. As she opened her eyes, the gentle morning sunlight filtered through the curtain's seams, softly bathing her face. Everything appeared as it always had. No, something was amiss. She sensed that the doll in her arms had grown somewhat cold and notably heavy. Lowering her gaze, she examined it. Then, her breath came to a halt. She beheld her most cherished possession, the doll named Lily, from whose exquisite blue glass eyes 2 streams of crimson liquid began to flow. The liquid, thick as blood, cascaded down the doll's flawless cheeks, dripping onto her pristine pillowcase, blooming into 2 glaring, small red flowers. For a fleeting moment, Rhoda's mind went blank. Her heart, which had never been troubled by any emotion, began to thrum violently for the first time. At that moment, a chilling voice, as if emanating from the depths of the water, echoed directly in her ear. "Return the gold medal to me." It was Claude's voice. A shrill scream, sharp enough to shatter glass, erupted from Rhoda's throat. She hurled the doll from her arms and scrambled to the corner of the bed, covering her head with the blanket. The door swung open violently. "Rhoda? My dear, what's wrong?" The Panmark couple rushed in, their faces etched with concern. Lily, it's bleeding." It spoke. Rhoda cried, trembling under the blanket. Her mother, Christine, approached and picked up the doll that had been cast aside. She examined it closely. The doll's face was immaculate, its glass eyes still gleaming with an eternal smile. Nothing was amiss. "Oh, my poor darling," Christine said, embracing her daughter tenderly, gently patting her back. "You merely had a nightmare. Look, Lily is perfectly fine. Nothing is wrong." Father Henry also approached, inspecting the pillowcase. There was only a small impression of drool left by Rhoda as she slept. No trace of red flowers remained. The drop of food coloring had long since evaporated under Andrew's meticulous calculations, leaving only the remnants that triggered the curse. Rhoda peeked out from the blanket, incredulous as she stared at the doll in her mother's hands. Truly, there was nothing. Yet she knew it was not a dream. The frigid sensation, the voice from the depths, the terror that surged from the very core of her being felt all too real. For the first time, she harbored a sliver of doubt and uncertainty about the world she thought she commanded. Behind the window on the second floor across the street, Andrew lowered his telescope, a satisfied smile gracing his face. He was aware that in this psychological battle dubbed the Hunt, he had successfully driven the first nail into the sturdy wall of his opponent. Now, it was time to prepare the second. Chapter 33. The burning evidence. Rhoda Panmark had not slept well for 2 days. The doll weeping blood, like a nightmare, lingered in her mind, refusing to fade. She no longer dared to cradle Lily to sleep. The doll that once provided her solace now lay discarded in the deepest recesses of her wardrobe, buried beneath a heap of old garments. Yet, even in this forsaken state, she could not shake the unsettling sensation of too cold, glassy eyes fixed upon her from the darkness, unblinking. It was an entirely novel and foreign experience, fear. Her heart, which had never before wavered at any calamity, now resembled a bird trapped within a cage, thrashing wildly against her ribcage at the slightest rustle. She began to dread the darkness, to fear solitude, to shun mirrors. She could not comprehend why events had spiraled into this chaos. In her simplistic, untainted worldview, everything should be within her control. That which she desired ought to be hers. Those who obstructed her should be eliminated. Such was the fundamental truth, as irrefutable as 1 + 1 = 2. Claude had become an eyesore, and thus he perished. That should have been the end of the matter. Yet now, the fool she had sunk to the bottom of the lake seemed to have transformed into an incomprehensible entity, ensnaring her in return. No, she could no longer remain passive. Rhoda lay upon her bed, forcing her fear-ridden mind to regain a semblance of calm. Why had that thing latched onto her? Surely, there was something that connected it to her. Evidence. In an instant, the image of the dock's wooden planks, the frail boy, and her own feet clad in white shoes flashed through her mind. It was those shoes, the new ones, adorned with crescent-shaped metallic pieces to complement her princess dress. She vividly recalled the moment she pressed down forcefully on Claude's fingers, the heel leaving a distinct imprint on the damp planks. That was the sole physical evidence linking her to the accident. It must be destroyed. This thought struck her like a bolt of lightning, cleaving through the fog of her fear. She had found a clear objective, and the desire to act temporarily overshadowed her inexplicable panic. At 4 a.m, the entirety of Wisteria County was shrouded in the darkest depths before dawn. Rhoda silently rose from her bed, tiptoeing to retrieve the pair of once beloved, now chilling shoes from the closet, and slipped into the backyard. In a corner of the yard stood an antiquated metal incinerator, designed for burning garden refuse. Without hesitation, she opened the door and cast the beautiful shoes inside. She gathered some old newspapers and dry twigs to stoke the fire, then struck a match. The flame eagerly licked at the dry paper, rapidly expanding, casting an orange glow upon Rhoda's pale and serious visage. She fixated on the shoes within the furnace as they distorted and curled, a wave of morbid pleasure surging within her. Burn it. If only it could be burned. Everything would come to a close. Just then, the color of the flames shifted unexpectedly. In the glow of the fiery orange light, an eerie wisp of green smoke ascended without warning. Rhoda furrowed her brow as she observed the flickering flames twisting and coalescing, as if an invisible hand were shaping them into a familiar silhouette. A face emerged, pale and slightly swollen, as if waterlogged. It was Claude. The boy's visage lay within the flames, gazing silently at her. His eyes were hollow voids, and his lipless mouth contorted into a rigid arc, resembling a smile. With a stifled scream, Rhoda instinctively recoiled, only to stumble over a stone and fall to the ground. She stared in horror at the incinerator. But the flames returned to their normal hue, and the face vanished without a trace, as if it had never existed. Was it yet another illusion? Gasping for breath, cold sweat drenched her nightgown. She scrambled back into the house, dashed into the bathroom, and turned on the tap, splashing icy water repeatedly on her burning face in an attempt to calm herself. Surely, it was merely the result of sleepless nights that had caused her mind to spiral. She raised her gaze to the mirror, seeking solace in the reflection of her familiar, flawless visage. Yet, in the mirror, a frightened little girl in pink pajamas stared back at her. Then, the image began to shift. Her fair, smooth skin visibly sagged, becoming riddled with deep, intersecting wrinkles. Her once lustrous golden hair thinned and dulled, resembling a tangle of weeds. Her pristine white teeth turned yellow and fell away, leaving only a few blackened roots. Within mere seconds, her angelic face transformed into that of an elderly woman, marred by age spots. With clouded eyes and drool trickling from her lips, an image of decay that haunted her deepest fears. The creature in the mirror cracked a toothless grin, revealing a silent, malicious smile. No, this time, Rhoda's psychological defenses shattered completely. She emitted a heart-wrenching scream, one that could no longer be suppressed. In a frenzy, she swung her fists against the mirror. Crash! The glass shattered into shards, slicing her hand and drawing forth a stream of blood. Get away! You go away! I am not you! She cried incoherently, huddling in the corner, trembling uncontrollably. The door burst open once more. The Pamakov couple rushed in, confronted by a scene of chaos. Their daughter curled on the floor, bloodied hands amidst the shards of broken glass, babbling nonsensically. There are dead in the fire, an old woman in the mirror. He has come for me. He wants to take my things. Oh my God, Henry, she is ill. She is gravely unwell. Christine rushed forward, embracing her out-of-control daughter, her voice resonating with panic. Observing his daughter's chaotic gaze and frenzied actions, Henry promptly resolved that tomorrow they would take her to consult Dr. Phillips, the finest psychologist available. From the second-floor window across the street, Andrew quietly lowered his telescope. He scrutinized the lights of the Panmark residence, listening to the faint sounds of a woman weeping and a man's attempts at comfort. A serene and satisfied smile, akin to that of a surgeon after a complex operation, graced his face. The second nail had been precisely driven into its place. Now, it was time to prepare for the final, fatal blow. Chapter 34. A letter from the deceased Christine Panmark had scheduled an appointment with the best child psychologist at Fairview. In the 2 days leading up to the consultation, she and her husband Henry exhausted every means to soothe their terrified and disoriented daughter. They concealed all mirrors, disposed of the doll named Lily, and even covered the incinerator in the backyard with a tarp. Yet, all their efforts proved futile. Rhoda became like a frightened rabbit, refusing to leave her room. She cocooned herself in blankets, incessantly muttering nonsensical phrases. He sees me in the fire. He sees me in the water. Christine's heart shattered. She could only repeat to herself that her daughter was merely ill, a sudden, severe, yet treatable affliction. She resisted the urge to ponder why Claude's name continually surfaced in Rhoda's incoherent ramblings. The human mind's defense mechanisms are a marvelous phenomenon. They can automatically construct a barrier known as denial when confronted with an unbearable truth. What Andrew intended to do now was to shatter this wall entirely with a letter and a small piece of metal. In Andrew's room, the light from the desk lamp was soft yet focused. He was engaged in a meticulous artistic endeavor. Scattered across his desk were copies of children's essays obtained from the local elementary school. He was mimicking the crooked, naive handwriting filled with innocent errors. This task posed little challenge for him. The white entry labeled artistic proficiency afforded him nearly perfect control over lines and pressure. He could effortlessly replicate Van Gogh's strokes. And naturally, he could mimic the handwriting of an 8-year-old boy. He picked up a pen and, in a clumsy, childlike tone, penned a letter from the deceased. Dear Mrs. Panmark, my name is Claude, and the water is very cold. I do not know why I am here. I just wanted to tell Rhoda that I did not mean to take her medal. That day at the dock, she asked me to show her the medal, and then, with her beautiful new shoes, she stepped on my hand and pushed me into the water. I cannot grasp the wooden board. Her heel is adorned with a moon. So rigid. I merely wish to reclaim my gold medal, which sank alongside me. Can you assist me in locating it? It is so cold. Andrew set down his pen, blowing gently on the still damp ink, a satisfied smile gracing his face. Each word brimmed with just the right amount of heart-wrenching innocence and resentment. Every detail, the moon-shaped heel, The sinking gold metal, struck like poisoned steel needles, precisely aimed at the disbelieving heart of Christine Panmark. Now, only one prop remains, the missing spelling bee medal. The next afternoon, Andrew donned a crisp white shirt and khaki trousers, employing the perfect guise and a deceptive aura. He transformed himself into a seemingly introverted yet compassionate volunteer for the community church youth fellowship. He knocked on the door of the Claude residence. It was Claude's heartbroken mother who answered. "Good afternoon, Ma-am." Andrew's voice was gentle, tinged with just the right amount of reserve. "I'm with the community church. I heard about your family's situation and wanted to see if there's anything I can do to help." For the next half hour, Andrew flawlessly embodied his role. He refrained from offering excessive platitudes, instead quietly listening to the mother's lamentations, offering tissues at appropriate moments. Toward the end of their conversation, he casually mentioned the spelling bee. "Claude must have been quite a bright child," he murmured. "I heard he won a gold medal. That must have been his proudest moment." This remark acted as a switch, triggering a new wave of tears from the mother. "Yes," she choked out, "he treasured that medal. Even wore it to bed. But when the police retrieved him, the medal was missing. They searched the lake bottom, but it was nowhere to be found." In Andrew's heart, a stone fell. Excellent, an officially certified disappearance. He exited the Claude home and circled to the town post office, placing the letter, sealed in a brown paper envelope, along with the gold medal he had previously pilfered from Rhoda's toy box, into a courier bag. Recipient, Christine Panmark. Sender, anonymous. Having completed this task, he sauntered down the sunlit streets of Wisteria County like a postman who had fulfilled his duty, whistling cheerfully. His bomb had been dispatched. Now, he merely awaited the explosion. Christine received the parcel on the third morning. Upon retrieving the unmarked cardboard bag from her mailbox, she felt a twinge of confusion. Returning to the living room, she used a letter opener to slice the seal. The first item to tumble out was a golden, circular metal disc, gleaming with a cold, familiar light in the morning sun. Christine's breath caught in her throat. It was the gold medal from the spelling bee. The missing gold medal of Claude. Why is it here? An ominous premonition, like a chilling vine, suddenly ensnared her heart. With trembling hands, she extracted the letter from the file bag. Upon seeing the childish handwriting and the opening line, "The water is so cold," her complexion turned ashen in an instant. She read each word slowly, as though they were searing brands, scorching her very eyes. "She used her pretty new shoes to stomp on my hand and push me into the water. The heels of her shoes bore a moon, so hard." In Christine's mind, a deafening explosion erupted. She recalled the day of the award ceremony, when Rhoda wore the pair of white leather shoes she had personally selected for her. Indeed, the heels of those shoes were adorned with small silver crescent-shaped metal pieces for decoration. She remembered Rhoda's nonsensical ramblings in recent days. "There are dead people in the fire. He came to find me." She recalled the shoes Rhoda had thrown into the incinerator, leaving only charred remnants. At the time, she had thought it was merely her daughter's delirium during her illness. Now, all the fragmented information she had deliberately ignored was forcibly woven into a complete and horrifying truth by this letter and the cold metal she held in her hand. "No." A soundless groan escaped her lips, as if all her strength had been drained, leaving her slumped on the sofa. She was unwilling to believe it. She could not accept it. Yet, the letter, the gold medal, the burnt shoes, her body began to tremble uncontrollably. Minutes later, like a puppet on strings, she stiffly rose to her feet and ascended the stairs step by step. She pushed open Rhoda's bedroom door. Rhoda sat on the bed, hugging her knees, staring vacantly out the window, her lips still murmuring incomprehensible phrases. Christine remained silent. She approached the wardrobe, pulled open the door, and crouched down, frantically rummaging within. Finally, in a box meant for old toys, she found what she was searching for: the shoes, charred and reduced to mere remnants of soles and part of the heels. Christine picked up one of the remnants and turned it over. On the deformed heel, she beheld a small, half-melted crescent-shaped piece of metal. It reflected a faint, lethal glimmer in the dimness of the wardrobe. Thud! The shoe remnant slipped from Christine's feeble grasp and fell onto the carpet. In that moment, her last psychological barrier collapsed utterly. She raised her gaze to the bed, where her angelic daughter, whom she cherished dearly, remained lost in her own world. The final flicker of blind maternal love extinguished in her eyes. In its place was an endless, frigid, and despairing fear. Behind the second-floor window across the street, Andrew lowered his telescope, his expression devoid of emotion. The mission was accomplished. Chapter 35, Farewell. Angel, the perfect family drama of the Panmark household, had drawn to a close the moment that crescent-shaped metal piece was discovered. What remained was a prolonged and agonizing process of tidying up the aftermath. In the ensuing days, the residents of Wisteria County gazed upon the transformations within the Panmark family with a blend of pity and curiosity. Christine Panmark, the woman who always wore a gentle smile and could bake the finest lemon meringue pie, had become but a walking shell. She no longer ventured outside, nor tended to her garden, and passers-by could only catch fleeting glimpses of her vacant, listless profile through the gaps in the curtains. Her husband, Henry, visibly aged at an alarming rate. No one knew what desperate confrontation had unfolded behind that firmly shut door. All that was known was that the Panmark couple had taken a long leave for Rhoda, citing acute psychological stress leading to behavioral disturbances. Then, on a grim afternoon, a black vehicle, which bore no resemblance to a school bus, quietly arrived at the Panmark residence. Inscribed in gold lettering on the side of the vehicle were the words, Fawn Rehabilitation Academy. Andrew observed this farewell with a detached gaze from his second-floor window. Two women, clad in dark uniforms and bearing serious expressions, emerged from the vehicle. They exhibited no superfluous emotions, moving with the precision of those executing a transport mission. Henry opened the door. Rhoda stepped out, adorned in a new, simple dress, her golden ponytail neatly arranged. The sweetness that once graced her face was absent, along with the terror and confusion of recent days. Instead, there was only a chilling, deathly calm. She did not cry, resist, or even glance back at her silently weeping mother. Like a prisoner aware of her fate, she walked serenely toward the black car. At the moment she was about to enter, she seemed to sense something. Suddenly, she turned sharply, her gaze locking onto Andrew's window from across the street with uncanny precision. In those once sky-blue eyes, there was now a void of any childlike emotion, replaced by resentment, hatred, and a chillingly mature rationality. Her expression seemed to convey, "It is you. I know it is you." Then, she offered a smile devoid of warmth, twisted, laden with unspoken threats. The car door shut. The black sedan slowly pulled away, departing from Wisteria County, carrying with it a fleeting nightmare for the community, leaving behind a shattered family and a string of rumors that could never be substantiated. Andrew lowered the curtain, his face betraying a mix of satisfaction and a hint of irritation. He had initially expected the system to emit the usual notification of a successful kill. However, this time, things were somewhat different. Target, Rhoda Panmark, Elite Class Humanoid Monster Variant. Status, Contained. Mission completion, 80. Warning, containment is not equivalent to eradication. The threat remains partially unresolved. Reward, no item loot, a modest amount of experience points earned. Contained? Andrew furrowed his brow. An 80 mission completion? No loot. This was the first time he had encountered such a situation. It felt akin to playing a game where, after exerting great effort to defeat a boss, the system informs you that the boss has merely been sealed away and could return at any moment, with no rewards dropped. This left him feeling quite disgruntled. It was inefficient, incomplete, and far from elegant. The final gaze of that girl, coupled with this damned containment status, pricked at his pursuit of perfection in the aesthetics of a hunter. He had an unsettling premonition that this villain named Rhodapan would resurface in his life. With this inexplicable annoyance, Andrew seated himself before the computer. He typed in the name Foreign Reform Academy. The search results were surprisingly scant, appearing as though they had been meticulously scrubbed by a professional team. Most were links to official websites showcasing beautiful campus grounds and the cheerful smiles of seemingly bright students, accompanied by various educational experts' enthusiastic endorsements. It all felt too contrived. Andrew altered several keywords and began to delve into the depths of the internet, exploring conspiracy theory forums and urban legend sites. Soon, he uncovered a lead. In a post titled Beneath the Truth, an anonymous user mentioned that Foreign Academy exclusively catered to wealthy children with peculiar issues, intricately linked to a psychiatric hospital in Estonia named San. Andrew's fingers paused over the keyboard. San Psychiatric Hospital. He recognized that name. Esther, the first prey he had slain after his transition. The 33-year-old midget psychopath masquerading as a little girl, hailed from there. Swiftly, Andrew pieced together all the clues. San Psychiatric Hospital, Esther, Foreign Reform Academy, Rhodapan, a vast network, concealed in the shadows of the world, dedicated to collecting and managing these humanoid monsters, had for the first time revealed a glimpse of its iceberg-like presence before him. This was no longer a series of isolated, random monster incidents. Behind it lay an organization, a set of rules. Just as Andrew's mind raced with the implications of this discovery, the light in the room suddenly dimmed. He lifted his gaze, looking out the window. What had been a sunlit afternoon was now shrouded in a thick blanket of grayish-white clouds. No, that is not a cloud. It is a dense fog, unnaturally alive, surging from the distant mountains and forests towards Wisteria County at a visibly frantic pace. The mist rolls and roars, akin to a colossal prehistoric beast, opening its gaping maw. In the distance, the chilling wail of a fire alarm rang out twice before abruptly ceasing, as if severed by an unseen force. Andrew rose and approached the window, squinting. Within the perception of his beastly intuition, he could discern clearly. Within that thick fog lurked countless enormous, twisted shadows, imbued with an aura of brutality and hunger. A voice echoed coldly in his mind. Warning, world-class catastrophic event initiated. Current area, Fairview. Event name. The Mist, Chapter 36. The howl from the forest. The fog arrived with no forewarning. It was not mere vapor. It resembled something alive, something sentient. It surged forth from the distant woods like a gray deluge unleashed, silently charging towards Wisteria County. The sunlight before it appeared fragile as a mere sheet of window pane, shattering upon contact. On the street, a neighbor who had just been mowing the lawn halted, gazing up at the sky in bewilderment. A housewife basking by the pool removed her sunglasses, furrowing her brow. In the next instant, the entire world was consumed. Visibility plummeted from 100 meters to less than 5 in the span of 3 seconds. The once clear sounds of birdsong, the lawnmower's engine, and the laughter of children vanished entirely. These sounds seemed to be forcibly absorbed by the dense, viscous fog. An unsettling silence enveloped the entire community. Then, the mobile signals disappeared. Following that, the landlines of each household emitted nothing but a monotonous, busy signal. Panic began to spread through the neighborhood like a plague. Some attempted to flee in their vehicles, only to crash into a neighbor's fence due to impaired vision. Others shouted their children's names, but were met with a dull echo, as if emanating from a pile of cotton. At that moment, a piercing scream shattered the oppressive silence of the fog. It was a sound unlike anything produced by known human or earthly creatures. Within it lay an insatiable, ancient hunger and cruelty. It seemed to emanate from the depths of hell, penetrating everyone's eardrums and forcefully striking at their very souls. All movement ceased. Everyone froze in place, drained of color. At the Van de Kamp residence, upon witnessing the fog for the first time, Andrew dashed down the stairs. His face bore no trace of panic, only an icy, grave seriousness. Lock all the doors. Draw all the curtains. Now, he shouted at his family, who stood frozen in the living room, in a tone that brooked no dissent. Rex, his father, held a cup of coffee, his expression one of utter confusion. Andrew, what on earth are you doing? It's just fog. This is not fog, Andrew exclaimed, snatching the coffee cup from his father's hand and smashing it into the sink. This is a wall that separates us from the entire world. His sister, Daniel, startled by his outburst, complained, "Are you playing some sort of gothic role-playing game again? How boring." Only Bree, observing Andrew's unprecedented and almost fearful seriousness, sensed something amiss. Without further inquiry, she sprang into action, checking the locks on the doors and windows. At that moment, a piercing scream echoed from the forest. Rex's face turned ashen in an instant, the newspaper slipping from his grasp and falling to the floor. Daniel let out a short, sharp scream, covering her mouth. A glint of cold determination flickered in Andrew's eyes. It's here. He knew the curtain had been raised on the grim spectacle. He swiftly drew all the curtains in the house, leaving not a sliver of light. Remember, no matter what you hear or see, do not approach the windows. And absolutely do not open the door. Those things are attracted to sound and light, he said, his voice low yet clear. No sooner had he spoken than a loud crack signaled the extinguishing of all the lights in the house. The power had gone out. The living room was suddenly plunged into a suffocating darkness and silence, with only a few embers in the fireplace casting a faint, flickering glow. "Oh, damn it," Rex cursed, his voice trembling with barely concealed fear. The darkness magnified all their terrors. Suddenly, a woman's shrill scream erupted from the direction of the neighbor Susan's house. The scream resonated once before abruptly ceasing. Following that was the sound of a heavy, massive object colliding with the wall, a dull thud, as though a truck had crashed into the house. Then, an eerie silence descended once more. Daniel could no longer contain herself and burst into tears. Rex slumped onto the sofa, cradling his head in his hands, murmuring incessantly, "Oh God, what is happening?" Andrew paid them no mind. He calmly tossed a few logs into the fireplace, rekindling the flames. He understood that the true trial was only just beginning. He surveyed his home. His father had crumbled, and his sister was merely a liability. The only one he might rely on was his perfectionist, controlling mother. He glanced at Bree. Bree stood rooted to the spot, her face equally pale. After the initial shock and fear, however, an unusual glimmer of resilience gradually emerged in her blue eyes. She took a deep breath, as if having made a momentous decision. "Andrew," she spoke, her voice retaining its characteristic steadiness. "Follow me." Bree did not proceed to the kitchen or reach for the telephone. Instead, she guided Andrew along the corridor until they arrived at a wall adorned with a grand landscape oil painting. She extended her hand and gently pressed a seemingly inconspicuous corner of the frame. A soft click resonated through the air. To Andrew's astonishment, the entire wall gradually opened inward, revealing a staircase leading downwards, carpeted thickly, a concealed storage room. Andrew raised an eyebrow and followed Bree down the steps. Inside the storage room, there were none of the red wines or preserved delicacies he had envisioned. Instead, it was a compact, private arsenal. The walls were meticulously lined with an array of firearms, ranging from Remington rifles to Mossberg shotguns and Glock pistols, everything one could possibly imagine. Adjacent shelves overflowed with ammunition of various specifications, all securely encased. The air was permeated with a pleasant scent of gun oil. As Andrew surveyed the scene, he felt a profound admiration for his mother for the first time. Bree approached a Mossberg 500 shotgun, expertly lifting it down before beginning to inspect it and chamber around. Her movements were elegant, composed, and precise, reminiscent of preparing a complex French dish. My father often remarked, as Bree methodically pressed brass shells into the magazine with her calm, measured tone, typical of a Wisteria County housewife, that a competent Republican and respectable homemaker must always be ready to prepare a sumptuous dinner for unexpected guests. She pulled the action, producing a crisp, pleasing click. Then, she presented the cold, metallic killing machine to Andrew. "Now, Andrew, my child." Her face still adorned with an impeccable smile characteristic of the Van de Kamps, she asked, "What caliber does our guest prefer?" Chapter 37. The Gray Widow Spider. Andrew took the Mossberg 500 shotgun from his mother, Bree. The cold metal touch, its substantial weight, and the unique aroma of gun oil and gunpowder grounded his heart, which had been suspended in uncertainty. Number 7 deer slugs for soft targets, and buckshot for breaching doors or tackling large game. His voice resonated with calmness in the quiet storage room. "We do not yet know what our guest is, so we require firepower." He cast a commanding glance at Bree. "Mom, you need a rifle, the Remington 700, the one with the scope. You are our best marksman." Without a moment's hesitation, Bree nodded and turned to retrieve the precise deer rifle from the wall. She inspected the magazine, the motion of racking the slide fluid and seamless, akin to peeling an apple. Andrew placed a Glock 17 and 2 spare magazines into the trembling hands of his pallid father, Rex. "Father, your task is straightforward. Remain by Mother's side and protect Daniel. Unless something has crawled onto your face, refrain from firing." Rex, with trembling hands, accepted the pistol, gazing at his son, who seemed to have matured overnight. His lips moved, yet no words emerged. "Daniel," Andrew turned to his sister, huddled in the corner, on the verge of tears. "Your responsibility is to load the ammunition. Put the bullets from these boxes into the magazines. Keeping your hands busy will help ease your fear." With that, he tossed several boxes of 9mm rounds and shotgun shells at Daniel's feet. The division of labor was complete. Thus, a most peculiar family defense team was formed, comprising a perfect homemaker, a psychiatrist, a rebellious girl, and a cold-blooded hunter. "Let us go," Andrew declared, raising the shotgun. "Our position is in the living room." They ascended the stairs. In the living room, the flickering flames of the fireplace elongated and distorted the shadows of the four, transforming them into a semblance of a struggling monster upon the walls. Outside, a dense fog billowed, enveloping the world in a chilling silence. Yet, all were acutely aware that beneath that stillness lurked something ominous. A faint, hair-raising scratching sound emanated from the direction of the floor-to-ceiling window. as if someone were meticulously sanding the glass with an exceedingly fine grain of sand. Daniel gasped in fright, while Rex immediately raised his weapon, aiming towards the window. "Don't move," Andrew hissed, halting him. He gestured for Bree to close the fireplace vent, allowing the last flickers of light to dim further. Then a massive, indistinct shadow slowly pressed against the glass of the window. It was the silhouette of a spider, one as large as a small car. It possessed an inordinate number of legs, each resembling a twisted, black steel rod. Its abdomen was bloated, adorned with ominous gray spots. It bore no eyes. Instead, its head featured a constantly opening and closing mandible lined with razor-sharp teeth. With a hiss, a pale yellow, viscous liquid erupted from its mandibles, splattering against the glass. The glass began to bubble, melt, and emit a noxious, acrid scent at a visible rate. "My God!" Rex uttered a desperate groan. "Don't waste bullets," Andrew warned once more. "Its exoskeleton is too tough. Handguns won't penetrate." He recognized the creature, the Grey Widow, one of the scavengers in the world of mist. Known for its hardened shell and acidic silk, typically attacking in swarms. As he pondered over strategies, a jarring sound of metal being forcibly torn asunder resonated from the far end of the house, the garage. Andrew's expression darkened instantaneously. The defenses had been breached. "Mother, hold your ground. Anyone or anything that attempts to crawl through that melting window, shoot." He issued a brief command before, gripping his shotgun. He ventured alone toward the door leading to the garage. He twisted the doorknob, slipped inside, and promptly closed the door behind him. The garage was enveloped in darkness, thick with the pungent odor of gasoline and an unfamiliar, acrid scent tinged with a metallic tang. Andrew refrained from turning on the lights, instead standing quietly in the shadows. Akin to a statue, his ears attuned to any unusual sounds. The skittering of chitinous legs echoed against the concrete floor. It was near, lurking in the obscurity. Slowly, Andrew crouched behind the family Volvo. He retrieved a coin from his pocket and, summoning all his strength, flicked it toward the far end of the garage. Clink! The coin struck the ground with a sharp ring. Almost simultaneously, a colossal shadow lunged down from the ceiling, landing precisely where the coin had fallen. An opportunity. Andrew sprang up from behind the car, his shotgun swiftly aimed at the shadow. However, the creature's reflexes exceeded his expectations. The moment it touched the ground, it leapt again, a flash of darkness hurtling toward him. Andrew barely managed to sidestep, directing the barrel of his weapon toward it. Bang! The deafening roar erupted within the confines of the garage. The powerful recoil of the shotgun sent a jolt of pain through his shoulder. Countless pellets struck the creature's flank, erupting a spray of viscous green blood. The monster let out a piercing shriek, violently propelled against the tool wall by the force of the blast. Yet, it did not succumb. Struggling, it propped itself up with the remnants of its limbs. Its jagged mandibles aimed menacingly at Andrew. Without granting it a second chance to spew acid, Andrew lunged forward, thrusting the still smoking, searing barrel of his gun into its gaping maw before pulling the trigger. Bang! This time, no shriek followed. The creature's head exploded like a watermelon crushed by a hammer, showering the vicinity with a torrent of green blood, mingled with white brain matter and shattered exoskeleton, splattering across the beloved white pegboard that Bree cherished for storing gardening tools. Andrew dragged the massive, twitching corpse of the spider back into the living room. As he flung the 2-meter-long, foul-smelling remains onto the carpet, the three individuals present were rendered immobile with shock. The expressions on Rex and Daniel's faces were pure, indescribable astonishment and fear. They gazed at their brother, the youth covered in green slime, whose face bore a calmness devoid of any tumult, and felt as if they were staring at a complete stranger. This was not Andrew. This was a butcher, a monster. Andrew paid them no heed. Instead, he approached Bree, casting a glance outside. The floor-to-ceiling window had been corroded into a large hole. Yet the creatures outside seemed to have retreated temporarily due to the demise of one of their own. Bree did not look at the window or the corpse on the floor. She simply extended her hand, retrieving a pristine white handkerchief embroidered with the initial B, and meticulously wiped away the few droplets of green blood that had splattered on Andrew's cheek. Then, she raised her gaze to her son and, with a tone as impeccable as if she were appraising an afternoon tea delicacy, calmly remarked, "Well done. But next time, dear, remember to aim for the head. It makes for easier cleanup." Chapter 38. The desperate knocking. The grotesque and enormous corpse of the Grey Widow spider lay sprawled across the center of the living room. its dark green slime seeping steadily into Bree Van de Kamp's prized, expensive Persian rug. The air was thick with a nauseating stench, a repugnant amalgamation of gunpowder, ozone, and the innards of some unknown creature. Andrew, Bree broke the eerie silence, her voice devoid of emotion, as if discussing the weather. Take that thing down to the basement. It is tainting my air and ruining my mood for afternoon tea. Rex and Daniel looked at Bree with expressions akin to that of observing an alien. The world outside was apocalyptic, there was a monster's corpse within their home, and she was concerned about her carpet and tea time? Yet, Andrew merely nodded, as if this were the most natural thing in the world. He stepped forward, grasping one of the spider's steel-like appendages, and began the arduous task of dragging it toward the basement. At that moment, a frantic knocking erupted, almost threatening to splinter the door. Accompanying it was a woman's hoarse voice, filled with unfathomable terror. "Open the door. Please, for the love of God, help me." It was the voice of Mrs. Karen McCluskey, the somewhat sharp-tongued elderly woman who lived at the corner, alone. In the background of her screams, there was a shrill, pterodactyl-like screech, accompanied by the heavy sound of wings slicing through the dense fog. The four individuals in the living room froze in an instant. Daniel emitted a suppressed sob, retreating into the corner of the sofa. Rex's face had gone as pale as parchment. Trembling, he raised the Glock pistol in his hand, aiming it toward the door, his voice quivering uncontrollably. "Don't open the door. We don't know what's out there. If we open it, it's all over." Bree clenched the Remington rifle tightly, her knuckles whitening from the pressure. She stared intently at the door, which trembled incessantly, and for the first time, a flicker of struggle and hesitation crossed her face. Her upbringing, her role as a community leader, and all the principles she upheld as a perfect housewife urged her to help a neighbor in distress. Yet her reason, her instinct as a mother, frantically warned her that death lurked beyond that door. She was nearing her breaking point. Listening to Mrs. McCluskey's increasingly faint cries, Daniel could no longer contain himself and screamed, "Mom, we have to save her." "Shut up," Rex shouted back in despair. "Do you want us all to die? We can't save her. We can't save anyone." The entire living room transformed into a chaotic battleground, filled with cries, arguments, and desperate knocks at the door. Only Andrew remained as calm as ice. He set down the spider leg he had been holding and coldly surveyed the tumultuous scene before him. He observed his father, who had lost his reason to fear, and his mother, who was agonizingly torn between morality and survival. He recognized that this was his opportunity, a chance to seize the leadership of the family, utterly and irrevocably. Silence. His voice, though soft, struck like a cold hammer, instantly shattering the cacophony. Rex and Daniel ceased their quarrel, while Bree abruptly turned to face him. Andrew's expression bore no emotion. He simply scanned each family member with his frigid gaze. "From now on, I will take command. Anyone with objections may leave through that door and keep Mrs. McCluskey company." Silence enveloped the room. Rex opened his mouth, but upon meeting his son's icy stare, he swallowed his words. For the first time, he realized he had completely lost his authority as the head of the household. Andrew approached Bree, taking the Remington rifle from her hands. "Mom, your task is to aim." He positioned the rifle on a sturdy decorative cabinet beside the hallway, aligning the scope above the door lock, a vantage point to glimpse the sky beyond the door. "When I open the door, something will come crashing down from above. I need you to shoot it in the head before it hits the doorframe." Bree gazed at her son and took a deep breath. The uncertainty and turmoil in her eyes faded in that moment, leaving only the focused calm of a hunter. She nodded and pressed her eye against the cold scope. Andrew then turned his attention back to Rex and Daniel. "You two, stay behind Mother and prepare spare magazines." After issuing the command, he stepped before the door that was being relentlessly battered. He bore no weapon. Instead, he placed his hand upon the icy doorknob, straining to listen. He could hear Mrs. McCluskey's labored breaths just outside, alongside the monstrous growls drawing near. 3 meters. 2 meters. 1 meter. Now, Andrew forcefully yanked open the heavy oak door. A thick, blood-scented fog surged in immediately. Mrs. McCluskey's face, etched with terror and streaked with tears, appeared at the threshold. Without a glance, Andrew reached out, roughly pulling her slight frame inside. Almost simultaneously, a colossal, dark shadow, accompanied by a piercing shriek, dove through the mist, aiming straight for the ajar door. It was a creature resembling a fusion of a pterosaur and a vulture, with immense leathery wings, a razor-sharp beak, and eyes glowing with a bloodthirsty red. Bang! The report of the gun echoed. The bullet struck true, penetrating the creature's open beak and shattering its brain. The immense force caused its head to explode like a ripe tomato in midair, showering the vicinity with a mist of crimson. Its massive body, propelled by inertia, crashed heavily onto the lawn before the Van de Kamp's home, convulsed twice, and then lay still. In that very moment, as the creature hit the ground, Andrew expended every ounce of his strength to slam the door shut with a resounding thud, securing the bolt. The entire sequence, from opening to closing the door, took no more than 3 seconds. Flawless. Inside the living room, an oppressive silence prevailed. The rescued Mrs. McCluskey sat paralyzed on the ground, gasping for breath, still in shock. Rex and Daniel stared at Andrew, wide-eyed, as if witnessing a superhero who had just disarmed a bomb with his bare hands. Their fear was supplanted by a more intricate emotion, reverence and reliance. From this day forth, Andrew Van de Kamp was no longer the rebellious son of the household. He had become the leader, the singular entity capable of guiding them to survival, a deity. Andrew paid no heed to his family's gaze. He simply approached Bree, observing her flushed face, tinged with excitement as she lifted her eyes from the scope. "Well done, mother." Bree's lips curled into a flawless smile, one tinged with a hint of pride. "You commanded beautifully, my dear. I need some water." Finally, Mrs. McCluskey regained her composure, trembling as she pointed outside. "Oh my, you have no idea what is happening out there. The supermarket has turned into a hell on earth." Andrew turned to her, his expression revealing a flicker of interest. "Hell?" he inquired. "Do elaborate." There is a madwoman." Mrs. McCluskey's voice was laced with the terror of survival, speaking of a woman named Carmody. "She is a fervent zealot. She tells everyone that this fog is God's punishment, sent to cleanse the sinners. She is inciting those on the brink of madness to offer up blood sacrifices." "Mrs. Carmody." A cold smirk curled at the corners of Andrew's mouth. It seems that the true feast has only just begun. Chapter 39. The wail of Mary Alice. A brief calm descended upon the fortress of the Van de Kamps. Outside, the thick fog continued to swirl, resembling a pot of viscous gray stew that would never cool. Yet, the roars and crashes of the monsters had strangely vanished. In the living room, the rescued Mrs. McCluskey, wrapped in a cashmere blanket brought by Bree, sipped a cup of hot tea sweetened with an extra dose of sugar, her mental state finally stabilizing somewhat. Rex and Daniel huddled together on the sofa like two startled quails, afraid to make a sound. Their gazes towards Andrew were filled with complex emotions, fear, reverence, and an undeniable, albeit unacknowledged, sense of complete dependence. Bree was methodically tidying up the aftermath. She directed Rex to drag the still odorous corpse of the gray widow spider into the basement for disposal. Then, she produced a bottle of expensive specialized cleaner. Kneeling on the ground to meticulously address the areas of her Persian carpet stained by the creature's slime, her movements remained graceful and focused, as if she were tending to a mere drop of spilled red wine rather than the bodily fluids of an otherworldly being. Andrew leaned against the wall, holding the Remington rifle that had proven its worth, calmly observing everything unfold. He disliked this tranquility. In horror films, the calm before the storm is often deadlier than the storm itself. Sure enough, the change arrived silently, not through sound or sight, but as a direct, chilling, and sharp pang that pierced the mind. A faint, almost imperceptible sound of a woman's weeping suddenly echoed in his consciousness. The voice was filled with endless, diluted sorrow and a sense of frozen, inescapable despair. Andrew's body tensed instantly. He abruptly lifted his head, scanning the room. Bree was still cleaning the carpet. Rex had just returned from the basement, and Daniel and Mrs. McCluskey were engaged in quiet conversation. No one exhibited any signs of abnormality. Only he had heard that voice. Why is this happening? The voice resounded in his mind once more, this time more distinctly. He could even discern a familiar tone within it. It was Mary Alice Young, the desperate housewife who had ignited the tale of all stories in Purple Vine County with a single bullet. Andrew's countenance, for the first time, truly darkened. He would rather confront 100 brown recluse spiders than grapple with such ethereal, metaphysical matters. A tangible adversary could be vanquished with a firearm. Yet this insidious erosion from the realm of the psyche was insurmountable. He approached the window, parting the heavy drapery, and gazed outside. The fog appeared even more sinister. No longer merely a dull gray, it now bore a faint, rust-like crimson hue, as if some unseen force were tainting it. He comprehended the truth. This fog was perhaps not merely a byproduct of the military base experiment gone awry from the film The Mist. It resembled a catalyst, an amplifier, descending upon the already secretive and sinful Wisteria County, awakening its deepest, darkest obsessions. And the source of all these obsessions was the suicide of Mary Alice. To dispel this fog, or at least to seek a path through this calamity, he must return to where it all began, the abandoned house of the Jiang family. "I must step outside," Andrew declared with an authoritative tone that brooked no dissent. This statement detonated like a bomb in the silent living room. "You've lost your mind." Rex was the first to spring up, his face, which had just regained a hint of color from safety, now turned pale again. "Didn't you hear, Mrs. McCluskey? There are monsters outside. If you go out now, you're signing your own death warrant." "Andrew, please don't," Daniel pleaded, tears in his eyes. "Don't leave us. I'm scared." Even Mrs. McCluskey, who had just been filled with reverence for Andrew, now regarded him with the gaze reserved for the insane. Andrew ignored their protests. His gaze transcended them, settling upon his mother. Bree halted her task of cleaning the carpet, lifting her head to silently regard her son. In her eyes were confusion, concern, but more so, an earnest quest for understanding. She sought to decipher the true reason behind Andrew's decision. Andrew offered no explanation. He simply met her gaze with calm assurance. His eyes conveyed a clear message: "Trust me. This is the only way." After a few seconds of silent communion, Bree gradually rose to her feet, refraining from uttering another word. "Wait." She turned and walked into her bedroom. When she emerged, she bore a silver cross necklace, a prized possession acquired at a charity auction from a renowned jewelry designer. She approached Andrew and, with tender care, placed the cold necklace around his neck. "When I was young, I once heard a priest at church say," her voice remained steady, as if she were merely adjusting her son's bow tie for an outing, "that pure silver and faith can dispel evil. Although I remain uncertain about the true existence of evil. Preparing oneself is always in accordance with the fundamental principles of a Republican." Andrew cast a glance at the valuable necklace adorning his chest, a faint smile tugging at his lips. The only exorcising effect it might possess would likely be selling it for money to acquire more ammunition. Yet, he refrained from voicing this thought. He merely nodded and said, "Thank you, Mother." He understood that this was Bree's unique way of expressing her support and her faith. Her belief was not in God, it was in him. Taking a deep breath, Andrew approached the door that had recently withstood the trials of life and death. He bore no long gun, only a handgun tucked at his waist, and a sharp short knife fashioned from a silver utensil that Bree had cherished. He turned the lock and pulled the door open. A rush of air, infused with the scent of damp earth and a hint of blood, greeted him. Without a moment's hesitation, he plunged into the dense fog that seemed capable of swallowing all. Strange occurrences unfolded around him. He sensed the presence of something within the mist, massive shadows flitting above the streets, and the rustling of many-legged creatures emerging from the nearby bushes. Yet, they appeared oblivious to his presence, allowing him to navigate through this gray labyrinth unimpeded. Andrew glanced down at his pocket. There lay the coin, imbued with a chill and a curse through the use of voodoo magic and item attachment. At that moment, it emanated a faint, icy aura almost akin to that of the fog itself. It served as a form of identification, a pass that signaled to the indigenous entities within the mist that he was one of their own. A cold smirk crept across Andrew's lips as he traversed the wrecked fence, past overturned cars, and skirted the lawn where the corpse of a pterosaur was being gnawed upon by smaller, unidentified creatures. Before long, he reached the other side of the street. The white house belonging to Mary Alice Jiang stood quietly amidst the fog, appearing more sinister than ever. The windows resembled hollow eyes, and the shadows of the porch gaped like a silent, mocking maw. The haunting wail of Mary Alice echoed in his mind, reaching a crescendo at this moment, as if emanating from behind the door. Step by step, Andrew ascended the stairs, standing before the tightly shut, dark red door. He extended his hand, grasping the cold brass doorknob. Inside lay the answers he sought, and perhaps horrors 100-fold more terrifying than the monsters lurking outside. Chapter 40. Welcome to Silent Hill. Andrew's hand gripped the cold brass doorknob, and he did not hesitate, accompanied by a faint click. He turned the door lock and pushed open the heavy, dark red wooden door. Behind it lay not the dust-laden, vacant living room he had anticipated, nor any light. Instead, an overwhelming, nauseating stench, a grotesque amalgamation of rust and desiccated blood, assaulted his senses. It felt as if he had not merely opened a door, but rather breached the entrance to an ancient slaughterhouse sealed for centuries. Bang! The moment he stepped inside, The wooden door behind him slammed shut with sudden ferocity, severing his connection to the outside world, dangerous yet comprehensible. Before Andrew stretched in endless, oppressive darkness. In the next instant, a shrill, piercing wail, reminiscent of an air raid siren, erupted in his ears. As the sound reverberated, the surrounding scenery began to emerge in a bizarre flicker. This was not the Yang family's living room. This was hell. The walls, no longer adorned with warm beige wallpaper, were formed of countless rusted, interwoven metal wires and sheets. Within the crevices of the iron plates, he discerned what appeared to be living, dark red flesh, slowly writhing. The wooden floor had transformed into a cold metallic surface, riddled with grid-like drainage openings. A viscous, dark liquid, remnants of some unknown creature, coated the ground. The air was saturated with the scent of ozone. Andrew's primal instincts screamed at him. He felt like an ant intruding upon the lair of a colossal beast, with every inch of air around him thick with foreboding and malice. Yet he did not panic. Calmly, he drew the short blade fashioned from a silver dinner knife concealed within his clothing, gripping it tightly. Silent Hill mode? He murmured to himself, a chill, mocking smile gracing his lips, devoid of any creativity. He proceeded slowly down the solitary corridor paved with rusted iron sheets. At the end of the corridor lay a familiar, yet grotesquely distorted space, the Yang family's living room. The sofa here had rotted away to reveal only springs and black cotton stuffing. The family portrait on the wall displayed faces that had been hollowed out, leaving only two gaping black voids. A translucent female figure, clad in a nightgown, trembled as she sat upon the decaying sofa. It was the specter of Mary Alice Yang. In her hand, she clutched an ethereal revolver, its muzzle pointed at her own temple. Just as Andrew believed he was witnessing a mere reenactment of a scene, he noticed it. Behind Mary Alice stood a shadow, a figure composed of pure darkness, devoid of features, an entity of human shape. The shadow, in an exceedingly intimate manner, leaned down and brought its non-existent mouth close to Mary Alice's ear, incessantly whispering something in a frequency only the soul could perceive. Andrew could not discern its appearance, yet he could hear the content of those whispers. "You are a murderer, Angela. You have stolen the life of an innocent woman and taken her child. All your happiness is built upon sin. You are a filthy liar, unworthy of joy. End it with this bullet, cleanse your sins." With each whisper from the shadow, the air of despair surrounding Mary Alice thickened. Her grip on the gun grew ever more resolute. Bang! The sound of a gunshot echoed. Mary Alice's figure transformed into specks of starlight, dissipating into the air. The entity known as the Whisperer let out a satisfied, silent sigh, akin to a glutton savoring the rich, sweet despair lingering in the space after Mary Alice's suicide. Andrew finally understood. Mary Alice's suicide was not entirely voluntary. It was this entity, a parasitic presence that feasted on human guilt and despair, that had gradually pushed her off the precipice. At that moment, the mournful sound drew him deeper into the house. The nursery. Andrew pushed open the rusted door of the nursery, revealing a scene even more horrifying. The once cozy crib had transformed into a cage woven from barbed wire. The walls, once adorned with charming animal paintings, now displayed rows of cold, gleaming surgical instruments. In the center of the room, the phantom of Mary Alice reappeared, terror-stricken as she gazed at an enormous toy box filled with toys and clutter. From within the box came a dull, thudding sound. The shadow of the Whisperer reemerged behind her, continuing its feast. "You discovered her secret, did you not? That woman named Deidre, the biological mother of that child. You killed her and concealed her with your sins in this box. Listen, she is knocking, demanding your life." The illusion shattered once more. After devouring the intensified guilt stemming from murder, the Whisperer seemed to solidify further. It finally turned its faceless visage towards Andrew, recognizing him as an uninvited guest. The previous illusions had merely been remnants inadvertently revealed during its feeding. Now, the performance had concluded. A cold, immense, tsunami-like psychological pressure instantaneously locked onto Andrew. It was neither sound nor image, yet it was a torrent of pure, malevolent energy, rife with negative emotions, that violently surged into his mind. An intruder, a youthful, vibrant soul brimming with secrets, beckoned. "Show me, let me taste your despair." In Andrew's consciousness, all the negative sentiments he had deliberately forgotten and suppressed from his past lives detonated in that singular moment. The mediocrity and resentment of his previous existence, the disappointment of his parents, the failures of his career, the alienation and indifference of this life, his incongruity with the world, and the flicker of fear regarding his own alienation, each suppressed deep within his soul, erupted forth. This monster sought to replicate its triumph over Mary Alice, pulling Andrew into the abyss of despair to feast upon his essence. Andrew's body shivered slightly, and for the first time, a visage of anguish crossed his face. Yet within his blue eyes, there resided no trace of fear, only a cold, seething wrath akin to the biting chill of winter. Thus, he spoke within his mental realm, his voice icy and detached, akin to a scavenger, a mental flea subsisting on the remnants of others. The appetizer has concluded. Now it is time for the main course. Chapter 41. The Feast of the Whisperer. Andrew's mental landscape transformed into a cauldron of boiling, murky broth. The Whisperer's assault was not through blades or bullets. It was a far more insidious, venomous erosion. Like a highly skilled hacker, it forcibly breached the firewall of Andrew's soul, compressing all his negative emotions and memories of failures into a virus, which it then ruthlessly injected into his core. In an instant, he was no longer Andrew Van de Kamp. He reverted to Jiang Feng. Illusions unfolded before his eyes, not a grand epic, but a small cubicle illuminated by a harsh, pale light. The air was thick with the stench of instant noodles and subpar coffee. He saw himself, a young man, bespectacled, with thinning hair and a face etched with fatigue, numbly tapping away at the keyboard before an endless stream of reports on his computer screen. Look at yourself, Jiang Feng. The Whisperer's voice resonated within his soul, imbued with a cruel delight akin to savoring a fine dish. A failure, a wretched creature, gradually dulled by the mundanity of existence. The scene shifted to a family dining table, where the disappointed gazes of his parents cut deeper than any blade. We have sacrificed so much for you, and this is the return we receive? Look at the children of others. We are truly disappointed in you. Those words coiled around his heart like cold, venomous serpents, constricting relentlessly. Do you hear? This is your life, filled with resentment, overwhelmed by powerlessness, and engulfed in a profound sense of abandonment. You believed you had transcended these shadows, casting them off into the abyss. Yet, in truth, you have merely buried your failures deeper. The whispers of the Whisperer, laced with temptation, beckon you to surrender and acknowledge the truth within. You are, at your core, nothing but a wretch. The illusion shifts once more, now revealing the basement of the Van de Kamp residence. He transforms into Andrew, clutching a bloodied and brain-smeared baseball bat. Beneath his feet lies the contorted corpse of Eastern, eyes forever unclosed in death. Behold what you have wrought. The Whisperer's tone grows increasingly fervent, sensing the potent and delectable emotions concealed within this youthful vessel. You have taken her life, a child. Do you not feel it? The shuddering ecstasy of extinguishing life within your grasp. The scene flickers to a community barbecue on the lawn, where a searing meat fork is plunged deep into the abdomen of stepfather Jerry. The acrid scent of charred flesh lingers in the air. And there he is. You revel in his agony, delighting in the despair that shatters his perfect facade. Acknowledge it. Andrew, you are neither a hunter nor a hero. You and I are of the same ilk. You are a cold-blooded monster, feasting on the fears and suffering of others. Cloaked in human skin, you masquerade. Yet your soul has long since rotted and reeked of decay. Each accusation strikes like a searing brand, indelibly marking Andrew's consciousness. He feels his mental defenses wavering under the onslaught of this flood. A strange emotion, self-doubt, begins to proliferate like a vine in the corners of his soul. Perhaps it speaks the truth. Am I truly a monster? Do I revel in slaughter? Was I brought into this world merely to repeat one bloody hunt after another? Under the guidance of the Whisperer, his mental faculties spiral into chaos and disarray. The scales of victory appear to tip irrevocably in favor of the malevolent spirit that feeds on despair. Just as Andrew's psyche teeters on the brink of total annihilation, a cold, emotionless voice resonates from the depths of his soul. Analysis complete. This voice does not belong to Jiang Feng, nor to Andrew. It resembles a form of absolute rationality, adhering solely to logic. Attack mode. Mental resonance. Amplifying the target's existing negative emotions to induce cognitive impairment, ultimately shattering their mental defenses. Weakness of the attack. This mode cannot conjure new negative emotions, relying instead on pre-existing material. Its efficacy hinges upon the target's acceptance of their own negative emotions. Andrew, or rather the newly awakened hunter, a fusion of Jiang Feng and Andrew's essence, found himself on the precipice of collapse, suddenly jolted into awareness. He comprehended the truth. This monster, akin to a woeful psychologist, wielded all its weapons drawn from within him. Guilt, fear, self-doubt. These are venomous poisons for a soul struggling for survival. Yet, for a hunter who thrives on the pursuit, such emotions are utterly futile, superfluous, hindering judgment and efficiency, mere detritus of sentiment. Indeed, Jiang Feng's life was a tapestry of failures. But so what? That memory served as fuel to remind him never to regress to square one, rather than a mire in which to wallow. Yes, he had slain Esther and Jerry. But again, so what? In the eyes of a perfectionist, must one feel remorse for cleansing refuse? According to the tenets of a skilled hunter, is it necessary to harbor fear when eliminating threats to oneself? As for the label of monster, Andrew's consciousness, amidst that chaotic storm of the mind, emitted a chilling, sardonic laughter for the first time. You are correct. He gradually rose within his mental realm. The once immense black tide of failure and guilt that threatened to engulf him now merely lapped futilely at his ankles. I am a monster. His voice was cold, serene, yet imbued with an unsettling, ominous authority that rendered the whisperer feeling estranged. However, it appears you have misconstrued a crucial aspect. Even among monsters, there exists a hierarchy. And you, a mere spiritual flea, thriving in the shadows by feeding off the emotional detritus of others, are unworthy of appearing on my menu. In the next moment, he relinquished all resistance. No, it was not surrender. It was the opening of his mouth. He willingly and unreservedly embraced all the negative emotions ignited by the whisperer. Then, under the incredulous gaze of the whisperer, he began to greedily siphon the immense mental energy formed from countless despair and guilt, flowing back through the link established by the psychological assault. For the first time, the whisperer felt fear. It had assumed it had hooked a plump, guilt-ridden fish, only to discover it had ensnared a prehistoric shark from the abyss, a creature 1,000-fold more ravenous. The feast had indeed commenced, though the roles of predator and prey had instantaneously swapped. Chapter 42, The Shattered Grievance. For the first time, the whisperer grasped the true essence of fear. It was not the simple tremor of prey instinctively responding to a predator. Rather, it was a more profound and existential terror, one that stemmed from the complete negation of existence. It was the sovereign of this mental realm, the master of manipulating human hearts. It reveled in dragging proud souls into the mire, watching them decay in guilt and despair, and then, like savoring a fine vintage, it indulged in the sweet residue of their lingering remorse. Yet now, it had encountered an anomaly, one who regarded their sins as badges of honor, who used failure as fuel, and who embraced the label of monster as a crown, a true outlier. The link forged through mental assault between it and Andrew had become an inextricable, one-way siphon, with it being the jelly pudding inserted at the other end of the straw. The immense psychic energy, coalesced from the despair of countless souls, was being consumed by Andrew with an astonishing speed, greedily and savagely. No, this cannot be. The whisperer emitted a silent shriek. It attempted to sever the connection, to escape. But all was in vain. Before Andrew's ironclad will, it resembled a helpless butterfly pinned to a cutting board. In this banquet of consumption, Andrew's consciousness attained unprecedented clarity. He dissected the composition of the whisperer layer by layer, like a masterful surgeon. Ah, so your energy essence derives from the despair of Mary Alice Young. Yet intertwined within are myriad other, more ancient fragments of regret and secrets belonging to the residents of Wisteria County. Gabrielle's guilt from infidelity, Susan's habitual self-reproach for her blunders, and even my mother Bree's trivial frustration over her inability to create the perfect souffle, all contributed to this tapestry of despair. You are akin to a parasitic amoeba, feeding on the emotional refuse expelled by the community, dwelling within the sewers. Each of Andrew's analyses struck like a scalpel, precisely slicing through the whisperer's psychic domain. The consumed energy was swiftly deconstructed and reassembled within his mental world. Those negative emotions, once the property of others and filled with impurities, were purified into the most potent form of psychic power that he could wield with almost brutish efficiency. He sensed his control over the mental realm surging exponentially. As the energy drained, the whisperer's shadow began to waver precariously. Its once solid, ink-like darkness flickered and thinned, as if it might be scattered by a mere breath of wind. The inner world it had constructed began to collapse, with walls made of rust and flesh peeling away to reveal the void behind, a dark abyss. The blood-soaked ground was evaporating. In the distance, the jarring sound of the air raid siren faded into an intermittent echo. Andrew understood that he was merely consuming the fat of this monstrous entity. To annihilate it entirely and obtain the rewards of the system, he must locate its heart, the very core that encapsulated its essence, its nucleus of existence. Where could it be hiding? Andrew's consciousness spread like an infinite web, instantly enveloping the collapsing realm around him. He employed the voodoo incantation he had just mastered in an unprecedented manner. No longer reliant on physical mediums, he offered his will as a sacrifice. Guided by the whispers of fear, unleashing an ultimate curse upon the soul. Trace back. In the next moment, within his mental perception, a black thread composed of the most intense and ancient grievances vividly emerged. The source of this thread pointed directly to the center of the room, where a cradle should have been, now vacant. The very spot where Mary Alice had concealed Deidre's corpse. Beneath a colossal toy chest. In an instant, Andrew's awareness followed that dark line, plunging into the depths of that grievance. He beheld it. There, suspended, was a fist-sized, completely black, irregular crystal that seemed to absorb all light. The surface of the crystal pulsated slowly, reminiscent of a living heart. This was the core of the Whisperer, a seed of malevolence born from the moment Mary Alice had slain Deidre, crystallizing her utmost guilt, fear, and self-loathing. The Whisperer did not originate from hell, nor from another realm. It was birthed from this seed, a malevolent spirit unique to Wisteria County. Found it. The moment Andrew's consciousness locked onto the black crystal, the Whisperer unleashed its final, frenzied counterattack. It transformed all of its remaining power into illusions. This time, it was no longer Jiang Feng's failure or Andrew's slaughter. It was Briar, it was Rex, it was Daniel, his family, bloodied and sprawled before him, gazing at him with eyes filled with resentment and terror. It was all your fault. Briar's specter wept blood, wailing, "You brought these monsters, you destroyed us, you demon." This was the most primal and irresistible fear of humanity, the dual dread of losing a beloved and being betrayed by one's dearest. Yet, in the face of a sight that could shatter any saint, Andrews will remain utterly unperturbed. "Oh, spare me," he scoffed disdainfully within his mental realm. "Even if my mother were to perish, she would do so clad in her most exquisite Chanel ensemble, adorned with a flawless visage, gracefully reclining upon a velvet sofa. Rather than wallowing in the current state of disarray, collapsing upon this filthy floor, it is high time for your database to undergo an update." Such a woeful display of melodrama is beneath even the most amateur of television writers. With that, he concentrated all his mental might, along with the energies he had just absorbed from the Whisperer, into an intangible hammer of the mind, glimmering with a chilling light. He then aimed it at the recalcitrant black crystal of malevolence and struck down with ferocity. There was no cataclysmic explosion, only a sharp sound akin to shattering glass reverberating throughout the mental realm. The black crystal, which had pulsated for years and birthed the first primal evil spirit of Wisteria County, shattered under Andrew's merciless blow. Countless tiny fragments instantaneously transformed into black dust, dissipating into the void. In that moment of destruction, the Whisperer's tenuous shadow emitted a silent wail, one filled with a blend of reluctance and liberation. Then, like a wisp of smoke touched by sunlight, it vanished completely. As the Whisperer met its demise, a cold system notification tone arrived, as anticipated. Target exorcised, Whisperer, intermediate spirit. Concept entry plunder successful. Acquired entry, purple despairing whispers. You may unleash a pure mental assault on a target, igniting their innermost negative emotions. There is a certain probability of plunging the target into a fleeting state of despair, panic, or self-doubt. The effect is doubled against targets with lesser mental strength than yours. Acquired entry, blue navigating through fog, in environments of fog, darkness, or similar disorienting conditions. You will automatically gain a correct sense of direction and vaguely perceive the safest path. Andrew's consciousness brushed over these two new entries, his lips curling into a satisfied smile. A purple entry, a formidable means of mental assault, and a blue entry, an exceptional ability for environmental adaptation. This adventure had proven to be of great value. Yet, he had little time to savor the sweetness of victory. With the Whisperer's death, the inner world it had constructed began to crumble, losing its final support, plunging into a complete and irreversible collapse. The metallic ground beneath him was crumbling piece by piece into an endless abyss. Above, The rusted iron mesh dripped down like molten wax. Andrew realized he must find a way out immediately, otherwise he would be eternally buried in the remnants of this world. Lost to the Void. Chapter 43. When the fog lifts, Andrew's mental realm had never been so lucid, nor so perilous. He stood as a captain upon the deck of a sinking aircraft carrier, surrounded by the disintegrating amalgamation of steel and flesh beneath his feet. The realm constructed from the sins and despair of Mary Alice Young is on the verge of losing its final support. Above, the corroded iron mesh drips molten metal like a candle consumed by flame. In the distance, the air raid siren emits a distorted lament before falling abruptly silent. The pulsating flesh-like tissue on the walls is rapidly losing vitality, transforming into a dark, decayed substance that peels away in large chunks, revealing an endless darkness that devours all light. The metallic floor beneath is violently shaking, and massive fissures are spreading from all directions, beneath which lies an unfathomable abyss of pure nothingness. Any ordinary person, confronted with such apocalyptic imagery, would be consumed by terror. Yet Andrew is no ordinary man. His face bears no trace of panic. Instead, he closes his eyes, immersing his consciousness in the newfound ability he has just acquired, navigating through the mist. In this moment, this blue entry proves more invaluable than any aggressive power. Within his mental perception, the crumbling world transforms from chaos into clarity. Countless invisible lines of energy manifest in his mind. Most of these lines are severed, pointing towards destruction and void. But among them, one line remains intact. It emanates a faint yet incredibly resilient essence of the real world. It is akin to a lifeline connecting a lighthouse to a wayward ship amidst tumultuous waves. Opening his eyes, Andrew's gaze locks onto a specific direction, the stark wall of the nursery, which should have been adorned with animal murals. Without a moment's hesitation, he strides forth, sprinting towards it. Behind him, the thunderous collapse of debris pursues relentlessly. A massive wall, composed of iron and flesh, crashes down from where he had just stood, plummeting into the abyss. He deftly dodges a barbed iron chain that falls from the ceiling, leaping over a suddenly appearing chasm that seems bottomless. Each of his movements resembles a dance upon the edge of a blade, precise, efficient, devoid of any superfluous motion. This is not only guided by navigating through the mist, but also exemplifies the perfect amalgamation of his beast instinct and adrenaline surge. At last, he arrives before the wall, where the line guiding him culminates. There are no doors, no windows, only a cold, peeling wall. Andrew knows that the exit lies here. He channels all the immense mental power he has yet to fully digest after consuming the Whisperer into his right fist. Then, with all his might, he delivers a powerful strike. Boom. There is no physical explosion, but in this realm of spirit, his punch detonates like a bomb. The sturdy wall, akin to a pebble cast into a placid pond, rippled violently. Subsequently, a luminous, unstable vortex materialized at the center of the wall. This was the portal to reality. Without a moment's hesitation, Andrew plunged into the swirling abyss. As he traversed the vortex, he felt as though countless hands were frantically tearing at him from two disparate dimensions, one embodying the annihilation and void of the inner world, the other representing the rejection and resistance of the real world. An overwhelming sense of dizziness and fragmentation threatened to shatter his consciousness into a myriad of pieces. Yet, his resolve remained as unyielding as steel. Time became an elusive concept. Perhaps it was a mere second or an entire century. In an instant, all sounds and sensations of tearing vanished. Andrew abruptly sat up from the ground, gasping for breath. He realized he was lying on the cold, dust-laden wooden floor of Mary Alice's home. Turning to look back, he saw the tightly shut, dark red wooden door, adorned with an antiquated Christmas wreath. This was merely an ordinary house, long neglected due to its owner's demise. There were no rusted iron bars, no writhing flesh, no jarring alarms. It seemed the harrowing, apocalyptic escape had been nothing but an absurd nightmare. Andrew rose and approached the window. He observed the thick, impenetrable gray fog that had enveloped the entirety of Wisteria County rapidly dissipating at a visible pace, much like a sunrise hastened by a fast-forward button. Golden sunlight pierced through the gray canopy, once again bathing the community that had endured a night of terror. The war had come to an end. As Andrew pushed open his front door, he was met with 4 pairs of eyes, each filled with complex emotions. In Rex's and Daniel's gazes, there was pure, post-catastrophe terror, coupled with a dependence akin to that of a savior. Mrs. McCluskey's eyes reflected not only fear, but also a profound reverence for the unknown. As for Bree, her expression was the most intricate. She scrutinized Andrew from head to toe, and upon confirming he bore no grievous injuries, the tension at the corners of her mouth subtly eased. Yet, her eyes brimmed with inquiry and doubt. "It is over," Andrew succinctly declared. "Over? What does that mean? What about the monsters?" Rex asked, his voice trembling, scarcely daring to utter the word monsters. "The fog has cleared. They have departed," Andrew replied calmly. "Just like that?" Daniel struggled to comprehend what the fog truly was. All eyes converged upon Andrew, seeking an explanation, a rational account that could reassemble their shattered worldview. Andrew understood that he could not reveal the truth. He could not reveal to them that one of the origins of this calamity was their former neighbor, Mary Alice, whose restless and sin-laden soul lingered in the shadows. Neither could he confess that he had just devoured a malevolent spirit, one that feasted upon despair, within a realm constructed by the psyche. Such revelations would surely drive them to madness. He required a fabrication, one sufficiently simple and absurd, yet compelling enough to compel belief. It was a gas leak. A look of weary determination surfaced on Andrew's face, as if he had just returned from some clandestine command center. An incident had occurred at a nearby military base in the mountains, a leak of an experimental neurotoxin. This gas could profoundly affect human brainwaves, inducing mass, vivid hallucinations. He spoke with the gravitas of someone reciting a prepared statement. A gas leak? Hallucinations? Rex's expression was marked by skepticism. What of the monsters we witnessed? What of the spider you killed? And Mrs. McCluskey, who nearly? That was all part of the hallucinations, Andrew interjected, his tone brooking no dissent. The toxin affected not only us, but also the animals in the town. What we saw might merely have been ordinary coyotes or vultures, mutated by the gas. Under the dual onslaught of panic and toxin, our minds automatically reconstructed them into monstrous forms. This explanation was riddled with holes. Yet for a group that had just endured the terror of life and death, desperately seeking a scientific rationale for solace, it was the only lifeline they could grasp. Rex and Daniel exchanged glances. Though still skeptical, their frayed nerves, taut with fear, undeniably relaxed a fraction. Only Bree remained quietly fixed on Andrew, her silence heavy. She knew her son was lying, yet she refrained from exposing him. At that moment, the roar of car engines echoed from outside. Several unmarked black vans came to a halt on the streets of Wisteria County. A cohort of men clad in white protective suits or black suits, their expressions devoid of warmth, descended from the vehicles. They moved with swift precision, trained to knock on doors one by one. Soon, they arrived at the Van de Kamp residence. The foremost man in a suit presented them with an identification badge, emblazoned with an agency name composed of an unfamiliar string of letters and numbers. "Good evening, ladies and gentlemen." His voice was devoid of emotion. "I am from the Bureau of Disaster Control and Truth Maintenance. According to our investigation, what transpired tonight was a rare incident of sulfur gas leakage from the industrial area triggered by the thunderstorm. For your safety and subsequent compensation, we ask that you sign this confidentiality agreement." The document he extended impeccably corroborated the very lie that Andrew had just concocted. Andrew gazed at the man, a cold smirk curling at the corners of his lips. He comprehended the gravity of the situation. In this chaotic world, there existed not only monsters, but also a cadre of caretakers, the custodians of these beasts. Chapter 44. The Hunter packed the man in the suit. His expression devoid of emotion, presented a meticulously printed confidentiality agreement to Bree. His gaze was as frigid and unyielding as the tip of the Parker pen he wielded, lacking any semblance of personal sentiment. The atmosphere in the parlor was palpably bizarre. Rex and Daniel resembled two rabbits, paralyzed under the Hunter-esque gun, their minds blank as they stared vacantly at the absurdity unfolding before them. Mrs. McCluskey clutched her blanket tightly, her weathered mind caught in a tormenting tug-of-war between collective hallucinations and venomous spiders. Only Bree maintained her impeccable, Van de Kamp-esque grace. She accepted the agreement and grasped the pen offered by the man. Without examining the densely packed legal jargon, she understood its futility. She merely lifted her gaze, scrutinizing the man with the discerning eye of one assessing the cleanliness of cutlery. So, according to the agreement, her voice remained steady, as if discussing a weekend garden party. "Will your agency be responsible for compensating and restoring my Persian carpet, which was corroded by gas, and the door, which was damaged by a coyote. For the first time, a minuscule flicker of what could almost be described as a computational glitch appeared on the suit-clad man's face. "Of course, madam," he replied stiffly. "All losses will be evaluated and repaired by a designated expert. Our objective is to restore normalcy." "Excellent." Bree nodded in satisfaction and inscribed her name in the signature field, her handwriting as neat and flawless as print. Andrew observed coldly from the side. He understood that these individuals were not there to provide explanations. They were there to sanitize the narrative, cloaking the unpalatable, mad truths with an official, albeit flawed, deception. He met the gaze of the suited man, who was also looking back at him. Their eyes locked momentarily in the air. From the man's expression, Andrew discerned a warning and an implicit assessment of kindred spirits. In turn, the man gleaned from Andrew's eyes a sense of indifference and a silent declaration of dominion over his territory. The suited man averted his gaze, hastily jotting something in his notebook. Then, accompanied by his silent, robot-like subordinates, he turned and departed. They had more households to sanitize. As the door closed once more, the parlor was engulfed in a silence reminiscent of survival after a catastrophe. Rex was the first to collapse onto the sofa, murmuring to himself in a tone imbued with the relief of survival. "It was merely an illusion, just as I suspected." He eagerly embraced this most comprehensible explanation. Daniel, weeping, threw himself into Rex's embrace. Bree had just seen off Mrs. McCluskey, who also sought a rational explanation to soothe her frayed nerves, before turning to survey the chaotic living room. The carpet, tainted by monstrous slime, the shattered windows, the ghastly claw marks on the walls, and the lifeless body of the black widow spider, dragged in by Andrew and now shrouded beneath a waterproof cloth. All of it silently mocked the ludicrous term mass hallucination. Bree remained silent. She untied her apron and approached the small storage room hidden beneath the stairs. Opening the door, she stepped inside, followed closely by Andrew. Within the storage room lay a neatly arranged arsenal belonging to the Republican elite. Bree did not glance at the used firearms. Instead, she retrieved a set of specialized German gun maintenance tools from a drawer: brass brushes, cotton cloths, lubricating oil, and a pungent, potent cleaning solvent. She spread a velvety cloth across the workbench and picked up the Remington rifle with which she had personally slain a pterosaur monster, beginning the meticulous process of disassembly. Her movements were focused, graceful, and meticulous, as if she were caring for an heirloom silver tea set from the Victorian era rather than a weapon of destruction. Andrew said nothing. He stepped forward silently, taking his own used shotgun and commencing the same process of disassembly and maintenance. In that small storage room, the only sounds were the crisp clinks of metal parts and the soft rustling of the cloth against the barrel. The mother and son remained wordless, yet within this silence, a profound and unbreakable understanding was quietly forming. Bree recognized that her son was no longer the rebellious youth in need of her correction. He had transformed into something she could rely upon, albeit beyond her comprehension. Andrew, too, understood that his mother had embraced all his secrets in her uniquely perfectionist manner. When the last bullet was meticulously cleaned and reloaded into the magazine, Bree set her tools aside and cast a calm gaze at Andrew. "Follow me," she instructed. Together, they exited the storage room, traversing the dust-laden corridor until they reached the basement door. She opened the heavy wooden door, and a wave of damp earth mingled with the scent of aged wood enveloped them. In her high heels, Bree descended the creaking stairs with grace. The basement was cluttered with old furniture and Rex's outdated golf equipment. Bree walked directly to the innermost depths of the basement. There, she encountered an unassuming, locked iron door. From her keychain, she retrieved a rather inconspicuous brass key and inserted it into the lock. With a click, she pushed the door open. Beyond it lay not a mere storage space, but rather a meticulously designed functional room. The walls and floor were adorned with easily cleanable white tiles. In the center of the room stood a vast stainless steel workbench, above which hung a series of gleaming instruments reminiscent of surgical tools. In one corner, there was an industrial-sized freezer, and at the very center of the floor, a standalone drainage system with grates. This room, both in its design and its arrangement, served a singular purpose: to handle certain unsavory tasks unsuitable for other locations. Here, Bree caressed the cold stainless steel surface, her tone serene as if she were introducing a new kitchen, originally intended for Rex to manage the remnants of his hobbies. She paused, seemingly weighing her words. In his youth, he had relished hunting, yet his methods often left their home in disarray. Thus, I designed this space for him. Andrew's gaze swept over the array of tools, more comprehensive than those wielded by a surgeon, and he couldn't help but wonder whether Rex's quarry truly had 4 legs. However, he refrained from asking. Bree removed another identical brass key from the wall and turned to Andrew, placing the cold key into his palm. Next time you handle these tasks. Her voice remained calm, even carrying a hint of a mother's habitual admonition regarding her child's habits. Come here. This room has a dedicated drainage system to prevent clogging the household pipes. Moreover, these tiles, which I personally selected, are impermeable and easy to clean. She paused, adopting a tone that was almost conclusive, firm in its finality. Do not soil my newly acquired Persian rug, worth $30,000. Glancing at the massive freezer, she added, remember to categorize. This helps maintain order and prevents cross-contamination. With that, she turned gracefully and ascended the staircase, as if she had merely instructed him on the proper use of a dishwasher rather than how to dispose of a monster's remains. Andrew stood rooted in place, his palm open. The cold, weighty brass key lay quietly in his grasp. A smile crept across his face. His strongest weapon, his most steadfast support, was now in place. The new routine of the hunter had begun. Chapter 45. The custodian of the Farview, and Andrew closed his hand. The cold brass key, with its sharp edges, pressed firmly against his palm. He did not depart immediately. He stood in the room his mother had designated as the wet processing area, his gaze sweeping over the cold stainless steel countertops, the gleaming surgical instruments adorning the walls, and the imposing industrial-grade freezer nestled in the corner. The air was infused with a lingering, acrid scent of potent cleaning solvents, mingling with the earthy aroma characteristic of the damp basement. This space epitomized functionality, efficient, immaculate, leaving no trace behind. It was imbued with a Bree Van de Kamp-like precision and impeccable mastery over chaos. He slipped the key into his pocket and turned to ascend the creaking wooden staircase. In the living room, the shattered window had been hastily boarded up. The tainted Persian rug and the monstrous carcass had long since vanished. Everything was being restored to normalcy with astonishing efficiency. Rex and Daniel huddled on the sofa, fervently escaping reality as they watched a comedy on television. The laughter was loud yet hollow. Meanwhile, Bree occupied the kitchen, clad in rubber gloves, scrubbing a set of silverware with lemon and baking soda. It was as if that night, ravaged by the monster, had merely been an inconsequential nightmare concerning community sanitation. Andrew refrained from disturbing any of them. He ascended the stairs, returned to his room, and closed the door. Thus commenced the new routine of a hunter. A week passed. The sky over Wisteria County was as blue as a freshly laundered tablecloth. The incident, officially deemed a rare industrial gas leak that induced mass hallucinations, was being willfully forgotten by the populace. Life, in its absurdity, forcefully resumed its course. Andrew sat on the porch in a rocking chair, a glass of iced lemonade in hand. He observed his neighbor, Susan, clad in excessively tight athletic shorts, attempting to retrieve a newspaper that had fallen before the new postman as she trimmed the lawn. In her efforts, she inadvertently stepped on the sprinkler's nozzle, resulting in a spray of water to her face. The postman fled in terror. Across the street, Gabrielle drove her Maserati convertible, donning oversized sunglasses, desperately engaged in a phone call. What do you mean natural grass is more sensitive to toxic gas? Carlos, I don't care. I don't care if it was an illusion. My 50,000 grass, airlifted from Italy, has withered. You must compensate me. Not far away, in Renette's yard, her twin sons were attempting to tether the family cat to a kite, while Renette chased after them, emitting desperate cries. Andrew took a sip of his lemonade. This was Wisteria County, a place replete with exquisite yet irredeemable human madness. At times, he found it difficult to discern which was more abnormal, the monsters from the underworld or the inhabitants of his own town. His gaze fell upon a crow perched on a nearby power line. The crow tilted its head, observing him with its bean-like black eyes. In Andrew's mind, he catalogued his own gains. The deceptive aura and perfect disguise enabled him to don the mask of Andrew more adeptly. The rudimentary voodoo incantations and object attachment had granted him a nascent form of remote curse. And there was that purple, despair-laden whisper. He gazed intently at the crow, his mental focus sharpening slightly. He harbored no aggressive intent. Instead, he transmitted a pure essence of fear concerning descent. Without warning, the crow on the wire erupted in a flurry of feathers. It emitted a sharp, piercing cry, as if the wire beneath it had transformed into a searing iron. In a frenzy, it flapped its wings, losing all sense of balance, and plummeted like a stone toward the ground, barely stabilizing itself mid-air before it fled in a panic towards the horizon. A cold, emotionless curve formed at the corner of Andrew's mouth. An impressive ability indeed. Just as he prepared to withdraw his gaze, a cacophony reminiscent of a dying automobile engine shattered the afternoon tranquility of Wisteria County. A yellow Ford station wagon, appearing to be at least 2 decades old, belched black smoke as it sluggishly turned into Wisteria County. The vehicle was marred by scratches and rust, with several tattered suitcases precariously tied atop its roof, in stark contrast to the sleek automobiles lining the street. This car resembled a ragged drunkard who had stumbled into a soiree of the affluent. Andrew's attention was drawn to the dilapidated vehicle. Ultimately, after a series of thuds, it shuddered to a halt across the street, in front of the vacant house belonging to Mary Alice Young. The driver's side door swung open, and a man emerged. He appeared to be in his 40s, tall yet slightly hunched. Dressed in a faded flannel shirt, with disheveled hair and a pallid complexion, his sunken eyes bore a long-standing, suppressed restlessness. The man circled to the rear of the car, irritably kicking a nearly worn-down tire, producing a dull, explosive thud of frustration. The passenger door opened as well, revealing a tall, slender woman. She had long black hair, and her large eyes were filled with fatigue and worry. Clad in an ill-fitting old sweater, she hugged her arms tightly while casting timid glances at the vacant house. The rear door opened, and a small boy, perhaps 5 or 6 years old, emerged, slowly pushing a red tricycle. The boy was silent, avoiding the gaze of his parents and the sight of their new home. Instead, he stepped out and silently directed his attention across the street, toward Andrew's house. The moment their eyes met, Andrew felt an exceedingly subtle, unprecedented stir within him. Like a small stone cast into the tranquil lake of his mind, it was neither malice nor intrusion, but rather a pure act of perception. The child perceived him. The man named Jack continued to bellow at the woman, his tirade revolving around that dilapidated vehicle, this cursed little town, and his rejected magnum opus. The woman's voice, delicate as a whisper, ceaselessly sought to soothe him. Andrew observed in silence, akin to a biologist studying a nest of newly emerged, venomous insects establishing their abode in his backyard. Suddenly, the frenzied man ceased his shouting. It was as if he sensed something, abruptly turning his head, his gaze sweeping the street like a searchlight. At last, his eyes landed squarely on Andrew. Their gazes locked. In that fleeting moment of connection, the lethal allure resonated within Andrew, reverberating with a physical, energetic intensity. He vividly perceived the man's pent-up fury and violence, a tempest threatening to consume him. Finding in this instant a perfect outlet, a flood finding its channel, a shark catching the scent of blood. The frantic expression of a defeated man slowly morphed. No longer was he raging at the air. His wrath had found a tangible target. He regarded Andrew, the corners of his mouth stretching into a rigid, sinister grin, a smile imbued with malice and foreboding. Andrew did not avert his gaze, feeling not a flicker of fear. Instead, he calmly met that smile, raising his glass to down the last sip of ice-cold lemonade in one go. The ice clinked sharply against the glass. A new storm had arrived. Chapter 46. Here's Johnny Jack Torrance's smile was as rigid as a slab of ice. It was neither friendly nor feigned. It was a primal declaration of possessiveness. Having found its destined adversary, Andrew drained the remaining lemonade from his glass, the ice colliding with the glass in a crisp sound. He set the glass down, stood, and without casting another glance at the man, turned and walked back inside. The screen door gently closed behind him with a soft thud, as if signaling a shift. Across the street, Jack's frozen smile vanished in an instant. He turned, unleashing an irritable growl towards his wife, Wendy, who was still frantically unloading luggage from the car. "Hurry up, Wendy. Do you truly wish for our belongings to be exhibited on this accursed street for an entire day?" Wendy trembled, nearly allowing a cardboard box to slip from her grasp. She cast a beseeching glance at her husband, her lips moving silently, yet no sound emerged. The quietly observant young boy, Danny, clutched his red tricycle, gradually lifting his gaze. His eyes traversed the street, penetrating the recently shut screen door, as though he could perceive Andrew within the confines of the house. The boy's lips formed a word, though no sound accompanied it. "Red room." Andrew's footsteps halted in the center of the living room. He sensed it, a faint, childlike, terror-laden spiritual tremor, akin to a cold needle lightly pricking the back of his head. It was not an assault, it was a warning. He turned to glance out the window. The moving van had departed. The dilapidated yellow Ford station wagon, resembling a rusted cadaver, rested before the vacant residence of Mary Alice Young. The Torrance family had vanished behind the door of that house. The afternoon in Wisteria County had reverted to its exquisite yet deceptive tranquility. Yet, something in the air felt distinctly altered. Dinner time. In the Van de Kamp dining room. The crystal chandelier radiated a warm glow. Bree placed a sizzling platter of rosemary lamb chops at the center of the table, the silver cutlery reflecting the candlelight. "Our new neighbors have moved in," Bree remarked casually, wiping the corner of her mouth with a napkin. "I prepared a welcome basket, featuring my homemade apricot jam and lemon cookies." She glanced at Andrew. "After dinner, you shall accompany me to deliver it." Andrew's hand, poised to carve the lamb chop, froze. He lifted his gaze, the tip of his knife gesturing toward the window. "Mom, that man gazes at me as a rutting bull moose might regard its rival." Bree furrowed her brow, a classic expression of her profound displeasure. "Andrew, do not employ such crude metaphors. Mr. Torrance is a writer. We must exhibit respect for cultured individuals." "I am allergic to him," Andrew replied, his expression impassive as he continued to slice the lamb chop, "especially to failed authors with violent tendencies." "How do you ascertain his failure?" "Because successful individuals do not drive a Ford on the brink of disintegration, nor do they wear the world's anger etched upon their faces." Andrew placed a morsel of lamb into his mouth, chewing slowly. "Trust me, I have no desire to go." Bree's countenance darkened. "This is basic social etiquette, Andrew. We are the Van de Kamps. We do not engage in discourteous behavior." Meanwhile, the television interrupted with a local news bulletin announcing an urgent weather forecast. The meteorological department has issued a rare blizzard warning, predicting that heavy snowfall will commence in the Fairchild area from midnight tonight, potentially lasting for more than 24 hours. Citizens are advised to stock up on supplies and refrain from unnecessary outings. Glancing at the television and then at Andrew's resolute expression, Bruce finally relented. "Very well. But once the snow ceases tomorrow, you must go." Andrew shrugged, choosing not to respond further. After dinner, instead of returning to his own room, he ventured into the basement, an area his mother referred to as the damp processing room, now silent and cold. He opened a tool cabinet, revealing a neatly arranged collection of various models of shotguns, accompanied by meticulously categorized ammunition. He picked up a Remington M870, skillfully inspecting the action and safety. A premonition nagged at him. This snowfall would not be straightforward. A blizzard, an isolated community, and a mentally unstable new neighbor. This combination was too archetypal. So classic it bordered on tedium. Yet, tedium did not equate to a lack of peril. As night deepened, Jack Torrance sat alone in the empty house of Mary Alice Young. In the study that once served as a refuge for Paul Yang's secrets and the site of Mary Alice's tragic end, before him lay an old typewriter, its paper blank and devoid of words. He found himself unable to write, not a single word. His mind felt like a mass of cotton, clogged with anxiety and anger. Worthless. A voice seemed to seep from the walls, whispering in his ear. Jack abruptly lifted his head and scanned the room. The study was empty. "You can't even tell a story, you pathetic failure," the voice taunted again, dripping with mockery and temptation. Yet, countless stories resided here, betrayals, lies, murders, hidden beneath his feet. Within these walls, Jack's breath quickened as he sensed the house was alive. It was speaking to him. It needed a caretaker, the voice coaxed gently. Someone who could understand it, someone who could nurture it, a person capable of purging the unclean. Before Jack's eyes, Andrew's young and indifferent face materialized, merging with the visage of someone from his memory who perpetually scolded and scorned him. The house's resentment, his own failures, and Andrew's aura of the hunter, simultaneously envied and loathed, coalesced into a toxic fuel. He, Jack Torrance, had been chosen. He would become the steward of this place, rectifying its erroneous existence. Outside, the first snowflake descended silently, akin to a feather of the deceased. Andrew stood by his second-floor window, observing the street across the way. As the snow began to fall with an increasingly visible intensity, the glow of the streetlight, amidst the swirling snow, transformed into a hazy, golden halo. The entire world was being consumed by white. At that moment, the study on the second floor of the house across the street illuminated. Jack Torrance's silhouette appeared before the window. He stood there, motionless, gazing at Andrew through the tempest of snowflakes. His countenance was devoid of any expression. Slowly, he raised his hand and exhaled against the glass. Then, with his finger, he delicately inscribed a word upon the frosted mist, a mirrored, inverted word. Murder. Jack revealed a vast and fervent smile towards him. Andrew, expressionless, observed. He understood that the script of The Shining had officially commenced its performance upon this street. Chapter 47. Work without play. The snow fell with an absurdity that defied reason. It resembled not a natural precipitation, but rather as if the old man upstairs had shaken off his dandruff upon the crown of Wisteria County. Or worse still, as if some higher dimensional entity had pressed a colossal white button labeled isolation. At 6 in the morning, the world had transformed into an immense, silent white tombstone. The streetlights stood awkwardly like lollipops in the snow, while the once meticulously manicured lawns and the class-dividing fences of the middle class were entirely obliterated beneath a half-meter-thick blanket of snow. Fairchild Town had vanished. Within this white prison, the housewives of Wisteria County were undergoing their respective minor breakdowns. The Solis household, Gabrielle, clad in a silk robe and barefoot, stood at the floor-to-ceiling window, phone in hand, emitting a desperate scream into the dead air of a disconnected line. Carlos, that is my personal Pilates instructor. I don't care how deep the snow is. Even if you have to use sled dogs, you must bring him up the mountain to me. If my gluteus muscles relax by even a millimeter, the blame will fall upon you. Carlos, curled up on the sofa with a glass of tequila, wisely chose to feign deafness. The Scavo household, this was the true battleground. With classes cancelled, for hyperactive children, like monkeys on a Red Bull high, were bouncing off the walls of the cramped living room. Porter, put down that frozen dead squirrel. Preston, do not attempt to bury Parker in the fireplace ashes. Renee, her hair disheveled, brandished a spatula, her voice hoarse like a rock singer. Meanwhile, Tom Scavo, the nominal head of the household, hid in the bathroom, pretending to be constipated, while surreptitiously playing Snake on his mobile phone. The Meyer household, Susan leaned against the windowsill, propping her chin on her hands, gazing dreamily at the snowy landscape outside. Oh, Julie, how romantic this is. She turned back to her daughter, who was engrossed in her book, and remarked, this weather is most suited for being trapped in a cozy cabin with your beloved, gathered around the hearth. Mom, Julie replied without raising her head. Firstly, our home is not a cabin. Secondly, if you intend to use this as an excuse to deliver that burnt concoction you call hot cocoa to Mike, I suggest you first purchase a personal accident insurance policy. Susan muttered her dissatisfaction and turned to retrieve the pot from the stove. Suddenly, a loud crash echoed through the air. The hot cocoa spilled, cascading across the floor like a brown mudslide. Susan slipped in the mess, letting out a wail. Meanwhile, at the Van de Kamp residence, the atmosphere was as tranquil as a Swiss sanatorium. Bree, clad in a well-tailored turtleneck sweater, stood at the window, her gaze fixed with the scrutiny of a stringent home economics instructor upon the driveway blanketed in snow. This is the efficiency of the town hall, she remarked coldly. I've already called the snow removal department 3 times. If this is how they treat taxpayers, I shall certainly propose the mayor's impeachment at next week's Rotary Club meeting. Andrew sat in a single armchair by the fireplace, holding a book titled Atlas of Human Anatomy. The fire blazed brightly, yet he felt no warmth. The cold he experienced was not merely a matter of temperature. Rather, it was a physical, oppressive chill seeping through the foundation and creeping in through the cracks of the walls, permeating the entire house, the whole neighborhood. It was the essence of the outside world. Mom, Andrew flipped a page to an illustration of the carotid artery, his tone flat. Save your phone bill. This snow is too heavy for the plows. We are trapped. There is nothing that the Van de Kamp household cannot resolve, Bree declared as she turned towards the kitchen. I am going to bake some cinnamon rolls. Sugar helps alleviate anxiety. Andrew, please check the generator in the basement. I do not wish for my oven to fail when the power goes out. Andrew closed his book and stood up, offering no rebuttal. In this impending horror story, Bree's almost obsessive normalcy might be the only anchor, even if that anchor itself was rather eccentric. Across the street, in the old home of Mary Alice Young, now perhaps more appropriately referred to as the Wisteria County branch of the Outlook Inn, Jack Torrance sat in his study on the 2nd floor. The curtains were tightly drawn, allowing not a sliver of light to penetrate. Only a dim desk lamp illuminated his pallid face and bloodshot eyes. A typewriter, an antiquated Adler model, with a black ribbon and mechanical feel, filled the air with a rhythmic sound. Tap, 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 tap. He struck the keys with fervor. The tempo heavy. Each letter imprinted on paper resonated like a faint gunshot. Jack felt a surge of creativity. The plot stagnation and vocabulary deficits that had once plagued him vanished entirely. His mind was filled with resplendent, grandiose, blood-red phrases concerning punishment, order, and responsibility. Abruptly, he halted his hand, tore the sheet of paper, and cast it aside. The paper, densely inscribed with a singular phrase, was arranged in an eerily meticulous manner. All work and no play makes Jack a dull boy. The floor was already strewn with such sheets, hundreds, even thousands, blanketing the ground like snowflakes. Well written, Mr. Torrance, a refined male voice resonated from behind him. Jack was not startled. He slowly turned around. In the shadows stood a man, clad in a black tailcoat reminiscent of decades past, his hair slicked back, holding a silver tray upon which rested a glass of amber bourbon. Delbert Grady, the former caretaker rumored to have murdered his entire family before taking his own life. "This is merely a draft," Jack remarked as he accepted the glass and downed its contents. The fiery liquid coursed down his throat, momentarily easing his taut nerves. "I am currently devising the climax." Of course, Grady smiled, his grin resembling a mask affixed to his face. "This house holds great expectations for you. You possess a unique potential, far superior to that of the previous occupant, a weak man named Paul." Grady leaned in closer, the scent of his cologne mingling with a faint whiff of decay. "However, Mr. Torrance, there exists a small impediment." "An impediment?" Jack's gaze darkened instantaneously. "Indeed, an unclean thing." Grady extended a pale finger, pointing out the window towards the house across the street, identifying an unruly intruder, an insect attempting to disrupt the order here. Jack's mind conjured Andrew's visage, that youthful, handsome face perpetually adorned with a half-smile, and the look he had cast yesterday afternoon. It was the gaze of a hunter, one that regarded its prey. An unnamed fury ignited within Jack, coursing from his core to the crown of his head. It was a distorted, fatal attraction. Ordinarily, Andrew's physique would evoke a pathological infatuation or desire for dominance in male antagonists. Yet here, under the house's warped influence, such allure transformed into an extreme aversion, akin to an immune system detecting cancer cells or devout believers encountering a blasphemer. Jack not only wished to kill him, he yearned to dismantle him, to obliterate him, to reduce him to a mere brick within the foundation of this house. "That boy," Jack seethed, the glass in his hand creaking under his grip, "he thinks he can see through me. He believes himself to be superior. He is a discordant note, Mr. Torrance. Grady gently guides, while you are the conductor. You know how to handle a discordant note, do you not?" Jack released his grip. The glass did not shatter. He grinned, revealing that signature, beastly smile. "We shall compel him to amend his ways. Not just him," Grady added softly, "but also your family. They appear to have been influenced by some poor examples. That little boy, Danny, he attempts to bring the outside in." Jack rose and strode to the corner of the room, where a red fire axe leaned against the wall. The blade glinted coldly in the dim light. "I shall teach them." Jack caressed the axe handle as one might stroke the skin of a lover. "I shall impart to them a lesson they shall never forget." The Van de Kamp residence, second floor. Andrew was in Daniel's room. His sister, Daniel, perpetually in a state of heat or rebellion, lay languidly on the bed, painting her nails. "I want to go out," Daniel complained. "I want to go to the mall. I want to see that handsome guy who works at the video store. I don't want to stay in this house that feels like a tomb." "Extend your hand," Andrew commanded. "What for? You want to paint my nails? Spare me. Your taste is even more outdated than Mama's." Andrew ignored her mockery and seized her wrist. He pulled an object from his pocket and secured it around Daniel's wrist. It was a bracelet crafted from a few chicken bones, a tuft of burnt hair, and a piece of old wood inscribed with strange symbols. This was a trick he had learned from the beginner's guide to voodoo during his last hunt for Chucky. Though rudimentary, it was sufficient to ward off some low-level spiritual pollution. "What on earth is this?" Daniel shrieked in disdain. "It stinks. Like something scavenged from a garbage heap." "This is this year's most fashionable wasteland accessory from Paris Fashion Week," Andrew replied nonchalantly, "and I even gifted the same to that video store guy. Wearing it makes us a couple." Daniel paused, regarding him with suspicion. "Really? When have I ever lied to you? Except about being a serial killer hunter." Daniel, half convinced, kept the hideous bracelet, even bringing it close to her nose for a whiff. Andrew turned and exited the room, closing the door behind him. Just as the door clicked shut, a sudden, intense pain shot through his head. It was not a physical pain. Rather, it was a vivid, blood-soaked image forcefully intruding upon his mind. He saw blood, crimson blood, cascading like a waterfall down the staircase of Mary Alice's home, carpeted in opulence, drowning the furniture, submerging the potted plants. In that sea of blood stood two twin girls clad in blue dresses. Hand in hand, their faces bore no features, only two profound, dark abysses. This was the perspective of Danny Torrance. The young boy was in desperate need of rescue. He screamed, yet no sound escaped his lips. He could only wail silently within his mind. His father had transformed into the sinister Red Rum. Andrew leaned against the corridor wall, inhaling deeply to suppress the dizzying sensation that overwhelmed him. The boy's psychic energy was far too potent. Without control, he resembled a target aimlessly waving a spotlight in a dark forest. Andrew hastened to the window, drawing the curtains aside. Outside, the night had deepened. The snow continued to fall, now more intensely than before. The wind swirled the snowflakes, resembling countless white phantoms dancing wildly. Yet, he beheld something even more astonishing. In the backyard of the Torrance residence, where once lay a simple lawn and a few flower beds, now loomed a gigantic, dark maze crafted from meticulously trimmed shrubs. The walls of those hedges towered 3 meters high, standing resolute amidst the blizzard. Reality had been distorted. The incursion of the otherworld was occurring at a pace more rapid than he had anticipated. The house had not only consumed Jack, but was also utilizing Jack's imagination to reshape the surrounding environment. At the entrance of that labyrinth stood a figure, Jack Torrance. He was dressed in a thin flannel shirt, seemingly impervious to the bone-chilling cold. In his hand, he brandished a fire axe, the blade trailing in the snow, carving a long mark behind him. He raised his gaze, peering through the window towards Andrew, across the swirling storm. Slowly, Jack lifted his left hand, extending a remarkably gentlemanly, inviting gesture towards Andrew. Then, he turned and vanished into the depths of the inky maze. Andrew watched the retreating figure and adjusted his glasses perched on his nose. Well, he murmured softly, devoid of any trace of fear, rather imbued with a cold resolve as if he had awaited this moment. Since he wished to play hide and seek, he turned to descend the stairs. Let us play. But let it be known that catching someone may cost them their life. As he passed through the kitchen, he noticed Bree was taking a freshly baked tray of cinnamon rolls out of the oven. Andrew? Bree called out. Where are you going at this hour? Andrew halted, turning to face his mother. It seems our neighbor is in a bit of trouble. I'm going to lend a hand. Bree furrowed her brow. In this heavy snow? And Mr. Torrance appears rather unfriendly. Don't worry, Mom. Andrew retrieved a pair of black leather gloves from his coat pocket, slowly donning them, concealing his long, steady hands adept at wielding a scalpel as well as pulling a trigger. I'm merely going to educate him on the enforcement regulations regarding unlawful construction of mazes and the penalties for armed disturbances as outlined in the community guidelines of Wisteria County. He pushed open the door and stepped into the swirling snowstorm. Chapter 48. An axe and a plate of muffins. The air in the basement was unnaturally frigid. This was not the sort of chill that arises from inadequate heating, but rather a thick, malevolent dampness that slithered down Andrew's spine like a slug freshly emerged from its grave. The aging pipes emitted a sound akin to a painful groan, reminiscent of a dying creature's labored breaths. Clad in a heavy wool cardigan and clutching a flashlight, Andrew's beams sliced through the darkness, illuminating the Bosch gas boiler nestled in the corner. This boiler was one of the prideful possessions of the Van de Kamp family, a marvel of German engineering said to have survived the great bombings while still providing hot water. However, it was now extinguished. Andrew crouched down to inspect the intake valve, its metallic surface encased in a thick, crystalline layer of ice. Furthermore, at the knob of the valve, someone or something had violently twisted it into a deadlock position and then doused it with water, which instantly froze into a solid block of amber in the sub-zero temperatures. This was not merely a prank, it was an act of tactical sabotage. Andrew reached out, his fingertips gliding over the ice, the cold seeping into his veins. On the ground beside the ice, he discovered a small, crushed cigarette butt, lacking any branding. The rough paper and darkened tobacco revealed that no one in the Van de Kamp household smoked. Bree believed that nicotine was the first step toward moral decay, second only to wearing flip-flops in public. Andrew picked up the cigarette butt and brought it to his nose. It bore no trace of tobacco, only a musty, moldy scent, reminiscent of something extracted from a coat pocket buried in the earth for 30 years. This was a provocation, a challenge from the house across the street. Andrew, came Bree's voice from the staircase, tinged with urgency and an unmistakable tone of command. "Are you not finished yet?" Daniel says she's about to freeze solid in the bathroom. "If we don't restore the heating soon, I'll sue the gas company for murder." Andrew stood up, pocketing the cigarette. "But I'll be right there, Mom," he replied calmly. "Just a minor issue." He retrieved a blowtorch from the toolbox and ignited it. The blue flame licked at the ice, emitting a hissing sound. Steam billowed up, obscuring his glasses. In that blurred vision, he fancied he saw the steam coalesce into a face, a frantic, grinning visage. Expressionless, Andrew intensified the flame until that face evaporated completely. Half an hour later, the kitchen was suffused with a warm, sweet aroma, a delightful blend of cinnamon, blueberries, and freshly baked flour. The aroma was potent enough to bring tears to the eyes of any destitute wanderer, yet for Andrew, it represented merely the calm before the storm. Bree adorned a flawless, pale yellow apron, her hands encased in heat-resistant gloves as she retrieved a tray of golden muffins from the oven. Each muffin had risen to perfection, its top bursting open to reveal a deep purple blueberry compote within, reminiscent of some unknown viscera from the county of Wisteria. Having removed her apron and tidied her meticulously arranged red hair, Bree declared that now, with the heating restored, it was time to address the source of the noise. She referred to the sounds emanating from across the street, an ominous, rhythmic thumping. Thud, thud, thud. It resembled the sound of a hammer striking frozen meat, or perhaps the heartbeat of some colossal creature. On this silent, snowy night, the noise was as pronounced as if it were ringing in their ears. "Mom," Andrew leaned against the countertop, toying with a stainless steel dinner knife. "I don't think venturing outside is wise. The snow is heavy, and that Jack Torrance doesn't seem like someone who would appreciate your baking skills." "Nonsense," Bree retorted, retrieving a delicate wicker basket lined with a checkered napkin, beginning to fill it with muffins. No one could refuse freshly baked muffins. Even a serial killer might become reasonable when presented with a delightful dessert. She paused, raising her gaze to Andrew, her eyes sharp. "And if it truly is him banging on walls or tearing down the house, I must inform him that the Wisteria Homeowners Association has very stringent fines for disturbances. We cannot forsake the rules of civilized society simply because of a snow blockade." Such was Bree. Even at the end of the world, she would insist on teaching proper etiquette before a zombie devoured her. Andrew sighed, recognizing that persuasion was futile in a world filled with monsters and lunatics. Bree's stubbornness was at times a protective shield, while at others, a fatal curse. "All right." Andrew set down the knife, retrieving a long-handled screwdriver from the drawer, slipping it into his sleeve. "I'll accompany you. That basket looks rather heavy." "Now that's my true gentleman," Bree smiled with satisfaction. They stepped outside. The world beyond was blindingly white. Although the storm had lessened somewhat, the snow had already risen past their ankles. Each step crunched beneath them. Across the street, the old Yang residence loomed in the shadows, its windows resembling a multitude of unblinking eyes, darkly scrutinizing the street. Andrew sensed the pressure in the air mounting as they approached, that peculiar static sensation reminiscent of The Shining, prickling at his scalp. Thud, thud, thud. The knocking ceased abruptly. The moment they set foot on the Yang driveway, the sound vanished. In its stead, there existed a stifling silence. Bree seemed utterly oblivious as she navigated the threshold in her high-heeled, knee-high boots, her steps alternating between deep and shallow. She raised her hand and pressed the doorbell. The crisp chime echoed through the vacant house, strikingly jarring. No one answered the door. "Perhaps they are preoccupied," Andrew murmured, his primal instincts screaming alarmingly. Something lurked behind the door. Or perhaps this wretched doorbell was malfunctioning. Bree, growing impatient, adjusted her collar, preparing to press the button once more. Just then, the door swung open. There were no footsteps. It appeared to slide open of its own accord. Jack Torrance stood beyond the threshold, clad in his signature plaid flannel shirt, layered with an old cardigan. His hair was disheveled, as if he had just emerged from slumber, seemingly unwashed for 3 days. Yet, what captured Andrew's attention most were Jack's eyes. Bloodshot and heavy-lidded, they conveyed a distant gaze that, at once, sharpened with focus. In his hand, he cradled an empty whiskey glass. "Good evening, Mr. Torrance," Bree greeted with her most polished social smile. "I am Bree Van de Kamp from across the street. We heard some noises and thought perhaps you were undergoing some renovations. Additionally, to welcome you to Wisteria Lane, I baked some blueberry muffins." Jack remained silent, fixated on Bree. Or rather, on the basket she held. After several seconds, he finally managed to articulate a few words, as though he were just learning to speak. Muffins, what a considerate gesture. His voice was gravelly, reminiscent of shards of glass being swallowed. He extended his hand to receive the basket, and in that fleeting moment of exchange, his gaze shifted past Bree, locking onto Andrew with an unwavering intensity. At that instant, Andrew felt the primal lure of dominance surge within him. He perceived the shift in Jack's emotions, neither gratitude nor camaraderie, but rather a raw, unmasked fury of a territorial beast confronted. In this warped gravitational pull of the house, Andrew's mere presence was an affront to Jack. A slow, unsettling smile crept across Jack's lips. Ah, Andrew, you two have arrived. The way he pronounced the name, his tongue scraping against his teeth, produced a chilling sound. I have been observing you. You are quite remarkable. Is that so? Andrew stepped back slightly, adopting the demeanor of an impatient heir, while discreetly tightening his grip on the screwdriver concealed in his sleeve. Mr. Torrance, your powers of observation are truly keen. However, might I ask you to retract that gaze, which resembles one reserved for assessing a steak? It is rather distasteful. Andrew, Bree admonished softly, mind your demeanor. Jack, however, was not perturbed. Rather, his amusement deepened. Not at all, Mrs. Bree. I rather enjoy spirited children. This indicates that he possesses significant educational potential. Jack leaned forward. The scent of alcohol mingled with an odor reminiscent of aged, moldy wood wafting towards him. You know, Andrew, this house is watching you. It finds you intriguing. Andrew scoffed. Tell your house I have no interest in its antiquated Victorian style. Also, could it keep the noise down at night? The incessant banging is quite bothersome. Jack's expression momentarily stiffened as he fixed his gaze on Andrew, the veins on the back of his hand raised in tension. It's under repair, Jack murmured. Repairing those broken things. Then do it quickly, Andrew retorted, grasping Bree's arm. Come on, Mom, let's leave. It's freezing here, and I don't believe Mr. Tollins intends to invite us in for tea. Bree offered Jack an awkward smile. Sorry, Mr. Tollins, this child has been spoiled by me. About the noise. There will be no more noise, Jack interrupted, his smile appearing grotesquely distorted in the shadows. Only work. A great deal of work. That's good. Bree seemed oblivious to the impending tension, nodding contentedly as she turned to descend the steps. Andrew followed suit, yet he could sense two piercing gazes, akin to burning iron nails, lodged in his back. Until they exited the driveway and returned to the street, the door remained ajar. Jack Tollins stood like a statue at the entrance, watching them depart. Upon returning to their own doorstep, Bree stomped the snow off her feet, exclaiming, "What a peculiar man. And quite rude, not even offering a thank you. I'm not sure I could be friends with him. Trust me, Mom, you wouldn't want to be friends with him." Andrew reached for the door. Just as his fingers grazed the doorknob, his recently acquired blue alert for short-term crisis prediction erupted in his mind with a piercing alarm. Danger. Extreme danger. From behind. With no time for contemplation, Andrew abruptly pivoted, seizing Bree and using the momentum to roll them aside. Andrew, what are you? Bree's scream was drowned out by a thunderous, deafening crash. Wham! A heavy, crimson fire axe, slicing through the air with a whistling sound, soared across the street, traveling 20 meters before striking the exquisite oak door of the Van de Kamp residence with ferocity. Wood splintered. A massive crack cleaved through the sturdy oak door. The axe blade embedded deeply within, its handle vibrating violently, emitting a low hum. That spot was precisely where Bree had stood moments ago. Had Andrew not pushed her away, the axe would have severed the meticulously groomed crown of Bree's head. Andrew and Bree fell into the snow. In that moment, the world seemed to have pressed the mute button. Andrew swiftly rose to his feet, positioning himself protectively in front of Bree, the screwdriver having slipped into his palm. His gaze fixed intently across the street. There stood Jack Torrance at the entrance, maintaining a poised stance as if preparing to hurl something. The basket filled with muffins lay scattered at his feet, the golden pastries rolling in the snow, trampled into oblivion. Jack slowly straightened his posture, devoid of his usual thunderous shouts or manic laughter. Instead, he gazed at the axe embedded in the door, his expression revealing a childlike, innocent disappointment. Missed, he murmured softly, his voice carried away by the swirling snow. Still need practice. With those words, he began to retreat, like a specter, back into the shadowy confines of that house. With a resounding thud, the door of the Yang household slammed shut, leaving behind a silent, snow-covered street and a deadly weapon lodged in the neighbor's door. Andrew inhaled deeply, the frigid air stinging his lungs, grounding him from the adrenaline-fueled state. He turned to Bree, still seated in the snow. Her face was as pale as parchment, her gaze fixed vacantly upon the still quivering axe. Andrew reached out, intending to help her rise. "Mom, are you all right?" Bree grasped his hand, her grip trembling and as cold as ice. Utilizing his support, she stood, brushing the snow from her coat with mechanical, stiff movements. She then approached the door, extending her hand to delicately trace the shocking crack on the oak door, her fingertips gliding over the rough wooden splinters. "It's oak," Bree murmured, her voice imbued with a tremor that bore the weight of suppressed emotion. This was custom-made from a century-old red oak from Pennsylvania, finished with 3 layers of varnish. She turned to Andrew, and in that instant, he swore he saw a light in his mother's eyes more terrifying than that of the madman across the street. "He destroyed my door," Bree bit out, each word seeming to squeeze through clenched teeth. "Not only did he not eat my muffins, but he also ruined my door." Andrew regarded his mother, a sudden urge to laugh bubbling within him. This was Bree, at the brink of life and death. Her concern was never about his near demise, but rather the destruction of her home decor. Yet, this was a positive aspect. Anger proved more useful than fear. Andrew stepped forward, firmly grasping the handle of the fire axe, yanking it free with a sudden force. The axe creaked as it was extracted, wood shavings cascading down. He weighed the axe in his hands. It was substantial, the blade sharp, tinged with a hint of rust. "This axe is quite impressive," Andrew mused, casting a cold smile at his mother. "Since it was given to us, we shall accept it." He then turned his gaze toward the desolate house across the street. "Mother, go fetch your Remington and give it a good oiling." "You mean?" Burley's expression shifted, transforming from shock to a resolute determination. "I mean, since the neighbors refused to coexist amicably." Andrew grasped the axe firmly, pushed open the battered door, and stepped into the warmth of the house. "Then let us teach him the ways of Wisteria County." Chapter 49. Hide and seek in the ice and snow labyrinth in the old residence of Mary Alice Young. The lights remained dim. Yet, if one pressed their ear against the wall, they could discern a sound akin to blood coursing through veins, a pulsating heartbeat of the awakening house. At the food storage room door on the first floor, Wendy Torrance clutched a long bread knife tightly, her form resembling a bowstring drawn too taut, trembling in the shadows of the corridor. The storage room was eerily silent. Moments before, her husband, Jack, who had once sworn to abstain from alcohol and cherish his family, had been battering the thick oak door like a rabid bear. But now, an unsettling stillness enveloped the interior. "Jack," Wendy called tentatively, her voice cracking. "Darling? Have you calmed down? We can talk." Click. A sharp metallic sound erupted in the darkness. Wendy's pupils dilated in terror. That was the sound of the door lock disengaging. She had distinctly secured it from the outside. "Talk." The storage room door began to slide open, slowly and silently. Jack Torrance stood at the threshold, his face obscured by shadows, rendering his expression indiscernible, save for eyes reflecting a beastly green glimmer in the dim light. He held no axe. It remained lodged in the door of the Van de Kamp's house across the street. Instead, he casually grasped a sturdy wooden masher from the shelf in the storage room. The thick stick felt as light as a toothpick in his hand. "Wendy, my dear." Jack stepped forward, the floor groaning underfoot. "I believe we have conversed enough. Now, it is time to rectify our mistakes. Run, Danny, run," Wendy screamed, brandishing the bread knife in a desperate attempt to ward off this monstrous stranger. But Jack merely waved his hand dismissively. Bang! A heavy thud resounded. Wendy was hurled like a rag doll against the staircase railing, losing consciousness instantly. Jack paid no heed to his wife. He inhaled deeply, as if discerning a particular scent. "Danny," he turned his head toward the front door. Only bad children run about in a snowstorm. The snow lay deep, absurdly so, for a 6-year-old child. Traversing the snow-laden street resembled navigating through an expanse of white marshland. Danny Torrance did not weep. His visage bore little expression. He merely moved mechanically, exerting every ounce of strength to extract his frozen, numbed legs, inching step by step towards the house across the street, aglow with warmth. In his mind, an invisible companion named Tony was screaming frantically. "He is coming. Just behind you. Do not look back." Danny stumbled onto the porch of the Van de Kamp residence. He extended his frostbitten, crimson hand, but before he could knock, the door swung open. Andrew stood at the threshold, clad in a heavy wool cardigan, holding the ever-present screwdriver as if he had been anticipating this moment. "If you are here to sell cookies, you may as well leave," he stated, gazing down at the shivering boy. "If you seek refuge, the price of entry is a single truth. Danny lifted his gaze, his large, soulful eyes fixed intently on Andrew. He is not my father, the boy's voice rasped. That is the hotel. Andrew raised an eyebrow. A deal was struck. He reached out, pulling Danny swiftly inside, then hastily closed the already splintered door, bracing it with his body. Just as the door shut, a tremendous force collided with the panel. It was the sound of flesh meeting wood, dull and violent. The already precarious oak door emitted a painful cracking noise, dust cascading from the frame. Open the door, Mrs. Van de Kamp. Jack's voice boomed from outside. No, that could no longer be termed Jack's voice. It was a cacophony of countless spirits entwined in a howling chorus. I know my son is inside. This is illegal confinement. I will call the police. I will use your skull as a bowl. His logic was chaotic, yet his murderous intent was unadulterated. Andrew glanced back at Bree, who stood at the top of the stairs. Bree Van de Kamp was in a peculiar state of readiness. She remained clad in a pale yellow apron, her hair impeccably arranged, yet she wielded a gleaming Remington M870 shotgun. The stock rested against her slim but erect shoulder. Her stance so precise it appeared as if she were preparing for an Olympic shooting event. Andrew, Bree's voice was chillingly calm, tell Mr. Torrance that if he further damages my door frame, I shall resort to unconventional means to protect my property. I believe he isn't listening, Mom. Andrew replied just as the oak door finally succumbed. With a thunderous crack of splintering wood, a boot clad in worn leather shattered through the door panel. Immediately thereafter, Jack Torrance barreled in like a cannonball, his body dusted with snow, wearing that signature grin, the corners of his mouth stretched to his ears. Clutching the fire axe he had wrenched from the wall, he pulled it free once more. Johnny's here, Jack bellowed, exuding an infectious excitement reminiscent of a classic line. Bang! In response, a Remington barked from Bree's hands, unleashing a burst of orange flame from its muzzle. At such close quarters, even a rhinoceros would be toppled. Hundreds of lead pellets screamed forth, crashing into Jack's left shoulder with brutal force. His body lurched backward, and in that fleeting moment, Andrew could even hear the sound of bones fracturing. Yet, he did not falter. Not only did he remain standing, but there was also no blood. Instead of vibrant crimson gushing forth, a thick, black substance, viscous as oil, writhed from the wound. The pellets seemed ensnared in some non-Newtonian fluid, gradually being extricated and clattering to the floor. Oh my God, Bree gasped, her eyes wide with terror, even more so than when she had first encountered the murderer. What is that? Motor oil? This carpet is a wool blend. It's nearly impossible to clean. Jack tilted his neck, producing a sharp crack. He did not glance at the woman who had shot at him, nor did he acknowledge the son hiding behind the sofa. Under the influence of fatal attraction, his gaze was magnetically drawn to Andrew, like iron filings to a magnet. You, Jack extended his tongue, licking the snow from the corner of his mouth. I don't like the way you look at me. That is the gaze of a critic. He disregarded Bree, who was reloading, and took deliberate steps toward Andrew. Axe in hand. Mom, don't shoot. Andrew retreated until he found himself before the glass sliding door leading to the backyard. Your gun won't work on him. Besides, if you keep shooting, we'll need to remodel the house. Bree hesitated, clearly more concerned about the prospect of renovations than the threat to her life. What do you intend to do? I'm taking this guest outside for a breath of fresh air. Andrew yanked open the sliding door. The cold wind mingled with snow rushing into the warm living room. He let out a playful whistle toward Jack. Hey, Shakespeare, fancy stepping outside for a little spar? Or do you only dare to strike your wife and child within these walls? A primal growl erupted from Jack's throat. Such provocation was lethal to him. He abandoned all thoughts of the others, charging at Andrew like an enraged bull. Andrew spun and leapt outside, plunging into the swirling snowstorm. The world beyond had transformed entirely. The once exquisite Van de Kamp backyard now connected to a realm that should not exist. At the storm's edge loomed a colossal, foreboding labyrinth. A monster composed of countless meticulously trimmed black hedges towering 3 meters high. It did not belong to purple Wisteria County. It belongs to a distant and nestled deep within the Colorado Rockies. It is the Jiang family's abode, which has been projected here through the power of reality distortion. Andrew did not charge directly into the labyrinth. Instead, he grasped Danny, who had been waiting outside, and sought refuge behind the plastic treehouse at Renette's home, designed for children. Listen closely, little one. Andrew crouched down, seizing Danny's shoulders, speaking rapidly. I wish to engage you in a game. This game is called disappearance. He gestured toward the snow-covered ground. You shall retrace your steps from here, walking backward, stepping in the very footprints you made upon arrival. Continue until you reach that treehouse. No matter what sounds you hear, do not emerge unless I call stop. Do you understand? This was a classic ruse utilized by Danny in the original story of The Shining to evade capture. Danny gazed at Andrew and nodded earnestly. Will you kill him? The boy suddenly inquired. He is already dead, Andrew replied, rising to his feet. I am merely assisting him with his checkout. As he observed Danny cautiously retreating and stepping into his own footprints, Andrew turned, deliberately leaving a clear, chaotic trail in the snow, leading deeper into the maze. Once he completed this task, he inhaled deeply. The frigid air filled his lungs, awakening his mind like never before. At that moment, Jack's heavy, dragging footsteps drew near. Andrew, I know where you are. His voice wafted through the snowstorm, uncertain yet menacing. Without hesitation, Andrew plunged into the dark labyrinth. Inside, it was colder than outside. There was no wind within, only a profound silence akin to death. The towering hedges on either side resembled the inner walls of some living entity, occasionally producing an eerie rustling sound, as if countless insects were crawling amidst the branches and leaves. Andrew sprinted swiftly. His talent for navigation in the mist came into play here. Although it was his first venture into this maze, it felt as though a three-dimensional map was being generated in his mind in real time. Left turn. Straight ahead. Right turn. A dead end. No, not a dead end. He halted at a T-junction, retrieving a small vial filled with white powder from his pocket. This was the binding powder he had pilfered from the corpse of that voodoo priestess in the previous chapter. Its composition remained unknown. Likely a blend of ashes and some hallucinogenic herb. He swiftly scattered a simple circle in the snow, then inserted a screwdriver into the center of the circle. The trap was set. The footsteps grew closer. Jack was approaching. He did not run. He walked instead. He was unhurried. In this realm, he was both the hunter and the master. Found you. Jack's figure emerged at the opposite end of the junction. He appeared even more distorted. His facial muscles sagged, resembling a mask that could not hold its form. The gunshot wound on his left shoulder continued to ooze a dark liquid, dripping onto the snow and emitting wisps of white smoke. Andrew, you are quite clever. As Jack walked, his fingers lightly grazed the hedgerow, relishing the notion that this place favored the clever. The minds of the astute, he mused, offered a more substantial savor, did they not? Andrew, standing behind the trap with his hands nestled in his pockets, wore a relaxed expression, though he lamented, regrettably, I harbor no interest in your intellect. Perhaps it is due to your excessive alcohol content. Volatile, indeed. Jack emitted a grotesque snicker. With a sudden flourish, he brandished his axe and lunged at Andrew. 1 step. 2 steps. Just as he crossed the threshold of the white powder circle, a hum resonated through the air, as if an invisible string had been plucked. Jack's movements abruptly froze. Akin to a videotape halted mid-play. He remained poised with the axe raised, suspended in place, the blade hovering perilously close to Andrew's head. A flicker of confusion danced in his emerald eyes. Voodoo trickery? Jack's voice grew murky. Do you believe this can ensnare me? Ensnare you? No. Andrew shook his head, stepping closer, undeterred by the lethal axe overhead, as he scrutinized Jack's face. I merely wish to ascertain one thing. He reached out, gently prodding Jack's chest. It was as hard as stone and chilling to the touch. No heartbeat. Indeed, Andrew sighed. You are merely a marionette, remotely controlled. The true you, or rather your soul, remains within that house, does it not? Jack's eyes darted frantically, the invisible tether beginning to unravel. I will kill you. With a crack. The circle of white powder was disrupted by an unseen force. Jack regained his mobility, the axe descending with ferocity. But Andrew had anticipated this. He rolled to the side, narrowly evading the deadly strike. The axe embedded itself deep into the snow. Rather than retaliate, Andrew turned and fled towards the labyrinth's exit, the path leading to the Jiang family estate. Since physical transcendence had proven futile, he resolved to traverse the route of spiritual contamination. To resolve this farce, he must strike at the heart of the matter. He needed to enter that house, to breach the realm that was devouring reality. As he ran, he retrieved from his pocket the card glowing with a violet hue, inscribed with despair's whisper. Jack, he shouted into the swirling snow, his voice laced with an exhilarating tremor. Do not pursue me. Return home. I shall await you there. We have much to discuss regarding your narrative. Chapter 50. Farewell. Caretaker. As Andrew pushed open the grand door of Mary Alice Yang's residence, he did not encounter the anticipated echo of an empty house. Instead, a melange of aged bourbon, cheap cigar tobacco, and a more unsettling warmth, reminiscent of raw meat left to ferment for 3 days, assailed his senses. The raging blizzard outside was utterly severed at the threshold. This was no empty dwelling of Wisteria County. Here lies an eternal banquet hall, nestled deep within the Colorado mountains, blanketed in snow. Andrew treads upon the floor, which, rather than the humble hardwood of the Jiang family, has transformed into a plush, soft carpet adorned with dizzying red and black geometric patterns, the signature design of the Overlook Hotel. This vividly violent palette resembles countless writhing veins, an exquisite taste, Andrew mused aloud, as if the designer were a schizophrenic Picasso. He bypassed the first floor, heading directly towards the staircase. The walls of the staircase, once embellished with the Jiang family portrait, now displayed a series of black and white photographs. The subjects, clad in 1920s evening attire, raised their glasses in joviality, their smiles concealing a disquieting emptiness. In each photograph's corner lurked a familiar figure, Jack Torrance, standing at the center of the crowd, grinning like a newly crowned monarch. Ascending to the second floor, Andrew approached the end of a long corridor, where the master bedroom had been replaced by a pair of gilded double doors. Warm, golden light seeped through the crack, accompanied by the soothing strains of jazz, specifically Midnight, The Stars and You. Adjusting his collar, disheveled by the blizzard, Andrew pushed the door open. A cacophony of sound enveloped him. Before him lay an expansive ballroom, where hundreds of elegantly attired men and women danced gracefully. Servers glided through the throng, balancing silver trays. As Andrew surveyed the crowd, he recognized many familiar faces, those souls who had perished on this street or within these very walls. Among them stood Mary Alice Young, her hand elegantly holding a champagne glass, a revolver in her other hand, with a charred bullet hole gracing her temple. She nodded gently at him, as if to say, "Welcome to the end of despair, Andrew." He also spotted Martha Hubel, the gossiping neighbor he had dispatched, her neck contorted at a precarious angle, incessantly chattering with a headless specter. At the very heart of the ballroom was a bar, where Jack Torrance sat. No longer the disheveled writer clad in a worn flannel shirt, reeking of alcohol and misery, he now donned a perfectly tailored black tailcoat. His hair slicked back with an oily sheen. He swirled a glass of whiskey on the rocks, his expression one of satisfaction, arrogance, and a rapture born from finally finding a sense of belonging. Beside him stood Delbert Grady, the former caretaker. "Look who has arrived." Jack turned to face Andrew, his voice rich and magnetic, devoid of the previous rasp. "Andrew Van de Kamp, our little critic. Care for a drink? The wine here is complimentary. Though the cost is your soul. In this age of inflation, such a bargain seems quite advantageous." Andrew paid no heed to the specters around him, who pointed and whispered. He strode directly to the bar, pulled out a high stool beside Jack, and settled himself upon it. "I do not partake in the libations brewed by the deceased," Andrew declared, retrieving a handkerchief from his pocket to disdainfully wipe the bar's surface. "Moreover, I have no interest in your cosplay, Jack. The version of you outside is still wandering the labyrinth like a mad dog, while you hide here, playing the gentleman." Jack's smile faltered momentarily, yet soon regained its haughty arrogance. "That is merely a shell, a tool," he scoffed, waving his hand dismissively, as if brushing aside a typewriter. "The true thoughts, the genuine art, reside here. I am the chosen one, Andrew. I am the custodian of this place. I shall dwell here eternally, managing these unruly souls." He gestured to the reveling phantoms surrounding them. "Look, they all revere me. They comprehend my genius. Here, I am free from the burdensome bills, the incessant complaints of that tedious woman, and the rejection letters from those blind editors." As Jack spoke with increasing fervor, he rose, arms outstretched as if to embrace the entire world. "I am a great writer. This is my magnum opus. This moment is eternal." The surrounding spirits responded with applause and cheers in unison. Andrew quietly observed his performance until the clamor subsided, then retrieved a card glowing with a purple hue from the inner pocket of his coat. The card depicted a screaming mouth, encircled by distorted soundwave patterns. Epic purple artifact, whispers of despair. "Jack," Andrew's voice was soft, not elevated, yet at the instant he spoke, the jazz music, the murmurs of the ghosts, and the clinking of glasses vanished entirely. Only his voice remained, crisp and clear, penetrating the ears of every being present like a scalpel slicing through skin. "Do you truly believe you are the chosen one?" Jack's expression froze. Do you genuinely think this is your talent? Andrew toyed with the card, his tone as flat as if reading an autopsy report. Admit it. The reason this house has embraced you is not due to your strength, nor your uniqueness. Andrew lifted his gaze, his emerald eyes glimmering with a near-cruel pity. It is because you are hollow. Boom. Though there was no sound, the very space seemed to tremble. A fine crack appeared in the glass Jack held. You are a mediocre writer, Jack. You know this better than anyone. As Andrew's words resonated, the power of whispers of despair began to unfold. The once resplendent ballroom began to distort. The gilded wallpaper peeled away, revealing the moldy surface beneath. Countless sheets of white paper drifted down from the sky. They were Jack's manuscripts. Observing these, Andrew casually seized one of the fluttering pages, only to be greeted by a cacophony of misspellings, disarrayed logic, and a superfluity of ornate phrases. You are incapable of producing anything of worth, for your mind is consumed by resentment towards others, devoid of any genuine observation of life. Silence. Jack bellowed, as his tailcoat began to fade, transforming into a tattered flannel shirt. I am a genius. I am. You are a coward, Andrew interjected, his tone growing colder. You shattered your studentess' arm because you could not restrain your temper. You drown your sorrows in drink, for you cannot face the failures of sobriety. You lay the blame upon your wife and children, as acknowledging your incompetence is too painful to bear. The specters surrounding them ceased their dance. Their once graceful visages began to decay, morphing into the ghastly countenance of death. The gazes they directed at Jack were no longer filled with adoration, but rather with unabashed mockery and hunger. This house does not regard you as its master, Jack. Andrew rose, advancing step by step, in its eyes. You are merely a slightly more palatable battery, one of those disposable, substandard ones. No, Jack screamed in despair. He attempted to grasp Andrew, but his hands passed through Andrew's form. He began to dissolve, like a snowman under the fierce sun. His pride, his facade, everything he had constructed within this false world, was shattered in this moment by the brutal truth. No one will remember your novel, Andrew whispered into his ear, delivering the final blow. People will only recall the madman who froze to death in a snowstorm. Nothing more. Jack's body completely collapsed, transforming into a puddle of black, foul-smelling sludge. Immediately, the entire ballroom began to tremble violently. The lights extinguished, and the ceiling caved in. The malevolent energy that sustained this realm dissipated instantaneously with the mental demise of its core host. Andrew closed his eyes. When he opened them again, he found himself standing in the empty, dust-laden living room of the Jiang family. No carpets, no chandeliers, no phantoms. Only a cold wind seeped through the shattered windows, producing a mournful sound. A crisp system notification chimed in his ears. Target eliminated. Jack Torrance, elite-level mental pollutant. Evaluation. This was a textbook case of psychological bullying. You have slain a soul with your words. Even psychologists would feel compelled to report this. Loot item, blue spirit sense, weak. Description. You are now capable of perceiving strong emotional residues and the memories of buildings, though inferior to the authentic version. It suffices for finding hidden treasures within the walls. Loot item, white proficient writer, fiction. Description. You have mastered the basic narrative techniques. At the very least, what you write will not echo the drunken ramblings of that wretch. Andrew smirked. Proficient writer? What an ironic reward. He tidied his clothes and turned to exit the now silent house. The blizzard outside had ceased, though he could not recall when. The eastern sky revealed a pale hue of dawn. Andrew trudged through the labyrinth, each step a struggle. At the heart of the maze, he stumbled upon the lifeless body of Jack Torrance. There he sat in the snow, his back resting against a wall of shrubs, tightly gripping a fire axe. A thick layer of frost covered his body, and his expression was frozen in a state of utter terror and despair. Truly, a victim of the cold. Without pausing, Andrew made his way back to his backyard. Upon entering his home, the warm scent of cinnamon finally eased his frayed nerves. In the living room, Bree was diligently attending to the damaged door with a cloth and a potent wood repair solution. Upon noticing Andrew's return, she displayed no signs of relief. Instead, she regarded him with a scrutinizing gaze, assessing the state of their household. All sorted, he replied, removing his snow-drenched gloves. It seems Mr. Torrance had too much to drink and fell asleep in the maze. I doubt he will awaken. Bree paused her actions for a brief moment before resuming her task with indifference. What a pity. Alcoholism is the root of family disintegration, she sighed. I've already called the police. They should arrive in 10 minutes. You should change your clothes. That sweater reeks of mildew. By the way, Bree pointed to the fire axe resting by the shoe rack. I just checked it. The steel edge is decent. Take it to the basement, sharpen the blade, and oil the handle. Consider it compensation for the damage to our door. Andrew gazed at his mother and couldn't help but chuckle. At your service, ma'am. He lifted the axe, just as little Danny peeked out from behind the couch. Is he gone? The boy timidly inquired. Andrew approached Danny, crouching down to meet the gaze of the boy, who possessed immense latent talent. The bad thing has left. He reached out, intending to ruffle Danny's hair, but hesitated, recalling the scent of blood on his hands, though unseen, and withdrew. Your mother is resting upstairs. Once the police arrive, you will be safe. Danny looked at Andrew and suddenly seized his wrist with a small hand. A warm, pure essence of spiritual strength flowed between them. Thank you, Tony, Danny whispered. Andrew was taken aback. Tony was Danny's imaginary friend, a manifestation of his abilities. I am Andrew, he corrected gently. But now you are Tony, Danny insisted. You are the protector. Andrew regarded the stubborn little boy and shook his head in resignation. As you wish, but do not expect me to accompany you on the tricycle. He rose to his feet, grasping the axe as he made his way toward the basement. Sunlight streamed through the shattered windows, illuminating the dust particles that danced in the air. A new day dawned in Wisteria County. For the residents, it was merely another ordinary morning, punctuated by a minor incident. Perhaps in a few days, new neighbors would move into the house across the street. Perhaps they would engage in conversations over tea about the writer who had succumbed to madness and perished in the cold. Yet, life must persist. Andrew descended into the dim basement and placed the axe upon the workbench. He gazed at the sharp blade, which reflected his youthful, handsome visage, tinged with an unsettling detachment. A mastery of writing, he murmured, his fingers lightly tracing the edge. Perhaps I should begin to pen something of my own. Let us title it The Survival Guide to Wisteria County. He picked up a whetstone and commenced the slow, rhythmic sharpening of the axe. The sound echoed in the basement, reminiscent of a new heartbeat. Chapter 51. Welcome to the pinnacle of the food chain. Mornings at Hodge High School were invariably accompanied by a melange of cheap deodorant, stale coffee, and the pungent aroma of hormone-laden sweat. However, following the blizzard that nearly erased Fairchild from the map, the atmosphere was thick with an exhilarating sense of gossip. Andrew parked the borrowed silver sedan, bearing a dent courtesy of a certain serial killer, in the designated space of a local luminary. He turned off the engine but lingered in the car, adjusting his collar in the rearview mirror. The reflection revealed a quintessential model student. His blonde hair was impeccably styled, his white shirt crisply ironed, resembling a freshly printed A4 sheet, and his lips curled into a smile that was both courteous and distant. The only flaw, perhaps, lay in his piercing green eyes, which concealed a languid indifference, akin to that of a predator post-slaughter. All right, Andrew, he whispered to his reflection, sheath your fangs. There are no axe-wielding lunatics here, only a throng of teenagers fretting over midterms and the latest romantic entanglements. He opened the car door and stepped out. The once boisterous parking lot fell silent, as if the volume had been lowered. In that instant, dozens of gazes converged upon him like searchlights. Those looks no longer bore the simple curiosity of observing the Van de Kamp oddity. They were laced with awe, trepidation, and a primal instinct to retreat upon encountering a predator. Rumors are a potent force, especially in a place like Wisteria County. The narrative surrounding that fateful blizzard night had spawned no fewer than 10 variations. The most outlandish version claimed that Andrew Van de Kamp, unarmed, had battled a chainsaw-wielding madman in the blizzard for 3 days and nights, ultimately shoving the lunatic into a meat grinder, transforming him into meatballs. Though the details may be erroneous, the essence is aptly captured. Do not provoke him. Andrew, with his backpack slung over his shoulder, navigated through the throng. As he passed, the once crowded mass parted like the Red Sea before Moses. Even the upperclassmen athletes, who typically reveled in shoulder-bumping in the hallways, feigned deep concentration on their shoelaces at this moment. This sensation was rather pleasant. Upon entering the main academic building, he was met with the long-lost cacophony of human society. At that instant, however, the world before him seemed to warp strangely. There was no dizziness, just an overlay of a faint, watercolor-like filter upon the once crisp imagery. This was the passive effect of faint glimmer. Amidst the clamor of the crowd, he no longer merely saw faces. he perceived vibrant clusters of emotions. The girl weeping by the lockers radiated a damp, gray-blue sorrow. The two boys huddled together, whispering, were enveloped in a murky yellow hue, the color of crude jokes and lascivious thoughts, while the cheer captain, preening before the mirror, was enveloped in a blinding pink vanity. Was this what it meant to see the human heart? It resembled wandering through a market with a thermal imaging device, but instead of temperatures, he beheld desires. Hey, Andrew. A robust hand thudded heavily on his shoulder. Andrew did not even turn. His muscles tensed momentarily before relaxing swiftly. If it were Jack with the axe, that hand would have parted ways with its wrist by now. He turned around. Chuck Vance, the starting quarterback of the school's football team, flashed a grin. This fellow possessed the quintessential all-American sweetheart appearance, his neck thicker than his head, with a brain likely comparable in size to his protective gear. Heard there's been some trouble at your place? Chuck lowered his voice, adopting a conspiratorial tone. Everyone's saying that the new writer who moved in has gone mad. Wielding an axe to chop at your door? Is that true? Andrew chuckled, offering a resigned smile. Literary creation often demands passion, Chuck. Perhaps he simply felt my door was obstructing his inspiration. Chuck paused, clearly not grasping the humor, yet that did not deter him from erupting in a hearty, barbell-like laugh. Ha, you're always so humorous. Chuck draped an arm around Andrew's shoulder. In any case, surviving that lunatic is commendable. Shall we grab a drink after practice tonight? Stu managed to get some excellent tequila. Andrew discreetly removed Chuck's hand from his shoulder. Maybe another time. My mom has been particularly sensitive about curfews lately. You know, with the front door just repaired, she wishes to avoid any further acts of vandalism. At noon, in the cafeteria, this was the true arena of Hodge High School. Each table represented a class, a circle. Andrew strode purposefully towards the long table at the heart of the cafeteria, where the elite predators of the school congregated, the football players, the cheer captain, and a handful of affluent science. As he took his seat, the previously lively conversation faltered momentarily. Opposite him sat Bryce Walker, the head of the school fraternity, a quintessential bully, born into privilege and accustomed to wielding power. He had always regarded Andrew as a potential rival, or rather, as an unsettling presence. Recently, however, that discomfort seemed to have intensified. Bryce scrutinized Andrew, his gaze imbued with a complex mix of jealousy, hostility, and an unacknowledged yearning for attention. This was the effect of the deadly attraction, male exclusive. For a creature like Bryce, who, while not a sociopath, possessed a flexible moral compass, this phenomenon magnified his primal desire for conquest. I hear you've become the superhero of Vining County? Bryce toyed with his plastic fork, his tone dripping with sarcasm. So, that axe-wielding drunkard let you, of all people, escape unscathed? The others at the table averted their eyes, sensing the tension. Andrew methodically sliced through the rubbery piece of meat on his plate, casting a glance at Bryce. In his spirit vision, Bryce emanated a restless, rust-tinged dark red aura, a conflicting emotion of wanting to attack, yet desiring to be attacked. Bryce, Andrew set down his utensils, resting his chin on clasped hands. Do you know why that drunkard ultimately froze to death in the maze? Bryce furrowed his brow. Because he was foolish? Because he talked too much. Andrew's voice was soft yet resonant, penetrating the ears of everyone present. He always sought to provoke those he scarcely understood, be it the frigid weather or the likes of himself. Locking eyes with Bryce, Andrew unleashed a flicker of menace. This was not the typical ferocity of high school brawls. It was the essence of a true hunter, one who had traversed through death and darkness. Emerging from a sea of corpses, Bryce's breath hitched, akin to a cold serpent coiling around his throat. Instinctual fear compelled him to shrink back, causing his fork to clatter against the plate. An eerie silence enveloped the room, thick with tension. In an instant, Andrew retracted his aura, donning a facade of the amiable model student. Just kidding, he said, wiping his mouth with a napkin. This steak is far too tough. I think I'll fetch a bottle of water. He lifted his tray and departed. Behind him, Bryce's face flushed a deep shade of crimson. Yet he dared not utter another word. The first class of the afternoon was history, taught by Mr. Willis, a middle-aged man in his 50s. Balding and typically exuding a lackluster demeanor, often delivered his lectures as if reciting a mantra. However, today, something was amiss. Andrew sat at the rear of the classroom, idly spinning a pen, his gaze penetrating the lenses of his glasses, fixated on the man at the podium. Mr. Willis was discussing the American Civil War. His voice remained monotonous, yet it bore an unsettling mechanical quality, reminiscent of a tape recorder playing a pre-recorded message, devoid of inflection or emotional resonance. Stranger still was his physical state. The classroom's heating was set high, and the afternoon sun streamed in, causing several students to shed their outer garments, beads of sweat forming on their brows. Yet Mr. Willis was clad in a heavy corduroy suit, the top button fastened tightly. He did not sweat, not a single drop. His skin manifested a dry, parchment-like pallor, a ghostly shade of gray. And so, President Lincoln delivered his address at Gettysburg. Mr. Willis abruptly halted. A dry, grinding sound emerged from his throat, akin to gears in need of lubrication. He extended his hand and grasped a massive thermos on the lectern, capable of holding at least a liter. Unscrewing the lid, he tilted his head back. Gulp, gulp, gulp. It was not a typical swallow. Andrew squinted, observing that Mr. Willis's Adam's apple did not bob up and down. Rather, the muscles deep within his throat engaged in a peculiar, wave-like undulation, as if something within his esophagus actively drew in the water. 10 seconds passed. A full liter of water vanished. Mr. Willis set the cup down, his face revealing an expression that seemed to be one of relief. No, it was not relief. In Andrew's heightened perception, at that moment, a fleeting glimmer of an extremely faint, cold blue light flickered within Mr. Willis's previously vacant emotional field. It was a profoundly unfamiliar hue, devoid of human warmth. It possessed neither temperature nor impurities, only a pure, rational hunger driven by the instinct for survival. Andrew Van de Kamp. Mr. Willis suddenly turned his head, his somewhat clouded eyes precisely locking onto Andrew in the last row. You have been staring at me. Do you possess some unique insight regarding President Lincoln? Andrew did not exhibit the fluster of being caught. He rose politely and responded, No, sir. I was merely remarking upon your impressive hydration today. Is this some new wellness regimen? A few scattered laughs echoed through the classroom. Mr. Willis neither smiled nor expressed anger. He simply scrutinized Andrew, his gaze akin to that of a scientist examining an unfamiliar insect specimen. Staying hydrated is crucial, Van de Kamp. Mr. Willis's voice was somewhat hoarse, particularly for an evolved being. Evolved? Andrew's heart skipped a beat. At that moment, the bell signaling the end of class rang. Mr. Willis showed no intention of prolonging the lesson, swiftly gathering his belongings and departing with a stiff and hurried demeanor toward the teacher's lounge at the end of the corridor, where a large water cooler awaited. Andrew watched his retreating figure, his brow furrowed. This was not merely odd, it exuded a sense of dissonance on a species level. Hey, Andrew, called out Beth, the bookish girl, her cheeks flushed with shyness. Do you have your notes? I zoned out a bit. Andrew diverted his gaze to the pink-bubbled girl before him. Notes? He chuckled, retrieving his notebook from his bag and handing it to her. Here you go. But I reckon what Mr. Willis shared may soon become obsolete. What do you mean? Beth inquired, a look of confusion crossing her face. Oh, it's nothing, Andrew replied as he slung his backpack over his shoulder, contemplating that perhaps their history teacher was in the process of crafting a new chapter in biological history. Exiting the classroom, he found the corridor still bustling with noise. Students frolicked, and couples kissed by the lockers. Yet, beneath that facade of laughter and joy, a shadow more clandestine and lethal than that of a serial killer silently spread through the veins of the school. Approaching the water cooler, Andrew originally intended to quench his thirst. However, he noticed several teachers congregated nearby, each clutching oversized cups, queuing to fill them. Their gazes were vacant, devoid of any interaction, merely consuming one cup after another. The scene resembled a throng of cyborgs at a gas station, refueling. Andrew silently withdrew his hand. Well, he murmured to himself, it seems bottled water will have to suffice from today onward. He pulled out his phone and sent a text to Bree. Mom, I'd like dry-fried green beans for dinner tonight, the drier the better. Also, please refrain from drinking tap water. I've heard there are dead rats in the town's pipes. In this world teeming with monsters and madness, vigilance and selectiveness are the cardinal rules for survival. Chapter 52. Water. More water. The air in the gymnasium was no longer permeated by the nauseating stench of sweat. Instead, it was suffocatingly dry, as if the entire venue had been thrown into a dehumidifier set to maximum. Coach Burke, a middle-aged balding man who typically contributed little beyond blowing whistles and ogling cheerleader skirts, today seemed possessed by the spirit of Captain America. Run, you bunch of soft shells, he bellowed, his voice booming enough to shatter the glass backboard. He had just personally demonstrated a standard set of burpees, followed by 30 pull-ups. executed with precision akin to a finely calibrated hydraulic machine. Seated in the bleachers, Andrew held an unopened bottle of mineral water, coldly observing this display of physiological absurdity. There was a problem here. A significant problem. The indoor temperature registered at 75 degrees Fahrenheit, approximately 24 degrees Celsius, and coupled with such intense exertion, the thermoregulation system of a typical individual should have commenced its function long ago. Yet, on Coach Burke's gray sweatshirt, not a single bead of perspiration was evident. His skin exhibited an eerie, parched, grayish-white hue, reminiscent of a desiccated lizard sunbaked in the desert for 3 days. Van de Kamp. Coach Burke abruptly turned, his somewhat murky gaze fixated intently on Andrew. Do not presume that being an honor student allows you to slack off in my class. Down. Perform 20 push-ups. Andrew raised an eyebrow, descending from the bleachers at a leisurely pace, placing his water bottle on the floor. As he passed by Coach Burke, an unusual scent invaded his nostrils, not the odor of sweat, but rather a peculiar aroma akin to musty old books mingled with a briny ocean scent. Within his peripheral vision, Burke's emotions manifested as a desolate gray sea, only to stir with greedy blue waves when his gaze fell upon the water bottle on the ground. Upon rising from his push-ups, Andrew was met with a chilling sight. Coach Burke did not reach for his thermos. Instead, he strode directly toward the fire hydrant box in the corner of the venue. He opened the box, deftly unfurling the coiled canvas hose and turning the valve. A torrent of high-pressure water gushed forth. A normal person would be knocked back by the force of the stream, yet Coach Burke opened his mouth wide, akin to a deep-sea leviathan, directly confronting the deluge. Gulp, gulp. The sound of swallowing was immense and muffled, reminiscent of filling an empty vessel rather than drinking water. The surrounding students stood dumbfounded. Chuck Vance gaped, nudging Andrew with his elbow. Dude, did he just return from the Sahara Desert? After that gulp, I feel like he could sustain a goldfish in his belly. Perhaps, Andrew dusted off his hands, his gaze frosty, or perhaps he was merely cooling his engine. During the intermission, the corridors of Hodge High School bustled with activity. However, at a drinking fountain on the second floor, an unusual phenomenon unfolded. A long queue formed, not composed of parched students fresh from gym class, but rather a group of impeccably dressed teachers. Mrs. Olson, the math teacher, a woman with a penchant for cleanliness so extreme that even chalk dust repulsed her, anxiously tapped her foot while cradling an enormous mug emblazoned with "World's Best Grandma," awaiting her turn to fill it. Ahead of her, Mr. Williams, the chemistry teacher, had his head thrust directly beneath the faucet, producing a series of unsettling slurping sounds. There was no exchange among them, no inquiries about weekend escapades or discussions of mischievous students neglecting assignments, only silence. The silence evoked in Andrew a scene reminiscent of a zombie film he had once watched, where the undead were fixated upon fresh flesh. Yet here, the flesh was merely tap water. With his backpack slung over his shoulder, Andrew feigned nonchalance as he strolled past the queue. As he approached Mrs. Olson, he deliberately slipped, his shoulder colliding heavily with her frail frame. "Oh dear, my apologies, madam," he exclaimed, extending a long hand in a gesture of support. The sound of Mrs. Olson's mug shattering upon the ground echoed sharply, water splattering across the floor. In that fleeting moment, time seemed to freeze. The 5 or 6 teachers, who had been quietly sipping water, turned their heads in unison. Their necks twisted with a mechanical stiffness, their eyes devoid of anger, replaced instead by a primal hunger, akin to that of interrupted beasts. A piercing hiss escaped Mrs. Olson's lips, a sound far beyond the capabilities of human vocal cords. It resembled the release of high-pressure gas or the fluttering of an insect's wings. Her pupils transformed into narrow, needle-like slits, her facial skin quivering as if something beneath were striving to break free. Andrew felt it. The primal instinct within him screamed in alarm. Yet his countenance remained that of the perfect, apologetic model student. "Goodness, I am dreadfully clumsy," he muttered, crouching to gather the shards scattered across the floor. "I shall compensate for your mug, Mrs. Olson. Perhaps I could offer you a larger one? Perhaps a gallon-sized sports bottle?" Upon hearing the words larger and gallon, the ferocity in Mrs. Olson's gaze appeared to wane slightly. She inhaled deeply, employing a peculiar breathing technique that left her chest motionless while her throat convulsed, then forced a stiff smile. "It's quite all right, Andrew," she rasped, her voice akin to sandpaper scraping against one another. "Just be careful. We are all quite parched." With that, she disregarded the shards on the floor, kneeling instead to scoop up the pooled water with her hands, greedily lapping it up. The students passing by wore expressions of disgust and astonishment, yet the teachers remained oblivious. As Andrew rose, a flicker of understanding crossed his gaze. This was the current state of the school. The staff lounge had transformed into a refueling station, and this group known as teachers lurked within this breeding ground of youthful hormones, driven by some collective will. During the lunch break, he found refuge in the library, the quietest place within the school, now serving as his makeshift command center. Before him lay several weighty volumes of biological atlases, while the computer screen displayed a multitude of search pages on parasitic organisms, extraterrestrial species, and symptoms of dehydration. The phylum Platyhelminths requires a moist environment to regulate its central nervous system. Andrew's fingers glided over the pages. Though this world resembles a chaotic amalgamation of horror, many foundational logics remain universally applicable. Based on the current symptoms, extreme thirst, absence of sweat gland excretion, emotional void, and collective consciousness. This aligns strikingly with the premise of the film The Faculty. It portrays an extraterrestrial aquatic parasite that infiltrates through the ears or nostrils, parasitizing the host's brain, commandeering their body while retaining their memories and skills, yet obliterating their emotions. Their objective is often to transform the host environment into a humid habitat conducive to their survival. No wonder. Andrew closed the book, a sardonic smile playing at the corners of his mouth. The cafeteria's food had been insipid of late, likely because the chef wished to conserve salt to prevent dehydration. How intriguing. On one hand, a knife-wielding figure roams the campus, engaged in a horror-themed trivia game. On the other, a legion of parasites stealthily converts the school into an alien colony. Hodgkin's High is indeed a remarkable place. At that moment, Beth approached, cradling a stack of books, cautiously seating herself opposite him. "Hi, Andrew. Are you studying biology? Is it for your final project?" she inquired, her cheeks flushed. "Sort of," Andrew replied, pushing aside the tome on anatomy of mollusks. "I'm investigating an invasive species that masquerades as local fauna and gradually devours the minds of the natives." Beth blinked. "Sounds like politicians?" Andrew erupted in laughter. It was the first quality joke he had heard all day. Almost. However, these creatures are more forthright. They seek only water, not votes. At that moment, Andrew's gaze drifted past Beth's shoulder towards the library entrance. There stood Principal Drake, motionless outside the glass door, fixated on the interior of the library, more precisely, on Andrew. In his hand, he held a bucket. Indeed, a bucket of pure water. Their eyes locked in a silent exchange. Slowly, Principal Drake raised the bucket in a toast towards Andrew before turning to depart. It was a tacit warning, or perhaps an invitation. As night fell, Hodgkin's High transformed into a vast, black tomb. Andrew chose not to return home for the enticing baked lasagna prepared by Bree. Instead, slipping through an unlocked window of the locker room, his deliberately placed back door from earlier that afternoon, like a nimble cat into the academic building. The corridor was illuminated solely by the eerie green glow of emergency lights, and the air was thick with that familiar, damp, briny scent. Clad in soft-soled sneakers, Andrew moved soundlessly, following the scent until he arrived outside the faculty lounge, the door slightly ajar. A faint, amber glow emanated from within, accompanied by a sound reminiscent of many individuals simultaneously sipping beverages through straws. Slurp, slurp. Andrew held his breath, peering through the crack of the door. It resembled a grotesque tea party of monsters. A dozen teachers were gathered around a large round table. At the center of the table sat a colossal plastic water tank, filled with murky liquid. Each of them gripped a tube connected to the tank, incessantly drawing from it. In the midst of the crowd sat Principal Drake, in the most dismal and horrifying state. Half of his face appeared to be melting, the skin sagging and revealing the pink texture beneath. His fingers elongated, with sharp nails gently tapping the table's surface. The pace was too slow. Principal Drake's voice emerged as if from the depths of the water, accompanied by gurgling bubbles. "We require more hosts. The students possess superior physiques. However, the police are watching." Mr. Willis, the history teacher, mechanically responded, "The grinning killer has attracted too much attention." Upon hearing the term grinning killer, Andrew couldn't help but mentally commend this group of extraterrestrials. It seemed even alien invaders detested a scene-stealing serial killer. Just then, Mr. Gabler, the petite biology teacher seated in the corner, suddenly convulsed violently. "Not enough water, not enough," he cried out, collapsing from his chair and crashing to the floor. His body began twisting at an incredible angle, resembling a piece of clay being kneaded. Shortly thereafter, his already diminutive ears abruptly expanded. With a pop, a silver, glistening creature emerged. Measuring approximately the length of a palm, it resembled a gigantic leech or perhaps the larval form of some deep-sea arthropod. Its sides were adorned with tiny, writhing tentacles, frantically searching for moisture in the air. The abandoned body of Mr. Gabler instantly shriveled, akin to an inflatable doll from which the air had been extracted, the skin turning a grimy black, exuding a putrid stench. The silver parasite squirmed across the floor, making its way towards another female teacher nearby, the newly arrived French assistant. The assistant did not flinch. Instead, she obediently knelt down, pressing her ear to the ground. The creature, as if returning home, swiftly and revoltingly burrowed into the young woman's ear canal. After a few moments of convulsions, the assistant stood up once more. Her expression had transformed. The previous confusion was replaced by a cold, rational detachment. "This is much better," she spoke, her voice now echoing Mr. Gabler's tone, her body younger and metabolism quicker. Outside, Andrew slowly withdrew his gaze. Leaning against the frigid wall, he felt his stomach churn violently. Though he had encountered numerous grand spectacles, this unabashed, interspecies exchange profoundly challenged his physiological limits. It was confirmed, this was not merely a handful of aberrations. It was a complete, stratified, and orchestrated invasion cohort. Moreover, the progenitor, the queen capable of laying eggs and commanding all offspring, was undoubtedly concealed somewhere within this institution. Andrew extracted a small vial from his pocket. A specially concocted concentrated chili oil that he had pilfered from Bree's kitchen, a secret weapon employed by Bree to punish Andrew for pilfering cookies. He discreetly poured the chili oil onto the doormat at the lounge entrance, then turned and vanished like a specter into the shadowy corridor. With the enemy's vulnerabilities exposed, namely, their aversion to aridity and chemical substances, the situation had become considerably more manageable. However, it was not yet the opportune moment to strike. Allowing that cohort of ghastly assassins to first exhaust themselves against the alien parasites was quintessentially in line with the modus operandi of the hunters of Wisteria County. As he exited the academic building, the cool moonlight bathed Andrew's face. He retrieved his phone and sent a text to Bree. "Mom, the school might be initiating a water conservation campaign soon. I recommend purchasing several cases of bottled water for the house, and also turning off the sprinklers in the garden. I'd prefer to avoid attracting any peculiar mollusks to our lawn for a gathering." After dispatching the message, he glanced back at the teaching edifice, now shrouded in darkness. Through his phantom vision, the entire structure appeared enveloped in a faint, damp silver mist. "Sip slowly, everyone," Andrew grinned as he settled into the car. "Beware of drinking too much, lest you drown in your own folly." Chapter 53. Who's next? The Beck family's opulent mansion stood on the outskirts of Wisteria County. A quintessential American middle-class fortress boasting a sprawling lawn, expansive floor-to-ceiling windows, and a bass reverberation emanating from within that could shatter eardrums. Excluding the fact that this house would soon transform into a crime scene for the Wisteria County Police in 4 hours, it was indeed an excellent venue for hosting a soiree. The air was thick with the scents of cheap beer, excessive cologne, and the fermenting hormones of youth. This was the distinctive aroma of adolescence, reminiscent of a sun-baked, frosted, expired donut. Andrew Van de Kamp leaned against the marble countertop in the kitchen corner, swirling a glass filled with a deep crimson liquid. "Relax, Van de Kamp." A boy clad in a varsity jacket jostled his shoulder, brandishing 2 red plastic cups filled with cranberry juice and vodka, not the borscht his mother would make. Andrew politely sidestepped to avoid the splattering of that inexpensive alcohol onto his freshly pressed shirt. "Thank you for the heads up, Chuck." Andrew took a sip from his cup, his brow slightly furrowing in response to the taste. "The sugar content is excessively high, and the quality of the alcohol is abysmal. Lacking any semblance of flavor, it's akin to a murder of the palate. I am merely savoring this final supper." Huh. Chuck clearly did not comprehend. His brain, filled with football strategies, could not process this level of dark humor. "You are correct. The pizza here is indeed quite commendable." Chuck turned and squeezed into the dance floor, seeking the next cheerleader who could decipher his muscular language. Andrew set down his cup, his eyes, an inheritance from his father, cool to an almost excessive degree, began to survey this buffet of revelry. In his line of sight, this was not merely a party. It was a vast, meticulously arranged petri dish. In the center of the hall, Casey Baker sat atop the counter, relishing the privileges of being the queen of the night. She possessed a head of golden short hair, her laughter resonating loudly, and a long neck, a rather unfortunate characteristic, at least for those professions that relish wielding hunting knives, as it resembled a prime fillet steak hanging on a hook. Her boyfriend, Steve, stood beside her, tossing a piece of popcorn into the air, attempting to catch it with his mouth. To Andrew, his robust muscles merely increased the resistance to cutting. A typical opening scene. Andrew mentally tagged this tableau, a blonde beauty, her brawny boyfriend, a mansion devoid of parental supervision, and the indispensable overlooked oddball. His gaze traversed the crowd, landing on the seating area of the living room. There sat Randy Mix, the renowned horror film geek from Hodge High School. He was animatedly preaching to a few bewildered underclassmen girls. Listen, this is a hard and fast rule. Randy's voice pierced through the deafening schools out, proclaiming that at such parties, if you say you'll be right back, you have essentially booked yourself a one-way ticket to the morgue. And, moreover, never ever answer a phone call while making love. A smirk curled at the corner of Andrew's mouth. Randy spoke the truth, yet he overlooked a crucial detail. In this world of horror tropes, rules exist to be broken or distorted. Just then, a chill crept up Andrew's spine, not due to the excessive air conditioning, but because of that damned beastly intuition. He slightly tilted his head, his gaze locking onto the staircase leading to the second floor. There stood two figures, Billy Loomis and Stu Macker. Billy donned a somewhat somber dark t-shirt, his greasy hair falling over his forehead, casting a longing gaze towards Sidney Prescott below. To the casual observer, such a look might seem indicative of a lovesick infatuation, yet in Andrew's clairvoyant perception, it resembled a venomous snake eyeing a little white rabbit, contemplating whether to devour it from the head or the feet. As for Stu, he was a madman, hanging off the railing like a hyperactive monkey that had just consumed 100 pounds of candy, making faces at the crowd below. Sensing Andrew's gaze upon him, Billy turned his head. The two pairs of eyes collided amidst the cacophony of noise surrounding them. According to the script, the murderer should have averted his gaze at this moment or donned an expression of an innocent bystander. Yet, Billy did neither. His demeanor shifted. The predatory hunger that had been fixated on Sidney morphed into something peculiar upon encountering Andrew. It was akin to a solitary gamer who suddenly discovers a hidden boss lurking in the server. This sensation was a blend of exhilaration, provocation, and a certain appreciation that stirred a visceral discomfort within Andrew. This was the damned passive skill, fatal attraction, male exclusive. Billy licked his lips and nudged his companion Stu, gesturing towards Andrew. Following the direction of Billy's finger, Stu's grotesque grin widened, even throwing Andrew a playful kiss gesture. It was utterly repulsive. Andrew felt the remnants of cranberry juice in his stomach churn. Being targeted by a serial killer was not frightening. What truly terrified him was the notion of being regarded as a potential mate or soulmate by such a fiend. He did not shy away, but instead raised his red plastic cup, offering a disingenuous toast towards the two above, his eyes brimming with mockery. As if to say, I know what game you wish to play, you little brats. Billy momentarily faltered, but the mirth in his eyes deepened, akin to a hunter's delight upon discovering that its prey dared to reveal its claws. Andrew turned and walked towards the sliding glass door leading to the backyard, seeking a breath of fresh air. As he pushed open the glass door, a refreshing night breeze swept away the stifling heat within. The backyard pool shimmered with an ethereal blue glow, adorned with a few inflatable flamingos drifting atop the surface. It was relatively quiet here, with only a handful of students hiding in the shadows, whispering among themselves. Do you also find it too noisy inside? A voice emerged from the shadows beside him. It was Sidney. The girl, unaware that she was about to become the protagonist of a horror film, stood with her arms crossed, gazing melancholic at the pool. Ever since her mother's tragic demise a year ago, this melancholy had become a mask etched upon her face. Noise served as the best disguise for emptiness. Andrew approached the pool's edge, staring at the moon reflected in the water, which appeared deep, yet could be rendered shallow with a mere pull of the plug. Sidney turned her head, somewhat surprised, and remarked, How come I never noticed you were so philosophical before? I thought you were the type to only discuss which brand of hair gel is superior. That was merely to fit in, Andrew shrugged. In this school, if one did not exhibit a touch of superficiality, they would be deemed an outcast, and outcasts seldom thrive for long. Sidney nodded thoughtfully. Just like those rules Randy mentioned? Randy's words are nonsense, Andrew scoffed. The only true rule is this. Never consider yourself a victim. Victims scream, flee, and stumble. You must choose to be either the one wielding the knife or the one handing it over. Sidney furrowed his brow, evidently perceiving the remark as rather dark. You sound like a potential villain. Thank you for the compliment. In this wretched world, villains tend to survive longer than heroes. Andrew chose not to pursue the conversation further. From the corner of his eye, he noticed Billy descending the stairs, his gaze fixed intently in this direction. That nauseating, sticky stare was returning. Your bodyguard has arrived, Andrew remarked, gesturing towards the interior. I suggest you head home early tonight and secure your doors and windows. Moreover, if anyone inquires about your favorite horror film, do not respond with Bambi. With that, and without waiting for Sidney's reaction, Andrew turned towards the side door. He had no intention of lingering in this house, which was on the verge of becoming a slaughterhouse, at least not now. At this moment, he was Andrew, not the demon hunter. He needed to bide his time, waiting for the first drop of blood to fall, waiting for fear to spread like a virus through these hormonally charged minds. Only then would it be the opportune moment to reap the harvest of words. As he stepped out of the Beck residence, the street outside was unsettlingly quiet, the only illumination coming from the street lamps casting a muted glow through the night fog. Andrew approached his car, an unremarkable second-hand Ford, albeit with an upgraded engine and a trunk concealing a sawed-off shotgun alongside an entire set of tools for dismembering large game. He did not rush to enter the vehicle. Instead, he glanced back at the brightly lit mansion. In his shining vision, the house was undergoing a transformation. Once merely enveloped in a youthful, vibrant pink aura, it was now entwined with tendrils of black mist. This mist seeped from the ground, crawling up the walls and coalescing at the roof, forming a vague, distorted visage of a specter. It embodied not only human malice, but something far more profound. It was the land itself, this accursed Wisteria County, bestowing its sinister essence upon the impending murder. The cheers and screams emanating from within the house no longer resembled the merriment of a party, but rather the frantic revelry of livestock facing their demise in a slaughterhouse. Casey continued to laugh heartily, while Steve boasted of his muscles. They remained blissfully unaware that the script had already been penned, the director was in place, and the cameras were rolling. Enjoy yourselves, everyone. Andrew opened the car door and settled into the driver's seat. He cast one final glance in the rearview mirror at the silhouette standing by the second-floor window. Despite the distance, he could clearly make out that the figure wore a white, elongated mask resembling a ghostly face, idly toying with an old-fashioned black mobile phone. The ghostly visage slowly turned, its hollow eye sockets seemingly trained on the taillights of Andrew's car. Just then, his phone vibrated in his pocket. There was no ringtone, only the pulse of vibration. In the silence of the car, that sound resonated like a heartbeat. Andrew retrieved his phone. A line of text illuminated the screen. Unknown number. He did not answer. Instead, he tossed the phone onto the passenger seat and ignited the car. The roar of the engine shattered the tranquility of the street. Not yet, my friend. Andrew pressed the accelerator, his vehicle gliding into the night like a sleek black shark. First, savor the appetizer before seeking the main course. Such is the etiquette at the dining table. Just as the glow of his taillights vanished around the corner, Casey, behind the expansive floor-to-ceiling window of the Baker residence, picked up the phone that had just rung. Hello? She inquired with a smile, assuming it was a prank from a classmate. Who is this? A voice on the other end, distorted and gravelly yet magnetic, responded. What is the name of that boy driving the black Ford? Casey paused, glancing out at the desolate street, feeling bewildered. What? You mean Andrew? He.S. the son of the Van de Kamps. Why? Do you have a crush on him too? Laughter, deep and chilling, echoed from the other end. No, I merely wish to confirm whether my prize has departed. The voice paused ominously, its tone turning frigid, like an icicle piercing Casey's eardrum. All right, Casey, enough small talk. Now tell me, what is your favorite horror film? The music in the room seemed to fade into the distance at that moment. The smile on Casey's face froze. A chilling sensation, unfamiliar and creeping, slithered up her spine like a cold serpent. Meanwhile, several kilometers away, Andrew suddenly sneezed while driving. Damn it! He rubbed his nose, glancing at his handsome yet indifferent face in the rearview mirror. Surely, some creep is thinking about me again. He reached to turn on the car stereo, which, rather than playing popular music, emanated the audiobook of the Queen of Housekeeping, 100 Ways to Remove Stubborn Bloodstains, narrated by Bree. That was precisely the tutorial he needed tonight. As the car passed the welcome sign to Fairchard, a A wild dog barked at the empty street from the shadows beneath the sign. This long night was just beginning. Chapter 54. A movie about cowboys. The aluminum foil on the stove puffed up like an overinflated balloon, the kernels inside popping beneath the expanding silver dome. Casey Baker grabbed a handful of salt, her bare feet pressing against the luxurious oak floor. It was a perfect Friday night. Her parents had gone to that wretched Parents Association meeting, leaving her with this vast empty house and the impending arrival of Steve. And of course, the horror film about to air. Ding dong. The phone rang abruptly, shattering the comforting aroma of butter wafting through the kitchen. Casey casually picked up the receiver, wedging it between her shoulder and ear, while her hands busied themselves with a large bowl of popcorn. Hello? Hi. A strange voice, a male's, filtered through some electronic device, resonated with a smooth yet unsettling graininess. Who are you? Casey inquired nonchalantly, casually extinguishing the flames. The identity was inconsequential. The voice paused for a moment, laced with a cat-and-mouse mockery. What truly matters is what you are doing. Making popcorn, Casey replied, popping a kernel into her mouth. If you're here to sell vacuum cleaners, I must say, your timing is rather unfortunate. I only peddle fear. The other party chuckled, a sound reminiscent of rusty metal scraping together. Do you enjoy horror films, Casey? Casey rolled her eyes. The art of flirting has certainly taken a nostalgic turn these days. Listen, whoever you are, I'm about to hang up. Steve will be arriving shortly, and if he discovers a weirdo is harassing his girlfriend, he'll ensure you're unrecognizable to your own mother. Steve? The voice sharpened slightly. That muscle-bound quarterback? If it were Andrew Van de Kamp, I might be concerned. After all, he is far more troublesome. Casey froze. This was the second time she had heard that name tonight. Who are you? Why do you all care so much about Andrew? A wave of inexplicable irritation washed over her, and she instinctively reached for the disconnect button. You've got the wrong person if you're part of that freak show. Don't hang up. The low growl lost its jest, replaced by a stark threat. If you end this call, I will slice open your boyfriend's abdomen and see if his courage matches his brawn. Casey's finger hovered in midair. What kind of madness are you spouting? Turn on the patio light, the voice commanded. You can verify whether I speak nonsense. Casey felt her throat dry. She cautiously moved toward the grand floor-to-ceiling window, her finger trembling as it pressed the switch. In that instant, the backyard was flooded with blinding light. She covered her mouth. The scream that should have escaped her throat stifled. Steve, that once mighty captain of the football team, was now bound tightly to a pool chair. Thick tape sealed his mouth, his eyes bulging as tears and snot streamed down his face, desperately shaking his head. Meanwhile, 2 kilometers away at the Van de Kamp residence, Andrew sat at the dining table, meticulously slicing a medium-rare steak with a dinner knife. Andrew, your elbow. Bree, seated at the opposite end of the table, gazed intently. I don't recall teaching you that it's appropriate to rest your elbow on the table while dining. Sorry, Mom. Andrew retracted his elbow, elegantly spearing a piece of meat. I was merely lost in thought. What thoughts occupy your mind? Those friends leading you astray? Or the new neighbor who always misplaces the trash cans? Bree sipped her red wine gracefully. No, I was contemplating probability theory. Andrew gazed at the congealed blood pooling on the plate, his eyes slightly unfocused. In horror films, it is often the voluptuous yet dim-witted couples who meet their demise first. They serve as the opening sacrificial offerings. I pondered who would be the unfortunate soul tonight. Bree furrowed her brow, admonishing, do not speak of such ghastly topics at the dinner table. And for heaven's sake, arrange your napkin properly. Obediently, Andrew complied. Yet a barely perceptible cold smirk played at the corners of his mouth. His primal instincts had been sounding alarm bells in his mind for the past half hour. The sensation was akin to hundreds of ants crawling up his spine. Someone was bleeding, or rather, about to bleed. Back in the kitchen of the Baker residence, a voice on the other end of the phone buzzed with unnerving excitement. Let us play a game. We shall engage in a horror movie trivia contest. Casey leaned against the glass door, tears streaming down her cheeks as she watched Steve in the yard, the man who once effortlessly lifted her, now squirming like a butchered worm. Please, spare us. Shoo, the rules are simple. I ask, you answer. Answer correctly, and Steve lives. Answer incorrectly, or fail to respond, and Steve dies. The voice escalated in pitch. First question. In the film Halloween, what is the name of the killer donning the white mask? Trembling, Casey's mind went blank. Hurry up. Time is running out. Michael Myers. Casey screamed, the name spilling from her lips. Correct. The voice regained its calm, indicating you possess some knowledge. See. This isn't so difficult, is it? Gasping for breath, Casey glanced at Steve in the yard, who seemed to relax, ceasing his struggles. Now, for the second question. The voice dripped with malicious anticipation, still concerning a serial killer. In the film Friday the 13th, who was the murderer? Casey's eyes sparked with recognition. This was a gift question. She had watched that film countless times. Jason. The name almost escaped her mouth unbidden. It's Jason, the guy with the hockey mask. A brief silence enveloped the call. A silence that made Casey's heart nearly cease its rhythm. Regrettably, Casey, the voice turned frigid, devoid of any mockery. Your answer is incorrect. Impossible. It is Jason. Everyone knows it's Jason. Casey shrieked hysterically. That was the second movie, you fool. The killer in the first film is Jason's mother. That deranged woman seeking vengeance for her son. This is common knowledge. An introductory lesson in horror films. No. Casey frantically pounded against the glass door, yearning to escape. But it was too late. The lights in the yard flickered ominously. From the shadows behind Steve, a figure emerged. No words, no hesitations. The hunting knife carved a ghastly arc in the light. Kathy gazed at Steve's body as it suddenly straightened, only to collapse like a deflated balloon. Crimson liquid splattered across the azure surface of the pool, rapidly expanding like a blossoming malevolent flower. No. Kathy's scream nearly shattered the kitchen glass. Do not be hasty. The voice on the phone dripped with a languid satisfaction. Now it is your turn. With a crash, a chair smashed through the floor-to-ceiling window on the side of the kitchen. Glass shards scattered like a rain of diamonds. Oblivious to the shards piercing her feet, Kathy scrambled towards the entrance. She heard heavy footsteps, unhurried, stepping to a certain rhythm. Run, Kathy. Run as if in a film. The voice was no longer emanating from the phone, but was right behind her. Kathy dashed to the front door, her fingers trembling as she attempted to turn the lock. Yet, the sweat on her palms rendered the latch exceedingly slippery. No matter how hard she tried, the door remained obstinately shut. Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! She abandoned the front door and turned towards the corridor leading to the back door. As she rushed past the kitchen island, a shadowy figure wearing a grotesque mask lunged from the darkness. It was the embrace of death. Kathy felt a chilling sensation at her back. Not painful. Initially, it was not painful at all, until the figure withdrew the knife. A searing warmth coursed down her spine, and the soul-rending agony sluggishly relayed to her cerebral cortex. She collapsed to the ground, a gurgling sound escaping her throat. She had not yet surrendered. The instinct to survive propelled her to crawl towards the lawn. If only she could reach the road, if only someone would pass by. In the distance, the sound of an engine roared. Two beams of brilliant light pierced the darkness. It was her parents' car. A flicker of hope ignited in Kathy's eyes. She opened her mouth to cry for help, but only a mouthful of blood bubbled forth. She was less than 50 meters from the vehicle. Yet, the figure in the grotesque mask loomed above her. In the hollow eye sockets of the mask, there was no trace of human emotion. The knife wielder tilted his head, seemingly admiring a nearly completed work of art. He even took a moment to raise the knife, waving it at the approaching headlights, as if in greeting. You are correct, Andrew. A familiar voice emerged from beneath the mask, imbued with a perverse satisfaction. The sound of flesh being sliced indeed resonated more melodiously than the popping of popcorn. The blade fell. Once. Twice. By the time the Beckers' car pulled into the driveway, the world had fallen silent. Mrs. Becker, carrying shopping bags, cheerfully remarked to her husband, "It seems the children have worn themselves out. How quiet it is." She opened the car door and stepped out, her foot landing in a pool of warm liquid. She looked down. Then, a piercing scream shattered the night sky over Wisteria County, awakening every dog within a 5-kilometer radius. The Van de Kamp's home. Andrew set down his fork delicately. A distant wail of police sirens echoed from outside, drawing nearer, reminiscent of a herald announcing the commencement of an event. What is happening? Bree lifted her gaze. Is that the sound of sirens? In this neighborhood? It appears someone has marred the festivities of the evening. Andrew gracefully dabbed at the corners of his mouth with a napkin before rising from his seat. I'm satisfied, Mother. The steak was splendid. He approached the window, drawing back a corner of the curtain to gaze at the mansion illuminated by police lights in the distance. The interplay of red and blue hues reflected a peculiar spectrum in his pupils. A faint blue prompt materialized before his eyes, detecting plot node. First blood. Event rating. D. Rough imitation. Triggering side quest. Who is Ghostface? There was no trace of fear on Andrew's face. Instead, A hint of amusement danced upon his lips. The execution is rather crude. He mused quietly to his reflection in the glass. Were it my doing, I would have severed the phone lines first, then orchestrated a timed explosion in the microwave to mask any sounds of retreat. Billy's taste is truly disconcerting. He turned and ascended the staircase, leaving Bree with a resolute silhouette. Sleep well, mother. It may get a bit noisy tonight. In his pocket, his phone vibrated once more. No caller ID. Merely a terse message. Did you hear it too? That exquisite scream. Consider it an appetizer. Ghostface. Without a glance, Andrew pressed the delete button. A tiresome display of courtship. He closed the door, severing any connection to the carnage and clamor outside. Chapter 55. The first corpse and the first call. The mornings in Fairchild were typically heralded by the rhythmic clatter of a newspaper boy's bicycle chain and the hissing of lawn irrigation systems. Yet today, the awakening of this small town was marked by the thunderous roar of helicopter blades stirring the air, accompanied by a yellow police tape spanning half a block. The news of Casey Becker and Steve's demise spread through Hodge High School like a droplet of water hitting hot oil, igniting a frenzy. The air in the corridors felt thick and suffocating. Students, who should have been discussing weekend parties and love triangles, now huddled in trembling clusters, their eyes shimmering with a blend of fear and morbid curiosity. It was rumored that Casey's innards were hung from a tree, resembling holiday ornaments. Shut up. I heard Steve's head was missing. Rumors always outpaced the truth, often more inventive than reality itself. Leaning against a locker, Andrew held an algebra textbook. Yet his gaze pierced through the throng, landing squarely on two figures at the opposite end of the corridor. Billy Loomis was cradling Sydney. The poor girl resembled a frightened quail, her head buried in Billy's chest, her shoulders trembling incessantly. Billy gently caressed her hair while surveying the surroundings with his profound and melancholic eyes, his brow furrowed, perfectly embodying the role of a devoted guardian, concerned for his girlfriend. Nearby, Stomacher bounced around like a hyperactive teddy bear, exclaiming, "Good heavens, guys. This is utterly insane." He exaggeratedly waved his arms, spittle flying, proclaiming, "There's a serial killer right beside us, just like in the movies. We're going to be famous." Although his face bore an expression of terror, the excitement sparkling in his eyes was unmistakable. Andrew rolled his eyes internally, critiquing Stomacher's performance as excessively theatrical. If there were an award for overacting at the Oscars, you'd undoubtedly receive a Lifetime Achievement Award. He mused, then glanced back at Billy. Billy's portrayal was far more restrained, yet beneath his gaze lurked an undeniable arrogance, as if he were admiring his own masterpiece. Glaringly bright under Andrew's perceptive scrutiny, akin to a spotlight in the dark. "What are you staring at, Van de Kamp?" A voice, tinged with a hint of tears, interrupted Andrew's observation. It was Beth, the bookish girl who had harbored a secret crush on him, clutching a stack of books, her eyes red and swollen. "This is terrifying. Isn't it? Casey, despite being a bit of a vixen, shouldn't he have to die in such a gruesome manner?" Andrew donned a standard, sympathetic high-achiever-esque expression and gently patted Beth's shoulder. "Indeed, it is a tragedy, Beth. It serves as a reminder of life's fragility," he said, his tone somber and perfectly laced with sorrow. "So, make sure to lock your doors tonight, and do not open them to strangers. Moreover, if you hear any strange noises, do not venture into the basement or attic." "Why not?" Beth stammered, perplexed. "Because that's the typical protocol for minor characters meeting their doom in horror films," Andrew shrugged, leaving Beth momentarily dumbfounded as he turned to walk toward the school gate. The police had cordoned off the school, announcing a temporary closure, which conveniently provided him an opportunity to investigate the crime scene. Meanwhile, in the living room of the Van de Kamp residence in Wisteria County, the air was suffused with the aroma of Earl Grey tea and freshly baked scones, a scent embodying a middle-class decency sufficient to mask any trace of blood. Bree sat upright on the sofa, her posture impeccable as she served tea to her neighbors. "This is simply dreadful," Susan Meyer murmured from her armchair, her hands trembling around her teacup. "Those were 2 children, right in our neighborhood. What if that killer knocks on my door tonight? Julie is still at home, and I don't even have a proper weapon for self-defense, just a plunger." "Calm down, Susan," Gabrielle Solis replied, inspecting her nails for any chipping. She appeared more irritated than frightened. "I've already sent Carlos to hire a security firm. With this incident, property values in Wisteria County are going to drop by at least 5%. Now that's the real tragedy. My return on investment is going to suffer." Renette Scavo clutched 2 children's toys, appearing utterly exhausted. My greatest concern now is how to explain this to the children. Parker asked me this morning if it was because Casey didn't finish her broccoli that the monster took her. How should I respond? No, dear. It's because a lunatic finds delight in dismembering people. Ladies, Breyer set down the teapot, her voice calm and authoritative, akin to a judge delivering a final verdict. Panic resolves nothing. What we must do is bolster the community's security and inspect the locks on our doors and windows. I have sewn a micro-alarm into every coat of Andrew's and placed a loaded Glock 17 in his nightstand, of course. After reviewing firearm safety with him at the shooting range this weekend, the 3 women turned to Breyer simultaneously. Their expressions varied. Breyer, Susan swallowed hard. Are you certain that is for self-defense and not for assembling a private army? Breyer elegantly sipped her tea, the corners of her lips curving into a flawless arc. In this world, it's one and the same, dear. Would you care for another scone? I've added double the cranberries. At 3 o'clock, outside the mansion of Casey Beck. Although the body had been removed, the pungent scent of blood lingered in the air, refusing to dissipate. The perimeter was crowded with reporters and onlookers. Andrew, clad in a gray hoodie with the brim pulled low, activated his fraudulent aura. To those around him, he appeared merely as an overly mournful neighborhood boy. Devoid of any threat, his presence almost ethereal. He effortlessly navigated through 2 layers of police tape to the bushes beside the house, the closest point to the shattered floor-to-ceiling window. Andrew closed his eyes and inhaled deeply. Shining, faint, activated. The world around him faded to monochrome, transforming into black and white lines. Only emotions remained, like residual paint smeared across walls and grass. He perceived it, the viscous, dark purple of fear, the remnants left by Casey and Steve. Yet, more potent was another hue, crimson. It embodied exhilaration, ecstasy, a pure joy akin to that of a child delighting in the demise of an ant. There were 2 heat sources. One brandished a hunting knife, reveling in the warmth of blood splattering upon the mask. The other observed, as if relishing a grand film, perhaps even orchestrating a soundtrack in their mind. This was not a crime of passion. Andrew opened his eyes, a glimmer of cold light flashing in his emerald gaze. It was a game. He crouched down and discovered an inconspicuous detail amidst a patch of shattered glass. The grass was flattened, a mark of the assailant's prolonged lurking prior to the act. Beside the crushed grass lay a discarded piece of gum wrapper, fruit-flavored. Andrew recalled how Stu had a penchant for chewing that cheap gum. His speech always laced with a saccharine aftertaste. It was full of flaws. Shaking his head, Andrew rose to his feet. If I were the director, this opening scene would be utterly abysmal. Lacking any aesthetic, it was merely a crude outpouring. He turned to leave, the sound of police barking orders at the dispersing crowd echoing behind him. Suddenly, the screen of his phone in his pocket flickered to life. No signal fluctuations, no incoming calls, yet the screen illuminated. As night fell, Wisteria County succumbed to an eerie silence. The shadows cast by the streetlights appeared longer and darker than usual. Every household had tightly shut their doors and windows. Even the most vociferous stray dogs seemed to sense the unease in the air, tucking their tails and hiding away. Seated before his desk, the computer screen emitted a ghostly blue glow, illuminating his face, which bore an unsettling calmness. Several document windows were open on the screen. One contained a list of students from Hodge High School. Another was a Wikipedia page on the psychological profiling of serial killers. And the last was an editing document titled Script Outline. He circled the names Billy Loomis and Stu Macker and read. Motive, boredom, a cry for attention, or the tired old excuse of familial trauma. Andrew's fingers danced lightly over the keyboard. Just then, his phone on the desk vibrated. In the stillness of the room, the sound was thunderous. Andrew halted his movements, his gaze fixed on the phone screen. Unknown number. He did not answer immediately, but stared at the line of text for a full 5 seconds. He felt a prying presence, traversing the phone line and surging through the radio waves, clinging to him. That familiar, nauseating gaze, imbued with the scent of male hormones. A slight smile curved his lips as he picked up the phone and pressed the answer button. Hello? A brief silence followed, punctuated only by faint breathing. Then a voice, processed through a voice changer, crackled to life. Hello, Andrew. Leaning back in his chair, he responded in a casual tone. At this hour, if you're selling insurance, I'm already covered. If it's a vacuum cleaner pitch, I suggest you call my mom. A low, metallic chuckle resonated from the other end. You don't sound the least bit afraid. When Casey answered the phone, She was so startled she spilled her popcorn. Because Casey was oblivious to the fact that she was in a poorly executed film. Andrew twirled a pen in his hand, and I knew. Poorly executed film? The voice suddenly rose in indignation. You think this is a bad film? Is that blood fake? Are those screams dubbed? No, the blood is real. But the plot is far too cliched. Andrew gazed out into the darkness, as if conversing with the prying eyes that watched him. Mere overzealous adolescents. Donning Halloween masks and wielding knives procured from a hardware store, attempting to imitate the scenes they had witnessed in tapes. Such a lack of creativity, depth, and even taste. The line fell into an eerie silence. After a considerable pause, the voice reemerged, this time devoid of any mockery, replaced instead by a chilling intent to kill. It seems you require a lesson, Andrew. A lesson on fear. I am at your service. Andrew replied nonchalantly. Given your apparent knowledge of cinema, the voice became ominously sinister. Let us engage in a game, akin to the one Casey once played. The end is near. The system panel before Andrew flickered subtly. Trigger side quest. Deathly QA. Quest description. The Ghostface killer has issued a challenge. He intends to humiliate you with rules before ending your life. Reward. Unlock one entry slot. What would you like to ask? Andrew toyed with the pen in his hand, the nib unconsciously tracing circles on the script outline. It's quite simple. The voice on the other end brimmed with the exhilaration of a hunter poised to pull the trigger. Tell me, Andrew, what is your favorite horror film? At that moment, the air in the room seemed to solidify. This was a trap, a deadly snare. According to the rules of horror films, regardless of the title he chose, the killer could exploit a flaw and decree his execution. Yet Andrew was not Casey. He was a disruptor, breaking the fourth wall, addressing the microphone. He offered a radiant smile, devoid of warmth. You've posed the wrong question, my friend. Andrew's voice resonated with clarity in the night. In this era, the true horror lies not within the films. What do you mean? The killer was evidently taken aback by this response. It means, Andrew paused, his tone playful. If I were to say my favorite movie is about two cowboys tending sheep on a mountain, would you consider that a horror film? Chapter 56. Reverse questioning. The sound of electricity crackled in the receiver, akin to a slick tongue attempting to lap at Andrew's eardrum. The voice, altered by a voice changer, carried an air of arrogance, as if it had already envisioned Andrew in a state of panic, wetting his pants in disarray. Tell me, Andrew, what is your favorite horror film? At that moment, it felt as though the entire night of Wisteria County pressed down upon the house. In a third-rate horror film, the protagonist would likely tremble, unable to hold the phone, or stammer out a string of classic titles in an attempt to elicit sympathy from the killer. However, Andrew merely shifted his posture, crossing his legs atop the desk, casually grasping the Mont-Blanc pen and deftly twirling it between his fingers. The corners of his mouth twisted into a mocking curve as he addressed the microphone, his tone as unremarkable as if he were discussing the weather for the following day. A profound silence engulfed the other end of the line, an eerie stillness that transcended mere astonishment, manifesting as a mental blackout. It resembled a person engrossed in a game of Russian roulette, only to be confronted by an opponent producing a deck of Uno cards, suggesting they switch games. After a prolonged 5 seconds, the sinister voice finally broke the silence, this time tinged with uncertainty and irritation. W. Watt. Meanwhile, 3 blocks away from the Van de Kamp residence, in a dimly lit old house, Billy Loomis clutched an antiquated Motorola phone tightly, his ghostly mask pushed atop his head, revealing a handsome face contorted in shock. Standing beside him, Stu Macker was nonchalantly trimming his nails with a bloodied hunting knife when he froze at the words he heard. Wait, Billy, Stu exclaimed, his eyes wide with an abundance of restless energy, mouthing the words, is that a horror movie? I don't recall there being a killer. Did that cowboy-hatted fellow end up slaughtering the sheep? Billy shot him a fierce glare, signaling him to be silent. He inhaled deeply, striving to reclaim his dignity and rhythm as the midnight butcher. Don't play games, Andrew. Billy roared into the microphone, his voice distorted through the voice changer, laced with a chilling electronic texture. I'm asking you about horror films, the kind that features blood, screams, and dismembered entrails. Don't tell me you're just a sappy romantic film buff. In Andrew's room, he listened to the increasingly agitated roar emanating from the receiver, an amused glimmer deepening in his eyes. The prey was growing anxious. Ah, therein lies your superficiality, dear unidentified telemarketer, Andrew said languidly, his voice rich and magnetic. imbued with a condescending tone reminiscent of the teachings of Bree van de Kamp. Do you believe horror resides solely in cheap gore and severed limbs? No. The true horror emanates from the human heart, from repression, from the despair of yearning for the unattainable. He paused, his fingers rhythmically tapping on the desk, producing a steady thud. Thud sound. Consider this. Two men, in that conservative era, forced to suppress their most authentic desires. They were not battling a chainsaw-wielding maniac, but rather the prejudices of society, familial obligations, and the disintegration of self-identity. This insidious, suffocating sensation, seeping from the depths of the soul, is far more chilling than your crude threats of violence. Andrew chuckled softly. To me, that embodies the pinnacle of psychological horror. As for what you mentioned, those are merely slaughterhouse documentaries. On the other end of the line, Billy felt his blood vessels throbbing violently. The meticulously crafted script of terror, pursuit, and cat-and-mouse games he had devised was utterly shattered in that moment. He felt as though he were a jester brandishing a plastic toy knife, being scrutinized by a critic clad in a tailcoat. Strangely, amidst his fury, an uncanny warmth surged through his lower abdomen. This Andrew Van de Kamp was unlike those foolish wretches who could only scream for mercy. He understood fear, possessing a comprehension even more profound than his own. The impulse, a blend of the desire to conquer and the yearning for destruction, caused Billy's fingers to whiten as they gripped the phone. Very well, you sharp-tongued scoundrel. Billy's tone grew more chilling, imbued with a perilous stickiness. Since you disdain cowboys, let us change the subject. Recommend to me a horror film that meets the popular standard. Do not test my patience any further. My knife is quite sharp. Andrew shrugged, as if appeasing a petulant child. If you insist, then let it be The Silence of the Lambs. Billy's eyes gleamed momentarily. Finally, back on track. Oh, excellent taste. Hannibal Lecter, the elegant cannibal. Billy attempted to reclaim the conversational lead. What do you admire about him? His method of consumption, or his ability to manipulate the human psyche? I appreciate his taste. Andrew interjected. Even in the act of cannibalism, he maintains decorum. Chianti, fava beans, and Box Goldberg variations. He elevates slaughter to an art form. At this juncture, Andrew's tone abruptly shifted, becoming exceptionally sharp. Unlike certain inferior imitators, donning $2 plastic masks and employing voice changers purchased from Walmart, lurking in shadowy corners to make harassing calls, like attention-seeking adolescent giants, you, Billy, felt as though someone had delivered a fierce blow to your chest. Furthermore, Andrew continued his verbal onslaught, offering no respite. If I were you, I would consider switching to a different brand of voice changer. The one you are currently using produces too much static. It sounds as though someone has stuffed a handful of rusty metal shavings into your throat. By the way, are you currently in a friend's garage? I believe I can hear a mouse gnawing on wood. Bastard. Billy could no longer contain himself. He kicked over the nearby coffee table, sending beer cans clattering to the ground. Beside him, Stu nearly sliced his own fingers in fright. Hey, calm down, Billy. My mother will kill me. That is her favorite coffee table. Shut up, Stu. Billy roared, his chest heaving violently. Yet he quickly realized he had lost his composure. Taking several deep breaths, he forced himself to regain his tranquility. On the other end of the line, Andrew remained silently waiting, that silence akin to a mocking laughter. Billy licked his dry lips, his gaze transforming into an unprecedented fervor. Initially, Andrew had merely been a name on a list, a somewhat exceptional quarry. But now, he had become the protagonist, the sole leading character. Very well, Andrew. Splendidly done. Billy's voice no longer concealed his original timbre, a deep, magnetic adolescent tone imbued with a morbidly intense affection that successfully captured my attention. I shall prepare a unique script for you, a conclusion crafted solely for you. I will slice open your beautiful lips to ascertain whether they are as resilient within. I suggest you first sharpen your blades. Andrew replied indifferently, I have a thick skin. The call ended abruptly with a series of beeps. Andrew placed his phone down, observing the screen that displayed the end of the call, his expression instantly turning frigid. The nauseating sensation of being scrutinized, while diminished, had not vanished. Rather, it thickened, resembling an invisible web tightening around him. A pale blue system panel materialized before him. Side quest updated. Death QA. Status. Completed. In a manner that will haunt the murderer for eternity. Rating. S. Not only did you triumph in the game, but you also planted a seed of obsession in this perverse mind. Reward. Entry extraction opportunity X1. Warning. The target, the faceless killer, the Dominator, has transformed his animosity towards you into a twisted affection and murderous intent. He will go to any lengths to claim you as his ultimate trophy. Andrew dismissively waved his hand, as if to shoo away an invisible fly. Twisted affection? Is the psychological fortitude of today's villains so feeble that a few insults lead to infatuation? At that moment, a gentle knock resounded at the door. Andrew? Bridget Van de Kamp entered, clad in a perfectly tailored lavender loungewear, carrying a tray with a steaming cup of milk and 2 oat cookies. I believe I heard you speaking just now. Were you on the phone with someone? Bridget's gaze swept over the phone in Andrew's hand, her eyes glinting with curiosity. You know, I do not oppose you making friends. But it is quite late. Furthermore, given the recent events in town, I would prefer you refrain from associating with dubious individuals. Andrew discreetly turned the phone face down on the table, his expression swiftly morphing back into that of a dutiful son. It was merely a social survey, Mother. They were inquiring about my views on film rating systems. Oh, how diligent of them. Bridget did not fully believe him. Yet she chose to maintain an appearance of tranquility at that moment. She placed the tray on the table and adjusted the angle of the lamp, ensuring it was perfectly parallel to the corner of the table. Drink it while it's warm. I added a pinch of nutmeg. It aids in sleep. Bridget moved to the window, ensuring the curtains were drawn tightly. By the way, Andrew, she said, turning her back to her son, her voice suddenly taking on a somber tone, if you encounter any troubles, any kind of insurmountable troubles, do remember to inform me at once. You know, I have quite the expertise in removing various stains, whether they be from red wine or other crimson liquids. Andrew gazed at his mother's upright silhouette, a warm current surging within him. In a world teeming with madness, having a mother who is even more formidable than the madman provides a unique sense of security. I understand, Mom. Andrew took a sip of milk, affirming, I will remain untainted. Bree turned, revealing a perfect, standard smile. That's good. Good night, dear. Remember to brush your teeth. As the door closed, Andrew's gaze returned to the encompassing darkness outside. The night in Wisteria County deepened. The following day at Hodges High, despite the horrific double homicide, classes were not immediately canceled. Security measures were merely heightened. 2 police cars stood at the entrance, and several uniformed officers patrolled the hallways. Yet this did little to assuage the students' panic. Instead, it fostered an oppressive atmosphere reminiscent of an impending prison riot. The sound of every locker slamming shut startled those in proximity. Andrew walked through the corridor as usual, yet he sensed a distinct difference in the atmosphere that day. The once judgmental gazes directed at him now carried a hint of reverence. Perhaps it was due to the rumors of him having driven off the deranged neighbor on that snowy night, or perhaps it was the aura he exuded, warning others to keep their distance. Hey, Andrew. A flamboyant voice shattered the silence. Stomacher leapt from the crowd, one arm attempting to drape over Andrew's shoulder. Andrew subtly sidestepped, leaving Stomacher's hand grasping at air. I heard about it too. Casey's incident. It's utterly insane, right? Stomacher's eyes, vacuous and wild, gleamed with excitement reminiscent of someone high on drugs. They say her intestines were strung up on the ceiling fan, spinning around like a damned meat carousel. Andrew regarded Stomacher. In his view, Stomacher's mind resembled a tangled ball of yarn, rife with chaos, agitation, and a nauseating blind obedience. Behind Stomacher, Billy Loomis leaned against a locker, a textbook in hand, though his mind was clearly elsewhere. When Andrew glanced over, Billy's gaze met his instantly. It was not the look of a classmate. It was the predatory gaze of a wolf spotting its coveted bone, deep, greedy, and laced with the anger of last night's humiliation. Billy closed his book and approached slowly. Good morning, Andrew. His voice was hoarse, as if a shard of metal were lodged in his throat. Did you sleep well last night? It was a double entendre. He was probing. Andrew smiled and leaned closer to Billy, speaking in a tone only the two could hear. I slept quite well. But I had a strange dream. I dreamt that 2 mice attempted to bite a cat, only to be laughed to death by the cat when the voice changer ran out of power. Billy's complexion darkened instantly, his grip tightening on Andrew's arm with alarming force. This is just the beginning, Andrew. Billy gritted his teeth, the murderous intent in his eyes nearly spilling over. Some films conclude with the demise of every character. That is but a poor production. Andrew shrugged off his grip, adjusting the wrinkled cuffs of his shirt, for in my narrative, only the supporting characters succumb to verbosity. At that moment, the sharp ring of the school bell pierced the air, prompting the throngs in the corridor to shuffle along. Andrew paid no further heed to the two clowns playing the roles of horror film villains, turning instead toward the classroom. Yet, he was acutely aware that this was merely an appetizer. Billy's pride had been wounded, and Stu's madness had been ignited. Their forthcoming actions would undoubtedly transcend mere phone calls. Andrew caressed the folding knife tucked in his pocket. "Come on, boys," he silently urged. "Show me what tricks you have beyond the voice modulator." Behind him, Billy stood frozen, fixated on Andrew's retreating figure. He extended his tongue, licking the palm of the hand that Andrew had just cast aside, a chilling smile creeping across his face. "Stu," Billy whispered, "we must alter our original plan. We shall add a scene, an elaborate spectacle crafted specifically for Mr. Van de Kamp." Chapter 57. Anyone could be the murderer the following morning. The fog over Fairchild had yet to dissipate, and the entrance of Hodge High School had transformed into a circus replete with flashing lights, microphones, and the pungent scent of cheap hairspray. The news van emblazoned with Gale Weathers' top story loomed like a colossal metallic beetle, brazenly occupying the fire lane. Gale Weathers, the woman who would barter her own mother for an exclusive scoop, donned a conspicuous bright yellow professional ensemble, striking a pose of feigned compassion for the camera. "Here we are at Hodge High, where last night, 2 innocent students were brutally slaughtered. What should have been a sanctuary of learning now hangs under the ominous shadow of a serial killer. I am Gale Weathers, bringing you continuous coverage." As the camera panned, she swiftly barked at her assistant, "Raise that light panel higher. My bags are showing." Andrew, slinging a messenger bag over his shoulder, lingered at the periphery of the crowd, a sardonic smirk playing on his lips, unwilling even to feign sorrow. He lowered the hood of his sweatshirt, slipping through the gaps between reporters and onlookers like a slippery eel. Although the school had announced a closure, most students were summoned back to collect their belongings, providing the media with a prime opportunity to hunt down stories. "Hey, that student. Do you know Casey Becker? I heard you were at the party last night. Did you see the masked figure?" A microphone nearly jabbed into Andrew's nostrils. He halted, turning to fix his cold green gaze on the glistening-faced female reporter. "I do not know Casey, but I suggest you keep your distance from this school." Andrew's voice bore an eerie calmness, and according to the laws of horror films, an overly curious female journalist lacking the protection of a protagonist's aura typically does not survive beyond the third act, especially in a parking lot rife with peril. The journalist hesitated momentarily, and in that fleeting moment of distraction, Andrew vanished into the shadows of the academic building. Upon entering the corridor, a stifling atmosphere enveloped her. The usually boisterous locker area was now filled with hushed whispers. Each creak of a locker door sparked a nervous glance backwards. Every individual appeared as a potential murderer or victim, except for that group. Andrew's gaze swept across the glass windows of the teacher's lounge. A few instructors were gathered inside, quenching their thirst from large sports water bottles in a manner that suggested an urgency far beyond a simple sip. Their expressions were placid, even indifferent. Despite the chaos unfolding outside, not a flicker of fear crossed their faces. Instead, they bore an air of detached observation reminiscent of scientists studying lab rats, particularly Mr. Burke, the history teacher who set down his water bottle and, with an unnaturally elongated tongue, licked his lips before turning his gaze to the window. Their eyes met in the air. Mr. Burke's stare was hollow, devoid of any human emotional resonance. Indeed, Andrew squinted. For these beings, controlled by extraterrestrial parasites, the demise of a few humans was inconsequential, provided it did not disrupt their water supply. This, paradoxically, was a piece of good news, indicating that this band of aliens would refrain from interfering in the game of the masked killer, unless the killer foolishly provoked them. Half an hour later, at the Steamed Beans Cafe, a sanctuary for students of Hodge High, the air was thick with the aromatic scent of roasted coffee beans mingling with a palpable anxiety known as the aftermath of survival. Andrew cradled a cup of black coffee as he approached a large round table in the corner where several individuals were already seated. Sydney Prescott looked utterly disheveled. Her complexion was ashen, dark circles under her eyes resembling a smoky makeup job, and she clutched a cup of hot cocoa tightly, her knuckles pale. Sitting beside her was her perfect boyfriend, Billy Loomis, who had one arm draped over Sydney's shoulders while the other rhythmically tapped the table. As Andrew approached, Billy's movements halted momentarily before he looked up, revealing a knowing smile. "Hey, Andrew," he said, his gaze lingering on him for several seconds. "I heard you received a harassing phone call last night. You all right?" This was clearly a test. Andrew pulled out a chair and took a sip of his coffee. I'm fine. The salesman was a tasteless fellow. I gave him a lesson in film appreciation. A chuckle escaped from Stu Macker, sitting across the table, as he erupted into laughter, scattering crumbs of cookies everywhere. Dude, you're amazing, Stu exclaimed, dramatically waving his arms, his eyes sparkling with a near-manic excitement. I heard you shut that killer up. Teach me how. Next time that peculiar individual calls me, I would like to give it a try as well. Andrew gazed at Stu. In the perception of The Shining, Stu's mind resembled an overheated engine, noisy, devoid of logic, and filled with a desire for destruction. You had better pray he doesn't call you, Stu, Andrew remarked coolly, for if I were that killer, the first to be eliminated would be the excessively talkative sidekick. Stu's laughter abruptly ceased, akin to a duck with its neck grasped. He awkwardly scratched his head and glanced at Billy. All right, let us refrain from further commentary. Randy Mix, who had remained silent, suddenly slammed his notebook upon the table, his expression grave as though he were proclaiming a constitution. Don't you all understand? This is already a quintessential first-act scenario. Casey is the opening sacrifice. The current tranquility merely sets the stage for the impending climax. Randy stood, surveying the group. Lowering his voice, based on my 2 decades of research into horror films, the killer is usually among us. Oh, really? Billy raised an eyebrow, a hint of amusement in his tone. So who do you suggest? Is it Sydney's nerdy photographer friend, or someone here? It could be anyone, Randy asserted with conviction. Consider this. Who is typically the prime suspect? The boyfriend. Precisely, Billy, don't look at me like that. In the original script of Scream, the boyfriend is indeed the foremost suspect. Motive? Perhaps it stems from being rebuffed by his girlfriend? Or perhaps a traumatic family background. Sydney abruptly lifted her head, incredulous as she gazed at Randy. Randy, how can you say that about Billy? He has been by my side. That is the perfect cover. Randy continued his tirade, suggesting that the seemingly innocent often wields the knife. Billy did not take offense. Instead, he regarded Randy with an expression reminiscent of one observing a mentally challenged child. Then, he turned to Andrew. What do you think, Andrew? You are a critic as well. Who do you believe the killer to be? At that moment, the atmosphere at the table became palpable. Andrew set down his coffee cup. The porcelain clinked against the marble tabletop, producing a crisp sound. He activated the logical analysis capabilities that accompanied mastering the craft of writing fiction. The individuals before him morphed into character cards from a script, their subtle expressions and motive clues rapidly reorganizing in his mind. Billy's composure, Stu's flamboyance, the occasionally exchanged, tacit looks between the two, and that persistent, inescapable scent of blood directed towards him. I believe Randy is partially correct. Andrew reclined in his chair, hands clasped, his gaze fixed intently on Billy's eyes. The killer is indeed among us, but he has overlooked a crucial point. Billy's pupils constricted slightly. What point? In this era, going solo is outdated. A dangerous smile curved Andrew's lips. If you wish to produce a blockbuster, you require a team, a director who devises the strategy and a stunt performer who executes the dirty work. For instance, Andrew's gaze flitted between Billy and Stu, one possessed by an aberrant desire for control, the other a fervent acolyte with a mind unhinged. Stu's expression shifted, an instinctive urge to rise thwarted by Billy's firm grasp upon his shoulder. Billy's fingers, strained and pale, contrasted sharply with the resplendent smile he wore, a radiance that sent shivers down one's spine. A brilliant deduction, Andrew. It would be a pity if you did not pursue a career in fiction. Billy's voice, slightly hoarse, suggested mere speculation, did it not? Without evidence, it remained mere slander. Evidence would indeed surface. Andrew rose, adjusting his collar, reminiscent of how every film invariably reaches its conclusion. He uttered no further words, turning to exit the cafe. The moment he stepped through the door, he felt the searing gaze behind him intensify. A thrill akin to that of a hunter encountering an equally matched prey, a portent of the beast poised to pounce. That night, Wisteria County was once again enveloped in an unsettling darkness. Andrew sat before his desk, a document titled Suspect Profiling Report illuminated on his computer screen. He marked a red check beside the names Billy Loomis and Stu Macker. The motive was boredom and a quest for excitement, spiced with a touch of familial melodrama and revenge. Andrew murmured to himself, this script is utterly abysmal. Suddenly, the wail of sirens pierced the night, alarmingly close. Approaching the window, he beheld several police cars racing towards Sydney's residence. Moments later, his phone rang. Caller ID, Billy. Andrew answered, remaining silent. Hey, Andrew. Billy's breath came in quick bursts, the background filled with a cacophony of voices and the static of police radios. You won't believe it. Sydney has just been attacked. Oh, is she all right? Andrew's tone remained unaffected. She is terrified but unharmed. The maniac has fled. Billy's voice brimmed with an uncontrollable excitement. It's utterly insane. Isn't it? The killer is right among us. So you called to use me as an alibi? Andrew pierced through the facade. Not entirely. Billy chuckled softly. I think everyone is on edge right now. We need to unwind. Stu suggested a party at his place tomorrow night. You know, an intimate gathering for our core circle. A few beers, a movie or two, to dispel the fear. That sounds like a splendid plan for self-destruction, Andrew remarked. Gathering for a party while a serial killer lurks? Is that not inviting the predator to a banquet? Don't be such a downer. Billy's tone shifted to a darker, more enticing timbre. I genuinely hope you can come. Without you, the gathering would feel incomplete. The sticky, rust-tinged sensation slithered through the receiver. Andrew gazed out at the flickering police lights in the direction of the Sydney residence. He understood that this was a declaration of war, the overture to a climactic scene. If he chose to refrain from going, the ghastly-faced assassin would persist in their insidious harassment from the shadows. Only by stepping into that snare could he capture these two rodents once and for all. Very well. Andrew revealed a perfect social smile in the reflection on the glass, one that would make Bree's heart swell with pride. I shall go, to dispel the fear. Splendid. Billy's voice rose slightly in excitement, reminding him to arrive punctually. We will reserve a prime spot for you. After hanging up, Andrew scrutinized the list of suspects on the screen, his fingers gently tapping on the table. System. He mentally intoned. I am here. Prepare the vacant entry slots. Andrew retrieved the folding hunting knife, polished to a gleam by Bree, from the drawer. The blade glinted coldly under the desk lamp. Tomorrow night, we shall harvest a few exceptional souls. Meanwhile, at the opposite end of Wisteria County, Stu was frantically adorning his living room with balloons and beer barrels. This was destined to be the most magnificent party ever. As he hung streamers, he shouted into the air, there will be blood. There will be screams. Oh, and right. He pulled a white ghost mask from beneath the sofa cushions, donned it, and mimicked a throat-cutting gesture in front of the mirror. Andrew Van de Kamp, you are my grand finale. The mask concealed Stu's neurotic laughter, echoing through the empty house and startling the crows perched under the eaves. As night deepened, the clock tower of Hodge High rang out the midnight chimes, as if tolling a death knell for the impending revelry. Chapter 58. Rules are meant to be broken. The night in Fairchild had never been so quiet, yet so tumultuous. The mayor, on television, delivered a speech regarding the curfew with a gravity akin to announcing the outbreak of World War III. To protect our youth and prevent further tragedies, from this day forward, a curfew shall be enforced from 8 in the evening until 6 in the morning. Anyone found on the streets without permission will face stringent interrogation from the police. In the Van de Kamp living room, Bree sat poised on the sofa, remote control in hand, elegantly sipping chamomile tea. Did you hear that, Andrew? She remarked without turning, her tone imbued with a sense of satisfaction that the day had finally arrived. Thank heavens, someone is finally willing to impose order on this chaotic world. This is undoubtedly the wisest decision since the establishment of Wisteria County. Andrew leaned against the doorframe, twirling a green apple in his hand, wearing that enigmatic expression that elicited both love and exasperation from Bree. Mother, have you ever considered that for those lunatics already donning masks and wielding hunting knives, the very term curfew might be akin to an advertisement for an all-you-can-eat buffet? Andrew took a bite of the apple, producing a crisp crunch that echoed in the emptiness of the street, making their endeavors all the more effortless. As for the police, they were preoccupied with apprehending high school students sneaking out for a smoke, entirely oblivious to the true killers lurking beneath the surface. Bree turned her gaze towards her son, her eyes alight with intensity. Stop with the theatrics, Andrew. Hand over your car keys. She extended a well-manicured hand, palm up, exuding an air of authority. Moreover, I have replaced the lock on your bedroom window with the highest security model. Unless you possess the skills of a contortionist, do not even think about sneaking out. Tonight, we shall enjoy a delightful family evening, and I will teach you the invaluable skill of removing red wine stains from the carpet using soda water and lemon juice. Andrew sighed and retrieved a set of keys from his pocket, placing them in Bree's outstretched hand. As you wish, mother. He turned and ascended the stairs, leaving Bree with the sight of his compliant figure. However, the moment he returned to his room, the facade of obedience vanished, replaced by the amused expression of a hunter eyeing a trap. He approached the window, gazing out at the inky darkness of the street. Indeed, he had relinquished the car keys, but they were merely the spare set. As for the window lock, for one possessing the skill of lockpicking, it was nothing more than a slightly intricate Lego structure. His phone screen lit up. A message from Stomacher appeared, accompanied by an emoji of someone vomiting. Stu, that old man has lost his mind. A curfew? Huh. What an affront to freedom. Come to my place, Andrew. Tonight is a damn curfew-themed party. Plenty of beer, plus surprises. Immediately following was a message from Billy, starkly different in tone, brief yet cryptic. Billy, don't be late. The show lacks meaning without the lead. Andrew tucked away his phone and rummaged through a seemingly ordinary sports jacket at the back of his closet, extracting a custom folding knife with a blood groove that he had ordered from the hardware store, expertly slipping it into his boot. Surprises? Andrew adjusted his collar before the mirror, a glimmer of emerald mischief flickering in his eyes. I hope your surprises are grand enough, or I shall be sorely disappointed. Half an hour later, at Stomacher's residence. This independent house, located on the outskirts of Wisteria County, resembled a pulsar on the brink of explosion. Despite the curtains being drawn tightly, the heavy metal music, threatening to lift the roof off, seeped through the cracks of the walls. The mayor's curfew decree had evidently backfired, drawing the most rebellious and thrill-seeking creatures of the school into this chaotic gathering. The more restrictive the rules, the more enticing the allure, a quintessential truth of adolescence. Andrew parked his car beneath the shade of trees 2 blocks away, evading the gaze of patrolling police cars, then stealthily traversed the lawn, gliding like a specter through the back door of Stomacher's home. Upon entering, a wave of heat enveloped him. The air was infused with the scent of cheap beer, marijuana, sweat, and that peculiar essence known as self-destruction. Andrew, my heavens, I knew you would come. Stu sprang from the sofa like a coiled spring, brandishing a red plastic cup. His face flushed, clearly inebriated. He rushed over, attempting to envelop Andrew in a bear hug, but Andrew deftly sidestepped him. Maintain your distance, Stu. Andrew disdainfully brushed off non-existent dust from his sleeve. You reek like a skunk steeped in a fermentation barrel for 3 days. Haha, you are truly humorous. Stu was far from offended. Instead, he laughed even more maniacally, his bulging eyes glimmering with a neurotic light. Come on. Randy is holding court in the living room. This is the highlight of the evening. Andrew followed the direction of Stu's finger. In the center of the living room, the television was screening the classic Halloween. Randy Mix, the living encyclopedia of horror films from Hodge High, stood in front of the screen, waving a videotape and passionately addressing a group of inebriated students. Listen up, you bunch of fools. Randy pressed the pause button, freezing the frame on Jamie Lee Curtis's terrified face. This is not just a movie, it is a survival guide. If you wish to survive tonight, you must adhere to the following rules. First, absolutely no sex. In horror films, sex equates to the death penalty. This is an unyielding law. The crowd erupted with jeers and whistles. Second, absolutely no drinking or drug use, for that is the extension of sin. Ignoring the mockery, Randy continued to shout, his expression bordering on reverence. Third, and most importantly, never, ever say I'll be right back. Because if you utter those words, you will undoubtedly never return. I'll be right back to grab a beer. A boy shouted deliberately, eliciting a chorus of laughter. Andrew stood at the edge of the crowd, observing the scene with a cold gaze. How ironic, he mused inwardly, a flock of lambs awaiting slaughter, mocking the butcher's menu. His eyes drifted past Randy, landing on the staircase where 2 figures stood. Billy Loomis held Sydney S. hand. They appeared to have just quarreled but seemed to be reconciling. Sydney S.'s face bore hesitation and unease, while Billy wore an expression of affectionate reassurance. Yet, when Andrew glanced over, Billy S.'s head subtly tilted, his deep-set eyes piercing through the raucous crowd, locking on to Andrew with precision. In that instant, a fleeting yet chilling smile emerged on Billy's face, devoid of any affection for his girlfriend, replaced instead by a sense of triumph akin to flaunting spoils among peers, accompanied by a nearly naked provocation. He mouthed a phrase to Andrew, not a greeting, nor a farewell, but rather an announcement. The show was about to begin. As Billy wrapped his arms around Sydney's waist, he whispered something to her before they turned to ascend the staircase to the 2nd floor. A flawless script, Andrew squinted. Bringing his girlfriend upstairs to create a moment of solitude was the most impeccable alibi. regardless of what transpired downstairs thereafter. As long as Sydney could attest that Billy had been with her the entire time, he would forever remain the innocent survivor boyfriend. Yet, this performance required a touch of sanguine embellishment, did it not? Andrew refrained from following them upstairs. His primal instincts hinted that the true menace did not lie above, but elsewhere. At that moment, a voluptuous blonde girl, presumably named Tatum, who was both Stu's girlfriend and Sydney's close friend, was pushing her way through the crowd, berating everyone around her. Stu, that idiot. He forgot to buy ice. Tatum rolled her eyes, clutching 24 warm beers. How are we supposed to drink this? It's like consuming urine. She glanced at Andrew and whistled. Hey, Van de Kamp, care to join me in the garage for some ice? I hear you excel at keeping things cool. No, thank you. Andrew replied coolly. I would advise against it. The garage is typically a designated exit for supporting characters. Freak. Tatum scoffed, flipping her hair as she strutted towards the side door leading to the garage. Watching her silhouette vanish behind the door, Andrew noticed the system panel flicker slightly. Detecting plot node. Garage horror. Survival rate prediction. 0. Recommended action. Observe. Learn. Intervene. Andrew remained still. He picked up an untouched glass of soda, gently swirling it and listening to the ice clink against the glass. If this were a typical horror film, the protagonist would rush forth, shouting for her not to enter. But he was not a savior. He was a hunter. A hunter must wait for the moment when the prey reveals its fangs. Inside the garage, Tatum opened the massive freezer, a rush of cold air enveloping her. Stu, is that you? She heard a faint rustling sound, akin to someone walking on the concrete floor in leather shoes. Tatum turned to see a figure clad in an iconic black robe, its face obscured by a white ghost mask. Oh, come on. Tatum rolled her eyes, displaying no fear. Randy? Or is it some drunken fool? This look is so cliché. Can't you come up with something more original? The figure remained silent, tilting its head slightly. What do you want? To scare me? Tatum placed her hands on her hips. Unimpressed. You know, your mask is even askew. The masked figure continued to remain mute, slowly raising a gleaming hunting knife. Wow, that knife looks pretty real. Tatum reached out, attempting to remove the mask. Let me see who you are. The sound of the blade slicing through the air echoed ominously. A crimson line appeared on Tatum's arm as blood gushed forth, dripping onto the oil-stained concrete floor. Pain rendered Tatum's mind momentarily incapacitated. Are you insane? She finally realized something was amiss. This was no mere prank. The masked killer offered her no chance to scream. He lunged at her like a ferocious cheetah. Tatum shrieked, seizing a bottle of beer and hurling it at him. The glass shattered upon his mask, yet it did nothing to impede the killer's advance. She dashed towards the garage's electric door, her fingers frantically pressing the switch. The motor emitted a buzzing roar as the shutter began to rise slowly. Hurry, hurry. Tatum glanced at the encroaching shadow, terror rendering her legs weak. The door had only ascended halfway when the shadow closed in behind her. With no alternative, Tatum attempted to squeeze through the narrow gap. This would undoubtedly be the gravest mistake of her life. Just as her upper body breached the garage door, the shadow pressed the switch on the wall. With a thunderous sound, the shutter halted its ascent and began to descend. Tatum's eyes widened in horror as she desperately struggled to retract her body, but the heavy metal door descended like a colossal guillotine, mercilessly pressing against her back. Her screams were drowned by the mechanical clamor of metal grinding. Meanwhile, in the living room, heavy metal music reached a crescendo, the deafening bass overpowering everything. No one heard the cries from the garage, except for Andrew. His ears perked up slightly. That was no ordinary scream. It was the sound of vocal cords tearing under extreme fear and pressure. More importantly, he could smell it, even through the pervasive stench of alcohol and sweat. The sudden, fresh, warm scent of blood burst forth, spreading through his senses like a drop of ink in clear water. Trigger detected. Beast instinct. Target location. Garage. Status. First blood completed. Andrew set down his soda. The polite, false smile on his lips transformed into a genuine, bloodthirsty curve. It had finally begun. He adjusted his cuffs, ensuring the folding knife was ready to spring into action. The revelers around him were still caught up in their revelry, passionately debating Randy's horror film theories and attempting to intoxicate their crushes. They were oblivious to the Grim Reaper, scythe in hand, waiting just outside. Andrew glided through the crowd with the grace of a black cat. Instead of seeking out Billy on the second floor, who was concocting an alibi, he moved towards the side door connecting to the garage. for he knew that Billy was merely an actor awaiting his final bow. The true executioner, the one tasked with the grim duties, now finds himself in a moment of post-massacre reflection, the most relaxed of times. As the door swung open, a chilling breeze laced with the scent of blood rushed forth. The garage lay in a profound silence, save for the groaning of the burdened roll-up door. Tatum's body dangled from above, resembling a malfunctioning marionette, its legs twitching in a mindless spasm. In the shadows stood a figure adorned with a grotesque mask, meticulously wiping the blade of a knife, stained with crimson. Upon hearing the door creak, the masked killer abruptly turned. That absurd yet terrifying visage faced Andrew, their gazes colliding in the air, devoid of any spoken words. The killer raised the knife, making a silencing gesture. Yet, Andrew merely smiled. He retrieved his phone from his pocket, brandishing it before the assailant, the screen displaying the recording interface. "No need to be anxious, Stu." Andrew's voice resonated with clarity in the cavernous garage. "Your mask is indeed askew. Moreover, in your haste to clean the blade, you've smeared blood on those $200 limited edition sneakers. Your mother will have your head." The figure visibly stiffened. A furious growl escaped the masked killer, abandoning all pretense of mystique as he lunged forward with the knife. The reckless, brute force charge revealed him to be no professional assassin, but merely a high schooler intoxicated by adrenaline. Andrew did not retreat. He did not even draw his own weapon. Instead, he slightly sidestepped, akin to a graceful waltz, evading the lethal thrust. In the fleeting moment as they brushed past each other, he extended his leg, deftly hooking the assailant's ankle. Thud! The masked killer crashed to the ground, the knife skittering far from his grasp. It seems, aside from the cliches of horror films, you could benefit from a refresher in physics, Andrew remarked, looking down upon the disheveled figure scrambling to regain composure, his emerald gaze colder than the blood-soaked floor. "Now, let us see what surprises you truly possess." Chapter 59. The last words of Mr. Principal. The living room of the Stumac household pulsated with a frenzied energy. On the brink of self-destruction, blasting through the speakers was a deafening cacophony of trash rock, mingling with the air saturated by hormones, cheap cologne, and the sour scent of illicit alcohol fermentation. A few inebriated boys attempted to suspend an unfortunate freshman upside down from the chandelier, while girls shrieked and danced upon the sofas, as if the sun would never rise again. Andrew leaned against the shadowy corridor leading to the kitchen, still clutching a cup of soda that had long since grown tepid. The warm-up exercise in the garage had scarcely quickened his heartbeat. Rather, observing Stu's frantic escape merely bored him. It felt akin to watching a film that had already been spoiled. Andrew cast a glance at the tip of his boot, where a barely noticeable stain of blood, Tatum's, had settled. At that moment, an ear-piercing screech of brakes erupted from outside, followed by the heavy slam of a door. The noise was so overwhelming that it drowned out even the bass thrum of the music. The door burst open, and a frigid wind swept in, carrying with it a few desiccated leaves, invading the warmth of the room. Standing at the threshold was Mr. Humbry, the principal of Hodge High School. He wore an ill-fitting deep brown trench coat, his face pale as if he had spent 3 days soaking in bleach. Most peculiar were his eyes, pupils dilated to an extreme, reflecting a reptilian gleam in the dim party lights. "Music, turn it off," Mr. Humbry bellowed. His voice, though not shrill, resonated strangely, causing several nearby students to cover their ears. The once boisterous living room felt as if it had been placed on pause. Stumacher was sneaking back from the garage, donning a clean t-shirt, a bruise from his earlier fall still evident on his face. Upon seeing the principal, his expression twisted in an instant. "Dude, do you have a search warrant?" Stumacher shouted, emboldened by the alcohol. "This is private property, and it's, extracurricular time. Be quiet, Mr. Marr." Humbry strode into the living room with an awkward stiffness, his knees bending at an unnatural angle. He marched directly to the sound system and yanked the power cord free. The music ceased abruptly. According to Curfew Ordinance 304 of Fairchild Town, Humbry turned, surveying the room, his tongue darting across his dry lips. "Extending far beyond the limits of human capacity, all of you, now, immediately, return home." A chorus of discontented boos erupted from the students, particularly from Marr. "Especially you, Marr." Humbry fixed a piercing gaze upon Stumacher. "Your suspension notice will be mailed to your parents tomorrow morning." Trembling with anger, Stumacher, under the principal's oppressive presence, relented. The crowd began to disperse, most students grumbling as they retrieved their jackets and exited through the front and back doors. In less than 5 minutes, the once crowded house had emptied significantly, leaving only a few core groups lingering stubbornly on the second floor or in corners. Andrew remained still, keenly observing Humphrey. After reprimanding the students, the principal did not leave. He extracted an enormous sports water bottle from the pocket of his trench coat, unscrewed the cap, tilted his head back, and gulped down at least 2 liters of water in one go, his Adam's apple bobbing violently. The manner in which he drank resembled not a quenching of thirst, but rather the hydration of a parched sponge. The principal seems to be losing moisture rapidly, Andrew mused internally. Having quenched his thirst, Humphrey appeared somewhat more at ease. He began to patrol the house, ostensibly to check for any stragglers. Though Andrew suspected he was in search of a new host, or perhaps merely indulging an instinctual urge akin to that of an extraterrestrial surveying its territory. Humphrey stepped into the kitchen, while Andrew silently shifted his position, peering through the partially ajar door to observe the unfolding scene. The only sound in the kitchen was the low hum of the refrigerator compressor. Humphrey stood before the sink, seemingly adjusting his tie against the reflective metal surface. Suddenly, he halted his movements. In the reflection of the glass door behind him, a dark figure materialized, clad in a signature long robe and a ghastly white mask. It brandished a hunting knife that glinted ominously in the moonlight. Most would have screamed or fled in terror, but Humphrey did neither. He slowly turned around, his movements fluid, akin to a marionette on a turntable. He regarded the masked figure with no trace of fear, only a hint of annoyance at being interrupted during what appeared to be a meal. "If this is about the school closure notice, Mr. Marr," Humphrey's voice resonated, deep and gravelly, "I must say your taste is as dreadful as your grades. That mask is quite tacky." The masked figure tilted its head, clearly taken aback by such an unexpected reaction. This was not how the script was meant to unfold. Victims were supposed to scream, beg for mercy, perhaps even soil themselves. The masked figure decided to rectify this deviation from the script. With a fierce cry, it thrust the knife towards the principal's chest with precision and speed, a testament to its practiced skill. However, what transpired next nearly caused Andrew, concealed in the shadows, to whistle in astonishment. Just as the knife's tip was about to make contact with the trench coat, Humphrey abruptly raised his hand. With a sharp clap, he seized the masked assailant's wrist, not in a feeble block, but with a grip as unyielding as a vice. The masked figure froze, attempting to retract its hand, only to find that the principal's arm remained immovable. This was not the strength one would expect from a portly man in his 50s. "You have violated school regulations, young one." Humphrey's face contorted into a peculiarly eerie grin, his lips stretching to his earlobes. "It is prohibited to wield controlled weapons on campus." With that, the principal swung his arm with force, sending the towering figure of the masked assailant hurtling like a rag doll against the refrigerator, causing magnets and notes to cascade to the floor in a chaotic flurry. Coughing and groaning, the masked figure crumpled on the ground, evidently in considerable pain. Beneath the mask, Billy's mind was likely in turmoil. What on earth was happening? Had this old man consumed Popeye's spinach? Humphrey refrained from pursuing the assault further. Instead, he adjusted his collar, feeling parched, and reached for the water jug. Such was the weakness of parasitic entities, despite their formidable strength. Their dependence on hydration and rigid behavioral patterns rendered them awkward and absurd in combat. The masked figure seized this brief moment of respite. As a serial killer, Billy possessed remarkable adaptability. Since brute force proved insufficient, he resorted to cunning. Grasping a heavy glass blender base from the floor, he seized the moment when Humphrey raised his head to drink and struck fiercely at the back of the principal's skull. The sound of shattering glass echoed. Humphrey staggered, the water bottle tumbling to the ground. At last, he drew blood, but not the vivid crimson one might expect. Rather, a dark red fluid mixed with a semi-transparent mucus. The grinning killer offered no respite. He lunged, mounting the principal's back, wielding his hunting knife with a frenzied assault. 1 stab, 2 stabs, 3 stabs. The sickening sound of the blade piercing flesh resonated hauntingly in the quiet kitchen. Humphrey's struggle was initially vigorous, nearly toppling the grinning killer once more. Yet as critical blows rained down upon him, the parasitized body finally succumbed to inertia. Gasping for breath, the grinning killer rose from the corpse, surveying the chaos around him, and disdainfully flicking the thick, sticky blood from his hands. What did this old fool consume to grow so large? He muttered, the voice unmistakably belonging to Billy. He seemed to hear the wail of sirens outside, Or was it merely an illusion? And without a moment to ponder, he slipped out through the kitchen's back door. Silence reclaimed the kitchen, save for the occasional twitch of Humphrey's lifeless body. Andrew emerged from the shadows, unperturbed by the gruesome scene before him. Instead, he resembled a reluctant janitor, scrunching his face in distaste as he sidestepped the viscous remnants. Approaching the principal's corpse, he crouched beside it. "A splendid performance, Principal," Andrew murmured softly, but alas, the villains of horror films often outshine those of science fiction. Humphrey's eyes remained wide open, pupils dilated, fixated on the ceiling. Suddenly, his ear twitched. A silvery, slick creature, reminiscent of an oversized leech, emerged from the principal's ear canal, sniffing the air as if sensing its host's demise. Desperate for a new vessel, it turned its attention toward Andrew. Though the creature possessed no eyes, Andrew felt its insatiable greed. "Not a chance," he declared, rising without a shred of compassion. As the parasite fully emerged, poised to spring forth, Andrew lifted his foot. His work boots, stained with Tatum's blood, came crashing down. The sickening sound of bursting flesh filled the air. In that moment, the alien entity, rendered utterly vulnerable, transformed into an indistinguishable puddle of silvery gray sludge. The corpse on the floor finally lay still. Yet at that instant, Humphrey's lips twitched, a remnant of neural reflex, or perhaps the lingering resentment of the parasite. A hoarse, faint yet distinctly audible voice emerged from the throat. "You are dismissed." Andrew raised an eyebrow. "Revoke." He scuffed his shoe against the expensive Italian tiles, attempting to rid it of that repulsive residue. "Moreover, I believe your concern should lie elsewhere. There is no Evian mineral water in hell." Andrew straightened his posture, adjusting his jacket. A scream pierced the air from outside. Someone had discovered Tatum's corpse in the garage. Panic spread through the house like a virulent contagion. The air was filled with a cacophony of screams, wails, and the sound of heavy objects crashing to the ground. The once vibrant party had officially transitioned into a scene of carnage. Through the kitchen window, Andrew spotted a figure donned in a grotesque mask, most likely Stu. Judging by the physique, brandishing a knife amidst the crowd, reminiscent of a child with a newfound toy. Enough. Andrew retrieved a pair of latex gloves from his pocket and donned them, his emerald eyes glimmering with the thrill of the hunt. The extraterrestrial cleanup was complete. Now, it was time to deal with those earthlings. He stepped over the principal's lifeless body, pushed open the kitchen door, and moved against the tide of panicked fleeing individuals, heading towards the bloody revelry. Chapter 60. The bloodied pool and the vanishing killer. The heavy oak door of the kitchen was gently closed by Andrew behind him, as if to separate two worlds. Inside lay an alien creature dismembered, and a principal who had not only lost his job, but also his life. Outside, high school students from Hodge were still blissfully lost in a sea of alcohol. Andrew removed the latex gloves and stuffed them into his pocket, casually snatching a glass of vibrant red punch from a passing server's tray. A tad too sweet. He took a sip, grimacing slightly, as the syrup seemed to mask the taste of inferior alcohol. A typical Stu move. Just as he was about to seek a vantage point to observe the unfolding spectacle, a scream powerful enough to shatter glass finally pierced through the cacophony of heavy metal music. The sound emanated from the direction of the garage, soon followed by a second, then a third. The bodies that had been writhing on the dance floor suddenly froze, resembling a school of startled sardines, beginning to scatter chaotically. The music did not cease immediately, adding a layer of absurdity to the scene as, accompanied by the upbeat rhythm, people shoved, screamed, and fell. Someone's dead. Tatum is dead. In the garage. She's hanging at the garage door. Panic spread like an efficiently airborne virus, infecting every individual present in the blink of an eye. Andrew leaned against the staircase railing, surveying this group of teenagers who moments ago fancied themselves the rulers of the world, now weeping like lost kindergarten children searching for their mothers. This was the phenomenon of crowd psychology. Andrew calmly noted in his mind that intelligence inversely correlates with numbers. At that moment, the glass door leading to the backyard suddenly shattered. With a resounding crash, a dark figure leaped through the shattered glass, clad in a distinctive long robe. With a ghastly white mask and a now-soiled hunting knife, it was Stu, or rather, Stu in a frenzied state of slaughter. The recent failures in the garage and kitchen evidently irked him, and now he sought to regain his dominance. Having botched the stealthy assassination, he opted for a more visceral approach to carnage. "Surprise! You bastards!" came a guttural and frenzied roar from beneath the mask. He seized the nearest unfortunate soul, seemingly a photographer from the school newspaper, and without hesitation plunged the knife into his shoulder. Blood gushed forth, splattering the faces of nearby girls. The pitch of their screams instantly escalated by an octave. The crowd surged madly towards the exit, yet became ensnared in the chaos. Some fell, trampled underfoot, while others attempted to escape through windows but were met with the sharp edges of broken glass. The masked killer did not pursue the throng. Instead, he relished this macabre game of herding sheep. He brandished his knife like a shaman performing an odd ritual dance, methodically driving several isolated students towards the pool in the backyard, a dead end. Andrew narrowed his eyes. In the dim light of the shining, the killer's form radiated a crimson glow, an embodiment of pure, irrational destruction. His theatrics were overly dramatic, his movements disjointed. Andrew shook his head. If Bree were to witness this scene, her foremost concern would not be the loss of life, but rather the potential damage to her exquisite hardwood floors. In the backyard, a boy clad in a football jersey attempted to fight back. Grabbing a folding chair, he hurled it at the killer. Die, freak. But Stu, in a state of extreme exhilaration, disregarded the pain as adrenaline coursed through him. He absorbed the impact and retaliated with a swift slice, opening the boy's abdomen. Staggering backward, the boy slipped and fell into the pool. With a splash, the azure waters were instantly tainted a harrowing dark red, resembling a vast pool of spilled ink. The boy thrashed for a moment before succumbing to silence, leaving behind only rippling blood-red waves. The visual impact was staggering. The onlookers were rendered speechless, their screams forgotten, reduced to meaningless whimpers. Just as the masked killer prepared to select his next victim, an enraged shout erupted from the second-floor terrace. "Hey, stay away from her." Billy Loomis appeared, disheveled and with hair as though it had just been ruffled, wielding a poker pilfered from the fireplace. Behind him, Sydney, wrapped in a blanket, bore a visage of sheer terror. In a gesture befitting a true knight, Billy leaped from the terrace, though the height was merely 2 meters. His landing was clearly executed with theatrical flair, placing himself between Sydney and the killer. "Get lost, you madman," he shouted, brandishing the iron poker. His gaze resolute, and his face etched with a sense of justice. The masked killer halted his movements, tilting his head as he regarded Billy. In that moment, the two figures adorned with masks, one made of plastic, the other fashioned from human skin, shared a silent exchange. It was nearly time. The police were on their way. Andrew deciphered that gaze. Indeed, the killer feigned a strike, and under Billy's valiant defense, pretended to be overpowered before turning and vaulting over the fence, vanishing into the inky darkness of the night. "Are you all right?" Billy discarded the iron rod and enveloped the trembling Sydney in his arms, his voice dripping with tenderness. "It's fine now. I'm here. I swear, as long as I breathe, I will not allow anyone to harm you." Sydney buried herself in Billy's embrace, weeping profusely, utterly lost in this perfect narrative of heroism and rescue. Crunch. Andrew crushed the final shard of ice in his mouth. How trite. He stepped out from the shadows, deftly avoiding the pools of blood and vomit on the ground, making his way towards the entrance. In the distance, the wail of police sirens finally pierced the air. According to the conventions of horror films, the police always arrive just as the corpses begin to cool. 10 minutes later, the Stu household was surrounded by police cars. The flashing red and blue lights flickered through the night, casting an eerie glow upon the house that had just endured a massacre. The surviving students, wrapped in blankets, sat shivering on the lawn, submitting to the officers' inquiries. Gail Weathers' broadcast van arrived almost simultaneously with the ambulances. She held a microphone, excitedly describing the gruesome scene of the blood-soaked pool to the camera, her expression more exuberant than that of a lottery winner. Andrew leaned against the stolen car, idly toying with the keys. He had already given his statement. To the police, he was merely a fortuitous honor student who had remained hidden in the shadows, devoid of any suspicion, save for the slight stickiness on the soles of his shoes. At that moment, Billy emerged. He was still embodying the role of the devoted boyfriend, escorting Sydney to the police car before turning to leave. Upon spotting Andrew leaning against the vehicle, his steps faltered. Their gazes met in the air. Surrounding them was a cacophony of voices, the crackle of radios, and the reports of the female journalist. Yet between the two of them, an odd vacuum of silence formed. Passive trigger, fatal attraction, male only. Current state of target, extremely excited, performance desires heightened. Interest in host elevated to 90. A subtle smirk tugged at the corners of Billy's mouth. He adjusted his collar and approached slowly. What a mad night, isn't it? His tone bore the weight of survival, yet his deep-set eyes shimmered with a predatory gleam. If only you had been on the second floor, Andrew. Sydney and I were truly frightened. He was probing, testing just how much Andrew had witnessed. Andrew did not look at him, but instead lowered his gaze to a speck of dust nestled beneath his fingernails. Indeed, it was quite mad, he remarked nonchalantly. Particularly the scene by the pool. The composition was exquisite. The effect of crimson swirling in the azure water possessed a certain aesthetic beauty. Were I the director, I would reward the lighting technician generously. Billy's smile faltered momentarily. What are you saying? That was a tragedy, Andrew. Steve is dead. Steve was a fool. His death is inconsequential. Andrew lifted his gaze, his emerald eyes piercing directly into Billy's, devoid of any emotional fluctuation, as if he were examining a specimen. He stepped forward, closing the distance between them. To an outsider, their posture appeared as two startled friends offering solace to one another. Yet, from Billy's perspective, the oppressive, sanguine aura emanating from Andrew was more palpable than that of the bloodied Stu just moments prior. Leaning closer to Billy's ear, Andrew whispered in a tone barely audible to them alone. Your script has a flaw, Billy. Billy's body tensed, instinctively clenching his fists. As a director, the gravest sin is to meddle in one's own narrative. Andrew's voice carried a hint of mockery. The act of jumping from the terrace was overly contrived. Furthermore, remember to remind Stu that after committing murder, he ought to change his attire and not forget to wash the blood from beneath his nails. Or at the very least, refrain from wearing the same pair of sneakers. Billy abruptly turned, fixing Andrew with an intense glare. The facade of warmth he had crafted shattered in that instant, revealing the underlying ferocity and malice. However, before he could utter a word, Andrew stepped back, creating distance between them. Good night, Mr. Loomis. Andrew restored his polite, detached smile, wishing him sweet dreams for the night. Oh, and if you have a moment, send a message to the Grim Reaper. What message? Billy's voice was hoarse, laced with menace. Inform him that his knife skills are abysmal. If he intends to kill me, he might consider furthering his studies in anatomy. With that, Andrew opened the car door and settled into the driver's seat. The engine roared to life. Just before the window ascended, Andrew gestured as if making a phone call to the disheveled Billy standing in the wind, then drove away. Billy remained rooted, watching the crimson taillights vanish around the corner. His chest heaved violently, not merely from rage, but also from an unprecedented tremor. The exhilaration of encountering a kindred spirit. Andrew Van de Kamp. Billy extended his tongue, moistening his parched lips as the madness in his eyes erupted. You shall be my ultimate masterpiece. Upon returning home, it was already 3 in the morning. The Van de Kamp residence remained illuminated. Andrew pushed the door open, discovering Bree perched on the living room sofa, a cup of now-cold red tea before him, and a meticulously polished revolver in hand. Upon seeing Andrew enter, Bree did not express her anger. She merely lifted her eyelids and scrutinized her son from head to toe. You are late, Andrew. The curfew ends at 6 in the morning, but the Van de Kamp's doors close at 11. I'm sorry, Mom. Andrew changed his shoes, his tone casual. There was a bit of traffic. You know how police cars and ambulances can block the road. Bree's gaze fell upon Andrew's shoes, where a subtle dark red stain was visible. She remained silent for 2 seconds. Is that cranberry juice? No, it's ketchup. Andrew lied without flinching. The hot dogs at the party were terrible. Bree sighed, stood up, and returned the handgun to its velvet case. Well, whatever it is, I do not wish to see it on the carpet. She approached Andrew and gently adjusted his slightly askew collar, her touch both tender and firm. I heard quite a few people die tonight, Bree said softly, yet her voice carried a reassuring strength, including that poor principal. Yes, then, I have reason to assume that the Chaos Makers did not sully my son, correct? Andrew looked into his mother's equally green eyes, which were filled with a desire for control and protection. He smiled, the first genuine smile he had shown that evening. Of course, Mom. I clean myself up well. That's good. Bree patted his cheek. Go take a shower. Put your clothes in the laundry basket, and remember to add double bleach. Tomorrow's breakfast is waffles, and I do not want anyone to be late. Good night, Mom. Andrew turned and ascended the stairs. As he passed the large dressing mirror, he paused to examine his reflection. Beneath that handsome, youthful face, brimming with collagen, it seemed another visage lurked, a grinning face of a hunter, thirsting for more blood. The system panel materialized on the mirror. Chapter task completed, blood-soaked party. Rating: S. You thrived in chaos. even effortlessly cleaning up alien debris. Rewards: Freedom Attribute Points x2. New entry slot unlocked. 15. Current mainline update. The final revelry of the grim-faced killer. Andrew dismissed the panel, humming a cheerful tune as he entered the bathroom. The game was paused. Yet, the latter half would reveal the true slaughter. Chapter 61. The sequel. Law and Bree's intercom tyranny. The morning at Hodge High School was suffused with the mingled scent of cheap candles and wilting lilies. It emanated from the makeshift memorial shrine erected at the school entrance. In the photographs, Tatum beamed radiantly while Steve, clad in his football uniform, exuded vigor. Now, they had been reduced to black and white photocopies adhered to the brick wall, rustling in the morning breeze. Andrew stood on the periphery of the crowd, clutching a cup of coffee he had yet to sip, coldly observing the collective performance of sorrow unfolding before him. If Bree were present, she would undoubtedly remark on how the teddy bears piled by the roadside severely detracted from the sidewalk's tidiness, and those candles, if left unattended, could very well incinerate the 2 oak trees at the entrance of the school, both of which had stood for 50 years. Such is the privilege of the survivor. Is it not? A low, slightly hoarse voice whispered in Andrew's ear. He felt no need to turn around. The familiar scent of cologne mingled with a faint metallic tang, or perhaps the residue of some post-exhilaration hormones, gave away the identity of the newcomer, Billy Loomis. Even after enduring such a frenzied night, the campus heartthrob maintained his impeccable appearance. His tousled hair remained unruly, his gaze still profound, yet there was an added fervor in his eyes that only Andrew could decipher. "I don't consider this a privilege," Andrew replied, tilting his head to evade the hand Billy attempted to drape over his shoulder. His tone was as flat as if discussing the weather. At least the deceased need not worry about next week's calculus exam. Billy's hand froze in midair before casually slipping into his hair, releasing a brief, sharp laugh. "You are always so unique, Andrew." Billy leaned in closer, invading their personal space. "Last night, at Stu's house, when you gazed upon the pool of blood, there was no fear in your eyes. I wondered, what were you seeing?" "I was observing the refractive index of the water," Andrew retorted, his composure unwavering. "The dispersion of hemoglobin in the water occurs at a speed faster than I anticipated, which contradicts fluid dynamics." Billy's pupils constricted slightly, and the spark of interest in his gaze intensified. "Fluid dynamics," he mused, as if appraising a rare butterfly destined for dissection. "Perhaps we could delve into that topic tonight? I mean, regarding fluidity, concerning diffusion." Such dialogue, steeped in poor metaphor, sent a twinge of discomfort through Andrew's stomach. This was the side effect of the fatal attraction. In a world teeming with killers, he resembled a human catnip, irresistibly drawing in those with deranged instincts. "Apologies, but I have an engagement." Andrew stepped back, adjusting his collar. "My mother is implementing a neighborhood watch program tonight, and if I am absent, she will undoubtedly add me to the list of terrorists." Without waiting for Billy's response, Andrew turned and walked toward the group of students engrossed in debate. After school, at the Video Time rental store, the air was thick with the acrid scent of burnt popcorn and the mustiness of old, moldy carpets. Randy Mix, the film aficionado who narrowly escaped calamity at last night's party, stood behind the counter, gesticulating like a prophet who had just indulged in narcotics. His audience consisted of the core survivors, Sydney, Stu, and the reluctantly dragged-in Andrew. "Do you think it's over?" "How naive. Too naive." Randy casually grabbed a copy of A Nightmare on Elm Street 2 and slammed it down on the counter. "Listen, according to Hollywood's ironclad rule, if the first installment was a box office sensation and last night's massacre was undoubtedly a blockbuster, then a sequel is inevitable." Stu leaned against the shelves, chewing gum with an air of nonchalance, yet there was a glimmer of barely concealed mockery in his gaze directed at Randy. As one of the directors, he evidently relished the audience's interpretations of his work. "All right, Master Randy," Stu said, blowing a bubble. "What are the rules for the sequel?" "Rule number 1. Randy raised a finger. "The body count will be higher. The corpses in the first film were merely an appetizer. The sequel is an all-you-can-eat buffet." "Rule number 2. The deaths will be more brutal and artistic. Simple stabbings no longer suffice. We need elaborate methods, like hanging someone on a garage door to crush them." "Oh, sorry, Tatum. I didn't mean to bring that up." Randy glanced at the pale-faced Tatum, offering a disingenuous apology before swiftly returning to the matter at hand. "The most crucial point: never assume the killer is dead. Moreover, the suspects are always the most unexpected individuals." Randy suddenly paused, scanning everyone present. his gaze finally settling on Andrew. Or it could be that guy who has maintained a damned calm demeanor throughout, appearing like an elegant psychopath, and who always inexplicably shows up near the crime scene. The air thickened instantly. All eyes turned toward Andrew. He stood in the horror section, holding a copy of The Silence of the Lambs. Hearing this, he slowly turned around, wearing that signature, impeccable Van de Kamp smile. Randy, while I appreciate your logical closure. Andrew gently placed the tape back on the shelf, his movements as graceful as arranging fine china. I must remind you that if I were the killer, the punch served at last night as party wouldn't have merely contained cheap vodka, but rather something far more intriguing, like hallucinogenic juice. Much more efficient and far less noisy. Stu let out a snicker. Dude, that joke is as cold as a corpse. Furthermore, Andrew approached Randy, towering over the incessantly chattering geek. If you cast that accusatory look in my direction again, I wouldn't hesitate to inform your boss about the pornographic tapes you concealed within horror film covers last week. Randy's face instantly flushed a deep shade of crimson. All right, enough noise. Sydney wearily rubbed her temples. Randy, this is reality, not a movie. Reality is the worst B-movie. Sydney, Randy muttered under his breath. If you think serial killers are terrifying, you've never encountered a battle-ready Bree Van de Kamp. When Andrew returned home, he discovered 6 meticulously arranged military-grade Motorola walkie-talkies on the coffee table, accompanied by a patrol schedule that was precise to the minute. Bree was clad in a flawlessly tailored light blue wool cardigan, a red pen in hand, marking circles on a map of Wisteria County. Andrew, you are 3 minutes late. Bree remarked without lifting her gaze. If this were a battlefield, you would already be a casualty. Of course, if the corpse were dressed in an unpressed shirt, I would be even more incensed. Apologies, Mom. Randy is expounding on his cinematic theories. That boy who works at the video store? A wastrel. Bree handed Andrew a walkie-talkie, pressing it into his palm. Listen, given the recent decline in public safety, which has caused our neighborhood property values to plummet by 0.5%, this is intolerable. Thus, I have organized a neighborhood watch association. Andrew gazed at the heavy walkie-talkie in his hand. Are we using this to catch the faceless killer? No. We are using this to maintain order, Bree responded gravely. Your codename is Hound, and I am Nest. Susan is Lost Dove, although I do not expect her to distinguish between the talk button and the power switch. I must involve her to prevent her from singeing her eyebrows again while barbecuing in the backyard, which could lead to a fire alarm. Lost Dove? Andrew nearly laughed. That is the most fitting description. Bree sighed. Just moments ago, I overheard her screaming over the walkie-talkie, thinking the killer had arrived, only to find out she was startled by a squirrel. Such false intelligence severely disrupts our tactical deployment. At that moment, a crackling sound emerged from the walkie-talkie, followed by Gabrielle's languorous and disgruntled voice. Nest, this is… what was my codename again? Diamond? Anyway, Carlos purchased a new security system, with cameras aplenty as if filming an adult movie. But I must complain, those installers had the dirtiest shoes. It's Peacock. Gabrielle, Bree pressed the talk button, her tone stern. Also, please use standard communication protocols. Over. Andrew observed this exchange, suddenly feeling a twinge of pity for the lurking faceless killer. Should he dare intrude upon the Van de Kamp residence, Bree might very well make him regret his existence with that electric knife she used for carving turkey. Should he stain the freshly waxed floor with blood? This evening, the local cinema is screening a comedy for free, intended to alleviate everyone's tension. Andrew clipped the walkie-talkie to his waist. I think I shall go see it. Bree frowned. The cinema? That is a breeding ground for germs and moral decay, especially with those sticky floors. I shall bring hand sanitizer and lay down newspapers. Bree scrutinized him for 3 seconds before finally nodding. Very well. But you must return home by 11. If you encounter that masked lunatic, Bree paused, retrieving a finely crafted small revolver from her apron pocket and slipping it into Andrew's pocket. Do not soil your clothing. Also, aim for the torso. Headshots are too small a target and prone to misses. Yes, ma'am. In the cinema of Fairchild Town, in an attempt to alleviate the sinister atmosphere, a mindless teen comedy is being screened this evening. Yet, a palpable tension still pervades the vast auditorium. Each time a character on the screen screams, the audience instinctively shudders. Andrew occupies a corner in the last row, his gaze not fixated on the film, but rather observing the surroundings. A faint glimmer of awareness allows him to sense an ominous anticipation lingering in the air, akin to a meticulously arranged stage awaiting the illumination of the spotlight. Seated in the front row are Randy and his group of friends. Among them is a boy named Phil, a quintessential American bully, who loudly mocks Randy's previous sequel theory. Come on, Randy. There are no rules in this world. I bet those two lunatics just want to be famous. Phil carelessly scatters popcorn everywhere, declaring, "If that ghostly face dares to appear before me, I'll shove that mask right up his backside." In his mind, Andrew has already sentenced this Phil to doom, not only for embodying the classic horror movie death flag, but also for disturbing Andrew-esque contemplation. 20 minutes later, Phil rises, announcing, "I'm heading to the restroom. Randy, don't wet yourself." As Andrew squints, observing Phil sway toward the lavatory, he senses the malevolence lurking in the darkness beginning to stir. Silently, Andrew rises and, ghost-like, follows him. The restroom is dimly lit, the white tiles glowing with an eerie green hue. Phil stands at the urinal, whistling nonchalantly. Suddenly, a faint flushing sound emanates from the farthest stall. "Who is there?" Phil shouts, "Stop messing around." No reply follows, only an odd scraping noise, reminiscent of a blade gliding across porcelain. Phil, though brash, feels a chill creep up his spine in this atmosphere. He zips up and approaches the stall. "Hey, if you're trying to scare me." He abruptly swings open the stall door. It is empty. TCH, lunatic. Phil breathes a sigh of relief and turns to wash his hands. In that very instant, the door of the adjacent stall bursts open, not merely swinging, but exploding. A shadowy figure darts out like a bolt of black lightning. The grotesque, pallid visage of a mask appears particularly menacing under the dim light. Without uttering a word, a hunting knife plunges directly into Phil's throat, as precise as if performing surgery. Blood erupts forth, splattering across the mirror, crafting an abstract crimson masterpiece. Phil clutches his neck, producing bubbling gasps as he collapses to the floor, convulsing. The masked killer stands beside the corpse, tilting his head, gazing at the dying Phil. Then, in a peculiar act, he does not flee immediately, but instead faces the mirror, performing a gesture akin to a theatrical bow. Subsequently, he extracted a black dagger and etched a numeral 2 onto Phil's forehead. At that moment, the restroom door creaked open slightly. Andrew stood at the threshold, clutching a bottle of hand sanitizer that he had just retrieved from his pocket. Their gazes met in the mirror. The grim-faced assassin refrained from launching an attack. A low, sinister chuckle emanated from beneath the mask. He raised the bloodied blade, gesturing towards Andrew, then pointed to the area over his own heart. It was an ambiguous yet perilous signal, "You belong to me." In the next instant, the masked killer shattered the restroom's ventilation window and nimbly leapt outside. Andrew did not pursue. Instead, he entered the restroom, observing Phil's twitching form on the floor, and calmly dispensed a small amount of hand sanitizer, rubbing it between his hands. The composition was flawless, yet the stench of blood was overwhelming, difficult to eradicate. Andrew gazed down at the 2 inscribed on Phil's forehead. The sequel had commenced. He produced a cumbersome military walkie-talkie and pressed the transmission button. "Eagle's nest, eagle's nest. This is Hound." Andrew's voice resonated through the silent restroom, imbued with a barely perceptible delight. "I believe we require additional bleach. A sanitary incident has occurred in the cinema restroom. Over and out."